Chapter 961 The Fall of the Dragon Slayer. The violent torrent of energy gradually stopped, and the debris and dust in the sky settled. What was revealed before everyone's eyes was a piece of broken earth, and several seriously injured Naru. What about Gruul? Everyone else was there, except the Dragon Slayer. Could it be that Gruul was blown to pieces by the self-destruction of the four one-eyed Grons? Even if you think about it with your toes, it's impossible. So, where did he go? Leo's vigilance was raised to the limit in an instant, and a Nubarak and a Nubrakan rushed to where he was to protect him from any changes in the ground beneath his feet. Others don't know how powerful Gruul is. How can Leo know it? Gruul, who possesses the perfect laws of the earth, is a being who can enter and leave the earth freely. Leo has to prevent him from fighting out of the ground. Where did Gruul go? This is what everyone wants to know most at the moment. Everyone is trying their best to search for his traces. However, the Dragon Slayer's ability to hide his whereabouts is too good, let alone finding him. No one can find even a trace. It reminds me that the days of fear are not pleasant. With Gruul's strength, even if he is seriously injured, he can kill anyone here. Phoenix Ao carries Kaeldats to fly higher, using distance to ensure safety, and Leo's mental power was fully activated, sensing any movement on the battlefield. Suddenly, Leo's expression changed, and Manilos quickly retreated as if he was feeling something. Just as the destroyer retreated, two big hands stretched out from the ground. How could Gruul think of attacking Manaroth? Leo was confused. He thought that he and Kaeldats were Gruul's first targets to attack, but the development of things proved that his idea was wrong. He had not guessed Gruul's thoughts. What can Leo say when things develop like this? Apart from saying that people who are not of my race must have different minds. What else can he say? What happened next proved one thing. That is, it is true that people who are not from my race have different minds. Gruul's next behavior was completely beyond Leo's expectations. The two big hands that protruded from the ground did not pursue Manaroth. Instead, they grabbed the two sons of Gruul in their frightened eyes, and then squeezed them hard with the big hands. Giggle. The sound of bones breaking is so brittle. Is Gruul crazy? This scene not only shocked Leo, but also Kaeldats and others were completely unexpected. Gruul escaped underground, and did not attack anyone who was his enemy. Instead, he attacked his men, pinching the two sons of Gruul until their bones were broken, and they were dying. Gruul committed such a thing as breaking his own arm. What on earth was he thinking? A scarred mountain rose from the ground. Although Gruul appeared at this moment, he still felt oppressive, but he looked much more embarrassed than before. His back was completely exploded, and four terrifying large wounds were gushing out blood, like four bloody waterfalls hanging on his body. From these four large wounds, Gruul's internal organs could be clearly seen, which were squirming. There are clearly visible scars on his internal organs, although Gruul is trying hard to use the power of the earth to repair them. The effect is obviously not satisfactory to him. Gruul was injured, and it was a serious injury. If it was not replenished, such an injury would be enough to kill him. The four one-eyed Gorons self-destructed in unison. Gruul, who had consumed too much combat power in the battle with Adal and was sneak attacked by Leo, was finally unable to block them. His aura fluctuated and was extremely unstable. At this time, not to mention Gruul's breakthrough, it would be good to ensure that he still has enough fighting power. Sacrificing for one-eyed Gorons, Leo finally succeeded in preventing Gruul's breakthrough. Not only that, he also suffered a fatal blow. In terms of the effect achieved, the word perfect is not an exaggeration. As the two sons of Gruul wailed in pain, and in the eyes of everyone in shock, Gruul did an appalling thing. He opened his big mouth and pushed the two sons of Gruul, who had been pinched to the point of dying, towards them. The inside is stuffed, and then the upper and lower jaws are closed. Cack! Cack! The creepy chewing sound mixed with the spurting blood came from Gruul's big mouth. Well, even with Leo's nerves, which were accustomed to seeing killings in blood, he couldn't help but twitching at the corners of his eyes, and there was a boring feeling of vomiting in his chest. Tiger poison does not eat its own offspring. Even ferocious and cruel tigers will not eat their own offspring. But this Gruul killed his own offspring without any burden and chewed them alive. The viciousness of the Dragon Slayer's heart is so cruel that it makes people look sad. Stop him. Don't let him treat his injuries. Kaeldats discovered that something was wrong with the situation. It turned out that as Gruul devoured the two sons of Gruul, the wounds on his body were healing at a rate dozens of times faster than before. By killing his own offspring and eating them as food, Gruul was not going crazy but to gain enough energy to heal his fatal injuries. Perhaps for the cruel Gruul, His 7 sons are not only the guards who guard the door for him, the men who look for food, but also the source of energy when necessary. Just like now, after encountering a crisis. As long as he devours them, Gruul can regain his strength in the shortest time. Leo looked at Gruul devouring his offspring, suppressed the annoyance in his chest, and snorted coldly. Such a cruel creature also exists in this world? Gruul, you deserve to die. After speaking, Leo pointed out, corpses explode. Boom, boom. There were 2 loud noises, and Gruul, who was eating happily, was in tragedy. The corpses of the 2 sons of Gruul that he stuffed into his mouth suddenly exploded. Just imagine what it would feel like when 2 bombs, both high explosive bombs, exploded in your mouth. Gruul opened his mouth widely. In fact, he couldn't do it even if he didn't. The violent energy generated when the corpses of the 2 Gruul sons exploded shattered his jaws. Gruul's upper jaw was a bloody mess, and his lower jaw was directly it was blown up. And the Dragon Slayer lost his chin under the explosion. Ho! Gruul shook his head in pain, almost fainting even with his nerve toughness under the severe pain. If Gruul could survive the heavy injuries suffered by the 4 one-eyed Gorons before, then he really couldn't survive Leo's corpse explosion. Of course, the premise is that Leo can take advantage of the victory and pursue it without giving Gruul a chance to escape and recover. After finally forcing Gruul into such a situation, Leo would let this cooked duck fly away. Don't even think about it. If anyone dares to disrupt Leo's hunt for Gruul, he will go berserk. Gruul was seriously injured, and his aura was weakened to the lowest point since the birth of the world overlord of Draenor. This was the time to chase the enemy bravely. How could Leo be polite to him? Superior. Leo and Ysor looked at each other, and the latter wielded the Silent Crusader sword and flapped his wings to kill him. Seeing him take action, Kael'thas, who was standing by, was not idle either. The 3 green mana balls surrounding the Blood Elf Prince roared towards Gruul. The green mana had been condensed many times and compressed by him. The magic ball shines with a strange light, making people fearful at first sight. In order to kill Gruul, Kael'thas also spent a lot of money. Leo no longer hides his secrets at this time. Whether it is the self-destruction of the one-eyed Goron or the corpse explosion using the son of Gruul, these are not his real killing moves. Stabilize Gruul for me. I only need a moment. Leo thought silently in his heart. And the blood god clone that penetrated Gruul's body began to exert its power. Under his full force, Gruul's body became stiff for a moment. It's now, he secretly said. Amidst the clanging sound of the death bell, Leo raised his arm and grasped with one hand. There are hundreds of millions of resentful souls in the realm of the soul world. These are the soul elegy cast by the resentful souls together. But they failed to deal with Gruul. They caused too much damage. But that doesn't mean they're useless. Gruul was seriously injured, and Leo didn't need them to attack at the soul level to contain Gruul's combat power. What he needed at this time was lethality. An attack powerful enough to kill Gruul with one blow. What is the difference between being seriously injured in front of me and dying? There was a sneer at the corner of Leo's mouth, and countless resentful souls gathered in the air to form a gray-black long-handled scythe. The handle of this scythe was held in Leo's raised hand. Crying, desperate, cold, gloomy. You can feel all the famous negative emotions in time on the gray and black sickle. This is a sickle that symbolizes death. In front of it, all you feel is death. And all you feel is death, because it is the death sickle that pronounces death. Today is the day when the Dragon Slayer will fall. Death. Gruul. Leo waved his arm and slashed down, and the side symbolizing death fell. The crescent-shaped blade fell from Gruul's head. The gray-black streak broke through the Dragon Slayer's tough body and knocked him out. Knife. 2. Break. When the knife falls, people die. The death side turned. Gruul's breathing stopped, and the giant eye full of violence and cruelty lost its luster. The host kills Gruul. The item is successfully absorbed, and the host obtains the item's Earth Spirit emblem. Dragon Spine Metal. The ability is extracted successfully, and the host obtains growth. Do you want to extract it? The rising tone of Goldfinger sounded in his mind. The appearance of this tone meant that the strongest creature in the world of Draenor, the Dragon Slayer Gruul, who was helpless even to the Black Dragon, was dead. It worked. I killed Gruul. Leo was ecstatic at first, crazy and overjoyed. The joy of successfully killing the Dragon Slayer made him extremely excited. After I was overjoyed, my second thought came. Why is the evil Goldfinger so stingy? Stingy? Given items and abilities, Goldfinger is still stingy? Of course he was stingy. Leo could answer confidently. What he killed was not some cat or dog, but the famous and powerful dragon slayer Gruul, the strongest creature in the world of Draenor. For such a powerful enemy, Goldfinger doesn't even give him a rule. Isn't that considered stingy? With Gruul's ability and the strength gap between Leo and him, it wouldn't be too much for Goldfinger to give him a perfect rule. Right? As if he knew what Leo was thinking. Goldfinger responded, "Boy, before you accuse me of being stingy, you better take a good look at that Earth Spirit emblem." Chapter 962 The Silent Battlefield. Since the Battle of Garadar, Nagrand has always had a strange atmosphere. The Alliance and the Blood Elves were building a city in Harlan, and the Throne of Elements behind the ruins of Galadar erupted from time to time with the pressure of 4 hostile gods. The two faced each other from a distance, and each side faced off with their own scruples, making life here difficult. The creatures within the film are always nervous, because they don't know when a war will break out that will affect fish like themselves. Today, this confrontation is broken. Don't get me wrong. It's not that one party can't help but take the initiative, but the auras of the 4 elemental gods on the Throne of Elements are moving rapidly into the distance. Without one of the two sides in the confrontation, the atmosphere would naturally become less tense. Did the 4 elemental gods give up the Throne of Elements? Obviously, this is impossible. Zenitharea and Sindragosa looked in the direction of the Throne of Elements, with thoughtful expressions on their faces. As soon as Leo conveyed to them the news of the war breaking out in the Void Storm, the 4 elemental gods of the Throne of Elements started to move. The latter were clearly heading towards the Void Storm. Want to stop them? Sindragosa and Zenitharea were hesitant. If the 4 elemental gods really went to the Void Storm, that would be fine. But if they had some ambush, wouldn't their move be playing into their plans? Fortunately, the development of the matter did not embarrass them. After receiving the notice from Zenitharea, Leo's reply to them was to let them stick to Harran and ignore the rest. The distance between Void Storm and the Throne of Elements is not short. Even the 4 elemental gods cannot arrive for a moment. Leo has enough time to do certain things, such as the Earth Spirit emblem mentioned by Goldfinger. Originally Leo was still scolding Goldfinger for being stingy, but he didn't think so after reading the explanation of the Earth Spirit emblem. "You are like a roundworm in my belly. You know everything I want." Hee hee. Not bad. Not bad. One moment, he was scolding the other person for being stingy, and the next moment, he was praising the other person. The speed at which someone changed his face was really embarrassing. Goldfinger was completely speechless for this guy. He now regretted why he chose such a host. This guy was so thick-skinned that he couldn't even resist him. So he simply didn't bother to pay attention to him, and hid directly. He didn't get an answer, and Leo didn't pay attention. He only needed to know that the appearance of the Earth Spirit emblem would greatly help him in something he was about to do. The white mist-like vortex covered Gruul's body, which was Leo collecting the loot. Compared to growth and the dragon spine metal, Gruul's corpse was what Leo valued most at this time. As for the Earth Spirit emblem, it was a complete accident. Kael'dats glanced at Leo and stood calmly between the corpses of several Naru and Gruul, blocking the sight of several Naru. Leo laughed when he saw this, and Kael'dats showed his support for him with practical actions. Of course, this was also related to what he told Kael'dats before. In order to prevent accidents, Manaroth stood next to Gruul's body with a bloody double-headed war spear. The spear tip dripping with blood warned everyone not to have evil intentions. Otherwise don't blame Uncle March. I'm not polite. The battlefield fell silent, and the scene of Leo killing Dragon Slayer Gruul shocked everyone. First, the 4 one-eyed Gron self-destructed without warning. Then Gruul killed and devoured his 2 sons. And then the 2 sons of Gruul self-destructed. From the perspective of outsiders, the truth of the matter was Gruul. The son was unwilling to become Gruul's food, so he activated the ultimate killing move of self-destruction. Finally, Leo's death side made people despair at the sight of it. Gruul had been rampant in the world of Draenor for tens of millions of years. He was killed on the spot by Leo. The Dragon Slayer is dead, and only the last one of the one-eyed Gorin family is left. Maybe not even the last one is left. Shocked by Gruul's death, the last one-eyed Gron was frightened and completely lost his fighting spirit. Even the powerful Gruul was killed. How dare you stay here? The one-eyed Gorin ignored Ilsa's bone whip and ran away far away with his head in his arms. Leo was about to be chased, but he seemed to sense something and decisively gave up the pursuit of the one-eyed Gorin. The speed is really fast, but it's a pity that you are still a step slow. Leo curled his lips, with a bit of disdain on his face. The battle was over before the 4 elemental gods from the Throne of Elements arrived. Their appearance had no effect except making the atmosphere more tense. While collecting Gruel's body, Leo notified the Alliance generals such as Windsor and Andalmar, asking them to gather the Alliance's troops and withdraw from the battlefield. After doing this, there was a sound coming from the distance. After hearing the desperate screams of One-Eyed Goron, four powerful forces exploded in the direction where One-Eyed Goron fled, and the scream stopped abruptly. The last One-Eyed Goron also died. The One-Eyed Goron clan that had been rampant in the world of Draenor for tens of millions of years was exterminated today. The One-Eyed Goron screaming in the direction of Leo's indifferent expression was just as he thought. The four elemental gods would not let go of the opportunity to exterminate the One-Eyed Goron. The escaped One-Eyed Goron was killed by their combined efforts. After waving his hand, Leo said to Amaran and other Alliance officers who had gathered their troops, "Let's go." I walked lightly, just as I came lightly. I waved my sleeves and only took away a few corpses. Well, Leo admits that he is not that chic. And he is not as arrogant as the protagonist in some YY novels. He just doesn't want to wade into troubled waters. Or he has other ideas. After this battle, the strength of the Naru was greatly reduced. Not only were Karumulu and others injured, but even the leader Adal was captured by Kil'jaeden. When the strength of the Naru was at its weakest, the four elemental gods, what will happen is unpredictable. Leo will not stay in this dangerous place if a gentleman does not stand behind a dangerous wall. If there is any conflict between foreign ethnic groups, like the Naru, and the native gods of Draenor world, let them resolve it themselves. Leo and the Alliance, the military has no need or obligation to be peacemakers. The Alliance's army suddenly withdrew. Although Kiru and Muru felt strange, they did not stop them. If Leo and the others had not participated in today's battle, the Nera would not have been able to stop it, at least after Adar was defeated. After Kil'jaeden's sneak attack, Muru and the others were unable to fight against Gruel, let alone kill him. If Gruel did not die, the Naru and the Draenei would have no choice but to find a way to escape, and they might have to wander around the universe again. As far as Mula and the others are concerned about Leo's current mentality, they are very grateful to Leo. After all, Leo has eliminated a powerful enemy for them. If it weren't for Leo's obvious lack of interest in contacting them, Muru and the others would have greeted him in the morning. This human being has a very cold attitude towards us. Why? Several Naru communicated secretly with their mental power. Now that Adal was captured, they urgently needed an ally as powerful as Leo. When they found that Leo was not interested in contacting them, the Naru naturally had to think about it. Did this kid Leo just leave like that? Kael'thas was puzzled. After receiving an extremely cryptic look from Leo, the Blood Elf Prince suppressed his doubts and flew back to the energy ship under Phoenix's support. After he returned to the energy ship, the ship was the airship that the Blood Elves snatched from the Draenei slowly started and flew towards the direction of the Alliance army's evacuation. The Blood Elves' energy ships are about to rendezvous with the Alliance's Naxxramas. In normal times, Velan would have definitely prevented this from happening. He didn't want to see the Blood Elves getting too close to the Alliance. But at this time, he wished that the Blood Elves' large army would leave as soon as possible. As smart as Velan, he still couldn't see that there was something wrong within the Blood Elves. As the battle progressed, the auras emanating from the Blood Elves that came to attack the Storm Fortress were obviously abnormal. Velan felt the smell of demons in them. Some Blood Elves were corrupted by the power of demons and defected to the Burning Legion. After understanding this problem, a new problem appeared. Are the Blood Elf troops who are now attacking Storm Fortress and joining the Burning Legion launched on their own in order to cooperate with Kil'jaeden's actions? Or were they sent by Kael'thas? If it's the former, then there's no problem. But if it's the latter, Kael'thas and the others are really bastards. This is clearly killing two birds with one stone. Killing someone with a borrowed knife. Not only did they use the help of the Draenei to destroy the rebels in the tribe, but they also used Passerion to weaken the Draenei. From Velan's point of view, the Blood Elves were too poisonous. Velan would be furious if he found out. So Lanlian, who was standing behind Kael'thas, said this. Her face was hidden in a blue shadow element. Only two eyes shining like stars were exposed. Outsiders had no idea what she was thinking. The great Astromancer has been monitoring Passerion and his troops. It is precisely because of her presence that Passerion knows that the situation is wrong but does not dare to make the slightest move. It is not that Passerion is not courageous enough, but Solanli, and is too strong. If Kael'thas is the pinnacle of wizards in Quel'Thalas, Solanlian is the strongest warlock among the Blood Elves. Although Passerion is strong, he can't do anything in front of Solanlian. The waves are coming. Even Pazarin's proud mind can't play in front of this great astromancer. Who makes this great astromancer too smart? The energy ship was moving. But Kael'dat's eyes were not on it. The Blood Elf Prince was always staring at the storm fortress. After hearing Solanlian's words, he said without looking back, "How dare Pazarin betray me? This, damn it. I trusted him so much. Traitors." Solanlian's voice was a little colder and crueler. All deserve to die. Compared with Leo, Solanlian is obviously more in line with the cold and mysterious image of a warlock. And it is precisely this that makes her trapped in the legendary realm and unable to take that step. If you don't break, you won't build. If you break, you will build. If you can't break the old framework, how can you surpass others and reach a higher level? Those traitors have the aura of demons on them. And the Draenei will not let them go. The energy ship flew next to Naxxramas, and Kael'dat's made a gesture, telling his men to move the ship closer. What I want to know more now is what Leo has planned next. The four elemental gods will not let him resurrect Gruul. Chapter 963 Further Foundation. There is no sun, no moon, a dim world, no plants, no animals, a dead world, no light, no life, no sound. Darkness is the main color. Death is the main melody. Walking in this world, only the soles of the feet convey the feeling of death. Only the touch that comes will give you such a sense of existence, that you are still a living person. Is this the place you were talking about? In the darkness, a voice came, and then a little firelight lit up, and a beautiful and noble flaming bird flew in the sky. On the back of the flaming bird stood a blood elf holding a staff and wearing a red robe. Who is Kael'dat's? Through the firelight, you can see that not far from Kael'dat's, a human with black hair and black eyes is standing on the head of a purple dragon. This person is Leo. Hearing Kael'dat's question, Leo nodded and replied, "Yes, it's right here. How does it feel?" Kael'dat's did not answer, but the expression on his face showed that he was satisfied. Very satisfied. Kael'dat's was actually satisfied with a dark place with no light at all, and no living species at all. He wasn't dizzy. Was he? Just be satisfied. Leo opened his mouth and was about to speak, but stopped forcibly. He moved his fingers, and the Kobold Geomancer Flintog appeared beside him. Flintag originally guarded Harlan along with Sindragosa and Sinisarea. But after the four elemental gods on the elemental throne came to the Void Storm, Leo gave him the order and asked him to come over. Meet yourself. Unlike the four elemental gods, Flintag doesn't need to run in person when he is on the road. He only needs to use Harlan's teleportation array. This is how he can arrive in time after Leo determines the whereabouts of the four elemental gods. Reason. Take it, Leo said as he tossed his hand and gave something to Flintag, which was the Earth Spirit emblem. As soon as he got the emblem, the Kobold Geomancer's face showed a look of ecstasy. Flintag knew that Leo called him here for something, but he didn't know that it was such a good thing. Kael'dat's glanced sideways at Leo and ignored the Blood Elf Prince Flintag. After confirming that he urgently needed answers, he began to care about Leo's movements. Those four guys on the Throne of Elements are coming to the Void Storm. How are you going to deal with it? Yes, those are the four elemental gods. How should Leo deal with them? After learning that Gruul was killed by Leo and even the body fell into his hands, the elemental gods must know what Leo was going to do. How could they let Leo resurrect Gruul? It is conceivable that in order to prevent Leo from resurrecting the Dragon Slayer, and to prevent Leo from adding a terrifying existence of Gruul's level to Leo's men, the elemental gods will stop Leo even if their strength is damaged. Will Leo's character give in? The two sides were about to fall out, and Kael'dat's wanted to know how Leo was preparing. After all, they were four god-level enemies, and they were powerful gods whose strength had not been weakened in any way. You don't think I want to resurrect Gruul? Do you? Leo tilted his head, with a half-smile expression on his face. Even if those four guys don't come to me, I will go to them. What? The four major elemental gods in the world of Draenor, I think, are not the same as the four major scourges. It is better to solve them as soon as possible. He was going to kill gods as soon as he opened his mouth, and he would kill four people at the same time. Leo's tone was like a heifer standing on its head, and evil was soaring to the sky. It was Leo who said this. If it were someone else, Kael'dat would have hit him with a magic spell to make him sober first. Those are four elemental gods. Watch out. They are four real gods, not four chickens. How can you kill them if you want? Not resurrecting Gruul? Kael'dat was startled when he heard this. What Leo said was beyond his expectation. He didn't understand what kind of medicine Leo was selling in his gourd. What else is this kid going to do? The Blood Elf Prince has a sense of novelty again. The more unusual and unexpected things are, the more they arouse people's curiosity. Leo shook his head and replied with an affirmative look on his face. Of course not resurrection. There are too many things missing in this world. It would be nice to be more prepared. While the two were talking, a city appeared in their field of vision. In fact, it's not right to call it a city. To be precise, it is a gathering area of a group of buildings covering a large area. Countless engineering searchlights were hung on the building, illuminating the gathering area like daylight, making it extremely conspicuous. The most conspicuous thing in the gathering area is not these buildings, but a damaged corpse, which belongs to the Dragon Slayer Gruul. The most powerful creature in the world of Draenor was not only terrifying when he was alive, but even if he was dead now, the only thing left was a lifeless corpse that still felt oppressive. Kael'dat's eyes stayed on Gruul's body for a long time before he moved away. As soon as he moved away, he discovered the problem. Forget those metal chariots and fighter planes. Kael'dat's didn't miss him either. However, Kael'dat's can also accept the metal puppets that reflect the metallic luster. But what about the skeletons that can move freely? They are clearly skeletons among the undead. Could it be that Leo is secretly studying necromancy? Judging from this scale, the time will not be short. Kael'dat's frowned, and he remembered the elegy of souls used by Leo when he killed Hacker, and the death scythe used when he killed Gruul. These spells all have a unique aura of death. Could it be that Lei the Law realized when he became a demigod is related to death? As soon as the thought in his mind came to mind, Kael'dat's eyes towards Leo couldn't help but become extremely weird. The Blood Elf Prince secretly thought, could it be that Leo never told the law he learned when he was promoted to demigod because of this reason? Because of the scourge. People hate things related to the undead very much. It is conceivable that if people know that the laws Leo has learned are related to death, it will definitely cause waves. At least those forces, who are not willing to watch the rise of mankind, will be happy to do so. To suppress the human race. The change in Kael'dat's expression did not escape Leo's eyes. And when he led Kael'dat's into this place, Leo had no intention of hiding it from him. Leo looked at Kael'dat's, and coincidentally the Blood Elf Prince also cast his gaze towards him. The two exchanged glances, and then nodded, as if they had reached an agreement. Kael'dat's wants to borrow Leo's place, and Leo wants to use Kael'dat's ability. Both sides will benefit from cooperation, and they will suffer from both sides if they divide. Is there any agreement that cannot be reached? Besides, so what if Leo understood the laws related to death? Leo was not crazy enough to destroy the world, nor did he do anything that would make humans and gods angry. Kael'dat's really couldn't find any reason to embarrass him, just because Leo understood the laws related to death. He fell out with Leo. This kind of thing would never happen to Kael'dat's. Beetles gathered from all directions to Gruul's body. In Kael'dat's strange eyes, these beetles lifted Gruul's body and headed towards a cave in the distance. From the cave, Kael'dat's felt an obscure but weird energy fluctuation. This fluctuation reminded him of the Karaji beetle men in Silithus, when they attacked the temple of Ankaraj. The Yakkar Empire, the Twin Emperors, once exuded such power fluctuations. Could it be that Leo resurrected the Twin Emperors and even rebuilt the Yakkar Empire? Kael'dat's breath suddenly suffocated, and his heart couldn't help but skip a few beats. Leo must have hidden it too deeply. He had exerted such a huge force quietly. Anyone who dared to take advantage of him would be scared to death if he kept it. Roar ah! The strange screams that shook the sky came from a distance, which was the direction from which Kael'dat's and Leo came. The Blood Elf Prince clearly remembered that at the place where the strange screams came from, the one that Leo had given to his men kobold or something. There are too many weird things about Leo. Kael'dat's did not delve into the cause of the strange screams, nor did he explore whether the cave where Gruul's body was carried was the lair of the beetle people of the Yaki Empire, because he knew that these were Leo's secrets. It is best not to inquire casually. A person must have the ability to control his curiosity. I'll leave Leo here. In addition, you'd better give me a list of the things you need. Quel'Thalas may be able to help. Before leaving, Kael'dat's made a promise. He promised to help Leo collect certain things. Of course, he didn't do this without selfish motives. I won't be polite to you. Leo was not at all aware of being soft on others, and there was no trace of embarrassment on his face. A large part of the purpose of purchasing ecosystem technology from Void Spirit is transform this place and turn it into a living world. Since you want to have a hand, of course you have to do something. Besides, you don't want the environment here to be transformed to your liking. Do you have any favorite plants or pets? You can put it in. the ecosystem of Void Spirit can transform most environments that are not suitable for survival, turning them into places suitable for the survival of certain organisms according to the requirements of the transformer. Leo's purchase of the ecosystem technology from Void Spirit has a great deal. Part of the reason is to transform the world that he and Kael'thas are in now. And this world is Leo's private space that is so vast that he has not yet discovered the edges. A vast and boundless space that only belongs to Leo personally. This is the foundation. To be honest, Kael'thas is too envious of Leo. If Leo couldn't use this world before he got it, then after getting the ecosystem transformation technology of Void Spirit, the space that Leo privately owned he has the basics to help him reach the next level. The kingdom of God is the private territory of the gods, and it is also the energy source that the gods carry with them. A god who owns the kingdom of God can extract power from the kingdom of God in critical moments, which is of great use in killing enemies or saving lives. Ordinary gods would not even think about creating a kingdom of gods. Only the powerful ones who stand in the hierarchy of gods can do that. However, even for these people who stand at the top, creating a kingdom of gods is extremely difficult. Leo, this guy is still just a demigod and already owns the kingdom of God. It would be unreasonable if the news spreads and doesn't attract a group of jealous gods to surround him and kill him. Kael'thas looked at Leo and breathed heavily. This guy. Can you please stop irritating me like this? Chapter 964. What a big appetite. The atmosphere in the Void Storm is very tense. This tense atmosphere has not diminished at all after Gruul's death. On the contrary, it has intensified with the arrival of the 4 elemental gods. The 4 elemental gods on the throne of elements have conflicts with outsiders like Naru. If the gods want to maintain their own existence and increase their strength, they need enough faith. Faith comes from creatures in the mortal world, but the mortal races in a world are limited. As the saying goes, there are many incense burners and many ghosts. And one more Buddha has many incense sticks. The arrival of Naru diluted the power of faith that the elemental gods should have obtained. If it weren't for the scruples of Adal, the 4 elemental gods would have broken up with them long ago. Why did the 4 elemental gods remain silent when the Burning Legion invaded the world? In addition to the fact that these 4 guys did not dare to come forward because the other party was too powerful, it was also an important reason why the Burning Legion's primary target was the Naru and the Draenei. Now, Adal, who was feared by the 4 elemental gods, was captured by Kil'jaeden, and the remaining Malukias and others were also seriously injured. The 4 elemental gods arrived after killing the last one-eyed Gorin. This was what Storm Fortress saw, and they were moved. The Naru, a shameless outsider who stayed in Draenor, no longer had the power to intimidate the 4 elemental gods without Adal. At this time, the remaining Naru were injured. So why not take advantage of their injuries to deal with them? Get rid of this scourge of competing with yourself for faith? The 4 elemental gods communicated quickly. They had to start early. Otherwise the time would drag on a little longer. Muru and the others would be able to use the energy of the Twisted Void to recover from their injuries. It would be a lot of trouble to kill them by then. Beat? Or not? This is a question worth considering. It's not that the 4 elemental gods can't make up their minds, but that they have concerns. And this concern comes from Leo. Gruul was killed by Leog under the Storm Fortress. Not only did the Dragon Slayer die on the spot, but his body was also snatched away by Leo. When he thought that the Leo he collected had the ability to resurrect strong men to work for him. After receiving the message, the 4 elemental gods couldn't help but feel anxious. Others may not know how powerful Gruul the Dragon Slayer is, but how can the 4 elemental gods, who are also in the world of Draenor, and stand at the pinnacle of this world not know? For thousands of years, the 4 elemental gods have been looking for an opportunity to completely eradicate the Naru. Now that the opportunity has been placed in front of them, is it a pity to let it go? However, what should Leo do if he goes to deal with Naru? If this human boy really resurrects the Dragon Slayer, how will the 4 elemental gods live in the future? Should he take the opportunity to destroy the Naru without giving them a chance to recover? Or should he find Naxxramas in the shortest possible time to prevent Leo from resurrecting Gruul? It's a dilemma. Leo didn't know that he caused so much trouble to the 4 elemental gods. If he knew, he would definitely tell these 4 guys and let them fight without worry, because he didn't resurrect Gruul's body at all. Time passed with the hesitation of the elemental gods. Before these 4 guys made a final decision, Leo and Kael'thas had reappeared in Naxxramas. Their appearance made the 4 elemental gods a decision was made. Realizing that Leo's aura reappeared within their mental perception range, the 4 elemental gods immediately focused their attention on Naxxramas. They were surprised to find that Leo was not in a hurry to resurrect Gruul. This discovery made them ecstatic. Stupid human. He probably doesn't have the ability to resurrect Gruul. So we can definitely deal with Naru first. The four elemental gods quickly reached a consensus. Naru, who was recovering from his injuries, with the help of the energy of the Twisted Void, was shocked because they found that they had been locked by four powerful spiritual forces. No. Those four elemental gods are about to take action. The Nara did not dare to neglect. They quickly gathered together, and combined the power of their companions to resist the mental pressure of the four elemental gods. Although the strength of several Naru is not weak. It depends on who they are competing with, and what state they are in. Elemental gods are good at spells. And they follow the same path of spiritual cultivation as the Naru. However, except for Adar, the other members of the Nara clan, such as Miruhius and others, can only be regarded as pseudogods. In terms of ordinary people. In his eyes, he was strong enough. But he was still far behind compared to the four elemental gods. Under the mental impact of the four elemental gods, the Nara struggled very hard. If Hegius and the others were not seriously injured, with their numerical advantage, they could still make the four elemental gods wary and dare not take action. But who made them suffer serious injuries? What are the four elemental gods? A group of souls who take advantage of others' danger. The Nara were gnashing their teeth in hatred for the behavior of the four elemental gods, adding insult to injury. But anger could not solve the problem, and had no ability to reverse the situation. The Nara could do nothing but form formations to protect themselves, and grit their teeth to survive. Can't do it. Originally, the Dreenii Storm Fortress could provide them with some support. But at this time, Zeparium was leading an urgent attack. The Blood Elves who had taken refuge in the demons were fighting fiercely, with the Dreenii guarding the Storm Fortress. Can you allocate strength to support them? TSK. It seems we came at the right time. Leo, who walked out of Naxxramas with Kaeldats, shook his head. The smile on his face made people feel something was wrong. Kaeldats, who was familiar with him, couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw Leo's expression. Needless to say, Leo must have had some bad ideas. It seemed that the four elemental gods and Nar really wanted to in trouble. The four elemental gods must be solved. Who allows them to go to the world where humans and blood elves live to stir up trouble, and also threaten the safety of Arather and Quel'Thalas? If such an enemy is not dealt with, not even Leo, even Kaeldats will not agree. As for the Naru, these unlucky ones are completely implicated. Right? In Kaeldats' view, the Naru are just a group of unlucky people who have been brought to ruin. But the Blood Elf Prince will not care about what will happen to these unlucky people. He, Kaeldats, is not a philanthropist. His race still needs him to lead it out of trouble. How can he have so much energy to care about other people's affairs? Besides, Naru's actions give people a strange feeling, which makes people unconsciously doubt their purpose. Leo and Kaeldats were watching, and they were watching openly. Not only the four elemental gods discovered them, but Hegius and others who were in trouble also discovered them. Poor Leo, a human who had extended a helping hand to him half a quarter of an hour ago. Hegius had already regarded him as a life-saving straw. He found that Leo was watching from a distance, and Hegius ignored his actions. Will it bring trouble to Leo? He sent him rescue messages one after another, asking for help from someone on the sidelines while fighting the enemy. Even if there is nothing between the two, would be misunderstood. What Hegius did was clearly to drag down Leo, and even the entire Alliance army behind him. There is nothing wrong with seeking help when encountering a strong enemy that you cannot fight against. Leo would do the same thing if he were in Hegius's perspective. But isn't this assumption untrue? At this time, Leo, who was the victim, suddenly darkened. Leo was disgusted by Hegius's approach of putting others into crisis in order to solve his own troubles. Leo was the one who was put in crisis. Woolen cloth? It would have been impossible not to discover that Hegius asked Leo for help. Who made Hegius do it so obviously? The four elemental gods did not need to communicate at all, and they unanimously sent out a spiritual force to lock Leo. For the four elemental gods, who were determined to deal with Leo, they were eager to take this opportunity to kill Leo. Hegius's approach just avoided the trouble of finding an excuse to kill Naxxramas. The mental power of the four elemental gods locked onto him, and it was impossible for Leo not to feel it, which made his face look increasingly gloomy. Hegius is not kind, and the four elemental gods are not good people. The latter, relying on his strength and concern about Gruul's body in his hands, actually wants to take the opportunity to kill himself. Neither of them is good. Want to deal with Naru and me together? Hum. What a big appetite. Leo snorted coldly, and wanted to kill himself while dealing with Naru. The four elemental gods were not afraid of losing their teeth? Following the cold snort, there was a spiritual shock. The four elemental gods did not expect that Leo would take the initiative and compete with them in spiritual power. They were caught off guard by the spiritual power that locked Leo. The latter took advantage of their confusion to forcefully break it. You four guys can't stay safe in the throne of elements. But you dare to come to Void Storm to cause trouble for me. You are really asking for your own death. Breaking free from the mental lock of the elemental gods was just the beginning. As he spoke, Leo's mental power had already locked onto the four elemental gods. Is this guy crazy? The four elemental gods were shocked and angry. They were gods. Real gods. Leo, a mere mortal, dared to target them with his mental power and challenge the majesty of the gods in person. This kid was too courageous. As a god but being provoked by mortals. Leo's approach was no more than hitting them in the face with a brick and slapping their faces in public. The anger of the four elemental gods exploded in an instant. Especially the fire elemental god. He suffered a loss at the hands of Leo in the Battle of Galadar. The persuasion of the other three elemental gods finally made him suppress his violent temper. At this time, Leo's approach reigniting the fire in his heart. Mortal, burn you to death? The furious fire elemental god did not waste any time talking to Leo. He directly dropped Naru, who was dealing with him, left Hegius and the others to his companions to deal with, and turned around to kill Leo. The furious fire elemental god did not make any move to suppress his own power. The soaring fire dyed the blue-purple sky of Voidstorm red. As red as blood. Leo looked coldly at the ferocious-looking fire elemental god coming towards him. He made no move except for the sneer at the corner of his mouth. He was like a lion seeing an ant baring its teeth and claws at him. The contempt from the bottom of his heart made the fire elemental god go crazy. You have to run away directly. You are just a mortal. A lowly human being. What right do you have to despise me? See if I don't burn you to ashes from body to soul. Chapter 965 Lips and Teeth? Not necessarily. 3 magic balls shot out from the slanting stab, intercepting the god of fire element. Kael'thas's voice came from the side. Leave him to me. The magic balls that the Blood Elf Prince had condensed for a long time had been consumed in the battle with Gruul. It took less than a quarter of an hour to condense these 3 new ones. In terms of quality, they were far inferior to the previous 3. However, the fire elemental god also, if it weren't for Gruul, he wouldn't be able to ignore Kael'thas's magic. The attack on Leo was blocked, and the god of fire element was furious. When did these mortals dare to ignore the majesty of gods? Do you think you can show off your power in front of me as a demigod? I will let you know why gods are above mortals. Discovering that Kael'thas had also locked himself with spiritual power, the fire elemental god couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. The blazing flames burned, and that piece of red broke through the purple sky, with the potential to burn the sky. The manic fire elements rushed towards Leo and Kael'thas overwhelmingly. Let's see if the fire will not burn them to death. Ashes vows not to give up. Kael'thas got angry. He said that I would challenge you in a one-on-one fight. But you also put Leo within the attack range. Isn't this looking down on me? The Cindoria golden staff pointed forward, and in the purple and white arcane brilliance, the magic storm swept away the burning fire element. The purple and white arcane magic collided with the red flame spell, and the invisible and qualityless the energy aftermath formed a tangible elemental wave that spread rapidly around. The god of the fire element is a true god, and his strength has not been weakened. Kael'thas, even with his extraordinary talent as a new demigod, cannot gain the upper hand, just as the god of the fire element thinks. No matter what, he is a real god. No matter how stupid he is, no matter how bad his qualifications are. The accumulation of thousands of years is not the training of Kael'thas for hundreds of years can transcend. Seeing that Kael'thas was clearly at a disadvantage, and the crimson flames were approaching, Leo could no longer remain indifferent. Yuzur and the blood god clones fought out. 2 rays of light, one red and one gold, broke through the crimson sea. 2 passages leading to the body of the god of fire element were carved out of the sea of fire, with 2 false gods helping him share the pressure. Kael'thas felt a lot more relaxed. The radiance of arcane magic was able to block the incoming crimson attack. At this time, the Blood Elf Prince just breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect the pressure of facing the gods directly to be so great. When I fought with this fire element alone, the pressure almost made me breathless. It seems that there is still a big gap between my strength and the real gods. In order to deal with a fire elemental god, he sent out 2 clones. What was Leo going to do in the subsequent battle? After letting the 2 clones go out, Leo was not in a hurry to take action. Although Hikius and other Nera now restrained the other three elemental gods, Leo understood that as long as he took action, the three elements of earth, water, and wind would be destroyed. God will definitely concentrate all his efforts to kill himself as quickly as possible in the shortest time. But will those Nara really fight for Leo and the elemental god? Leo couldn't guarantee it. And besides, he wouldn't trust his life or death to a group of guys he couldn't trust, without the help of Nara's power. Can Leo's strength at this time be able to fight against the three gods, who have not been weakened in any way? Seeing Izur, the blood god clone left Leo's side, and the remaining three elemental gods were ready to make a move. At this time, Zenitharea, Sindragosa, and other powerful men were not with Leo. Wouldn't it be to kill this person? A chance for humanity? How could Leo not know the thoughts of the three elemental gods? But he was not panicked at all. He had guessed that such a situation would happen when he sent the two clones to assist Kaeldats. How could it happen since he had already guessed it beforehand? No one to rely on. Flintog appeared next to Leo. The Kobold Geomancer holding the scepter had unconcealable excitement on his face. He said respectfully to Leo, "Master, that place has been moved in. I am still let Osirian garrison it." Leo nodded after hearing this. How could he not know that Flintag moved such a big thing to his unformed kingdom of God? Speaking of this, I have to thank Gruul. If he hadn't killed it, the Dragon Slayer dies. He will not get the Earth Spirit Emblem. Without the Earth Spirit Emblem, there is no need to think about it. Fortunately, that place was abandoned by its original owner. Otherwise, even with the Earth Spirit Emblem, it would not be possible to transfer it to the unformed kingdom of God. The problem on Draenor must be solved as soon as possible. The disappearance of that place does not know what changes it will cause in the home world. What Leo didn't know in the world of Draenor was that trouble had already occurred in his home world. At the moment Flintag moved that temple away through the Earth Spirit Emblem and Adrian, who had been staying in a certain temple, an unprecedented earthquake occurred in the entire wetland. The source of the earthquake was the one that had been revealed to the world, the forgotten ruins of Grim Baratar. A suppressed roar came from beneath the ruins of the dead city, and the rage of the roar could be felt even through the geological layers of unknown depth. The roar lasted for half a quarter of an hour before it gradually stopped. For the sake of his own big plan, the Rora hiding under grim battle forcibly endured it. As a tyrannical being like him, even if he doesn't want something, he won't allow others to get involved. Now if someone dares to touch his reverse scale, don't let him find this daring guy. Otherwise he will skin him and tear him apart. This guy knows what it means to die miserably. The great earthquake in the wetland stopped with the silence of grim battle. But the impact of this earthquake was far from over. The walls of Menethil Harbor almost collapsed during the earthquake, and the entire city was in a panic. The raging Fong fortress obtained by the dwarves Dunmod and Arathar from the kingdom of Stormwind was also damaged to varying degrees. Fortunately, one of these two cities is a dwarf city known for its solid architecture, and the other is a fortress prepared for war. The extent of damage in the earthquake was not great. However, the news of the earthquake in the wetland finally spread. In the end, the leaders of various forces received the news that shocked them. That is, the earthquake was only limited to the wetland and did not affect any other places. An earthquake is only limited to one place. It stands to reason that such a large earthquake should have a wide range. But it happened now. What does this mean? There is something wrong with this wetland. Although the races were different, and the level of detail of the intelligence received was different, the leaders of each force came to the same conclusion. Check. After reaching the same conclusion, the leaders of these forces took the same approach, which was to send people to the wetlands to find the source of the earthquake. Leo had no idea what impact his actions had on the entire world. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. After all, not many things had changed since he appeared, because he knew nothing about the consequences he had caused. Leo was still very calm now, facing the three elemental gods who were about to move. He not only did not have the slightest fear because his opponent was a god, but instead looked at the opponent with provocative eyes, as if it was because he was afraid that the other party would not take action against him. His confident look made the elemental gods hesitate. Although they didn't know much about Leo, a rising star of the human race, they didn't know everything. At least they knew that this kid had never suffered any big losses when facing enemies. Every time he encountered a strong enemy, he had a trump card. One by one, the elemental gods had to pay attention to such people and use endless means to reverse the unfavorable situation. They had to deal with them carefully. How many people can believe that a god who always puts himself in a high position and looks down at mortals would be careful about a human being? But it just happened. The three suspicious elemental gods did not dare to take action against Leo. As gods, they were afraid of a mortal. This feeling made them extremely depressed. The sullenness in their hearts naturally vented on their opponents. Tragedies such as Hegius and others, he found that the offensive of the elemental gods had intensified, and he was ready to kill them first and then fight Leo. Originally, Hegius did not hesitate to offend Leo, but also wanted to drag him into the water, in order to let Leo share their pressure and join hands with them to fight against the elemental gods. Unexpectedly, Leo himself did not take action directly, but kept watching from the sidelines. Although he has taken away a fire elemental god, this is not enough for Naru. The elemental gods intensified their offensive against Naru, but Leo did not take action. He turned a deaf ear to Naru's anxious calls and just stood aside and watched, with an attitude of "I will never interfere if you fight you." Hegius was very anxious. He knew that his previous actions had completely offended Leo. As long as the elemental gods did not take the initiative to attack this strong human being, he would not help him. When things developed to this point, Hegius Kius couldn't help but regret it. I didn't expect that Leo would be so revengeful. Couldn't he see that once we defeat the elemental gods, he will be the one we have to deal with next? While Hegius was dealing with the attack of the elemental gods, he secretly cursed Leo for his stupidity. Of course, Leo understood the principle of lip-to-teeth coldness. But Naru and he were really in a lip-to-teeth relationship? Not necessarily. Besides, even if Naru defeated Leo, he could still protect himself. In that case, why would he intervene? In order to solve his own predicament, Hegius tried to drag Leo into the water regardless of putting him in danger, so that he could face the wrath of the elemental gods. Leo would not save such a person, and would even prepare a brick. Whoever saves him will be killed. It's impossible for me to save you. Leo looked at the battle circle between the three elemental gods and the Naru with a playful look on his face. Such a message was clearly expressed in his eyes. And Hegius was in despair. Could it be that my Nara clan will perish today? No. I will never allow this to happen. Hegius felt furious, and he quickly communicated with other companions. Chapter 966, the so-called inertia. There are strong enemies in front of them, no help behind them, and the Naru are all seriously injured. How long can they hold on under the fierce pursuit of the three elemental gods? A seriously injured body can't hold on for long. Naru knew about this situation. The elemental spirits knew about it, and Leo also knew about it. Therefore, before they can withstand the attack of the elemental gods, the Naru must seek change, and seek a glimmer of hope in change. Originally, Hegius put the variables of the battle on Leo, but Leo didn't trust them at all, and was even more angry with Hegius' selfish behavior. He pretended to stand by and let Hegius so disappointed. The situation was critical, and the Naru had no choice but to make a choice. Volas. Let's go! Several Naru mobilized their strength frantically, and their entire bodies were like large, fully charged light bulbs, with a dazzling golden light. Under the impact of this sudden burst of power, the mental lock of the three elemental gods was broken. Even though the elemental gods have been guarding the Naru since the beginning of the war, the initiative of when the power will break out is not in their hands. Several Narus suddenly tried their best to suffocate their offensive, and an encirclement surrounded the Naru. A flaw. With the help of his companions, a golden figure took advantage of the flaw revealed at this moment and rushed out, escaping into the storm fortress at full speed before the angry pursuit of the elemental gods arrived. Seeing that their companions had successfully escaped, Mola and others used all their strength to entangle the three elemental gods, leaving the latter with no time to escape. From the Naru's desperate efforts to the escape of Volas, the whole process took so fast that Leo, who was standing aside, had no time to react. By the time he felt something was wrong, Volas had successfully escaped into the storm fortress. No. This is a lie. Something suddenly occurred to his mind, and Leo slapped his forehead in frustration. He clearly remembered that in the original history, it was when the storm fortress was in crisis that a Nara named Volas led the Drenii aboard a spaceship named the Exodar in the storm fortress. A spaceship entered the plane where humans and blood elves were while escaping through a rift in the plane. Will history continue to follow its original trajectory? After such a big circle, the so-called history still returns to its original trajectory. Is this the legendary huge inertia of history? Leo really wanted to call out the name of a plant called grass to express his feelings at this time. I know you're cheating, but you can't be so cheating. The escape of Volas made things complicated. If the Drenii really entered the world where humans live, the variables would be too great. Should we stop them? Leo held his chin and kept weighing it. He was considering whether to take advantage of this opportunity to destroy the Exodar before it entered the home world. To be honest, the Draenei felt like a broom star to Leo. Whenever they went to any world, something would happen. Take a look at the world of Draenor where the orcs live. If the Draenei and Nara hadn't come to this world, how could the demons of the Burning Legion come here to hunt them down? Without the arrival of the demons of the Burning Legion, the orc civilization would have be enough time to develop. The creatures in this world will not suffer such a catastrophe. And Draenor itself will not be broken. If history turned back to its original trajectory, then after the Draenei entered the native world, they would be followed by Kil'jaeden the Deceiver, and the Battle of the Sunwell broke out. If so, what would the local world look like? The Knights of the Ebon Blade in the eastern and western Plague Lands are at loggerheads with the Forsaken. The Northrend Northern Expedition is fighting the Lich King's army, and the world of Draenor is still burning in the expedition. Oh my god! The already chaotic world has become it will be even more chaotic. Not to mention Sardras, who will come to the native world at an unknown time. Oh! And Deathwing and his Twilight Hammer. It seems that Thun in the Temple of Encourage is also a hidden danger. In addition, I don't know what happened to Yogg-Saron. It would be really fun if this guy came out to join in the fun. In addition, it seems that the Endless Sea is not peaceful either. Queen Azhara is a presence that no one can ignore. It's chaos. It's chaos. It's all chaos. Leo covered his face. The more he thought about it, the more speechless he became. Leo had a headache outside the field. On the battlefield, Hegius and several other Nara were fighting to the death with the three elemental gods of Earth. Feng Shui. The latter stepped up their offensive again after running a Volas, and at the same time watched Nara's every move more vigilantly, guarding against any tricks they might play again. There is only one Volas left to escape. After observing for a while, Hegius let out a helpless sigh. After this period of fighting, the Naru exploded all their energy. They were about to reach the end of their rope and knew that they were doomed. The Nara looked at Leo with hopeful eyes, but found that the human warlock still had no intention of taking action. Knowing that they could not count on Leo's help, the Nara made a decision. Fight them! The Naru issued a final cry, stimulating and attacking the three elemental gods with the energy essence that maintained their existence. They were making a last-ditch effort. The elemental gods did not dare to show any signs of neglect when they saw this. They gathered together, and the three of them worked together to set up a colorful shield, hoping to block the desperate blows of several opponents. With the three real gods joining forces, there is no doubt about the protective ability of the colored shield. However, Hegius and the others are not easy to deal with. What attacks this time is their essence energy, and its lethality is so strong that even with the power of the gods, it is possible and impossible to tease its edge. The golden energy ball collided with the colorful shield, and the space collapsed in an instant. A terrifying black hole with a diameter of more than 300 meters was formed. The suction coming from this black hole was so strong that even Leo could hardly stand. The elemental gods are now very playable. As the saying goes, it is difficult for 10 people to stop it if one person fights for his life. Several Nara risk their lives and seriously injure or even kill the elemental gods, who drove them to a dead end. How can their dying blows no effect? The colored shield helped its caster block most of the energy impact, but some of the energy still hit the elemental gods after it shattered. This energy accounted for less than 40% of the entire golden light group. There the specific amount is very terrifying. Even if you are a god and you are hit by them, you will be injured. These energy impacts were nothing more than minor injuries to the elemental gods. What really hurt the three elemental gods was the black hole that appeared after the energy collision. The tearing force produced by a black hole with a diameter of 300 meters is so huge, and the three elemental gods are exactly at the center of the black hole. It is not that easy to escape from the black hole. At this moment, Leo, who had been watching, made some changes, as if he wanted to launch an attack while they were trapped in the black hole. The elemental gods were so frightened that they did not hesitate to waste their energy and use their own divine power to forcefully fill the black hole. When the black hole no longer posed a threat to them, the combat power of the three elemental gods was less than 60%. This is a good time for Leo to beat up the drowned dog. But here comes the problem. If Leo wants to kill the three elemental gods, he won't have the energy to absorb the energy left behind when Hegius waits for Naru to dissipate. The pure energy left by several Naru is enough to make Leo's strength improve dramatically. With such a big cake in front of him, does Leo want to give it up? Whether to take the opportunity to beat up the drowned dog or absorb the energy left by Naru is a question worth considering. Thoughts raced in Leo's mind, and after spending half a second to weigh it, he chose the latter. After all, the The elemental gods are real gods. They can't be killed just by trying to kill them. If the 4 elemental gods have lost their vitality, Leo may still take a chance and kill the gods again in this void storm. But don't forget that only the 3 elemental gods of earth, Feng Shui and earth, have been greatly reduced in strength. The god of fire element was not injured. With him at his side, it would be too difficult for Leo to successfully kill the other 3 elemental gods. It is difficult to take but easy to give up, which is what a wise man will not do. Leo may not be a wise man, but he is definitely not a fool. When the 3 elemental gods of earth, water, and wind were busy escaping, Leo did not pursue him, but began to suck deeply. The pure energy left after Nara's death entered his body along with the blood-colored energy lines, allowing his strength to increase again. Seeing the 3 companions escaping, the god of the fire element had to evacuate with them even though he was unwilling to do so. Although Kael'thas tried his best to stop him, the god of the fire element wanted to leave, even if he and Leo's 2 clones were killed. Even though he had to attack in exchange for a chance to escape, the Blood Elf Prince failed to keep him in the end. It's better to let this fire element run away. I won't give you such a chance next time. Kael'thas took a few heavy breaths. The fatigue he had not felt for a long time made him feel uncomfortable and wanted to vomit. It's just that the body is uncomfortable, and the spirit is excited. The feeling of fighting a real god head-on is different. This battle gave me a direct and deep feeling of the power of the gods, which helped me a lot. Kael'thas fought against the god of the fire element regardless of the danger, just to feel the power of the god, and to use the pressure from the other party to give him a clear goal to pursue, and give him the motivation to move forward quickly. Now it seems that this method is very effective. Today I had a battle with Gruul, and then a battle with a god. This kind of life really shouldn't be too exciting. Izur looked at the blood god clone, said something seemingly emotional, and then turned into a golden light and penetrated into Leo's body, leaving only the blood god clone with a gloomy expression. During the battle with the god of fire element, the blood god's clone discovered something that made him depressed. That is, the god of fire element, who had reached the level of a god, was very restrained in his attributes. It was for this reason that the role played in the fight against the god of fire element is far smaller than that of Izur. Isn't it just flames and high temperatures? The blood god clone had a straight face and muttered in a voice that only he could hear. If my power could be even stronger, how could that guy restrain me? God of fire element? Huh? Let's just read the song and see. My dear, give me the heart of the abyss you got. It's useless for you to hold it anyway. The blood god clone also got into Leo's body after leaving such a sentence, and the battle seemed to be over. But is it really over? Chapter 967 Baelmon. The battle outside Storm Fortress is over, but it is far from over inside the fortress. Velan single-handedly suppressed Passerion and Sevicelii, stabilized the position of the Dreenii, blocked the Blood Elves' offensive, and continued to use the defense facilities in the fortress to kill and injure them in their eyes. The invaders, if the Dreenii are given enough time, victory will eventually belong to them. But, do they have enough time? A golden figure appeared in the Storm Fortress. The image was quite embarrassing. Velan took a closer look. Who could this be if it wasn't Bolas? Bolas is in such a mess. How can the situation of other Nar outside Storm Fortress be better? Velan's heart sank. The situation of the Nar was not good, and the Dreenii were not getting better. The future of his own race was in doubt. As a leader, Velan was worried. Bolas, who had escaped into the Storm Fortress, fired a shower of golden arrows. Even if he could only flee in front of the elemental gods, he would think that Bolas was weak. In fact, even if he was seriously injured now, it was not Passerion and Sebastiel can fight against it, let alone other blood elves. The golden rain of arrows fell, and the blood elves who fought with the Dreenii were tied into a sieve, and their lifeless bodies fell down one by one. After this round of golden arrow rain, the Dreenii and the blood elves fell. There was a gap between the elves. Without waiting for Velan to ask, Bolas cast a giant golden circle of light, trapping all the Dreenii inside. Under Velan's surprised gaze, he quickly led the trapped Dreenii towards the interior of Storm Fortress. Go! Velan's face was full of sorrow. Bolas's actions confirmed the bad premonition in his heart. The battle outside Storm Fortress caused heavy losses to the Naru. Muru, Hikius and others are likely to perish, and Bolas Ross was the only Naru to escape. Even the powerful Naru clan has been forced into such a situation. Has the situation collapsed to this extent? While Velan comforted his people, he sighed secretly. Where should the Dreenii go? Get on the ship. Let's get out of here. There is only one word in Volas's mind now. And that is to escape. The faster the better. Fortunately, the Draenei prepared for the worst after discovering that Passerion led his troops to attack the Storm Fortress. Velen organized the warriors of the clan to fight the Blood Elves, and at the same time sent people to organize the old and weak of the clan. Let them all gather on the spaceship. If anything happens, the spaceship can take off immediately. The Draenei fled. But Passerion did not pursue him. Velen and Sebiselii alone were no match for him. Plus Volas, if he really dared to pursue him, the opponent would turn around and kill him in anger. Isn't it an unjust death? It seems that the Nara suffered a big loss in the battle outside the fortress. They will probably give up here. I should make some plans for myself. Passerion rolled his eyes. The delay in the follow-up reinforcements from the tribe let him know that his defection to the Burning Legion had been exposed. Kael'dats would never let him go, even if he occupied the Storm Fortress and was waiting for him. It is also a dead end. The only one who can save his life at this time is the Burning Legion. Fortunately, I was prepared for such a situation. When the matter was revealed, Passerion did not panic. If he did not prepare a way to deal with today's incident, he would be called a calculator in vain. Passerion made a gesture, as if he had activated some secret technique, and Sebastiel's body split open for no apparent reason, and blood flowed all over the floor. A surprising scene appeared. The blood flowing out of Sebiseliai's body spontaneously gathered on the ground to form a magic circle. The magic circle burned with the steaming blood could be seen to be extremely evil at a glance. With the loss of blood, Sebastiel's vitality also weakened. The pain of death allowed the female blood elf to break free from Passerion's control. However, she was now too seriously injured and could only die with angry eyes, staring hard at the outside of Passerion, unable to do anything. Passerion didn't even pay attention to his resentment towards Sebastiel. When he decided to join the Burning Legion, he no longer regarded himself as a member of the Blood Elves. Sebastiel was just a tool in his eyes. What do you need to know about tools? With anger and unwillingness, Sebastiel breathed her last. Just a few seconds after her death, the magic circle formed by her blood on the ground took shape. Passerion chanted a spell. The magic circle exuded an evil aura, and a tall Eridar demon walked out of the magic circle. Passerion used Sebiselii as a sacrifice in order to summon this Eridar demon. After describing the situation in concise words, Passerion asked the Eridar demon, "Your Excellency Baelmon, Kael'dats has discovered that I defected to the Burning Legion. He wants to eradicate me now. What should I do? How to do it? If you can't even do a small thing well, you are really a waste." Baelmon glanced at Passerion. When he heard that Passerion was discovered by Kael'dats, Baelmon really wanted to kill him. However, after hearing what Passerion said about the situation in Storm Fortress, Baelmon Ermin gave up the idea. This blood elf is still somewhat useful. At least it's okay to use him as cannon fodder. Passerion didn't know what was going on in Baelmon's mind. What he saw on the other person's face was a look of satisfaction, which made him let go of his worries a little. "Have your men guard the entrance, and I will soon summon more troops to help you." The Storm Fortress was empty. The Draenei and Nara had given up here. They did not want the Burning Legion. After saying this, Baelmon began to cast summoning spells and ignored Passerion. Feeling Baelmon's indifference, Passerion felt a little angry in his heart, but he did not show it. Instead, he responded respectfully and ordered his soldiers to set up a defense line at the entrance of the Void Storm. The Storm Fortress trembled, and a large spaceship lifted off from the Storm Fortress. Looking at the direction it was traveling in, it seemed to be escaping into the endless void. Leo was absorbing the energy essence left by Hegius and others at this time, and could not spare the energy to do other things. Kael'dats didn't even look at the Draenei spaceship. The Blood Elf Prince had already obtained it. So Lanleon's message sent him that the traitor Passerion he wanted to kill was not dead. Not only did he not die, Passerion took advantage of the Draenei's abandonment of Storm Fortress to occupy the city in the sky. Will Kael'dats allow Passerion to live? Totally impossible. There is no other way to deal with traitors like Passerion except killing. If you dare to rebel, you must be prepared to be killed. The energy ship started slowly. After receiving Kael'dats' order, so Lanleon immediately commanded the Blood Elf soldiers on the ship to open the airship. Since the Draenei did not kill Passerion and the others, then just do it yourself. Seeing the energy ship approaching, Passerion nervously took 2 steps back, letting Baelmon's body block in front of him. He was extremely afraid of Solanleon, the great astromancer Passerion. He was a mysterious and strange sorcerer with great strength and shrewd mind. The more Pazarian came into contact with Solanlian, the more incomprehensible he became. This woman. If Solanlian hadn't been so loyal to Kaeldats that it was almost foolish loyalty, how could Pazarian dare to plot against Kaeldats directly? Originally, in Pazarian's plan, he only needed to use Kaeldats' trust in him to complete the task assigned to him by Kil'jaeden. At that time, under Kaeldats' order, Solanlian was aware of it. No matter what happens, she will carry out the orders given by the prince she is loyal to. But now, Kaeldats has seen through him, and Pazarian's plan has gone bankrupt. Solanlian, who did not pose much of a threat in his original plan, has become one of the most threatening figures to him. And at the same time, the enemy he fears most. Baelmon didn't know Solanlian, let alone how powerful this great astromancer was. Seeing the fear on Pazarian's face, he couldn't help but snort coldly, and his contempt for Pazarian grew in his heart. Pazarian's status in his heart became increasingly low. Let your people resist. My spell will take a while. With contempt in his heart, his tone was naturally not too friendly. And Baelmon gave Pazarian a direct order in the tone of a superior. To be honest, no one knows what Pazarian is thinking. Yu Dao would rather be a chicken head than a phoenix tail. He obviously holds a high position among the Blood Elves and has the trust of Kaeldats. He has the power in his hands. He wanted to join the Burning Legion and ran to see other people's faces. He really didn't understand what benefits Kil'jaeden had promised him. Pazarian was really annoyed by Baelmon. Who did this guy think he was? How dare he boss him around like this? He, Pazarian, had taken direct refuge with Kil'jaeden the Deceiver, and was not a leader with some status like Baelmon. It was really arrogant for Baelmon to treat him as a subordinate now. Baelmon really thinks that he is an Eredar demon and can yell at me? It's not like I don't know about the situation in the Burning Legion. That's a place where strength speaks for itself. Your strength, Baelmon, may not be stronger than mine. What qualifications do you have to order me around? Pazarian was furious, ready to explode. But he endured it after seeing the approaching energy ship. Solanlian is difficult to deal with. I have no chance of winning against her. So I might as well let this idiot help me avoid disaster. After gathering his attention, Pazarian suppressed the anger in his chest and nodded, as if he acquiesced to Baelmon's orders. His appearance was very deceptive. At least Baelmon was deceived by him. Ready to fight, Pazarian put on a posture of mobilizing heavy troops to guard the entrance of Storm Fortress, but secretly sent his elite troops to the rear. As he adjusted his formation, Baelmon, who was summoning, was highlighted and commanded the energy ship. Solanlian, who was approaching Storm Fortress, saw the Eredar demon being summoned at a glance. Want to summon demonic reinforcements? Not that easy. The great astromancer's mental power is locked on Baelmon, and Solanlian's attack will be launched as soon as the energy ship approaches. Chapter 968 Face Hurts. Thousands of fist-sized shadow balls roared towards them. In the blue-purple sky, these shadow balls were like stars dotted in the sky, with an indescribable beauty. However, beautiful things often carry fatal dangers. Pazarian's pupils shrank, and Solanlian did indeed take action. And the calculator's body quietly retreated. The shadow ball came like a torrential rain. The Blood Elves blocking the entrance of Storm Fortress did not know whether it was out of fear or for some other reason. When Pazarian retreated, they all hid aside. Baelmon was completely highlighted, seeing the shadow ball roaring towards him. Baelmon cursed in his heart. These Blood Elves are indeed unreliable guys. They will retreat when encountering a battle. What's the use of such guys staying? Just wait. I will execute all of you useless guys after this battle is over. Baelmon was furious. If it weren't for the enemy, he would have taken action against Pazarian and his subordinates. Arrogant idiot. How will you die now? Feeling Baelmon's murderous intention towards him, Pazarian had a cold smile on his face. He was waiting for the moment when Baelmon would suffer a big loss from Solanlian. Just when the shadow ball struck, Baelmon's summoning spell was completed. A medium-sized portal appeared in the Storm Fortress, and groups of demons walked out of the portal. The demonic reinforcements summoned by Baelmon arrived. After completing the summoning spell, Baelmon finally stepped away to deal with Solanlian's rain of shadow balls. When he thought about it, although there were many shadow balls, and they looked scary, they were all bluffs. What could a mere shadow ball do to him? As a result, Baelmon was in tragedy. As the strongest warlock among the Blood Elves, Solanlian was so powerful that not even Pazarian dared to fight against her due to the sharpness of the Great Star Warlock. Baelmon actually dared to despise her spells. What else could he do if he wasn't looking for abuse? The confident Baelmon cast his proud protective spell. He thought he could block this wave of attacks. He was horrified to find that the incoming shadow ball was many times stronger than he expected. Originally, Baelmon thought that with his own ability, a protective spell could block the scary-looking rain of shadow balls. But when his spell was hit by the first shadow ball and cracked, he knew that he was wrong. So wrong. Solanlian's shadow ball rain is not a trick that seems useless, but a real killing spell. However, even if he understood it, so what? Bearman, who was too trusting, discovered it too late. Oh no! Baelmon now finally knew why Pizzarian retreated, and why those blood elves did not dare to block the rain of shadow balls. It turned out that these shadow balls were so lethal. Under the attack of thousands of shadow balls, he only had time to let out a roar of grief and anger before he was completely drowned by the spell. He was really a fool to be killed so easily. A trace of contempt flashed in Pizzarian's eyes. With Baelman's strength, he should not have been defeated in one move. However, this Eridar demon underestimated the enemy, and tried to rely on a protector when Solanlian's spell struck, using physical magic to protect one's own safety. What is this if not seeking death? Guy who thinks too highly of himself. Who do you think you are? A demigod? With a cold snort, Pizzarian, who had retreated to the interior of Storm Fortress, issued an order to his men. After his order was issued, Storm Fortress began to move. Want to escape? On the energy ship, Solanlian, who killed Baelmon with one blow, was a little angry because she found that the energy ship was much slower than the Storm Fortress, and the opponent would not be able to catch up if he wanted to escape. In terms of pure speed, the energy ship is not slower than the Storm Fortress, and is even much faster. However, this is a void storm, and the energy turbulence from the twisted void is interfering with the movement of the airship all the time. The energy ship is slightly damaged. The interference is great, and the speed cannot be increased at all. But the Storm Fortress is different. It can fly in the twisted void without any interference. Could it be that Pizzarian was just allowed to run away? Seeing that the pursuit was getting further and further away, Solanlian gritted her teeth in anger. She was extremely loyal to Kaeldats, and had already hated Pizzarian, the traitor, to her bones. It was her greatest shame to let him escape in front of her. After closing the distance from the energy ship, Pizzarian was about to breathe a sigh of relief when two huge meteorites fell from the sky. Boom! Boom! The impact of the meteorite caused the Storm Fortress to shake violently. Kaeldats' Chaos Meteorite and Leo's Meteor Technique caused considerable damage to the Storm Fortress. Pizzarian's heart suddenly rose. Traitor! Don't even think about escaping. When the first attack failed, Kaeldats immediately struck a second time. This time not with one Chaos Meteorite, but with two. Compared with Kaeldats' excitement, Leo seemed very calm. After all, it was not him who was betrayed by Pizzarian. He was not as excited as Kaeldats. However, he remains calm, and will still take action when it is time to take action. A blush appeared over the Storm Fortress, and countless meteorites fell down with blazing flames. This was the Doomsday Battlefield version of the Rain of Fire. Leo's meteorites were far inferior in size to Kaeldats' Chaos Meteorites, but the latter only had two, while the former had hundreds of them, overwhelming Kaeldats in terms of quantity. Boom 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 boom. The impact of the meteorite rain caused the Storm Fortress to collapse. At this moment, a golden sword made a bright energy cut through the blue-purple sky and fell towards the Storm Fortress. Izur's Heavenly Sword. This is another spell that Leo cast by borrowing Izur's power. If the Blood God clone hadn't fallen silent after getting the Heart of the Abyss, he would have cast a third spell. The Sword of Heaven struck the Storm Fortress, and the golden energy blasted a deep mark on the giant spaceship. Then, a loud noise came from the Storm Fortress. It's not good. Lord Pizzarian. The energy warehouse in the fortress exploded. A blood elf ran over with a pale face and brought Pizzarian the worst news. A giant spaceship like Storm Fortress requires extremely huge amounts of energy. Without an energy store, Storm Fortress can only fly for half a quarter of an hour at most. Pizzarian's face suddenly darkened. It was definitely the previous sword that split open the energy warehouse's protection. Otherwise, how could those meteorites penetrate the thick protective layer of the energy warehouse? Damn, Leo. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in such a mess. Pizzarian was so angry that he was shaking all over. Fortunately, he had not lost his mind yet, and knew that using his own strength to fight Leo would not be a desperate effort but a death. Kaeldats. Leo. Just wait for me. I will repay you 1,000 times what happened today. After saying these cruel words, Passerain hurriedly rushed into the storm fortress. Leo and Kael'thas wouldn't let him go. So how could he let them go? Now that he has pledged his allegiance to kill Jaden, and since he has surrendered to the Burning Legion, what worries does Passerain have? Leo, who discovered that the storm fortress had been seriously injured and was about to beat the drowned dog, had not cast the force spell when he saw the storm fortress opening a space crack as if it were on a drug and sailing into the twisted void, sensing the extremely familiar breath of the plane from the space cracks. Kael'thas and Leo's expressions changed. They shouted loudly and took action again. The sword of heaven cut off again, and the chaos meteorite was wrapped in a hurricane and fell again. The huge size of the storm fortress could not escape the attack of the two men. But this giant spaceship was too big. Leo and Kael'thas this time the attack only left the rear half of the spacecraft, and the front half of the spacecraft staggered into the space rift, and Passerain escaped into another plane. Passerain. He deserves to die. The failure to leave the storm fortress and allow Passerain to escape did not become a reason for Leo to be angry. The reason why he said this was because of the plane Passerain escaped into. There are only two planes that Leo and Kael'thas are familiar with. One is the world of Draenor where they are located, and the other is their hometown, the birthplace of humans and elves. That's right. It was the native plane on the other side of the dark portal that Passerain escaped into. It doesn't matter that Calculator brought half of the storm fortress into the home plane. What's important is that there is a portal in the storm fortress. A portal that communicates with the Burning Legion and can transport the whole team of demons that bring disaster to the world. It is conceivable what kind of disaster this portal will bring to the hometowns of humans and elves as Storm Fortress enters the native plane. This is the reason why Leo said Passerain should die. Check. Check for me immediately. You must find Passerain and the portal. After hearing the news, the faces of all the marshals in the Alliance were as dark as the bottom of a pot. And the hot-tempered dwarf General Andalmar jumped up and down. The whereabouts of Passerain must be found in the shortest possible time. Once the demons that enter the home world through the portal become the climate, it will be really bad. Passerain felt that there weren't enough things going on in the native plane, and it wasn't chaotic enough. So he had to bring the demons of the Burning Legion to take part in it. The corners of Leo's mouth twitched, and his face hurt, seeing that Andalmar was planning to immediately return to his home world to look for Passerain. Leo quickly advised, someone will be responsible for finding traces of Passerain. We only need to pass the news back to all parties. Everyone will cooperate with us. The army has arrived in Draenor. We cannot go back easily. This world is the bridgehead against the Burning Legion. In addition to wanting to develop new resources by sending an army into the world of Draenor, the leaders of the Alliance also had an important plan to defend the enemy from outside the country. The world of Draenor is the springboard for the Burning Legion to attack the home plane. It is also a natural battlefield against the Burning Legion. It is better to fight in other people's homes than to fight in your own home. Although it is unfair to the world of Draenor. In order to protect your home and keep your loved ones from harm, you can't care so much. Besides, even if the Alliance does not designate this place as a battlefield against the Burning Legion, this broken world will not exist for long. The demons of the Burning Legion only bring destruction, as evidenced by the worlds destroyed by them, without the obstacles of Naru and Gruul. Now is the best time to capture Netherstorm and Blade's Edge Mountain. Are we going to give up? Leo motioned Andalmar to calm down. Look for Passerain and the teleportation tower. The gate is important, but opening up a new battlefield in the world of Draenor is equally important. Chapter 969: The Evil Blood God's Clone. The Terraker Forest experienced a violent explosion not long before the meeting. Nearly half of the entire forest was affected by the explosion, and the originally lush southern Terraker turned into a scorched earth. The vast forests that took nature countless thousands of years to form were reduced to ashes in an instant. And the scarred land once again proved that destruction is always easier than construction. The source of the explosion in Terraker Forest was Auchendown, the temple where the Draenei buried their dead. After the explosion, various forces from the world of Draenor flocked here with different purposes, some of which were looking for the Draenei. Some of the treasures left by the Lanei people are for the purpose of discovering the relics of the Draenei people, while others are for some ulterior secrets. After a battle, the small forces without strength were either driven out, or were all buried in Auchendown, and became neighbors with the countless Draenei buried here. Those who were able to stay and occupy a place were like burning big forces like the Legion, the Revenge Army, and the Shadow Council, since the big explosion in Oakington blew up countless bones buried underground, with Oakington as the center. A radius of hundreds of miles turned into a wilderness scattered with countless skeletons. This is the Bone Wilderness. Their own graves were blown up, and the remaining bones were exposed in the wilderness. How could the dead Draenei be willing to rest? Countless Draenei souls are wandering in Ochendown with their resentful souls. These resentful souls attack any living creature that enters their perception out of hatred for the living. Due to their existence, they originally came in and out of Ochendown in 2s and 3s. The adventurers quickly disappeared. Exploring Ochendown may yield rewards, but no matter how great the rewards are, you still have to live to enjoy them. Right. These adventurer teams do not have the ability to survive under the siege of a large number of resentful souls. Even if they are unwilling to do so, they have to retreat. Only fools can do this to lose their lives in vain. As soon as the rest of the crowd retreated, the originally lively Ochendown immediately became deserted. Only the major forces that had established a firm foothold in this underground maze were still inside, carrying out their own plans. The Draenei ghosts lingering in Ochendown were unable to expel these major forces, and the Burning Legion and other forces did not take the initiative to provoke them. They went on with their own plans. Ochendown, which had been noisy for a while, was in this strange place. The atmosphere fell silent. However, today, someone broke this silence. A black dragon swaggered over Ochendown. His arrogant appearance attracted the attention of all the Draenei ghosts. The ghosts were immediately furious if outsiders dared to act arrogantly in their territory. As a result, a spectacular scene occurred in Oakington. Groups of translucent Draenei ghosts floated into the sky, trying to chase a black dragon. New ghosts joined from time to time along the way. The team of pursuers multiplied geometrically as time went by. After Kington flew around, the mighty army of ghosts had stretched for dozens of kilometers. With the speed of the giant dragon, it can already get rid of these followers behind it. Although the ghost can fly, its speed can never be compared with the sky-level dragon. The reason for this is not that the dragon is incapable of getting rid of the ghost, but that he did it on purpose. The ghost chasing the black dragon did not know that wherever the black dragon flew over, the skeletons that had been blown to the surface since the Ochendown temple had all turned into fine crystal particles. After the appearance of these crystal particles, an obscure and mysterious force collected them. The number of corpses collected after going around is more than 500,000. These are just the ones that were blasted to the surface by magic. I don't know how many are buried underground. Oakington is really a big cemetery. Human voices came from the back of the black dragon, and the ghost army following the black dragon started to stir after hearing the voices of living people. Out of disgust for the living, the faces of these ghosts became more and more ferocious. Looking at the ghosts chasing behind him, Leo was not intimidated by their huge number. In his eyes, these ghosts were not life-seeking ghosts, but upgraded energy. Do they need to be afraid? Of course not. Why do you think you are doing this? You are already dead. Why are you still struggling in this world? I am in a good mood today, so I will save you. High-sounding reasons cannot cover up someone's shamelessness. No matter how beautiful the words are, Leo's purpose remains unchanged. He wants to deal with the mighty ghost tail behind him. When it comes to dealing with souls, no other profession is better than a warlock. As a warlock demigod, Leo does not lack the means to deal with souls. My dear, why do you need to take action on these little things? Let me handle them. Leo was about to take action when the blood god separated and ran out. Seeing that his clone wanted to take action, Leo stopped. Ever since the fight with the god of fire element, the blood god clone who found himself restrained by flames and high temperatures has been silent ever since he took the heart of the abyss. I don't know what he has been doing during this time. Now he appears on his own initiative. Leo, just take a look at what he's capable of. Did you fuse the heart of the abyss? As his true self, Leo has the right to inspect the blood god's clone. After checking the status of the clone, Leo discovered a situation. That is, the aura of the blood god's clone became very strange, with a hint of something. The smell of H.L. This aura of H.L. is extremely pure. Once the blood god's clone can completely turn it into his own, instead of being as insignificant as it is now, then he can transform into a terrifying H.L. demon god level existence, with the power to sweep everything. The heart of the abyss actually has such an effect. Leo was stunned. He didn't even check the heart of the abyss that he got after killing Brutalis. If the blood god's clone hadn't taken it away, there's no telling whether Leo would have forgotten it. When asked by Leo, the blood god clone nodded and replied, of course. After answering Leo's question, the body of the blood god clone quickly twisted and deformed, and a long bloody river hung in the sky of Ochendown. Weird attack method. Leo held his hands and stood on Nefarion's back, quietly watching everything that happened in front of him. The blood-colored river formed by the blood god's avatar rolled toward the ghost army behind Nefarian. The mighty ghost army, that stretched for dozens of miles, was actually swept in. This scene was really shocking. I really don't know how the blood god clone did it. The ghosts fell into the blood river, as if they had encountered something that frightened them. And they all wailed. The ghostly screams gave people goosebumps all over their body. The temperature of Oakington suddenly dropped several times amidst the ghostly screams. At this time, the weather that was originally like midsummer suddenly turned into late autumn, and the chilly feeling made people shiver. The scene of countless ghosts struggling in the blood river made Leo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This scene gave him a feeling of déjà vu. This is not to say that Leo has seen such a scene, but that he seems to have seen such scenes in the descriptions of some books. The blood god clone is really weird after fused with the heart of the abyss. This clone is really evil. But this seems good? Leo rubbed his chin. He felt that the evil nature of the blood god's clone was very good. If Yuzura represents light, and his original body represents darkness, then the blood god's clone is the part between light and darkness. In this way, wouldn't the power attributes between the two clones and his true self be perfect? There is both light and dark, and other colors in between. Well, now I am still in the mood to think about other things, which means that I can deal with those ghost blood god clones with ease. And Leo doesn't need to worry at all. This was indeed the case. The bloody river swept all the ghosts into it, no matter how hard the latter struggled. It was to no avail. After a while, the chirping ghosts stopped completely, and all the ghosts disappeared. Belch. The blood god clone returned to his human form. He touched his belly and burped. Seeing his actions, Leo knew what was going on without him opening his mouth. Unexpectedly, his clone is also a foodie, and his taste is not as strong as usual, and he actually swallows ghosts. Leo curled his lips, feeling a little depressed about this. You said that your blood god clone's evil nature is just evil. But why are you so hungry and unwilling to eat? You say you eat something bad, but you eat ghosts. What's going on? Leo was speechless as the aura of the blood god clone suddenly increased a lot. Could this guy improve his abilities by devouring psychic creatures? Thinking of this, Leo's depression has weakened a lot. If this is the case, letting the blood god's clone go when he encounters psychic creatures is a good way to improve his strength. My dear, I feel that there is a lot of food just under this land. The blood god clone licked his lips. His movements and expressions, paired with the color of his body, were really alluring. Don't worry. None of the guys down here can escape. Leo looked at the ruins of Ochendown beneath his feet, which seemed calm, but were actually undercurrents, and said slowly, since you can increase your strength by swallowing psionic bodies, then we might as well start with the Ochenai Crypts. The Ochenai Crypt is part of the underground labyrinth of Ochendown. This place is ostensibly occupied by numerous Drenii ghosts. In fact, its true owner is a man who studied necromancy and became obsessed with it, even walking away. The astray Drenii Archbishop Maladar. Leo had considered choosing the Ochenai Crypt. First of all, Maradar does not have a strong backing, which means that it will not be too much trouble to deal with this guy. Secondly, judging from the methods just used by the blood god clone, he has a powerful ability to kill psionic bodies in groups. The ghosts in the Ochenai Crypts are both efficient and relaxed. When it comes to things, it is of course better to do things easier first and then harder. Once you've chosen a target, go for it. Leo doesn't want to waste too much time here, as the Blood Elves try to fully control the Void Storm, and the Alliance marches into the Blade's Edge Mountains. There are still many problems that need to be solved by him. Chapter 970. Something is wrong. Maladar was originally an archbishop in the Temple of Ochendown, and the years he spent in this underground labyrinth accounted for a large part of his life. As the archbishop of this underground cemetery, Maladar has the ability to communicate with souls. People like him are equivalent to the psychics in the native world before the invasion of the Scourge, and their status is extremely high. Originally, Maladar thought that life would go on like this, but the arrival of a group of orcs ruined everything. To this day, Maladar can't forget the scene when those red-eyed orcs entered the Ochendown temple. He watched helplessly as his former companions fell one by one. His own people and relatives died tragically under the orcs' butcher Nias. Maladar, who managed to escape the disaster, changed. He could not forget the ferocious face of the orcs. He could not forget the horror of his relatives under the orcs butchering Nias. He stood in a temple filled with corpses of his own race, looking at the land full of blood, and looking at the dead silence after the orcs wreaked havoc. Temple, Maradar's hatred is burning. The orcs must not be let go. All orcs should be punished, especially Durotan, who led the orcs to bloodbath the temple. Once a person is dominated by hatred, no matter what his starting point is, his character will be distorted, and he will do whatever it takes to get revenge. Maladar was dominated by hatred. In order to take revenge, he was so crazy that he used the souls of Auchendown's own people as raw materials to conduct his evil soul experiments. Big changes brought about a big change. Maladar went from being a friend to the ghosts in Auchendown crypts to a villain that they hated and feared. The ghosts of the Draenei now wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. It's just that Maladar's strength is not weak, and he got involved with the devil in order to gain power. The ghosts can't do anything to him. Many ghosts who want to kill Maladar are even controlled by him. He acted as a puppet against foreign enemies. Deep in the Auchenai crypt, Maladar, who made countless Draenei ghosts want to sleep on his skin and eat his flesh, was wearing a bloody battle armor. In front of him were two powerful demon leaders. He collaborated with Levi Hughes and Death Watcher Shirak. When cooperating with Levi Hughes, Maladar valued the Book of the Dead in his hand. The contents recorded in that book were of great help to his experiments. To be honest, the fact that this book fell into the hands of Levicius was completely a secret act. The demon who holds the Book of the Dead only used it to do some small tricks to lure souls. These unscrupulous methods fell into the hands of Ma and Radar's eyes. It was simply a waste of natural resources. If Maladar hadn't been afraid of Levicius and Sirak joining forces, he would have started to rob it. A good thing like the Book of the Dead should be in the hands of someone like himself, who can play its role. It would be a huge waste to let it fall into the hands of ignorant fools, like Levi Hughes. Out of this idea, Maladar had discussed with Levicius many times, hoping to obtain the Book of the Dead in his hands. Perhaps Levicius was too cunning, or perhaps Maladar was too eager. In short, Archbishop Delaney's purpose was guessed by the devil. Now that he has mastered Maladar's psychology, Levicius could not achieve his goals before he could naturally. The other party will not get what they want before the goal is achieved. Levicius held his head high and said to Maladar in a tone that left no room for doubt, "I have said that the Book of the Dead is mine, and I cannot give it to you." Maladar frowned. His patience with this guy has almost reached its limit. He has been wooing Sirak recently. Once he successfully draws the Death Observer to his side, at the very least, he will not be able to fight between himself and Levi. When Hughes remained neutral during the conflict, Maladar dared to take action. Maradar is not capable of one-on-two, but he is more likely to succeed in one-on-one duel or even teaming up with Sirak. Don't forget where this is. There are countless other people in the Auchenai crypt. The Draenei ghosts controlled by Maladar. These ghosts will be his best help in defeating Levi Hughes. Maladar was about to speak, but his expression suddenly changed. Levicius and Sirak had their backs to the entrance. They did not see what was happening outside. But it was different for Maladar, who was facing the entrance. Just as they were talking, a bloody light rolled in. In this bloody light, countless ghosts were struggling. They were all the souls of the Draenei controlled by Maladar. It was this that made Maladar's face change color. He cast a spell on the souls of the Draenei he controlled. Once something happened, he would feel it. This was also what Maladar could do, staying in the deepest part of the Auchenai crypt all year round without fear of enemy invasion. However, before this bloody light entered his sight, he did not receive any inappropriate message. My spell isn't working? Or is this bloody light so powerful that my spell was destroyed before it even took time to activate? If it was the former, Maladar felt that there was still hope. But he knew very well that this was simply impossible. There is only one truth to the matter, and that is that the intruder is so powerful that he is completely unmatched. Who is it? Who wants me to die? Seeing the bloody light wrapping around him, Maladar let out an unwilling cry in his heart. He has not taken revenge yet, and he really does not want to die. But it doesn't matter if he doesn't give in, or he harbors hatred. The gap in strength is there. Even if Maladar struggles desperately, he can't avoid the fate of being involved in the bloody light. What? After Levi Hughes said his last words, he was drowned by the bloody light, and became one of those struggling in the long river of blood. What is surprising is that Death Observer Sirak actually resisted. As the advanced evolved form of the evil eye monster, Sirak is the weakest among the three. However, Maladar and Levi Hughes could not even resist. It's really strange that he can resist. However, the difference in strength between Sirak and his opponent was too big, and all he could do was delay his own death a little bit. After a very short period of resistance, the blood finally overwhelmed him. The bloody light swept away all the ghosts and demons in the Auchenai crypt. Needless to say, there was no one except Leo's blood god clone. When all the strugglers in the bloody light disappeared, When all the wailings disappeared, the blood god's clone appeared in the dead and empty Achinai crypt. It stands to reason that after eating so many spiritual bodies, giving himself a full meal and improving his strength, the blood god clone would not be in a bad mood even if he was not overjoyed. However, now he has a gloomy face. The reason for this is that he discovered another weakness of his. When attacking Surlak, the Death Observer's subconscious counterattack made the blood god clone feel a little wary. This is why Surlak was the weakest but the last one to be sucked into the blood river. He has an instinctive fear of the blood god's clone, which is an energy ray with annihilation properties. Of course, this fear only exists now. Once he activates all the abilities given to him by the Heart of the Abyss and turns himself into a terrifying H.L. demon-level existence. This fear will disappear, and this weakness will no longer exist. However, no matter what, the blood god clone is now afraid of energy annihilation rays. Weakness is weakness. No matter how you deny it, it exists. Even if it is only a temporary weakness, its existence makes the blood god clone extremely unhappy. Huh? The depressed blood god clone suddenly discovered a strange thing, which was a book. What on earth is it? The book that interested the blood god's clone was not an ordinary book. This book was the Book of the Dead that made Maladar become murderous towards Levicius. Now, Maladar is dead. Levicius is also dead. And everything they carry has been corroded into the most basic particles in the blood river transformed by the blood god's clone. Only this book, the Book of the Dead, was preserved intact. Even the bodies of Levicius and Maladar could not withstand the corrosion of the blood river. But this Book of the Dead was not damaged at all. How could the blood god's clone not be curious about it? You know your own business. And no one knows the corrosive power of the blood river better than the blood god's clone. It is the corrupted blood inherited from the blood god hacker. Even the gods will suffer great losses if they fall into the blood river. The book is fine, but the corrupted blood that can corrupt the divine body has no effect on it. Doesn't this mean anything? Baby! This book must be a treasure. The blood god clone reached into his body and tried to take out the Book of the Dead. But an accident happened. The blood god clone's hand grabbed the Book of the Dead and pulled it out, but didn't pull. What? The blood god clone was slightly surprised. He increased his strength and tugged hard. The Book of the Dead still didn't move. How is this going? If the first time was an accident, then the second time was definitely not. The blood god's clone pulled hard the second time. The force of this pull was more than 10,000 kilograms. Not to mention a book. Even a city gate would be pulled down by him. But why was the Book of the Dead not dragged? Increase the power again. Drag again. And the result is the same as before. The Book of the Dead is still silent. It's so evil. The blood god clone felt that he was already evil enough. But he didn't expect that this unknown book in his body was even more evil. It seemed to be rooted in his body. And he couldn't move it no matter how hard he tried. You can do whatever you want. From the posture of the gentle breeze blowing over the hills. There was a strange book with unknown purpose in his body for no apparent reason. And no one would be comfortable with it. However, the blood god clone couldn't get it out despite all its efforts, which made him very worried. It seems that in addition to not talking nonsense, you can't eat food randomly either. What should I do? The blood god clone scratched his face. After thinking hard to no avail, he made a decision. No matter what, go to me and ask. Maybe there will be a solution. Chapter 971 Weird Book. Over the ruins of Auchendown. Nefarian flapped his wings and kept circling. After some cleaning, the bone-white wilderness is now as clean as if a dog has licked it. Nothing but wasteland is wasteland. You won't see anything here. A bone. Leo didn't even go to clear out the Achinai crypt. Not all enemies were worthy of his attack. With the ability of the blood god's clone, he could completely wipe out the place single-handedly. Maladar would not be able to fight back at all under his hands. The gods are not cabbages on the roadside. Even if they are just false gods, no one can stop them. At least not in the Achinai crypt. Things developed just as Leo expected. After the blood god clone entered the Achinai crypt, it swept across them. There were almost no enemies where the blood river passed. There were countless ghosts in the Achinai crypt. All of them became a stepping stone for him to become a stronger person. If it hadn't been for the accidents of Death Observer Sirik and the Book of the Dead, this trip to the Achinai crypts would have been worthy of the word perfect. When the blood god clone swept across the Achinai crypt, Leo was checking the message from Scarlet. The problem with the female paladin is still unresolved. But the situation is gradually improving. At least the golden light that soars into the sky has been suppressed. Now only the Code of Light is left unconsciously leaked to exclude others within 10 meters of scarlet. Energy of Benedictus, the human archbishop, is quite promising. I don't know what his purpose is in this matter. He is the hardest working person among all the people. If it weren't for the archbishop's day and night efforts, he would not be able to control the Code of Light. Repression cannot reach this level. Benedictus' behavior made Leo very confused. If others don't know the details of Benedictus, how can Leo not know? This archbishop, who enjoys a high reputation among the human race, has long been beguiled by Deathwing's heresies. On the surface, he is the revered archbishop of the Holy Light. But secretly Benedictus has joined the Twilight Hammer and become senior people inside. Isn't the Twilight Hammer dedicated to destroying the world? It stands to reason that Benedictus shouldn't work so hard. Once the Burning Legion can locate the location of the local plane through the Code of Light in Scarlet's body, then destruction will come to the local area. The plane and the world will also be destroyed by the Burning Legion. Isn't this just like the Twilight Hammer's wish to destroy the world? Leo scratched his face with a thoughtful expression. Benedictus' anomaly made him feel that his previous ideas seemed to be a little biased. Although the Twilight Hammer also pursued the destruction of the world, their purpose of destroying the world was very different from that of the Burning Legion. Not allies but enemies. If this is the case, what can be done? Leo feels that this is an opportunity. An opportunity to preserve the home world. After all, although the Burning Legion is powerful, the Twilight Hammer, backed by Deathwing and the Ancient God, is also not a weakling. If there is friction between the two, mankind will the opportunity for the race waiting to survive in the cracks has come. While he was thinking, a bloody figure jumped out from the ground, and the Blood God clone rushed up with a depressed look on his face. Seeing the appearance of the Blood God's clone, Leo was slightly startled. It turned out that the Blood God's clone had told Leo what happened to him through telepathy. Leo became interested in a strange book that could not be corrupted even by the corrupted blood of the Blood God's clone. Moreover, this strange book could not be moved while it was still in the Blood God's clone. My dear, what do you think? Hearing the Blood God's clone's words, Leo rolled his eyes. What do I think? How can I see it? Leo reached into the Blood God clone's body, pulled it gently, and it came out. With almost no effort, Leo took out the Book of the Dead from the Blood God's clone. The Blood God clone was dumbfounded. What was going on? The strange book that he couldn't pull out just now. Leo, the original figure, took it out with just a little force. How strange this thing was. Are you playing with me? Just when the Blood God clone was puzzled, Leo's voice came into his ears. The Blood God clone raised his head and saw Leo looking at him with strange eyes, with a rather unkind look on his face. What do you mean by a strange book that cannot be retrieved even if you live or die? Didn't it come out if I just pulled it gently? Leo's eyes clearly conveyed this meaning. If the Blood God clone didn't give him an explanation, life would probably not be easy. No. This. The Blood God clone pointed at the Book of the Dead in Leo's hand. The latter waved the book in front of him with an expression that said, I'm waiting for you to make up a story. The Blood God clone was speechless. He really said this. I don't know. If it were him, Leo would have thought he was playing tricks on him. Am I like that kind of person? The Blood God clone looked aggrieved. But in return Leo shook his head and said decisively, You are not like that. You are exactly that. What a huge injustice. The Blood God clone was really speechless at this time. Fortunately, Leo did not continue to delve into this matter. Regardless of whether what the Blood God clone said was true or whether he was deliberately teasing him. Since the book in his hand could be used in the blood, the fact that Shinfeng was taken out intact from his body speaks volumes. Able to withstand the erosion of corrupted blood. No matter what the content of this book is, it is a treasure. Open the cover. Open the book. And then Leo was stunned. Blank. Blank. There is nothing written on the pages of the Book of the Dead. As if it were a white book. I quickly flipped through the book and found that there was really not a single word in it. Which made Leo happy. What is this? A wordless heavenly book. Just when he was about to put away the Book of the Dead, his heart suddenly throbbed. And his movements immediately stopped. The message from Goldfinger sounded in Leo's mind. Boy, I really don't know whether you should be unlucky or lucky. Do you know that you got yourself into big trouble by getting this book? Trouble? Leo raised his eyebrows. He has never been afraid of trouble. But if he adds the 3 words big before trouble, and these 3 words are written by Goldfinger, who always thinks highly of himself, Leo will have to treat it with caution. Tell me what's going on. You ruined other people's good deeds. Do you know? Goldfinger paused as he spoke. seeming to organize his words. Why do you think the Draenei buried all their dead people in Auchendown? Really? Is it just to facilitate the management of the corpses of the clan members? Boy, don't be naive. If that's the case, why was Auchendown's defense so weak? And Durotan led a group of orcs to massacre the place? When Goldfinger said this, Leo became a little curious. The name Durotan was very familiar. He was Thrall's father. Although Leo didn't know about Durotan's capture of Auchendown, he knew that it was not impossible. In that chaotic era, when the orcs were under the control of the Burning Legion, even if Durotan was conscious, he could not disobey the collective will of the tribal leaders in the tribe. Perhaps Durotan's attack on Auchendown was somewhat coerced, but this cannot conceal the fact that he led the orcs to massacre the Draenei guards here. Auchendown is obviously the cemetery of the Draenei, but they built a temple here. Since it is a temple, it is naturally dedicated to gods. Let me ask you, do you know which god is worshipped here? Goldfinger's words really stopped Leo. Auchendown was obviously a large underground cemetery where the Draenei buried their bodies. But they built it into a temple, and the main body of the temple was secretly built in an underground maze. It was really weird. Perhaps the Draenei people's customs are different. What Leo said makes sense. After all, each nation has different customs, and you cannot measure an alien race by the standards of your own race. Goldfinger snorted coldly and said, if the thing on your hand didn't appear, it would really make sense. Leo looked at the Book of the Dead in his hand with some confusion, and flipped through it again. It was still a blank page with nothing in it, and he didn't find anything special at all. You can't tell anything like this. Even if you meet me, no one else would be able to discover the mystery inside. Goldfinger's voice was somewhat arrogant, but this guy does have the ability to be arrogant. Just listen to him saying to Leo, after entering the law of death into this book, read it again. As one of the most powerful laws, the law of death is not something that can withstand anything. Even if a real god is touched by the law of death, the immortal will peel off his skin. Now Goldfinger actually asked Leo to inject such power into a body. In this book? Can this book bear it? Has Goldfinger lost his mind? If anyone else had said this, Leo would still have doubts. But Goldfinger received completely different treatment. As soon as he finished speaking, Leo entered the law of death into the Book of the Dead. A surprising scene appeared. The Book of the Dead, which was infused with the law of death by Leo, was not destroyed. Instead, it emitted a faint light as if it had been activated. With the appearance of the light, the originally blank pages of the Book of the Dead appeared. The pattern was so thin that it was almost invisible. If Leo hadn't been staring at the book, he wouldn't have been able to spot it. Even with Leo's eyesight, the contents of the pages could not be clearly seen. But the words Book of the Dead on the cover could not be clearer. Book of the Dead? Why does this name sound so familiar? Leo scratched his face, seeming to think of something. Another book appeared in his hand, and it was a Book of the Dead. This was the story of killing the fearful demon Balnazar in the Holy Lights Hope Chapel. The spoils of time. So I say you are lucky. Goldfinger's voice was filled with emotion. I took out the Book of the Dead in the Holy Lights Hope Chapel for your future consideration. I didn't expect you to be able to really use it so quickly. Who would have thought that you could get such a treasure in this world? If you are not afraid of being troubled, I can tell you how to combine the two books. However, I want to warn you in advance. If you really decide to do that, the benefits to you will be great, but the troubles will also be great. You may not be able to handle it with your current ability. Now, tell me your plan. Chapter 972, Stirring a Hornet's Nest. My choice? What do you think I will choose? There was a hint of sarcasm in Leo's tone. Goldfinger had made it very clear before that the Book of the Dead was prepared for him in the future. Needless to say, the power of this book must be extraordinary. Goldfinger would know the speed of Leo's growth. But even so, he said he was planning for the long term. It would be strange if the real Book of the Dead didn't have the power to defy the heavens. This is equivalent to a trumpet who has not yet left the novice village, but has the opportunity to own a top-level suit. Even if he cannot use it, it can make people feel comfortable to put it in the bag and look at it. Besides, can Leo really not use the Book of the Dead? Not necessarily. Goldfinger didn't answer. He could tell that Leo was a little dissatisfied with him. In fact, he also blamed him. He obviously wanted Leo to possess the Book of the Dead immediately, but he had too many concerns. Isn't this hypocritical? It's not mine. After laughing at himself, Goldfinger took action. A stream of information poured into Leo's mind. This is how to merge the two Books of the Dead. You won't know if you don't look at it, but you will be shocked when you look at it. The method of merging the Book of the Dead is not difficult. Well, using the word difficult is an exaggeration. In fact, the method of fusion is so simple that Leo can understand it with almost no effort on his brain. But to fuse the Book of the Dead is you have to understand what it does, and what you can do with it after you get it. It was these last 2 points that shocked Leo. Leo looked at the 2 books of the dead in his hands with disbelief. Even with his composure, he started to stutter. This kid didn't stutter, but simply couldn't even speak an entire sentence. You know now, the benefits you got this time are big enough. But the troubles are just as big, Goldfinger said. His voice gradually became quieter. Just take care of yourself. I hope you can handle it. Leo's behavior was extremely weird. He knew that the Book of the Dead was not simple. But he didn't know that the Book of the Dead was so complex. It was indeed, as Goldfinger said, the benefits he received from integrating the Book of the Dead were greater than expected. But correspondingly, the troubles waiting for him would not be small. Although I don't know what trouble there will be. But how can you do anything without risks? High returns come with high risks. Leo would not understand this truth. Although there are risks, the temptation of integrating the Book of the Dead is even greater. Too great for Leo to refuse. Since Goldfinger has arranged the Book of the Dead for me, this step will come no matter what. It's better to get it sooner than later. Why are you afraid of him? Leo said and made up his mind. The power of death was fluctuating, and 2 books of the dead floated in the air, stopping half a meter away from Leo. At this time, Leo increased the output of the law of death, forming a miniature vortex between the 2 books with the power of death. Don't underestimate this micro-whirlpool. It is the result of Leo's full efforts. It contains Leo's complete understanding of the law of death. Not to mention that mortal creatures, even real gods, can't get rid of it if they are involved. Well, the law of the strongest is not something that sounds nice. Under the pull of the vortex, the 2 books of the dead slowly approach. As long as they enter the center of the vortex, the 2 books can be successfully fused together under the pull of the law of death. In order to merge the 2 books of the dead, Leo focused all his attention on controlling the vortex created by the power of death. At this time, if a powerful enemy sneaks up on him, the consequences will be disastrous. But would Leo be so careless? Just as the 2 books of the dead were getting closer, a golden light rose from the ruins of Ochendown. A man of light broke through the obstacles in the ruins and rushed into the sky. The familiar light energy, the familiar figure, the familiar way of existence is another Naru. There is a Naru hidden in the ruins of Ochendown. Who is he? The golden light cut through the sky like a sharp sword, and the sword pointed at Leo. Naru's target is Leo. You guys are so unfriendly as soon as you come out. The golden light was rising, and a bloody figure suddenly shot out of the slanting thorn. It was Leo's blood god clone. The blood god's clone, who possesses the combat power of a false god, successfully stopped the Naru who emerged from the ruins of Ochendown, defeating the opponent's attempt to attack Leo. Leo is not the kind of mana who is so careless that he puts himself into dangerous situations at will. Before initiating the fusion of the 2 books of the dead, he has already made complete preparations in case someone takes the opportunity to make a sneak attack. Now it seems like this protective measures are very necessary. Chung Yaojin appeared on the way, and he wanted to skin Nalu, the blood god clone, who had ruined his good deeds. However, the aura of the blood god clone was very strong, so Nalu did not dare to act rashly. The intimidating power of false gods cannot be overshadowed. Let me guess your identity. There was a trace of curvature at the corner of the mouth, and the blood-colored face looked both monster and evil. The smile of the blood god clone made Neru's heart ring with alarm. It is said that the Drenii there is a Naru named Diori buried in the Oakington Temple. That Naru is very tragic. He was buried by his own followers, and had no choice but to wait for resurrection. This unlucky guy could not be you. Bar? As he said that, the blood god clone pointed at Neru, shook his head and asked strangely, looking at you. You are so alive and well. Not sick or injured. It doesn't look like anything is wrong. Could it be that you light bulbs, and those blue hoofs are working together? What kind of conspiracy are you planning to get together? Speaking of which, this world of Draenor has one thing in common with the plane where we humans live. That is, the souls of living beings have no refuge after death, and they either dissipate immediately or turn into lonely ghosts, until the day it disappears. Shut up. Before the blood god clone finished speaking, Dioli shouted angrily and stopped him. Obviously, Naru didn't want the blood god clone to tell some important information. In order to prevent the blood god's clone from continuing to break the news, Dioli ignored his fear of him, and turned into a golden light. He leaned forward and rushed forward, trying to entangle the blood god's clone and make him unable to speak. Just from Diori's desperate look, we can see the problem. It must be as the blood god's clone said. The Draenei and Naru are doing something big in Oakington. No wonder Ochendown can attract many forces. Even if it was blown into ruins by the big explosion. Big forces such as the Burning Legion are still paying attention. The demons must have discovered something. Diori pounced. But the blood god clone did not retreat. He was not afraid of Naru in a head-on fight. Unless Diori had the strength of a Dar. Obviously, Diori didn't have it. So the blood god clone was naturally not afraid. In a close fight with Diori, the blood god clone discovered something very strange. As a creature of light, Diori actually had a dark aura. Light and darkness exist at the same time? No. This is impossible. If Diori could use the power of light and darkness at the same time, his strength would not be at the level it is now. Not to mention me. Even Adal may not be his opponent. The blood god clone secretly wondered. If Diori could merge light and darkness into one, the position of leader of the Naru would have been replaced by someone else. If not, then why is there dark power flowing in Diori? The blood god clone was very puzzled. There was something strange about Diori, the Naru, which made him wary. It is absolutely correct to always be vigilant against your opponents in battle. It was precisely because of his vigilance that the blood god clone was able to retreat completely from the dark confinement that Diori suddenly struck. Seeing that the blood god's clone escaped from the darkness, Diori was surprised, and couldn't help but slow down his movements. It was this beat that allowed the blood god's clone to get rid of his entanglement. It's ridiculous that you want to defeat me with this little trick. The blood god clone had a disdainful expression on his face. But he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Fortunately, he noticed Diori's weirdness. Otherwise, he would have been stunned for a moment when he saw a light creature casting a dark spell. And at this moment, he was destined to be hit by the dark imprisonment. The dark confinement spell. Just by looking at its name, you can tell what it does. It is not an attack spell, but a control spell, which can restrict the movement of the person being hit. It doesn't matter if the blood god's clone is restricted, because he can break free quickly. It is impossible for Diori to kill or even seriously injure him with this spell. But Naru can use the short 1 or 2 seconds that the blood god's clone is imprisoned. He killed Leo in seconds. You're such a cunning light bulb. It seems like you got a lot of information by hiding in this cemetery. The blood god clone smiled strangely. He had already found out the reason why Diori could use dark spells. It turned out that when the latter cast dark confinement, the blood god clone sensed a very faint breath of death, which belonged to the deceased. The power of Diori has been hiding in the Ochenton temple for so many years in order to use the extremely rich aura of death here to understand the power of darkness, and even use the countless ghosts here to create a world belonging to the dead. The blood god clone said before that the world of Draenor and the world where humans live have one thing in common. That is, neither world has a country for the dead. Just like the Chinese mythology system that Leo knows lacks the underworld. This extremely important link may not be a problem for a short time, but over time, it will become a huge obstacle to the development of the entire world. So, the Naru are very ambitious. And what they want to create is a place like this, and the Draenei are not easy to save fuel. And the number of the Naru is small. If they can really create a kingdom of the dead, just rely on them. All of this is done based on the fact that the foundation of the Naru's creation of the kingdom of the dead is the ghosts of countless Draenei. The Draenei can have an almost unshakable status, and extremely huge power here. Why did Goldfinger say Leo was in big trouble? Isn't it because Leo ruined Naru's good deeds? The number of Naru who came to the world of Draenor is indeed small. But looking at the entire universe, it is impossible for the number of Naru to be only a few. It is so chilling to take the Book of the Dead that the Naru has prepared for countless years as their own. Leo is like poking a hornet's nest. It is conceivable that a group of golden light bulb hornets will not make it easy for him. Chapter 973. Trouble comes from the mouth. Being troubled by a large group of light bulb people will be a matter of the future. And now they have to deal with Diori's attack. Although the blood god clone has seen through the reality of this Naru, and knows that he does not really integrate the power of darkness and light into himself, but only relies on the death energy accumulated over the years in the large cemetery of Ochendown to cast dark spells. Due to these, the death energy is not Diori's own power. The more it is consumed, the less it will be. The blood god clone is not worried that he cannot defeat his opponent. But victory takes time. Delaying time is not a bad thing for the blood god clone. The longer the battle, the better it is for him. After all, Leo's ability is no joke. Once he completely integrates the Book of the Dead, he will have free hands. Leo and the Blood God's clone teamed up, which was not something that a single Diori could match. The Blood God clone is not in a hurry. Diori is in a hurry, realizing that he might not be able to defeat his opponent even if he tried his best, and could not even break through the opponent's interception. Diori did not care about hiding anything. If Leo could successfully take the Book of the Dead as his own, they would not be able to defeat him for so many years. Everything he did was in vain. Diori would not do such things as marrying others, which was detrimental to himself and benefited others. The Blood God's clone who was fighting with Diori saw his opponent's busy schedule as a golden light emitted from the ruins of Washington. The speed of this light was so fast that even the Blood God's clone had no time to react. Diori, who sent out the signal, was very proud. The Blood God clone could indeed entangle him. But there was only one Blood God clone. He, Diori, had been operating here for many years, and this place was extremely important to Naru. How could Diori maybe a polished commander? Just when the golden light was about to escape into the ground, a bloody spear tip pierced out from the ground, and used violent and arrogant power to forcefully scatter the golden light. The smile on Leo's face had solidified before it even bloomed. What the hell? Do you want help? Manaroth in human form wore a bald head that could be used as a large light bulb, and held a bloody double-headed war spear. He looked at Diori with a fierce look on his face. The latter looked at the bald head, who suddenly appeared and ruined his good deeds. The big man hated it very much. As Manolo said, the golden light emitted by Diori is used to summon helpers. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a call for help. The call for help was destroyed, and Diori's heart suddenly sank. It was hard for him to resist just a Blood God clone. And now there was a big human whose strength he couldn't even see through. It would be difficult for him to even save his life, let alone win this battle with his own strength. There was a clone of the Blood God entangled nearby, and Manaroth was eyeing him in the distance. No matter how unwilling he was, Diori couldn't help but want to retreat. He didn't want to lose his life here. Pets, croak, good pets, but with weapons, not so good. Just as Diori was looking for a way out, an unpleasant cry came from the ruins of Oakington, and a group of humanoid creatures with feathers all over their bodies, and a crow's head on their head came into view. Crow people. The Arakoa people in the world of Draenor. The guys who believe in the crow god Enzu. They are so desperate that they come out to join in the fun at this time. What the hell? Manaroth glanced at the Arakoa in displeasure. These guys with bird feathers dared to call him a pet. Aren't they looking for death? Manaroth was the destroyer among the three giants of the Burning Legion, and the most powerful abyss lord in the world of Anelin. Who are these crows? They dared to speak to him like this. It was really unforgivable. The double-headed war spear danced into a bloody afterimage, and the shadows of the spears rolled towards the crow man like a heavy rain. Manaroth took the initiative. As the Lord of the Abyss, the Destroyer is a cruel and easy-to-kill creature. Even if nothing happens, he will cause some trouble. What's more, it is the crow man who provokes him first, and Leo has not restrained him and told him not to do anything. If Manaroth had endured it, he would no longer be the saboteur. Manaroth, who had regained his strength, was beyond what ordinary crows could withstand. Once the double-headed war spear penetrated into the crows, a bloody storm immediately started. But they saw bird feathers flying around, birdmen screaming, bird heads and claws scattered on the ground mixed with splashing blood. Manilos passed by without leaving a single person alive. His little brother was being slaughtered, and the strong men of the crow people couldn't just sit idly by. Seth, the Dark Weaver, took the lead. Shadow Shock, Arcane Shock, Frost Shock, Flame Shock, plus a crackling lightning chain, and several spells hit Manaroth head-on. As one of the few strong men among the crows, Seth's strength is unparalleled. Just seeing that he can cast 5 spells in the blink of an eye, and these 5 spells belong to 5 different categories. You can tell that how profound is the magic attainment? Dark Shock, ineffective. Arcane Shock, is ineffective. Frost Shock, still ineffective. Flame Shock, still ineffective. Even the final chain lightning strike on Manaroth did not hinder his actions at all. The Destroyer did not even frown. He resisted Seth's spell with his body alone, and was unscathed. Resisted? A crow man, with a combat power close to that of an archmage. As soon as Seth took action, he immediately attracted Manaroth's attention. The Destroyer smiled ferociously, waved his blood-colored double-headed war spear, and killed him in the direction of Seth. It's great to kill minions like mowing grass. But how can this feeling be as good as the feeling after killing a strong one? Seth did not panic when he discovered that Manaroth had targeted himself. Even though Manaroth's tyranny was beyond his expectation, Seth still did not panic, because he knew that he was not fighting alone. Quack! A piercing cry that made people upset came. And Aegis, another strong man among the Crow people, known as the King of Claws, stood up. Nearly 100 arcane arrows came like a rain, and the rain of arcane arrows kept impacting Manaroth's forward body. Aegis tried to contain the bald man with continuous attacks, but the reality disappointed him. Relying on his strong strength, Manaroth used his body to resist the incoming magic, and rushed forward against the rain of arcane arrows, quickly closing the distance between the three. This hairless monster's body is so strong. Seeing Manaroth approaching with a ferocious smile on his face, Aegis and Seth's hearts jumped. Their magic hit the opponent's body as if it was tickling, with no lethality at all. How could they fight him if this continued? My own attacks can't even break through my opponent's defense. Is this battle still worth fighting? Aegis and Seth felt extremely regretful. They had taken advantage of the big explosion in Achinai and ran into this underground cemetery to accomplish something big. Just when they were so proud and wanted to come out and call their kin together, they saw when he arrived in Manaroth. Seth was so proud that he didn't control his mouth, and his words caused trouble as soon as he came out of his mouth. The so-called misfortune comes from the mouth refers to the current situation of the Crow people. Manaroth's tyranny made the two strong Crow men know that they had kicked an iron plate this time, and the iron plate had thorns. When they kicked it, they were immediately covered with blood. Guagua, you forced us. Aegis saw that this was not an option. Manaroth's combat was too strong. Once he got close to him, both Seth and himself would have to finish the game. As a last resort, he could only activate something in advance. Seth, help me. Before Aegis finished speaking, an arcane bubble protected him inside. Arcane bubble is a powerful protective spell, as long as the difference in strength is not too big. This spell can protect you from any harm. It has the same effect as the Paladin's Holy Shield. Out of his confidence in the arcane bubble, Aegis was not worried about his own safety. He asked Seth to help, not to ask him to block Manaroth for him, but to ask Seth to start a ritual with him. Is this going to be released? Seth hesitated for a moment, but after thinking about the situation they were facing now, and that Manaroth's tyrannical strength was indeed unmatchable to them, he made up his mind. Weird and rhythmic crows sounded in the ruins of Achindown, and an obscure but majestic wave of power spread. Even a strong man like Minoros couldn't help but pause his forward body and face. His expression became a bit solemn. Crow people. It's the Crow people. Dioli was so happy that he almost danced. If the Blood God clone hadn't put too much pressure on him, he would have jumped up and cheered to show his excitement. After the golden light emitted was shattered by Manaroth, Dioli, who could not summon any help, was about to escape. But unexpectedly the Crowman came out at this time. These crows who were killed after the big explosion in Achindown and occupied the Sethek Hall in the underground labyrinth were originally very disgusting creatures to Diori. But now they look extremely cute in the eyes of the Naru. What's even better is that the Crow people's foul mouth doesn't open their mouths. But as soon as they open their mouths, Manaroth is annoyed and attracts the saboteurs to fight with him, without Manaroth watching eagerly from the side. Diori's pressure dropped sharply. At least, he didn't have to think about escaping until Manaroth finished the battle with the Crow people. Besides, without Manaroth doing bad things, his signal it will be sent out successfully, and help will arrive soon. Looking at Leo who was still fusing the Book of Death, Dioli's eyes flashed with resentment. With the Crow people disrupting the situation, can this human being successfully fuse the Book of Death? He didn't believe that powerful men like Blood God's clones and Manaroth would pop up one after another like cabbage on the roadside. The Blood God clone saw Diori's signal for help, but he did not stop it. Leo meant that instead of spending time looking for the chess pieces buried by Naru one by one, it was better to seize the opportunity to lure them away, come to the bright side, and defeat it in one fell swoop, using himself as bait to fish out Naru's hidden power. Is Leo so confident? You know, he is now putting all his power into the fusion of the Book of the Dead, and even his own safety has to rely on the protection of others. Chapter 974 A Bird. Diori was happy, but the Crow Man was tragic. Seth was complacent for a moment, and failed to control his mouth, which angered Manaroth. The destroyer killed people really hard. The Crow Man was killed by the bloody double-headed war spear, leaving corpses everywhere, and rivers of blood. Just because of one word, he provoked a powerful enemy like Manaroth. If it were an ordinary Arakoa, he would have been torn apart by Aegis. However, it was Seth who caused the trouble. The King of Claws does not have that much power to deal with the Darkweave. Otherwise, they can only grit their teeth and swallow this bitter pill, fighting for their lives to fight against the enemy with Seth. Fortunately, the crows are not without their trump cards. Although Manaroth is strong, Aegis believes that this hairless monster can never be the opponent of the gods. God? That's right. It's the gods. Aegis and the others did not risk entering the ruins of Ochendown without a purpose, let alone a whim. Aegis, the King of Claws, has long discovered the weirdness of the Naru in Drenii. The reason why he remained silent was firstly because these two races did not provoke him. Secondly, because he was afraid of each other's strength. And lastly, and most importantly, it was Aegis who realized that what the Drenii and the Naru were doing in Oakington was extremely beneficial to the Crow people. The death energy that has been gathering in the underground cemetery of Ochenton for many years can actually cause the soul of the Crow god to throb again. What does this mean? This shows that as long as the time is right, Anzu, the Crow god, can reappear in Ochendown. Anzu, the Crow god, is the god worshipped by the Crow people, and is also the only being who is regarded as a god by the Crow people. Unfortunately, this Crow god does not exist in this world like the four elemental gods on the throne of elements. His body and soul are located in another secret space, without the care of the gods. This is why the Crow people have the largest population in Draenor, but cannot become a force that controls the world structure of Draenor. The world of Draenor does not have this saying, but the truth is the same. Aegis, the King of Claws, roped in Seth, the Dark Weaver, and spent a long time in the ruins of Ochendown. Tienri finally managed to use the death energy in Sethek Hall to attract the soul of Anzu, the Crow god. According to their plan, they were to find a safe place, gather enough of their own kind, and then resurrect Anzu. This would not only bring a protective god to the Crow people, but also Aegis and Seth gain a position of superiority over other strong men in a clan. Unexpectedly, fate has its unforeseen circumstances, and people have their misfortune. As soon as they emerged from the ruins of Ochendown, God gave them such a smug blow that they were so smug that they vomited blood. In order to fight against the tyrannical Manaroth, Aegis had to resurrect the Crow god Anzu in advance. Diori couldn't help but laugh. The spreading power made him tremble. He really didn't expect that the Crow people, who were just cannon fodder in his eyes, would have such a trump card. Thinking of the fact that they were from coming out of the ruins of Oakington, Dioli's heart sank suddenly. The Crows are one of the oldest intelligent races in the world of Draenor, with footprints all over Draenor. The reason why they are not as capable of changing the direction of the entire world as the orcs and Drenii is not that the Crows are not good as a race, but it's because they lack sufficient top-level strength. This is like the humans in the native plane before Leo was promoted to demigod. In terms of population and territory resources, they are not inferior to any other race, and even far surpass other races. However, they lack the top-level power to make decisions. The real trend of the world is not as effective as the words of night elves and dragons. This kind of awkward position is very uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Dioli's eyes changed when he looked at the Crow man. Obviously, this group of crows who broke into the Sethek Hall did not know what method they used to find a strong backer for themselves. It is unimaginable that the crows quietly possess the top power. If they suddenly attack, the world will be shaken. What a big wave. These hateful birdmen actually use our place to secretly carry out their tricks. It is really hateful. The angry Dioli hoped that Manilos would kill Aegis and the others. But things did not develop as he wished. The bloody war spear was finally blocked, and Aegis's arcane bubble lived up to his expectations, successfully protecting the King of Claws and the Darkweaver Seth, who stood with Aegis under the shadow of the spear. Sigh. The tip of the blood-colored spear struck the arcane bubble, making a tooth-piercing friction sound. Manaroth stabbed the arcane bubble more than 10 times in a row without puncturing the arcane bubble. However, Aegis' arcane bubble could only go so far. With Manaroth's attack, it was covered with cracks. It was clear at a glance that this protective spell could no longer hold up for a few more times. Seeing this, Manaroth didn't waste any time, and thrust his war spear forward again. This time, the arcane bubble failed to block the destroyer's attack. When the bloody spear tip successfully penetrated, the arcane bubble disappeared silently. Aegis and Seth confront Manaroth the destroyer. The expressions of the two strong crow men changed slightly. They did not have the ability to fight Manaroth. Fortunately, the ritual of resurrecting Anzu had been completed at this time, before Manaroth's war spear pierced him. The power fluctuations coming from Aegis and Seth reached an explosive peak. This force was so strong that Aegis and Seth flew away. Qua. A large bird as tall as two people stood proudly. And it was he who was the source of the power that threw the Claw King and the Dark Weaver away. Anzu, the crow god, has arrived. It's just a bird. Let me kill it. Anzu's power can knock Aegis and Seth away, but cannot affect Manaroth. The destroyer who has restored his combat power is strong enough to kill gods. Did it happen so easily? Anzu is a real god. How could he come to Draenor so easily? Why is it completely different from when the gods come to the native plane? Although Leo was fusing the Book of the Dead, he was still paying attention to the situation around him. Anzu's arrival brought a series of questions to his mind. I think back then, the Gurubashi trolls in Zuld Europe had a hard time bringing the blood god hacker to descend. But in the world of Draenor, one Aegis plus one Seth allowed Anzu to descend successfully. And it was still, that kind of strength came without any damage. Leo couldn't help but be suspicious when comparing the two. It is so easy to summon gods to the world of Draenor. But it is so difficult to summon the gods in the local plane. What is the reason for this? In other words, what kind of secret is hidden here? Leo's thoughts were wandering. But Manilos didn't think so much. Before Anzu could express his excitement about coming to this world, let alone observe the situation around him, the bloody spearhead pierced straight towards him. And the fierce murderous intent was fierce. Anzu had to use all his strength to resist. It's just a bird with some strength. It's nothing. Those two birdmen want to use the power of this bird to deal with me. So they underestimate me. Manaroth. The expression on Manaroth's face was ferocious. And his bloodthirsty eyes told people at a glance that he was a peerless beast. The bloody war spear stabbed Anzu's body aggressively under his swing. Kung! Sparks flew out. And the bloody spear stabbed Anzu's feathers, causing a brilliant collision of light. Manaroth's stab failed to penetrate Anzu's defense. Your bird's feathers are quite stiff. Manaroth spat and spoke. But there was no slowness in the movements of his hands. And the war spear thrust out again with a roaring wind. Anzu was really angry. He had just responded to the call and came to this world. Before he could take a good look at the situation around him, Manaroth attacked him. Even though Anzu blocked the bloody war spear with his feathers just now, it seemed that he was not affected at all. But in fact, it was completely different. It was not easy for Manaroth, who had regained his strength, to take the blow. Even though Anzu was a god, he seemed fine after blocking the previous spear. But his body was already in severe pain from the huge force coming from the tip of the spear. Again? You damn mortal. If the god of crows isn't angry, do you think I'm a sick bird? Facing the spear thrust by Manaroth, Anzu flapped his wings, hitting Manaroth's body. Manaroth seemed not to have seen Anzu's counterattack, and still thrust the spear regardless. Not only that, he also added a little more force. And Anzu became even more angry when he saw him doing this. He is just a mortal, but he dares to be so arrogant in the face of gods. Does he really think he can exchange injuries with me? Puff! The double-headed war spear struck, and the bloody spear tip pierced Anzu's feathers. The cold spear tip broke through Anzu's skin and penetrated his body. A drop of blood fell, and Anzu, the crow god, was injured. Bang! Anzu's wings flapped at Manaroth, causing him to stagger back several steps. After all, Anzu is a true god, and it would be uncomfortable for Manaroth to resist his attack. With a grin on his face, he moved the half of his body that had been numbed by Anzu's slap. Manaroth's eyes were still fierce. The destroyer had experienced countless battles and suffered countless injuries. Anzu's blow was nothing to him, compared to Manaroth's disapproval. Anzu was completely different. Who is Anzu? He is a god. Anzu, the god of crows. It was so unbelievable that the majestic god was actually beaten and stabbed by a mortal. Anzu couldn't accept this fact at all. Qua. The shrill cries of crows were mixed with unconcealable annoyance. The injured Anzu became furious, and before Manaroth could recover, it flapped its wings and pounced on him again. Little bird, watch me twist your head off. Manaroth did not give in at all, and charged forward with a ferocious smile, fighting each other one by one. Dioli saw this scene in his eyes, and couldn't help but feel horrified in his heart. The bald man holding a war spear could fight so fiercely with a god. If he and the blood god's clone attacked him, he would still be alive. The more he thought about it, the more scared Diori became. And the more he thought about it, the more Diori hated Leo. In Neru's view, if this guy hadn't stolen the Book of the Dead, how could things be happening now? Suddenly, Dioli felt happy. His previous anger was forgotten. From his angle, he could just see a team rushing out of the underground ruins of Ochendown. The signal sent by Dioli finally had an effect. And Nera's help came. Chapter 975 Distance is a flaw. Void spirit? How could it be a virtual spirit? Dioli's reinforcements surprised Leo. Not because he made a fuss, but because he really didn't expect it. There is only one ethereal force in the ruins of Ochendown, and that is the Revenge Army led by Node Prince Shafar. They are enemies of Halamat's Astral Consortium, and even the Neutral Order faction has shown disapproval of them. The Order sect, which maintains close ties with the Star Boundary Consortium, and the Dreenii are very close. It is through the Order sect that the Dreenii influence the actions of the Star Boundary Consortium. The most powerful proof is that Ace Peer. If the Dreenii hadn't put pressure on the Astral Consortium through the Order, how could the Astral Merchants just secretly develop Washigu? According to the past temper of these ethereal merchants, they have already gone there to dig. The Dreenii have a close relationship with the Order faction, which shows that the Nara has a great influence on the Order faction. Now that Diori and Shafar's Revenge Army are mutually aiding each other, Leo has to turn things to the worse side, considering that Nara's hand has reached into the virtual spirit without outsiders noticing. These lightbulb people's control over the virtual spirit is far beyond imagination. Among the three major forces of the Voidlings, Shafar's Revenge Army, the Order faction, and the Nara have already formed two, leaving only Halamat's Astral Consortium. No wonder Harand is always suspicious and afraid that others will kill him, and has been hiding and refusing to see people. I am afraid that this shrewd consortium leader has already discovered something. Even if he discovers something, the force of the Star Consortium is a flaw. How long can Harand survive by hiding? Leo pondered, and he thought of a series of missions related to the Astral Consortium in the Yamaguchi Mountains. If he remembered correctly, Halamat finally gave in. At the end of the mission, a Blood Elf assassin sneaked into the Storm Spire to assassinate him. And then that assassin was killed instantly by Halamat. Thinking of this, Leo's eyes flashed. The strength of Node Prince Harand was by no means as simple as imagined. Furthermore, it seemed that a Blood Elf force named the Astrologer had already betrayed Kaeldats at that time. And this force called the Astrologer finally took refuge with the Naru. The origin of the Blood Elf assassin was arousing suspicion. What makes people laugh or cry is that after killing the assassin instantly, Harand actually pretended to be grateful to others, saying that he was moved to join the camp against evil forces. The leader of a large financial group can be so easily moved and be grateful to others so easily. No matter how you think about it, you may think it is fake. By the way, Harand, at least you should act professionally. Isn't it just to tell some beings that you have given in to such a fake scene? Originally, Leo might not be able to see through these things. But who let him know the outcome? The so-called authorities are confused. But bystanders are clear. Even if the people in the game are very smart, they can't figure out the countless clues. But the bystanders with God's perspective are different. Especially Leo also knows the final outcome of this series of events. Adal has regained control of Shattrath. In this city, the Nara not only still have the Dreeni's faith in them, but they have also included the elites of the Blood Elf royal party headed by Lydron, and the astrologers to save the kingdom of Quel'Thalas from the natural disaster invasion. All the elites, who have been retained since then, were wiped out. Not only that, Nara's hand also successfully reached into the world where humans live. A world where the Burning Legion failed to invade several times. Maybe Leo is not as shrewd as Adal, who has been around for countless years, and he is not as calculating as the latter. If he is put in the middle of the situation, he may not be able to see through the situation. But there is a method of inference in this world called reverse deduction, which is to work backwards from the outcome of things. Make inferences to sort out the myriad clues in the puzzle. Judging from the series of things that happened in the entire Burning Crusade, Nalu gained the most in the end, which made Leo have to be wary of them. And he couldn't help but become hostile to them. No one likes an outsider who doesn't know his true identity, who constantly flaunts his benevolence and morality, but who is proficient in planning and calculation. And Leo is no exception. Unlike the Order and the Astral Consortium, Shafar's Revenge Army is blatantly colluding with certain evil creatures that pose a fatal threat to the ethereal, such as Dimensius, the Devourer of Worlds in the Mana Forge UTIs, and others. The current Void Lord Pandeminus. The hissing voice of the Void Lord made people distracted. Leo didn't care what Pandeminus said. What he cared about was that the Void Lord took the lead in attacking him. As soon as Pandeminus made a move, the ethereal Revenge Army following him would naturally not be idle either. Purple, red, blue, but all kinds of spells were blasted towards Leo in midair. Nefarian was angry. What did Pandeminis and the ethereal vengeance take him for? If the dragon doesn't show off its power, you still think I'm a lizard? As Leo's mount, Nefarian was first ignored by Diori. Nara believed that he could hurt Leo as long as he got through the obstruction of the Blood God's clone. Now he was ignored by a Void Lord and a group of Void Spirits. The proud black dragon the prince was furious. The roar of the dragon echoed over the ruins of Ochendown. And Nefarian, unhappy because he was ignored, opened his mouth and spit out a large piece of black fire. Shadow Flame. The Black Dragon Prince, Dragon Flame, is very different from other black dragons. The reason why he was able to suppress his other brothers and ascend to the Black Dragon throne was due to Onyxia's support. There was another important reason, and that was his Dragon Flame, stronger than other black dragons. Black flame sprayed down from the head, corroded by the dark elements, burned by the fire elements, and a large piece of the Void Spirit Revenge Army fell immediately. I'm not someone to be trifled with. Even a bunch of bandaged guys dare to look down on me. After sending a shadow flame to the Void Spirit Revenge Army, more than 70% of the Revenge Army was killed. Seeing the panic of the Void Spirits on the ground, Nefarian snorted and finally relieved a lot of the stuffiness in his chest. His Void Lord Pandeminis looked at the sky provocatively. He was extremely displeased by the Black Dragon Prince's majestic appearance. Isn't it just that it can fly? Why don't you pull it? If you have the ability, come down and see if I don't peel off your dragon skin. Nefarian didn't understand Devil's language, but he could understand Pandeminis's body language. When provoked by the Void Lord, with Nefarian's temper, he really wanted to rush down and teach Pandeminis a lesson. But Nefarian Ao still fused the Book of the Dead on his back, and Nefarian did not dare to let his own temper pass before his master took his hand out. Diori was so angry. He didn't expect that the Void Spirit Revenge Army would be so helpless. It was just a giant dragon reduced to a mount. There was nothing to be afraid of. Well, in his eyes, Nefarian really has nothing to fear. The Black Dragon Prince is far from his opponent. But the Void Spirit Revenge Army is different. The Black Dragon Prince flying in the sky is a terrifying existence in the eyes of the Void Spirit. Look at their companions. They were burnt to ashes as soon as the shadow flames were spilled. Their endless lifespans were all turned into ashes in front of the shadow flames. Nefarian's outburst made the ethereal revenge army restrained a lot. But it angered Pandeminis and another being. Tawarik, a giant whose whole body is crystallized, is another strong man who feeds on psionic bodies in collusion with the ethereal revenge army. When Nefarian's shadow flames fell, it was when Tavarok emerged from the ruins of Ochendown. So before Tavarok could figure out what happened, the dark red flames just slapped him in the face. Giants have a bad temper, and even if no one messes with him, he will smash them, let alone if someone takes the initiative to attack him now. However, Nefarian soared hundreds of meters in the air, and Tawarik lacked long-range attack methods. So no matter how angry he was, it was useless. Not being able to fly is a flaw. Before Tavarok could think about how to deal with the Black Dragon Prince, Nefarian opened his mouth again, and the shadow flame struck again. Pandeminis and Tawarik were depressed. Isn't this bullying? If you are really brave, go to the ground and try it. The ethereal revenge army was in complete chaos. The first shadow flame killed few of them. How many of them can survive after the second shadow flame? Black flames scorched the earth, and groups of ethereal spirits were burned to ashes in the flames. Even the few who were lucky enough to survive had fright in their eyes, and no intention of fighting. Before Shafar appeared, his revenge army suffered heavy losses. Pandeminis and Tavarok had strength, but were restricted from flying. They could only watch Nefarian wreak havoc, and you can imagine how depressed they felt. My dear, haven't the reinforcements from Big Bulb come out? What are you waiting for? The Blood God's clone sent a message to Leo during the fight. The helper Dioli was counting on has appeared. The secret plan buried by the Naru of the Revenge Army has also been exposed. Leo really has no reason to hold on. The rotation speed of the power of death pulling the two books of the dead suddenly accelerated. The rotation speed of the vortex became faster, and the suction force naturally increased. The Book of the Dead, which was slowly approaching, speeded up, and the distance between the two was rapidly increasing. Reduce. Dioli was very worried. Could someone really take away what they had worked hard to prepare for many years? Nera really wanted to rush up and kill Leo immediately and snatch the Book of the Dead back. But there was a Blood God clone between him and Leo, blocking him tightly. So far in the fight, he couldn't even find a chance. Out. Difficult guy. Dioli cursed secretly in his heart. The existence of the Blood God's clone prevented him from taking a step further. The latter's tyrannical strength and cautious attitude made Dioli both envious and hated it. You say you are stronger than me. And I admit it. But since you are stronger than me, you have to show the attitude of a strong person facing the weak. Isn't it good for you to be more arrogant and careless? Why are you still guarding me like a thief? Can you give me a loophole? The depressed Dioli didn't realize that an important figure in the ethereal revenge army was missing. This person was the leader of the revenge army. Node Prince Shafar. An ethereal spirit holding a short staff appeared silently on Nefarian. Before the Black Dragon Prince, who was spraying shadow flames, had time to react. The ethereal spirit attacked Leo. Chapter 976 is coming soon. A sneak attack on Leo is not something that anyone can do, even if he is the Node Prince Shafar. The crackling sound of the bone whip tore through the air, and the barbed whip struck Shafar. The bandage wrapped around Prince Node's body immediately turned black, and there was a sound of objects being rapidly corroded. The rising black smoke reached everyone's ears. Ilsa received the demigod succubus inherited from Queen Anariel of Anguish and Torment, which is another protective force left by Leo. Shafar groaned when he was hit by Ilsa's bone whip. The strength of the bone whip could not cause any harm to an incorporeal psychic body like his, and the poison on the whip had little effect on him. But that the shadow energy that quietly invaded the body was different. As psychic beings, void spirits are not afraid of physical attacks, but energy attacks. Other energy attacks are fine. They can be detected quickly after all. But this shadow energy is different. It will sneak into your body, damage your body without you noticing, and make you weak without knowing it. By the time you realize something is wrong, it's already too late. Speaking of people, shadow energy has advantages that other energies cannot match. Fortunately, Shafar is quite powerful. He noticed it when Ilsa's shadow whip hit him. Otherwise, he would have to die to wake up. When dark energy invaded, Shafar's first reaction was to expel it quickly. But Ilsa would not give him a chance. The succubus who succeeded in the sneak attack flicked her wrist, and the bone whip turned into a phantom, whipping it heavily. The shadow shrouded Shafar, threatening to kill Shafar on the spot. Under the shadow of the whip, Shafar's body disappeared from the spot. Shafar appeared in another position using the flash technique, making Ilsa's attack fall into the air. The pursuit failed. Ilsa's expression remained unchanged. As early as when Shafar suddenly appeared on Nefarian's back, Ilsa knew that this ethereal strongman could use space spells. Now Shafar used flash. The technique confirmed her suspicion. Using the flashing technique, Shafar not only avoided Ilsa's pursuit, but also shortened the distance between him and Leo. Now he is less than 10 meters away from Leo, and he only needs 2 or 3 steps to attack Leo. Profound. At this time, Leo was still busy integrating the Book of the Dead, and had no strength to resist other people's attacks. This was a good opportunity to kill Leo. Dioli, who was fighting with the Blood God's clone, was overjoyed when he saw this. The appearance of Shafar gave him hope. As long as he successfully killed Leo and took back the Book of the Dead, everything would be worth it. Even if Naru, and it doesn't hurt to spread the news about the relationship between the Ethereal Revenge Army, because this will only put more pressure on Haramd and force the Star Boundary Consortium to make an early decision. And with the strength of the Star Boundary Consortium, Diori believes that Haramd will make satisfying choices. Shafar ignored Ilsa, who was chasing behind him, and rushed straight towards Leo, shouting to himself, "Human, suffer death." A blue meteor pierced the sky, rushed into the battlefield like lightning, and hit Shafar. The violent energy knocked Shafar away. There were several boom 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 sounds, and the bandages wrapped around Shafar's body were heard. Objects are broken every inch. Yuzur took back his right hand that threw the hammer, looked at Shafar condescendingly, and snorted disdainfully. "There are countless people who want me dead. Who do you think is the oldest?" Contempt. Just contempt. The identity of Prince Node may sound noble, but his identity as a prince is that of a prince in the void spirit, and he cannot show off in the eyes of Yuzur. Shafar was very angry at being so despised, but he didn't have time to be angry now. He was knocked upside down by Yuzur's blue fury, and now he had to face Ilsa's bone whip. Hundreds of whip shadows covered Shafar, attacking the Node Prince, who was whipped away by Yuzur. Although Ilsa's whip did not make a harsh sound of breaking the wind and seemed completely powerless, the energy contained in it was its frightening. Just as he was about to hit Leo, he was blown away by Yuzur, who was shot out from the side. The sudden change made Shafar unable to react at all. He only felt a flash of blue light in front of his eyes, and a pain in his body. When he came back, as soon as Shalai heard Yuzur's contemptuous words, at the same time, The frightening shadow energy behind him quickly struck. No. That human has helpers. Shafar was shocked. Only to realize now that it was too late. In order to kill Leo, Shafar ignored Ilsa's pursuit. Now it's time for him to pay the price. Ignoring the threat of a demigod succubus will cost his life. Bang bang bang. The sound of whipping was heard at the point of contact between the bone whip and Shafar's body. As the shadow of the whip flew, the shadow energy also invaded Shafar's body, corroding his body. Void spirits are psionic creatures, and their bodies are composed of their own spiritual energy. The amount of psionic energy determines how long the phantom spirit can survive. With the invasion of shadow energy, the spiritual energy in Shafar's body is changing, being rapidly consumed. His lifespan was also greatly reduced. Prince Node was frightened and angered by this. Frightened by the speed at which shadow energy corroded psychic energy, and angry that Ilsa had shortened his lifespan. It will not be easy for Shafar to seek revenge from Ilsa. The demigod succubus, who has taken the lead, will not let him regain the disadvantage. What's more, Izura is still looking for Shafar's flaws. Once he is defeated, once he finds it, the killing blow will be struck. Prince Node has finally realized what Diori felt before. There is a strong enemy fighting in front of you, so you have to deal with it with all your concentration. However, if you want to deal with it with all your concentration, you have to distract yourself because there is an enemy on the side who is ready to attack you at any time. Be prepared. How can a depressed person express such feelings? Diori felt like he was about to go berserk. When Shafar appeared, he was full of hope, especially when the latter used flash to avoid Ilsa's attack and approached Leo. Diori was already ready to cheer. But now it is always so cruel. Izur killed at the last moment, causing Shafar's sneak attack to fail. Dioli couldn't figure out why there were so many strongmen protecting Leo. And strongmen who were rare to see in thousands of years were really popping up like cabbage on the roadside. Is it really impossible to get the Book of the Dead back? Diori was unwilling to give in. But he was unwilling to give in. The situation on the field forced him to accept the reality. In addition to the blood god clones who were fighting with him, Leo was protected by Manaroth and Yizhur, a powerful being. Even the weakest demigod succubus Ilsa is not easy to mess with. Just one blood god clone Diori can't win, let alone the other three. Looking at Yizhur, who was watching him eagerly, Diori was frightened by the appearance of this creature, who was also a light creature. And at the same time, he was looking for a way out for himself. Leo's side was too powerful, and seeing that they could not win, Diori had to do the next best thing. Save his own life first, and bring the news out at the same time, keeping the green hills intact and not worrying about running out of firewood. He ran away first, and then gathered a group of companions to recover the place. This was Dioli's plan. But will Leo let him run away? The blood god clone had already asked Leo once after Shafar's revenge army appeared. Now, Leo has discovered that Dioli has no cards to play. After Nara no longer has the power to use an auction down, he still will it delay time? Of course not. Just when Dioli was looking for a way out for himself, the force pulling the Book of the Dead increased tenfold in less than a second. The two books that were already about to overlap were pulled hard by this force. They almost overlapped, and the fusion entered the final moment. No. You have to leave quickly. Dioli knew something was wrong when he saw this. Once Leo completed the fusion of the Book of the Dead, the opponent would be free. At least Yizhur would not have to guard Leo, and could take the initiative to attack. Although he had never seen Leo take action, the person who allowed so many strong men to protect him could never be weak. It was precisely because Dioli understood this that he knew he had to run quickly. Want to run, before he could turn his thoughts into actions. The distracted sneer of the blood god reached Dioli's ears. It's too late. After saying that, the blood god's clone transformed, and his entire body turned into a river of blood that was 100 meters long. In Diori's shocked eyes, the blood river set off a big wave, and Nero was involved in it, falling into the river, facing the torrential waves of blood. Dioli showed a look of panic. Being able to transform his own form so casually, and use himself as an offensive weapon, was a realm that Dioli had dreamed of. The Nera whom he met in Dioli, only Adal can reach this level in China. In other words, the opponent who has been fighting with him for a long time is far superior to him in terms of realm. After thinking about this, Diori broke into a cold sweat. Energy creatures are different from flesh and blood creatures. Once the realm is reached, as long as there is enough energy, they can immediately have the power to match the realm. Unlike flesh and blood creatures, they are not burdened by the physical body. The blood god's clone was obviously at a higher level than him. But the power it exerted was about the same as him. The Blood God's clone didn't look like someone who lacked energy. This situation could only mean that he had fallen into the opponent's trap. The reason why the Blood God clone fought with him was not because it couldn't deal with him, but because it had other motives. Thinking that Leo had accelerated the integration of the Book of the Dead after Shafar's revenge army appeared. Diori still didn't understand what happened. The other party was clearly using this matter to find out the truth about Neru. From this, Diori felt the seriousness of the situation. The other party was clearly targeting Naru. This was not an accidental act, but a premeditated test against Naru. The test was often followed by a violent blow. We must get the news out. Otherwise we will suffer a big loss even with Chief Adal here. Diori really wanted to return to Storm Fortress immediately and tell Adal about the people who wanted to target Naru. However, the blood river created by the Blood God's clone was too powerful. The blood waves were surging, and the energy was surging. Diori was completely helpless. Get away. During the Naru's struggle, the energy of the entire Draenor world rioted under the influence of unknown forces. The ruins of Ochendown were wrapped in a layer of death air. Under the corrosion of this layer of death air, everything in Ochenton was destroyed. All are corrupting. The energy of death invades everything. And the kingdom of the dead is about to come. Chapter 977 Oakington. The wind is rising. Isolated from the air of death. Ochendown is decaying, collapsing, at a speed visible to the naked eye. The world of Draenor fell into a riot the moment the Book of the Dead was formed. An invisible energy riot. All creatures, whether they were intelligent or not, could feel the strangeness. A wave of energy coming from the depths of their souls. The message here tells them, the world has changed and become complete. Affected by this, the creatures showed completely different reactions. The weak and unintelligent creatures worshipped in the direction of Oakington. The throbbing from the depths of their souls made them tremble uncontrollably. They knelt down and expressed their surrender before the unknown power. However, while the vast majority of creatures surrendered, a few strong men still kept the pride in their hearts. Although the resistance was very hard and their bodies were shaking, they still stood. These powerful men include Kaeldats of Void Storm, as well as the 4 elemental gods on the throne of elements. If the riot of energy in the entire world only worries Kaeldats, then the 4 elemental gods are angry. They never imagined that someone would become a god under their noses. Become a god? Yes. Judging from the extent of this energy riot, it is definitely related to the gods. And the 4 major elemental gods also feel the divine power in the direction of the energy riot. Someone has become a god in the world of Draenor. Doesn't that mean that in addition to their 4 gods, this world has another real god? There are many incense burners and ghosts. And there are many Buddhas and incense sticks. The faith of a world is limited. And one more god will divert more believers. Finally, with the power of Gruul, they eradicated the Naru headed by Adal. Before they could rejoice, another god appeared. And before the great elemental god really had the urge to vomit 3 liters of blood, he had just dealt with Gruul, who had been weighing on him, and Naru, who had made him jealous. Before he could celebrate, another god appeared. This day was impossible to pass. The 4 elemental gods, who have always regarded the world of Draenor as their own private property, found out that someone was trying to get a piece of the pie. How could they give up? Let's go find that boy. The 4 elemental gods left the throne of elements and followed the source of the energy riot. Just as they were leaving, Harlan, who was located in the middle of the Nagran Prairie, reacted. Zenitharea and Syndragosa were floating above the city, looking in the direction of the throne of elements. Sensing the restlessness of the elements in the distance, both women looked unhappy. The energy riot in the world of Draenor was caused by Leo. Leo had already known about this matter to them, and even asked them to monitor the actions of the 4 elemental gods. Now, as Leo expected, these 4 guys they ran to the ruins of Ochenton. How could they not be worried? Although 3 of the 4 elemental gods were injured, there are still 3 genes in a broken ship. No matter how you say it, the 4 elemental gods have been gods for many years. In addition, the world of Draenor is their home field. It is not as easy as imagined. Deal with it. If these 4 guys were just a bunch of food, Leo would have led his men to the throne of elements and trampled on them. I don't know how the master can resist the 4 elemental spirits. Shida Soraya was quite worried. She didn't want anything to happen to Leo. This was not out of consideration for her own life, but also because she was looking forward to revenge against Deathwing together with Leo. Even after obtaining the soul stone of the hell demon god Diavolo, Zenitharea still did not have the confidence to face Deathwing alone. The reason for this is that Deathwing's strength is on the one hand, and Zenitharea on the other. The shadow in Leia's heart was so heavy that she could not overcome her own psychological barrier. Sindragosa remained silent. Ever since her painful death in Dugu, the Blue Dragon Queen's heart has been filled with resentment. Although her situation has improved a lot since she followed Leo, she is used to being with cold loneliness. Like an iceberg, it has the aura of keeping strangers away. Suddenly, the expressions of Cinesaria and Sindragosa moved at the same time. They looked at each other and immediately used magic to hide their figures and cover their auras. When no one noticed, the two women were already heading towards the throne of the elements. Go! It turned out that after learning that the 4 elemental gods had left the throne of elements, Leo gave Cinesaria and Sindragosa new instructions. The 4 elemental gods have left, although there are still many elemental creatures in the elemental throne. These creatures are far from the opponents of the 2 dragon queens. At this time, the elemental throne is in a vacuum period of power, which just allows Cinesaria and Shinda to Lagosa went to find out what the elemental spirits were like. Last time Leo was not sure whether the elemental gods had really left or were setting up a trap. This time it was different. He made such a big noise in Auchendown that the 4 elemental gods couldn't even imagine it. As for who will manage Heron after Zenitharea and Sindragosa leave, there is no doubt about the ability of Blood Elf Countess Liadrin. Nagrand, far away from Terakar Forest, was alarmed, and the ruins of Oakington, the sitter of the incident, were even more uneasy. The breath of death enveloped the entire ruins. Whether on the ground or underground, life was withering. The Crow people, the ethereal revenge army, and those who lacked strength were turned into corpses under the erosion of the death breath. And the corpses quickly decomposed into fly ash. The earth disintegrated. The originally thick land began to melt after being mixed with death air, and merged into a gray mist carrying the breath of death at a speed visible to the naked eye. What is strange is that people can stand on these gray mist, but the price paid for standing on it is the loss of life force. At this time, the flightless people Pandeminis and Tawarik were dumbfounded. The 2 crows Aegis and Seth could fly, but they couldn't. They could only stand on the ground blankly, watching helplessly as his vitality rapidly drains away. The loss of vitality is the loss of lifespan. Doesn't this make them wait for death? Pandeminis and Tavalok were driven crazy by this feeling. As for powerful men like Manaroth and Crow God Anzu, the death energy can't do anything to them. As a creature of the light system, Auchenton, filled with death energy, made Diori extremely uncomfortable. In such an environment, Nara did not receive any energy replenishment at all, and his combat endurance was greatly reduced. He had originally wanted to quit, but now the environment had become extremely unfavorable to him. Dioli didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. However, he was trapped in a river of blood. He couldn't escape even if he risked his life. And with Izur watching eagerly from the side, Diori must still retain part of his combat power to guard against this enemy, who is also a light creature like himself, which makes him even more unable to escape the entanglement of the Blood God's clone. There is no room for hesitation in running away. If you feel your life is in danger, run away immediately. Procrastination will only cost you your life. Diori soon regretted not fighting for his life as soon as the death aura appeared. When the death energy completely envelopes the ruins of Auchenton, when all life within the area covered by the death energy decays into fly ash, and when the entire earth turns into a strange smoke with death energy, the spatial mutation begins. Crack! Crack! Click! A space crack with a width of several meters appeared on the periphery of the ruins of Auchendown. The sound of space shattering made Pandeminis and others tremble with fear. Dioli looked at it with eyes splitting with horror, and Shafar was horrified to the point of death. Fishinwei. Others who have less experience don't think it's a big deal. But existences like Diori and Node Prince Shafar, who have been wandering in the universe for countless years, know what exactly happened in Auchendown. The entire Auchendown is being destroyed by an overwhelming force. Strong forces forcibly separated from the world of Draenor. It is not a simple matter to separate a place from the world. It is thousands of times more difficult than destroying the world. To destroy a world, you only need to use violence. The premise is that you have enough power. But if you peel off part of the world, what you have to fight are the rules of this world, and even the rules of the entire universe. Not to mention fighting against the rules of the universe. Even fighting against the rules of the world is not something ordinary gods can do. That is the power of a very small number of extremely powerful people, who stand at the top of the food chain of the entire universe. Dioli and Shafar had only heard of this kind of thing, but had never seen it with their own eyes. Now, things are happening right in front of them. How can they not be horrified? Who is it? Who is the most powerful person in the universe, who came to Draenor? Anyone who can achieve this level is the overlord of the universe. Is the little Draenor worthy of them, who dominate hundreds of millions of creatures in the world? Dioli couldn't figure it out. And he didn't want to believe it. But the facts were in front of him, and he couldn't question it. Now I can't even escape. The despair welling up in his heart made Dioli lose his belief in survival. In front of such a strong man, he, Dioli, was just an extremely small ant. How could he fight? What courage does he have to fight? I originally wanted to play with you for a while. But I didn't expect you to be so unqualified. I'm really disappointed. The voice of the Blood God's clone came from the Blood River. If Dioli didn't resist, the Blood God's clone would not be polite to him. The torrential blood wave took the opportunity to engulf Neru. When Dioli got rid of his despair, his desire to survive was rekindled. By then, the decline was irreversible. It's over. It's over. I'm dead this time. Seeing Diori being swallowed by the river of blood, Node Prince Shafar felt even more desperate. The only strong support he had was defeated. With his own strength, he would definitely be dead. Once Shafar was discouraged, Ilsa found an opportunity. Amidst the crackling sound of the bone whip shattering the air, Shafar's body was whipped more than 100 times in just 2 or 3 seconds. The whipping made Prince Node grin his teeth and scream in pain. Pandeminis and Tawarik were helpless. They couldn't fly and could only stand on the ground in a hurry, unable to help at all, pained by the rapid loss of vitality, and frustrated by seeing their companions trapped but unable to help. The Void Lord and the Crystal Giant could do nothing but vent their anger by roaring. They were really going crazy. As Ochendown gradually separated from the world of Draenor, more and more space cracks appeared and became denser. The sound of fragmentation became louder and louder, and their roars when venting were also covered up. Just as Ochendown was about to be separated from the world of Draenor, the land atomized by the breath of death suddenly opened. Hurricanes burst out from Ochendown's underground labyrinth and tore everything they could touch. The wind came so suddenly and was so violent that Aegis and Seth, who were just above the crack, were torn into pieces before they could even scream, leaving only bird feathers in the sky. Oakington. The wind is blowing. Chapter 978 Momo. Wind. Hurricane. Dioli could have sworn that he had never seen such a strong wind in his long life. The wind was so violent that it wanted to tear everything it came into contact with, whether animate or inanimate. Dioli smelled a scent in the wind that made him tremble. It was the scent of the destroyer. The owner of the hurricane is not a simple person. Even the rules of the Draenor world exclude him, and are afraid of him. Has that guy ever destroyed a world? Diori was horrified. An existence that could destroy a world was far beyond what he could handle. However, after Nera thought about it in his mind, he had some expectations. Being swallowed by the river of blood transformed by the Blood God's clone, Diori felt that he could not survive. In despair, such a strong man suddenly appeared. If the owner of this hurricane had a conflict with Leo, wouldn't it be him, Diori, who was the most powerful person? A chance at survival? Thinking of this, Dioli was filled with joy. Judging from the violent and destructive aura displayed by Hurricane when he appeared, he didn't believe that Leo would not have friction with the Master of the Wind. Hold on. I must hold on. Dioli encouraged himself in his heart. The hope of life was right in front of him, and he had to hold on. The hurricane raged, and the violent wind element tore Aegis, the King of Claws, and Seth, the Dark Weaver, into pieces, and then rolled towards Pandeminis and Tavarok. The faces of the Void Lord and the Crystal Giant turned green. Their strength was similar to that of the two unlucky guys Aegis and Seth. The latter two were both instantly killed by the hurricane. Can they survive being involved in it? Pandeminis and Tavarok did not have that confidence. What should I do if danger is approaching? What else can we do? Of course, run away. Pandeminis and Tavarok ran away. But could they outrun the hurricane? However, in just 3 or 4 seconds, the two were overtaken by the hurricane, and Oakington gained 2 more innocent souls. Instant kill. See you again in seconds. The hurricane that burst out from the underground labyrinth in the ruins of Ochendown was so strong that it had the potential to kill everything in an instant. It was truly invincible to anyone who could stop it. But, can it really kill everything instantly? Snort. A cold snort broke through all the noise in Ochendown and reached everyone's ears clearly. Someone dared to sabotage his actions, and Leo was unhappy. Isn't it just the manipulation of the wind element? This is not someone's patent. The raging hurricane met its opponent, and a tornado that was directly 100 meters suddenly blew up. Driven by this tornado, the wind element was pulled over a lot, and the hurricane weakened accordingly. Cha-cha-cha. The gray mist made by the earth cracked inch by inch, and a hurricane reaching the sky emerged from the cracked ground. This hurricane was none other than Momal, Leo's goal in coming to Ochendown. At this time, Momal was furious. Controlling the wind element was his best ability. Now someone dared to challenge him in his best field and in his best way. This is not to underestimate Momal's ability. As a monster who has destroyed the world he lives in, Momo is not a good-tempered being. His personality makes him unable to tolerate any disrespect from others. He will tear into pieces any creature that offends him. The appearance of Momal made the atmosphere at the scene become more and more depressing. This elemental monster, with the ability to destroy the world, and had truly destroyed a world, appeared. An invisible and qualityless aura of destruction made people feel as if a handful was hanging over their heads, and could fall off at any time. The sharp sword came down, and the feeling of fear made everyone crazy. When did such a terrifying monster appear in the world of Draenor? Diori was dumbfounded, and Shafar was also horrified. There was such a powerful monster underground in the ruins of Ochendown, but they were completely unaware of it beforehand. Diori and Shafar couldn't stop sweating at the thought of being in the same place with such a monster. Momal had no time to pay attention to Dioli and Shafar. One of the latter two could not save himself in the river of blood, and the other was about to lose his breath by Ilsa. Well, even if they were in their prime, Momal was in no mood to pay attention to this kind of ant that he could crush to death with one hand. All his attention fell on Leo. At this time, Leo was holding a book that had been transformed into an energy body. On the cover of the book, there were no 4 characters Book of the Dead to indicate its identity, but there was a constantly rotating gas-like vortex, making the whole book appear very strange. If someone's mental power is strong enough, and this person is bold enough, then when he puts his mental power into this book, he will find that the strange gas-like vortex on the cover of the book is actually composed of the power of law. The power of these laws is none other than the law of death, one of the most powerful laws. This is a book of death that can make countless creatures fall, make countless gods tremble, and destroy countless worlds. Momal knew what he was dealing with, and the book of death in Leo's hand put a lot of pressure on him. So he tried hard to suppress his anger and not act rashly. Leo looked Momal up and down. This huge elemental monster was more powerful than the Wind Prince, Sunderland, he had seen, and its strength must be above Sunderland. The wind element monster is more powerful than the Wind Prince, as far as the humans in the native world know. There is only one Wind Rider Alec here. Leo killed Sunderland and took away Sunderland's weapon, the Thunder God's sword, Thunder Fury, and the elemental essence wind control artifact left by Sunderland, the Wind Chaser's blessing. Sooner or later, he will confront Aliquir. In order to deal with this wind elemental lord, who is one of the 4 elemental lords alongside Tidehunter Neptulin, Fire Demon Ragnaros, and Stone Mother Therazane, getting an equally powerful wind elemental creature is a very good method. Momal in front of you is a very good helper. Currently, if he wants to make Momal his helper, the first thing Leo has to do is to conquer him. Conquer Momal? Yes. Leo's trip to the ruins of Ochenton was aimed at Momal. But something unexpected happened later, and the Book of the Dead he accidentally obtained diverted the matter. It is completely impossible to subjugate a creature like Momal without a fight. Only by fighting can it be subdued. If you don't accept it, beat him until you do. This is the only way to conquer Momal. After observing for a while, Leo was extremely satisfied with Momor's strength. With a wave of his arm, the Book of Death turned into dots of starlight. This starlight seemed slow, but was actually as fast as lightning. All of it melted into the blood without Momal stopping him. The spirit is divided into the body. Leo's actions made the atmosphere at the scene even more tense. Momo was wary of Leo's actions. The Book of Death made him feel that his life was in danger. The Book of the Dead entered the Blood God's clone body, and huge waves arose in the Blood River. The Blood River, which was originally only tens of meters long, expanded in the waves, but in the blink of an eye it grew to 300 meters long. The volume expanded, and the energy contained in the Blood River also increased proportionally. Dioli, who could still hold on for a while, screamed, and his entire body disappeared in the surging waves of blood, leaving only a golden crystal the size of a finger. In the blood, in the long river, there are flickers of stubbornness that refuse to give in. Although Dioli's body disappeared, his soul origin still existed, and it would take a lot of effort for the Blood God clone to kill him. If Momal was not present, this time would be nothing to the Blood God clone. But it was completely different with such an elemental monster present, stimulated by the sudden increase in the strength of the Blood God's clone. Momor did not wait and see what happened. but took action directly. The target of his attack was none other than Leo. Momor emerged from the ground. For no other reason than because Leo inspired the blessing of the Wind Chaser, used a tornado to block the hurricane he blew, and used the power of the elements that Momor is best at controlling to fight against him. Leo had the Book of Death in hand, and Momor was still a little wary. Now that the Book of Death has been fused with the Blood God's clone, Momor would still hesitate. Anyone who provokes Momor must die. This is Momor's usual habit of doing things. If he doesn't like it, he will destroy it, even if the world he lives in is the same. A dizzying sonic explosion exploded, and wind blades invisible to the naked eye struck Leo like rain. Momor was extremely powerful as soon as he took action. The sonic boom affects the opponent's actions and interferes with the opponent's perception, so that the invisible wind blade can successfully attack the opponent. With his hand, Momor killed countless people who dared to provoke him. But today, when he met Leo, his move was useless. Wind blade. The hurricane armor inspired by the blessing of the Wind Chaser can prevent it. Sonic boom. The blind dragon Azromandus is good at sonic attacks. A second dragon appeared on the battlefield. It was Azromandus. Under the blind dragon's sonic breath, Momor's sonic boom failed to cause half any damage to Leo. Because of the appearance of Azromandus, Momor's sonic boom attack was unable to perform meritorious deeds, which made him even more angry. Leo challenged him on the ability to control the wind element, and now a giant dragon appeared to challenge him on sonic attacks. Both of his best abilities were challenged. Momor gritted his teeth with hatred. In his opinion, Leo and Azromandus came specifically for him. These two guys clearly wanted to bring shame on him. If you dare to provoke me, Momor, you are seeking death. In anger, Momor used a new attack method. An invisible and intangible sonar pulse was quietly fired, and it was another Imon's killing move. The sonar pulse is both stealthy and powerful, and the person being attacked often dies inexplicably. However, Momor is still too naive if he wants to rely on the sonar pulse to make a difference in front of Azromandus. When God takes away something from you, it will compensate you for something else. The blind dragon has no eyes. After losing his vision, his hearing has been greatly strengthened. How can Momor's sonar pulse be hidden from him? Azromandus sensed it the moment Momor sent out the sonar pulse, and Azromandus sensed it, which meant that Leo already knew it. Momor, if you can only do sneaky tricks, then I will be very disappointed. The sonar pulse was counteracted by Azromandus using the same attack method. Leo held the Wrath of Thunder, and the electric light was raging on the sword. The tip of the sword was pointed directly at Momor. In conjunction with the clones of Izur and the Blood God, he surrounded Momor. Inside of group fighting is the way to go. Bullying the few with more will make Leo feel less embarrassed. Chapter 979, Willful Again. Bang! 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 The earth is shaking. The ground seemed to be being beaten repeatedly with a heavy hammer, making an overwhelming groan of pain. A huge creature was flying at a speed that was inconsistent with his image. The body is made of steel, and the magic lines carved on the body SHL using unknown methods emit a dazzling brilliance, giving this steel monster a colorful coat, making it look a bit more mysterious. The cold steel monster was galloping in the forest, and big trees that had existed for hundreds of years were knocked away and crushed by him arbitrarily. It was not that these big trees were not strong enough, but that this steel monster's body was too hard and his strength was too strong, too big. Above the head of this humanoid steel monster, a green-haired elf is holding a bow and urging. The Gangerge engineer who controls this steel monster is sweating profusely under the urging of the elf, constantly stimulating his potential, trying to make his movements faster and increase the operating efficiency of the steel monster to the limit. Ganger engineers are technicians in the Burning Legion. Their status is much higher than that of Morvar technicians. After all, the latter are just their assistants. Both are considered members of the demon race. Of course, since they are technical players, they are naturally not powerful demons in the main station system. In the sequence of the Burning Legion, they are classified as logistics personnel. However, the Gangerge engineers had the bodies of logisticians, but the hearts of the master race. In order to make up for their natural shortcomings, they made full use of their technical talents to create powerful war machines one after another, helped the Burning Legion defeat one enemy after another, and abruptly promoted his status to the rank of the main station's arms. The fell cannons set up by the Burning Legion on the Hellfire Peninsula were designed by Gongar engineers. There are more than one type of fell cannons. It is precisely because of these powerful and long-range fell cannon clusters, and the demons near the Dark Portal, The army was large in number. In order to prevent the Alliance army from falling into a premature confrontation with the demons, the leaders of the Alliance agreed to Leo's proposal to place the primary location for the army's teleportation in the Void Storm. Engineer Gangargar is considered a member of the Burning Legion after all, and he is not a weak race among the many demon races. Since he is a demon, how can he have a good temper? An elf yelled at them. But instead of rushing up and tearing the elf apart, they obeyed him. This was not an ordinary strange thing. In fact, what the Gangar's engineers were afraid of was not the elf, but the tall demon behind the elf. The elf named Thetis is not scary at all in the eyes of Engineer Gangar. But the devil behind her is different. It is better to be obedient in this guy's hands. At this time, the tall demon ignored Engineer Gangar because he was in contact with one of his subordinates. Sharas, the leader among female demons, is ruthless, cunning and vicious. Words such as this could not be more appropriate for her. This female demon was originally Magtheridon's right-hand man, who gave her great power. However, Magtheridon didn't know that in Shahira's eyes, he was just a stupid, arrogant maniac, because she was extremely dissatisfied with this boss. Sharath betrayed Magtheridon at the beginning of Illidan's attack on the Black Temple. She led her female demons to assassinate Magtheridon's guards. It was Sharada's the betrayal allowed Illidan to go straight to Magtheridon's lair. Poor Magtheridon didn't know that Sharath had betrayed him until the moment he became a prisoner. Speaking of strength, Sharath is not too strong. But few people can match this female demon scheming. She always has a way to conquer those arrogant demons and make them trust her infinitely. Magtheridon is like this. Now the same is true for Illidan, the master of the Black Temple. It is precisely because of her keen insight into people's hearts and superb methods that after Illidan captured the Dark Temple, Sharaza's power was not weakened. She once again became the general manager of the Dark Temple, holding power in her hands that is envied by countless people. What is surprising is that during Illidan's attack on the Black Temple, most of the demons died. But Sharas and her group of female demons did not suffer at all. Kael'thas once expressed doubts about Sharath, but Illidan did not listen. It was this incident that aroused Kael'thas's dissatisfaction with Illidan. In addition, because of the eternal water bottle, the Blood Elf Prince, I almost fell out with Illidan. In the eyes of Kael'thas, Illidan has strength. But what is inversely proportional to his strength is his view of the overall situation. Such a person can only fight alone and cannot become the commander of an army at all, let alone govern one country. This can be seen from the fact that after he became the overlord of the Draenor world, he only knew how to use high-pressure methods to provoke rebels everywhere. What's more, Illidan has a very weird temper. It's not accurate to say he's weird. The word willful is more appropriate than weird. He often does whatever comes to his mind, like a stubborn naughty boy who never looks back even if he hits his head and bleeds. Now, this guy is willful again. Well, the tall demon Thetis encountered was Illidan, the overlord of the world of Draenor, known as the betrayer by those who hated him. Sharas, don't bother me with trivial matters anymore. Illidan's tone was very rude, and he was extremely dissatisfied with Shara's recent performance. There was something strange happening in Akama, or the Dark Temple needed him to go back and take charge of the overall situation. He couldn't handle such small things. It was really disappointing for him to come to him at the slightest sign of trouble. Hearing what Illidan said, Sharath didn't insist anymore. She knew when to end the conversation. It was obvious that continuing to talk would only arouse Illidan's anger. Now was the time to end the conversation with Illidan. She lowered her eyebrows and turned off the communication magic. Sharada's expression remained unchanged in front of Illidan, but it was unknown what she was thinking in her heart. Illidan doesn't have much commanding talent at all. It is true that he is much better than the arrogant Magtheridon, but after all, he is not someone worth relying on for a long time. Sharas thought about her thoughts. A weak female demon like her wanted to survive in a world full of chaos and killing. She relied on the strong and used her talents with the support of the strong, so that the strong could entrusting her with important tasks is the only way out. Not everyone can choose a strong person to join Sharath. Sharath, like Magtheridon, immediately turned against Illidan when he met Illidan, who was stronger than him. And now Illidan is not as good as him. Sharas has her idea. So what will she do? Sharath paced back and forth in her residence. The Black Temple was really in crisis right now. There was the Burning Legion outside, and there was an undercurrent of the broken-headed by Akama inside. Illidan actually had other thoughts outside despite internal and external troubles. Wandering around, Sharas tried to persuade her to no avail, and finally gave up. Illidan is willful. That is his willful capital. Even if a crisis comes, Illidan can protect himself with his super strength. But she... Sharas. Cannot. A strong person with strength can ignore it. But a person without strength must make plans in advance. If he waits until the crisis comes to deal with it, the latter will have a miserable end. Illidan, you can't blame me. This is all your fault. Sharas made a decision quickly. She felt no guilt for betraying Illidan. Feelings like guilt are not demonic. Illidan's nickname is the Betrayer. Since he betrays others, he must be aware of being betrayed by others. Illidan was completely unaware of Sharada's decision. The overlord of the Draenor world, and the current owner of the Black Temple, was not a competent leader in the strict sense. He had controlled the Black Temple for so long, and had no control over his subordinates. His control is really pitiful. If you think about it carefully, he really doesn't have any close confidants. Illidan now has no intention of paying attention to the Black Temple. How could he not sense the energy riot in the world of Draenor? At this time, he was eager to find out. Standing on top of the humanoid steel monster with Thetis, feeling the roaring wind, Illidan was very satisfied with the war machine named Doomwalker under his feet, snatched from the devil's hands. The reason why it is said to be a joint effort is because it was not Illidan's effort to successfully obtain the Doomwalker. Thetis was of great help to Illidan throughout the entire operation. Without Chromaga's control of time, without the long-range strikes of Akumer and Thetis, Illidan alone could not stop guard even if he could kill all the demons guarding the Doomwalker. Engineer Good entered the body of this war machine. And once they entered, the war machine could be successfully activated. And the results would become extremely bad. At least, judging from the speed shown by the Doomwalker. Those Gongar engineers, who want to escape, may not be able to catch up with Illidan. The Doomwalker was as fast as the wind under the full control of Engineer Ganger. From the time he noticed the energy riot in the entire world to the present, he had reached the Bone Wilderness in less than a quarter of an hour. With the vision and energy of Thetis and Illidan, the ruins of Oakington, the center of the riot, had dimly entered their field of vision. Looking at Ochendown with countless space cracks around it, Thetis urged her even more hastily. The little girl didn't pay attention to how terrifying the space cracks were, because she saw a familiar figure. As for Illidan, the space rift is very scary in the eyes of others, but it is not a big threat to him. Only the poor Engineer Gangers looked pale. Oh my god! That was a space crack. With his strength, he would die if he got involved. However, under the urging of Thetis, and the threat of Illidan's vague murderous intention, Engineer Ganger could only bite the bullet and drive the Doomwalker past. Driving a Doomwalker into Ochendown may not lead to death, but disobeying Illidan's will lead to immediate death. It's a simple choice. Chapter 980 Chaotic Oakington. The confrontation with Momal came at a critical juncture, and Leo had no energy to pay attention to anything else. Naturally, he did not notice the Doomwalker approaching in the distance, and the figure above the Doomwalker. Although it was 1-on-3, Leo didn't feel like he had much of an advantage. Momal is stronger than Wind Prince Sunderland, and is already close to the level of the 4 elemental lords. Under normal circumstances, Leo would not fight such a strong man, but he would rush forward to seek abuse even though he knew he couldn't beat him. Isn't this stupid? But it was different now. Leo could feel that Momal's strength was limited and his abilities were not fully utilized. Others may not know what happened to Momal, but Leo is different. He knows why Momal came to this world. This elemental monster that can destroy a world was summoned to Draenor by the guys from the Shadow Council. The world comes. Originally, the Shadow Council wanted to summon a powerful helper. But who was Momal? He can even destroy his own world. So why would he listen to the Shadow Council? The Shadow Council that summoned Momal to this world saw that the situation was not good, and immediately activated backup measures, using the spells they had prepared long ago to imprison Momal. Although this confinement was only temporary, Momal could break out at any time. Possibly. But its existence still has some effect after all. No matter what. The Shadow Council is a force that cannot be ignored. How can the spells they set up to prevent accidents when summoning powerful creatures be simple? Look at Momal now. Even if he breaks out of the ban, as long as the magic circle is not completely destroyed, and as long as someone is still presiding over the magic circle, Momal's strength will not be able to be brought into full play. In order to deal with Momal, the members of the Shadow Council in the underground labyrinth of Ochendown ruins have long focused all their energy on hosting the magic circle. They are afraid that this elemental monster full of destructive aura will destroy the world of Draenor. If that happens, they will die without a burial place. For the sake of their own lives, the people of the Shadow Council had to fight even if they didn't want to. But in this way, it was easier for Leo. because they focused all their energy on dealing with Momal. The people in the Shadow Council did not know what happened in Ochendown. And naturally they did not know that Momal had encountered a powerful enemy. At this time, they were still fighting for their lives to maintain their imprisonment. Momal's magic circle worked hard to weaken Momal's ability. Leo was happy that Momal's strength was limited. In his opinion, this was fine. If Momal was too strong, the 4 unlucky guys might be scared away, and the next scene would not be exciting. Yuzhur flapped his wings and rushed forward with his sword and hammer. The sword of the Silent Crusade and the power of Menethil drew 2 half-moon-shaped trajectories, one gold and one blue, in the sky, heading straight towards Momal. Heavenly Sword and Azure Fury. It is a unique skill as soon as he strikes. And Yuzhur goes all out from the beginning. There is nothing wrong with doing this. Facing a powerful enemy like Momal. To be careless is to be irresponsible for one's own life. And that is to seek death. Yuzhur's attack kicked off the battle between Leo and Momal. The Blood God's clone did not fall behind. And at the same time that Yuzhur launched the attack, the bloody river transformed into the Blood God's clone shot out thousands of blood arrows, hitting Momal head and face. With thousands of blood arrows, a normal human would definitely be frightened by such an attack and lose track of him. But who is Momor? He is a giant elemental monster that shoots straight into the sky and is thousands of meters tall. It was shot by the Blood God's clone. The rain of arrows was just drizzled to him. And even one of his hands might not be able to cover it. The 2 clones took action. And Leo was not idle. Amidst the sound of electricity, currents as thick as the mouth of a bowl surrounded him. The fury of thunder was like a thunder dragon with teeth and claws, showing his power to the world. Power. The roaring sound of rolling thunder came from the sky. And the dazzling electric light flashed. Thousands of thunder and lightning fell from the sky, like a downpour of rain, hitting Momal's body. And the violent thunder and lightning was like a flood washing over a dam. A wave of waves hit Momal's body, not giving Momal any time to breathe. If you don't take action, it will be fine. Once you do, it will be like thunder, trying to inflict the most severe trauma on the opponent in the shortest time. This is Leo's fighting style. Baptized by the thunderstorm. Has Momal been severely injured? As an attacker, Leo can say with certainty, no. Not only was he not seriously injured, he was not even slightly injured. Although his strength is limited by the confinement circle of the Shadow Council, and cannot exert its strongest power, Momal's own protective ability has not been reduced at all. Even if Leo uses the thunder weapon Thunder Fury, he still can't be hurt with one blow. The wash of thunder and lightning did not bring harm to Momor, but only brought him anger. He was instigating the hurricane, and letting the wind element confront the thunder element. Yuzhur's heavenly sword and blue fury, and the blood arrow of the Blood God's clone the rain came at the same time. Leo's 2 clones are still gods no matter how you say it. But don't make it difficult for them to pretend to be gods. The fake gods are just unstable, and still belong to the level of gods in terms of power. How can their attacks be underestimated? The Sword of Heaven and the Blue Fury opened a hole on Momor's body. The rain of blood arrows from the Blood God clone was like flies that smelled the fishy smell. It instantly changed its direction. And then the wound opened by Yuzhur was nailed in Momo's body. The ability of the Blood God's clone comes from the Blood God Hacker. Hacker's blood is extremely corrosive. This corrosiveness comes from the nature of Hacker's divine power. It is not an ordinary toxin or power. This is a corrosive ability that belongs to the level of divine power, being nailed into the body by the blood arrow of the Blood God's clone. Momo was disturbed by an unspeakable feeling of discomfort, and the corrosive blood was exerting its effect. Momal was really angry. Although he was an elemental creature and had no concept of injury, few people had been able to cause decent harm to him since his birth. Now, after coming to the world of Draenor, he was first imprisoned by the people of the Shadow Council, and finally broke through the confinement circle through a mutation. But then he encountered a powerful enemy like Leo, who could hurt him. Maul felt terrible. And in retaliation, he decided to destroy Draenor, a world that brought bad memories to him. Destroy the world. Scary word. He did it in Momor's original world. But could he do it in Draenor? The first round of attacks only caused Momal some minor injuries. Leo's seemingly fierce offensive did not cause any damage to the elemental monster in front of him that could destroy the world. Did he miscalculate? Of course not. The huge momentum and seemingly ferocious attack were just to cover up the real killing move. Leo, who knew that Momal was powerful, did not expect that blows like Thunderstorm and Heavenly Sword could hurt Momal, while Momor was angered by the corrosive blood of the Blood God's clone. Leo was silently calculating something. Those 4 guys should be here by now. After muttering something in a voice that only he could hear, Leo raised one hand, and a red cloud immediately appeared over Ochendown. This red cloud was right above Momal's head. Flame! Hot flames! The red cloud sprinkled countless fireballs the size of millstones, which were rains of fire unleashed by Leo with all his strength. As if he thought the rain of fire was not lethal enough, Leo activated the wind-controlling artifact on his wrist, the Wind Chaser's Blessing, and snatched away part of the wind element controlled by Momal. He greeted the fireball with a gust of wind, and there was a chance of fire. Wind force. With the help of the wind element, the falling fireball made a roaring sound, and the entire volume surged 3 to 4 times. From a distance, Momal's head was red. Momal was already furious when someone took away part of the control of the wind elements from his control. What was even worse was that his opponent actually used these wind elements to enhance his attacks against him. Momal was even more furious. What bullshit, flames. Today I will let you know that the fire element is nothing in front of me. Momal roared against the rain of fire. Leo smiled. Momo's roar came too timely, and this guy was too cooperative with him. Just when Momal showed his contempt for the fire element, 4 colors of light appeared in the sky. Bake! A flash of red occupied the entire sky, and Momor's words stirred the nerves of a powerful being. This powerful being was the god of fire among the 4 major elemental gods in the world of Draenor. The god of the fire element was a firecracker who could explode at any moment. When he saw someone dared to despise the fire element so much, he didn't care about checking the situation and immediately went berserk. Leo chuckled and disappeared without a trace. He was ready to dive. Seeing this master sneaking around, Ilsa immediately used invisibility to hide herself. As for the angel clone and the blood god clone, they turned into 2 rays of light, one gold and one red, and entered Leo's body after a round of attacks on Momal. The direction in which the 4 elemental gods came was in a straight line with Leo and Momal. Momal's huge body happened to block Leo. This was also the result of Leo's deliberate arrangement. When the 3 elemental gods of wind, earth, and water followed the furious god of fire to the sky above the ruins of Ochendown, all they saw were Nefarian and Elderman, who had joined forces to beat the seriously injured Shafar to the point of dying. Des, and Manaroth, who was fighting with Anzu, the crow god. Finding that Leo's men were fighting, the 3 elemental gods of wind, earth, and water were hesitant. But the grumpy fire elemental god had already dealt with Momal, and did not realize that Leo and the gods felt a huge threat from Momal. The 3 elemental gods of wind, earth, and water joined the battle group after a moment's hesitation, and the 4 elemental gods of the Draenor world began to fight with Momal. Fierce flames, raging waves, flying sand, flying rocks. As soon as the 4 elemental gods took action, the entire Ochendown became chaotic. Rioting elements filled the entire battlefield with the determination to tear everything apart. Even powerful men like Manaroth and Anzu were affected. The battlefield had to be moved to a distant place. But Momal remained strong and managed to keep up with the situation in a one-on-one battle. The arrival of the 4 elemental gods has made Ochendown increasingly chaotic and dangerous. Chapter 981 Confused Thetis. The 4 elemental gods and Momal in the fierce battle had nothing but opponents in their eyes. The elements of each element exploded into dazzling brilliance in Ochendown. From a distance, the entire Ochendown looked like a giant fire on fire. Fireworks are so dazzling that people can admire them, but can't see clearly what's inside. One word to describe the current Oakington is unconscious. Outsiders have no idea what is happening in Oakington and what the situation is inside. But when they see such a big group of fireworks, their eyes are unconsciously attracted. He stopped and sighed unconsciously. These people who are not aware of the seriousness include the little girl Thetis, who urged the Ganger engineers to drive the Doomwalker to approach Ochendown, originally came to find Leo. But before she could attract Leo's attention, the battle between the 4 elemental gods and Momal began. Looking at Oakington, which was emitting colorful light, the little girl immediately threw Leo out of the sky, clapped her hands, and watched the fireworks on the head of the Sun Walker. Okay. We can't be more realistic about a little girl's movie. Right? The light of the elements made the lifeless gray-black Ochendown a little more radiant and a little more energetic. But at the same time it also covered up many crises. The sneaking Leo didn't just stay in a corner, waiting stupidly for Momal to decide the winner with the 4 elemental gods. When the fierce battle between the 5 powerful gods was going on, Leo had already arrived at Oaken. Suddenly, because of the emergence of Momal, Ochinton's stripping speed of Draenor has slowed down a lot. This situation is not what Leo wants to see. Since Ochinton's independent stripping speed is very slow, then artificially push it. Bundle. Is it Thetis? Arriving outside Ochintown, Leo finally discovered Doomwalker and Thetis on Doomwalker's head. While Leo looked over, Illidan behind the little girl turned his head to where Leo was at. When Leo saw the little girl, he didn't think too much and teleported directly to the top of Doomwalker. Suddenly, a devil's figure came into his sight. Illidan. Leo is very familiar with the image of Illidan Stormrage. Who made this guy so famous in Yamaguchi Mountain? Illidan Stormrage? A tragic man? Of course. He also created countless tragedies. There is a famous saying in the Mountain Pass, it is nothing without an egg knife. Getting an egg knife is the beginning of tragedy. Because after collecting 2 before the egg knife, you only had 1 egg. An egg equals an incomplete man. Ahem. This is also the source of countless people's resentment towards Mr. Dan. You can imagine the surprise that Illidan's appearance brought to Leo. Why didn't Illidan stay in the Black Temple? Why was he with this little girl Thetis? Also, the more important question is, why didn't Kaeldats tell him about Illidan's departure from the Black Temple? In other words, Kaeldats didn't know that Illidan was not in the Black Temple. Was the Illidari Council sent by the Blood Elf Prince to monitor Illidan kept in the dark, or did they not report it? In an instant, many questions emerged from Leo's mind, making him look at Illidan in surprise. Illidan felt impatient to be constantly looked at by a stranger. He snorted and was about to take action. But Thetis suddenly shouted in surprise, "Brother Leo." The name Thetis called Leo made Illidan decide to take action. Since this human knew Thetis, he would spare this human for the time being. Hearing Thetis's voice, Leo suddenly woke up. Some questions should wait until Ochinton was over to find answers. He first smiled at the little girl, then moved his body, and 2 rays of light, 1 gold and 1 red, floated out from his body. They were the clones of Yizur and the Blood God. Illidan's face became a little solemn. With his eyesight, how could he not see the strength of the Blood God's clone and Yizur? These are clearly 2 powerful men who are comparable to gods. Although their auras are unstable, and they are in danger of losing their realm at any time, they actually possess god-level combat power before their realm falls. Even the clone is a false god. How can Leo, the real person, be weak? Realizing Leo's strength, Illidan's attitude towards him immediately changed a lot. No matter what the situation, the strong are always respected. Summoning the 2 clones, he asked them to preside over Ochinton's action of accelerating the stripping of Draenor. Leo himself teleported to Thetis' side. He rubbed Thetis' hair and asked, "Little girl, why are you here?" Shaking her head hard and getting rid of Leo's clutches, Thetis pouted and said angrily, "Don't rub my hair. I'm not a child." The little girl is already an adult? Leo rubbed his chin and looked at the little girl sideways. Why can't I tell it all? Thetis waved her little fist angrily and protested at Leo's words. What? You always treat me as a child. Tyron's high priest has already performed a coming-of-age ceremony in order to hold it. And I am an adult now. As she said that, the little girl raised her head and straightened out her 2 vaguely bulging breasts. She looked like a little adult, and Leo almost laughed when he saw her. Well, little girl Thetis is an adult now. Leo smiled and nodded. When he said this, Thetis suddenly became proud. Just like a child who got candy. She was still a child. Looking at Illidan, Leo asked Thetis, "Is this your friend?" "Oh, that's right." Thetis then remembered that she had forgotten about Illidan. The little girl took Illidan's hand and introduced the 2 of them. "This is Brother Leo. Brother Leo. This is..." Halfway through, the little girl got stuck. She blinked and whispered to Illidan at a volume she thought Leo couldn't hear, "Uncle. What's your name?" What a failed introduction. Leo rolled his eyes and looked at the sky speechlessly. This girl was too confused. She didn't even know what Illidan's name was, so she was hanging out with him. Is this girl Thetis naturally stupid or naturally cute? The corner of Illidan's mouth twitched. This girl Thetis is really weird. I have told her my name a long time ago. It seems that this girl didn't remember it at all. I have no sense of existence. Illidan, a very cold answer, coupled with his devil hunter temperament, can instantly kill many nymphos who like cool guys. Unfortunately, no one here appreciates him. Yes. Thetis clapped her hands and said to Leo with a smile, "This is Uncle Illidan." Illidan. Just Illidan. Why do you want to add an uncle at the end? This time it was Leo's mouth that twitched. He didn't mean anything else. He just thought it was too joyful. After the introduction, Theta suddenly nodded her little head and muttered to herself in confusion, "Where have I heard Uncle's name before? Illidan. Oops. Is there more than one person named this name?" She tilted her little head and thought about it carefully. But the little girl who didn't care about anything couldn't remember the information related to this name at all. So she simply didn't think about it. Leo raised his hand and gave the little girl a popcorn, which made the little girl look at him with tears in her eyes. The aggrieved look on her face made Leo feel that he was a heinous villain. Illidan's body moved, as if he wanted to do something, but he held back. Leo glanced at him, but did not speak to this powerful man who was the world overlord of Draenor. Instead, he turned to Thetis and asked, "How did you get here? Where is your sister?" "Huh?" Thetis snorted and turned her head to ignore Leo. The latter looked at her with a smile. After waiting for a long time and seeing that Leo didn't speak, Thetis finally couldn't help but said, "It's Tyron. The great priest of Germany sent me here." Just after she finished speaking, Thetis suddenly had a look on her face, and she shouted to Illidan, "I remembered. The high priest told me about you before he sent me here." Hearing this, Illidan became excited. He was about to speak, but Leo suddenly interrupted. "Tyron asked you to come to him? Are you alone? What does Tyron want to do by asking Thetis to find Illidan?" Leo frowned. Tyron seemed to be a gentle woman, harmless to humans and animals. But she was actually completely different. This woman was deeply scheming and ruthless. Many people were attracted by her. After the sale, he was still helping her count the money. But Leo had to think over and over again about anything she intervened in. Thinking twice was not enough. He had to think 4 times and 5 times. Thetis nodded and said matter-of-factly, "It's just me." As for what Tyron asked her to find Illidan, the little girl really couldn't remember. She didn't even remember whether Tyron asked her to find Illidan. At that time, she only wanted to get rid of the dull moon. Temple? Where else would you pay attention? Holding his chin, Leo thought for a moment before speaking. It seems Tyron is in trouble. Tell me the story. Illidan didn't say much and didn't seem to care too much. But from his initiative to ask Leo, we could see how urgent he was. Giving Illidan a sideways glance. Leo did not sell out, as far as I know. There is a big mess in the Emerald Dream. Many powerful night elf druids are sleeping, including Malfurion Stormrage. Illidan's body shook. What Leo said had a great impact on him. In order to cover up his emotions, Illidan sneered, seemingly unaware of Illidan's actions. Leo continued, although the Scourge has suffered heavy losses, as long as it cannot capture the Frozen Throne, it still has the capital to make a comeback. After all, the Lich King will not die and the Scourge will not be destroyed. The coalition forces when discussing the northern expedition with the tribe. The Night Elves pushed back in every possible way, even in the face of the dragon. I thought Tyron had other ideas, but now I think she had a last resort. With such a huge internal turmoil, Tyron still has the heart to go to Northrend. It would be great if she could keep the clan from being in chaos. The Night Elf family has a big business and a large population, so there will be no shortage of internal disputes. If such a big thing happens, some people must be ready to take action, let alone someone who is behind it. Leo thought of the message from Azragos, waved his hand, and set up a soundproof barrier, and lowered his voice and said, "I got news that Fandral has taken control of the Cenarian Council after Malfurion fell asleep." Staghelm acted strangely, and Tyrant and Fandral secretly had a lot of conflicts. Chapter 982. It's really not that difficult. Illidan could no longer remain calm. Leo's words reminded him of many things. Fandral came into power after Malfurion, and many powerful night elf druids fell into a long sleep. Is this a coincidence or was it done deliberately? Furthermore, after such a big event, Fandral not only failed to help Tyrant maintain stability within the clan, but instead started a conflict with Tyrant. Doesn't this clearly mean that trouble will arise within the clan? Fandral's behavior is indeed as strange as Leo said, making people suspicious of him. Seeing that Illidan was moved by his words, Leo stopped talking. There's a saying that too much is not enough. Some words can only be touched to the point, and there is no need to say too much. The information revealed by Leo made Illidan very irritated. Although the Night Elves expelled him, he did have some resentment in his heart. But this resentment could not erase the fact that he was of Night Elf origin. Whether it was his feelings for Tyrant or his family affection for Malfurion, Illidan could not stand idly by. Thetis blinked in confusion. The little girl was completely unaware of the seriousness of the matter. She only knew that the Night Elves were in trouble. This was the only thing she heard from Leo's words. Where is sister? This is the issue that Thetis is most concerned about. The clan is not at peace. What is Sylph's condition? Will she be in danger? Giving Thetis a reassuring smile, Leo said, the plan to expedition to Northrend has been launched. Although Tyron did not send an army to participate, the Night Elves are natural scouts, and they cannot be left out as sentries to gather intelligence. Your sister Sylph has already gone to Northrend ahead of the army. With Passonia and her taking care of each other, everything will be fine. Why doesn't Brother Leo go? Thetis blinked, with confusion on her face. Brother Leo has defeated the Scourge many times. Why don't you go? Are you afraid of the cold? The little girl has heard that Northrend, the Northrend realm, is a continent covered by ice and snow all year round, where even hard stones can freeze and crack. Leo rolled his eyes. What was going on in the head of this little girl Thetis? How could he, a majestic demigod warlock, shrink from the mere cold? The northern expedition has just begun. It is not as easy as imagined for the army to sail out to sea. How can we move lightly without making complete preparations? Although the vanguard has arrived in Northrend, the Scourge Legion has not made a crazy counterattack unless Northrend. I won't go until Germany's battle reaches a critical juncture. As he said that, Leo's eyes fell on Illidan. The latter was obviously interested in the northern expedition to Northrend. But the Lich King was also a thorn in Illidan's side. Unlike Northrend, which has no foundation, due to the efforts of Lothar's sons, the Alliance has enough strongholds in the world of Draenor and has a considerable understanding of this world. Since we have the advantage, why not rush to open the Dark Portal? Take root here. Since the Burning Legion can use Draenor as a springboard to attack our homeland, why can't we turn this place into a front line against the Burning Legion? The Alliance is interested in Draenor. Illidan snorted coldly. He regarded the world of Draenor as his own territory and was extremely dissatisfied with the Alliance's actions. Leo didn't seem to hear Illidan's cold snort, and continued talking to himself. Besides, we have another advantage in the world of Draenor. Although the Blood Elves of Kael'thas have not officially formed an alliance with the Alliance, but we are on the same front. Kael'thas getting involved with the Alliance? Illidan gritted his teeth with hatred. He and Kael'thas had long had conflicts. He also knew that Kael'thas had long wanted to deal with him. The Illidari Council in the Dark Temple was set up for this purpose. But Kael'thas did not know that under the operation of Sharath, the Illidari Council betrayed Kael'thas long ago. But now, without Illidan's knowledge, Kael'thas is united with the Alliance, which he must pay attention to. Kael'thas Illidan is not worried. But if there is an alliance with strong men like Leo, Illidan will not dare to take it lightly no matter how arrogant he is. Do you want to get rid of Leo here and go to Kael'thas to help? Illidan's first thought was to kill and solve the problem with violence. However, thinking of Leo's strength, and the clones of Izur and the Blood God who were not far away, Illidan hesitated again. Can he really kill this human being? Besides, even if she succeeded, what would Thetis think of herself? Seeing Illidan's hesitation in his eyes, Leo glanced at the little girl who didn't know anything, and smiled secretly in his heart. How could he not notice the subtlety in it with his eyesight? Leo has no prejudice against Illidan. Although Illidan has become a demon, what is Leo's profession? Warlock and Necromancer. Which one is not an evil existence in the eyes of the world? There is a saying that Leo agrees with very much. There is no difference between good and evil in power. The so-called good and evil only depend on the person who uses power. Human nature yearns for light. So people like light energy. People who use this kind of power are defined as natural messengers of justice, while people who use dark power that scares them are defined as born evil. This approach undoubtedly extremely inappropriate. Just as a sanctimonious person is not necessarily a good person, a person with a cruel face is not necessarily a villain. Those who use the power of light may not be the guardians of justice and justice, and those who study the power of darkness may not necessarily have done bad things. A weak heart. Ahem. In short, you can't just take things at face value. I think there is some misunderstanding between Kael'thas and you, Leo said, and gestured to Illidan to calm down. We have found out. Kael'thas' most trusted advisor, Pazarian. He surrendered to the Burning Legion and is now Kil'jaeden's subordinate. It is this man who influenced Kael'thas' judgment. Kael'thas' men defected to Kil'jaeden. Hee. Illidan just sneered, apparently gloating about his misfortune. And I don't know if he believed it or not. Don't believe it. Not long ago, there was a battle in the Void Storm. Seeing that the matter was exposed, Pazarian invited Kil'jaeden. It was the trickster's sneak attack that led to the capture of Adal, the leader of the Naru. We are worried about this now. If Adal is corrupted by Kil'jaeden, the Burning Legion will definitely gain another powerful man. Illidan stopped laughing now. Kil'jaeden reached out to the world of Draenor. He believed that Leo would not joke about this matter, because this lie was too easy to expose. And he only needed to ask Sharaz to know the answer. The leader of the Naru, Adal Illidan, has also heard about it for a long time. He has also learned about the Nara from Akama, and has a general impression of Adal's strength. Maybe Akama did not tell him the truth, but overall it is said that the strength of the Nara race is still very powerful, and its leader Adal is even more extraordinary. At this time, Leo told him that Adal had been captured by Kil'jaeden, and was very likely to be corrupted and become a member of the Burning Legion. How could Illidan laugh? Furthermore, even if he didn't care about Adal's life or death, Illidan still had to think about himself. What happened to Nazul, who betrayed the Burning Legion? Kil'jaeden sealed his soul alive in the frozen throne. Illidan, who was suffering from the pain of being sucked out of his soul by life, didn't want to try, having done the same thing as Nazul and betrayed the Burning Legion. Could Illidan not worry that he would end up like Nazul? No matter how arrogant Illidan is, he still understands that he is no match for Kil'jaeden. This powerful demon is not an idiot like Magtheridon, who has strength but no brains. He will not take any tricks in front of Kil'jaeden. Chance. Noticing Illidan's hesitation, Leo took the opportunity to say, "The misunderstanding between you and Kael'thas was all caused by Passerion. This is Kil'jaeden's trap. We cannot fall into his tricks." With that said, Leo told Illidan about Kil'jaeden giving the Passerion blood crystal to plot against Kael'thas. The latter couldn't help but be moved after hearing this. Illidan is very aware of the power of the demon Kil'jaeden. The deceiver talks nonsense, but he can speak directly into people's hearts. No matter how strong your will is, he will still persuade him. If Passerion is targeted by him, it is considered Kael'thas. C was unlucky, but since Kil'jaeden could use this method to deal with Kael'thas, he might not use it to deal with himself. We have to admit that Kil'jaeden's threat is extremely deadly. He does not deal with the target directly, but selects the target to be close to someone he trusts, and then controls the target before using tricks. It is really hard to guard against, because no matter who he is, there will be people he trusts, and your wariness is the lowest in front of these people. Yes, you would never think that there would be betrayers among these people. Then what do you mean? Illidan was a bit concerned about Face. Although he knew what Leo meant, he didn't take the initiative to bring it up. Instead, he let Leo speak. Face is something that exists for Leo when he needs it, but it really doesn't exist when he doesn't need it. I mean, do we have deep hatred? Why should we shout and kill? The Burning Legion and the Scourge are our common enemies. Why can't we join forces? That's what it means. Illidan thought to himself that since one person cannot fight against Kil'jaeden and the Burning Legion, joining forces is the only way out. But he still has one concern. Joining forces? A good suggestion. But how can I trust your sincerity? Although we have already agreed in our hearts, we have to show our so-called sincerity first. Since you want sincerity, then I will give you sincerity. Leo shrugged and said to Illidan, Kael'thas has a disagreement with you because of the Well of Eternity water bottle in your hand. So be it. I promise you, he will not argue with you on this matter again. You struggle. You have such a loud voice. It's not that Illidan doesn't want to believe Leo, but Leo's words are too hard to believe. The Eternal Water Bottle is the hope of purifying the Sunwell and freeing the Blood Elves from the crisis of genocide. Kael'thas could lower his proud head just to get the Eternal Water Bottle. How could he give up because of Leo's words? Isn't it the source of magic power? Leo curled his lips and seemed disapproving. Can't there be a substitute for the Sunwell in such a huge universe? For me, it is much easier to build a turbulence needle than to purify the Sunwell. In the distance, Ilsa carried Node Prince Shafar, stood on Nefarion's back, and Azramandas rushed out of Auchendown in embarrassment. The materials for the turbulent needle landed on Node Prince. To borrow Leo's words, the universe is so big that things that are considered treasures in the local plane may not be considered rare goods. With the help of Void Spirit, it is really not difficult to gather the construction materials of the turbulence needle. Chapter 983. Someone is going to be in trouble. With 1 against 4. Momo was originally at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. In addition, his strength could not be fully exerted due to the constraints of the Shadow Council. When he fought against the 4 elemental gods, he was able to draw a tie at first. However, as time went by, the situation deteriorated. Then, he was gradually reversed by the other party. When Leo and Illidan were talking, Momor was already at a disadvantage, because he couldn't exert his full strength and was beaten by his opponent. He could only defend himself. The depression in Momo's heart drove him crazy. since he came to this world in response to the call of the Shadow Council. Nothing has gone through his heart. He has become more and more disgusted with Momo, and has an increasing urge to destroy it immediately. Momo was depressed. And the 4 elemental gods were even more depressed than him. Who are they? They are the elemental gods of the world of Draenor. They are the elemental gods, who were born shortly after the emergence of this world. Draenor is their home field. In the world of Draenor, they have the advantage of being able to borrow the power of the world's rules at any time, even if they have the confidence to fight against any strong enemy. But now, after they arrived at Ochendown, an unknown elemental monster defeated the 4 of them with the power of 1 person. Although the 4 elemental gods, wind, earth, and water, were still injured, only the fire elemental god was at his peak. But no matter how you put it, it was embarrassing to think that with more people beating fewer people and having the home field advantage, they still couldn't defeat their opponents. This was a battle that neither side was satisfied with. Because of dissatisfaction, both sides are seeking change and racking their brains to change the situation of the battle. Momo is on the defensive, and so are the 4 elemental gods, who have the upper hand. But how easy is it to change the situation? Momo is very strong, and the 4 elemental gods are not easy to mess with, especially the latter, who really push them hard. They can borrow the power of the rules of the Draenor world. Because of such a trump card, even the powerful Burning Legion did not take the initiative to provoke them. The crazy Magtheridon didn't even say he was going to attack the Throne of Elements. If you want to truly defeat or even kill the 4 elemental gods, the best way is to do it after they leave the world of Draenor. However, these 4 guys also know how much they weigh, and their bodies will not leave this world, making it difficult for them to leave the world. Those who spy in the dark never find an opportunity. There's a saying that goes well: the Emperor and the Heaven pay off. The Battle of Ochendown initiated by Leo today is a worthy opportunity for some people who have always wanted to get rid of the 4 elemental gods. When Leo told Illidan of his plan to obtain the material for the Turbulence Needle from Shafar, and with the latter's stunned expression, he absorbed Shafar into his unformed kingdom of God, Leo, the space around him suddenly opened a gap. Space crack? Leo and Illidan were shocked. Especially Leo. His 2 avatars were in charge of stripping Ochendown from the world of Draenor. The space cracks seemed to appear irregularly, but in fact they were controlled by Izur, with the hands of the Blood God's clone. It was impossible for these 2 people to let the space crack appear here. Did something go wrong in the operation to strip Ochendown from the world of Draenor? While Leo was confused, a human woman with a slightly stooped figure, a somewhat old face, and a few wrinkles on her forehead stepped out of the crack in space. Judging from her face, she was an elderly human woman. If it weren't for her eyes that seemed to be able to look straight into people's hearts and the mage robe she was wearing, no one would doubt that she was an ordinary old woman. But can an ordinary old woman walk out of the space crack unscathed? Even if you think about it with your toes, it's impossible. Why does this woman look familiar? Leo looked at the opponent warily. Being able to tear the space apart was not scary for a strongman of Leo's level. But few people could accurately position the space when tearing the space apart. At least Leo can't do it yet. If he wants to achieve that step, he must improve his attainments in magic. In other words, the woman in front of him is far more capable in magic than Leo. Regarding this woman who appeared suddenly, Leo was surprised and a little confused, while Illidan was shocked. Although Illidan couldn't see, he could see more clearly than anyone with eyes. What's more, how could he forget the aura of this woman? You are Egwin. Illidan's words revealed the woman's identity. Dharma God Egwin. Leo was no longer surprised or confused now. He was as shocked as Illidan. Knowing the other party's identity, Leo suddenly remembered. When he got the Abyss Crown, didn't he meet Egwin remotely through mental telepathy? No wonder he looks familiar. It turns out he has met once before. The problem of Egwin's identity has been solved, and new problems have arisen. How could Egwin, the god of magic, who had been living in seclusion for many years, come to Draenor? Leo thought quickly in his mind. As for the rumors that Egwin had lost his power, he didn't believe it at all. How could a woman who could make the powerful Tirisful Council helpless, a woman who was known as the goddess of law, lose her power so easily? After Egwin appeared, he did not speak to Leo and Illidan immediately. Instead, he first carefully inspected the peeling Ochendown and the 4 elemental gods and Momal, who were fighting fiercely. Turning around, he said to Leo, "It's time for my crown to be returned to its original owner." The crown Egwin mentioned was none other than the crown of the Abyss. Since Zul'Farrak obtained the crown of the Abyss, This crown, which Leo used as a necklace, has been of great help to him. He even saved Leo once from the Lich King's trap. But as his strength grew stronger and stronger, the effect of the Abyss Crown on him became smaller and smaller. After he achieved a qualitative leap in spiritual power through his promotion to demigod, the Abyss Crown became even more of a decoration. When Egwene comes to ask for it, Leo won't be reluctant to give it up. Besides, this was Egwene's thing in the first place. She didn't want to borrow it anymore, and wanted to take it back. This was only natural. Why is it said to be borrowed? Even though Leo had snatched the Abyss Crown from the hands of Zul'Farrak's water diviners. In fact, after getting the Abyss Crown and meeting Egwene through energy induction, Leo knew that this looked like a necklace. The diadem had never been lost to Egwene. With the strength of the troll water fortune teller, can he really steal something from the magic god Egwene? Please stop joking. It will make people laugh out loud. This diadem is clearly a bait deliberately thrown by Egwene. Considering the identity of the troll water diviner, she is a member of the Sandfury Trolls. And the Sandfury Trolls' city Zul'Farrak is in Tanali. Here, in Tan-Eris in the Caverns of Time with the Bronze Dragon. Others don't know about the connection between the Cave of Time and the Guardian. Doesn't Leo know about it? After breaking free from Sargeras' control and being resurrected by Egwene, Medivh is in the Caverns of Time. It can be said that the Abyss Crown has never been out of the sight of the Guardian. If it hadn't been for Egwene's acquiescence, Leo would not have been able to step out of Tan-Eris even if he killed the troll water fortune teller and obtained the Abyss Crown. Half a step into the sea of sand. Taking off the Abyss Crown, Leo handed it to Egwene and said solemnly, "Thank you, Lord Egwene, for taking care of me." As Leo said, Egwene indeed took good care of him. Without the Abyss Crown, how could Leo have grown so fast? Of course, Egwene's Abyss Crown was not lent to Leo in vain. If Leo hadn't grown up at a speed beyond everyone's imagination, the situation of the human race would not have improved, let alone the current strong rise. Egwene stretched out her hand to take the crown of the Abyss. Her fingers kept scratching on the crown. As her fingers turned, the crown gradually glowed. Sensing a power slowly awakening from the slumber on the crown, Leo understood that Egwene was activating the power contained in the crown. It seemed that the Dharma god had finally endured it, after living in seclusion for many years. "I can't help but come out of the mountain." Is it the right time for Egwene to come out of the mountain at this time? Leo couldn't help but turn his eyes to Auchendown. What he saw in his eyes was not Momo, but the four elemental gods. At this time, age-selected works appeared openly, and the purpose was obvious. These four guys are going to be out of luck. Leo chuckled. The existence of the four elemental gods hindered him a lot. If these four guys hadn't moved away from the throne of the elements, how could Leo help Zenithsaraya and Sindragosa? Sent to guard Heron? Egwene wanted to deal with the four elemental gods, which Leo wanted more than anything else. But he still reminded him, "Lord Egwene, these four guys are the elemental gods born in the world of Draenor. It will be very troublesome to deal with them in this world. Although you, Egwene, are the god of magic, you have also achieved the feat of killing Sargeras. But now you are on someone else's home court. How can you really be sure that you want to kill the four elemental gods in one fell swoop? What's more, there are more than four elemental gods in Auchendown now. And Momal is a huge threat that cannot be ignored. These four elemental creatures are difficult to deal with in the world of Draenor. So disconnect them from the world of Draenor. Isn't that what you are doing?" Egwene looked at Leo with a slight smile on her face. How could she not know about Leo's little thoughts? Didn't he just want her to help to speed up the peeling off of Auchendown? For Egwene, this was no problem at all. Leo was right. Egwene came out at this time, and his target was the four elemental gods. Who makes these four guys not gods of the local plane, but want to interfere in the affairs of the world where humans live? The powerful dragons are not overpowering the local snakes. There is a fundamental contradiction between the four elemental gods, who support the orcs, and the guardians of humans. If Egwene doesn't deal with them, who will they deal with? Egwene is clearly determined to take the lives of the four major elemental gods in the world of Draenor, to announce to everyone that she, the Dharma goddess, is back. Going against humans will not end well. Chapter 984: A sudden increase of 100 times. Leo, the instigator of what is happening in Auchendown, knows it. And so do the four elemental gods. As early as Auchendown entered the perception range, the four elemental gods knew that someone was peeling the temple, where the Draenei bones were buried from the world of Draenor. How could the four elemental gods, who regarded Draenor as their private property, not be angry when they saw this situation? This is also one of the reasons why the god of fire element explodes at a moment's notice. The 4 major elemental gods rolled up their sleeves and fought with Momal as soon as they appeared. It was not just that Momal despised the fire element and made the god of the fire element feel humiliated. It was also because they regarded Momal as a way to strip away Ochintan, the culprit. During the fight with Mom, the 4 elemental gods sensed that the peeling off of Ochindown had not stopped, but had accelerated a lot. But they ignored it. It's not that the 4 elemental gods don't care, but that Ochindan's separation from the world of Draenor is too slow. Not to mention that the current speed is not of concern to the 4 elemental gods. Even if it speeds up 10 times, they will not be nervous at all, because the 4 elemental gods are sure that they can escape calmly. Slow speed is the biggest flaw. Leo didn't even expect to use this method to get the 4 elemental gods out of Draenor. Although obtaining the Book of the Dead and causing Ochindan to separate from Draenor was a temporary incident, Leo still had ways to deal with them. However, things in the world are so unpredictable. First Illidan came, and then Egwin also ran out. Leo suddenly found that the difficulty of solving the 4 elemental gods had been reduced by more than 1.5 points. Illidan can defeat any of the 4 elemental gods in a single fight. And that's if the other party is determined to escape. Egwin is even worse. With her exquisite magic of accurate spatial positioning, escaping has become a luxury. With the help of these 2 people, Leo was thinking about whether he could save the killing move he prepared for later use. Egwin is a man of action and does what he says. In fact, she couldn't do anything if she didn't act quickly. Her mitre had been completely activated, and the power sealed in the mitre was fully awakened. The power emanating from the mitre was so strong that Leo and Illidan stood next to Egwin. There is a feeling of being deeply trapped in the energy tide, and one is about to be blown away by the energy. Look at the poor engineer Gangerj. All the bones in his body were crushed by the aftermath of the energy emitted from the crown. He could only lie on the operating table and gasp for air. He didn't know how long he could survive. What is puzzling is that Thetis, who is in the center of the energy tide with Leo and Illidan, is not affected at all. The little girl stares at the dazzling light in Egwin's hand as the power awakens as if nothing happened. The mitre in Egwin's hands may be a good toy in Thetis' eyes. How could the 4 elemental gods not sense the energy tide so close at hand? The 4 elemental gods were startled when they sensed this. Not to mention Leo, since he had already seen Ilsa, Azramandas and Nefarian. He was mentally prepared for Leo's appearance of the 4 elemental gods. But who is that conspicuous demon standing next to Leo? Could it be that I'm dazzled? How could it be Illidan? Illidan of the Black Temple joins forces with Leo. The 4 elemental gods were really frightened at this time. Either Leo or Illidan was a strong enemy in their eyes. Now these 2 guys are actually mixed together. Not to mention the 3 of them. The great elemental gods are injured. And even if they are all at their strongest, they have little chance of winning. Well, if Leo and Illidan teaming up is not the worst situation, then when they see Egwin, the source of the energy tide, putting the crown on his head, the 4 elemental gods are really frightened. Egwin, the god of law, is a name that resonates among the 4 elemental gods. Ever since he reached out to the human plane, he has had many battles with the Guardians. Although it was Medivh who fought against them. Medivh, how could you not understand the 4 elemental spirits of Egwin behind you? The 4 elemental gods are quite afraid of this most powerful person in the human race since the birth of mankind in the native plane. Seeing Egwin appear outside Ochindown, it was impossible for the 4 elemental gods not to be afraid, because they understood that Egwin's appearance so blatantly meant that he must have prepared a sure kill. The 4 elemental gods had long expected today's arrival, ever since Leo and Scarlet led Arothar's soldiers to appear in Hellfire Peninsula. They had thought that such a day would come. The appearance of Egwin today confirms this. Humanity is finally at its wit's end, thinking that this was a game. The 4 elemental gods did not dare to stay here longer. Without Egwin, Ochindown's slow stripping speed would not be able to help them. But the reality is that there is no if. Egwin appeared in Ochindown, which proved that Ochindown was a trap set by humans to kill the 4 elemental gods. How could humans have no backup plan? What's more, the appearance of Illidan gave the 4 elemental gods more ideas. Illidan was born in the Night Elf clan, and he and humans were both natives of the native plane. Leo, Illidan, and Egwin also appeared in Ochindown's killing spree. In the game, does this mean that humans and Night Elves have joined forces to deal with them? And the Night Elves are also involved in the formation of this killing game? There is a saying that scares people to death. The same applies to gods. Gods scare gods and scares gods to death. Before Egwin actually took action, the 4 elemental gods frightened him to death, because of all kinds of speculations and random thoughts. With a faint smile on her face, Egwene's eyes were like sharp swords. Her expression further confirmed the speculation of the four elemental gods. The separation of Ochindan from the world of Draenor, and the emergence of a tyrannical elemental monster like Momal were not the same. It's not accidental. Everything that happens here is a trap set by humans. Humans are really planning to deal with us. Are they not afraid that the monster will really destroy Draenor? The hearts of the four elemental gods surged with hatred, feeling that Draenor was not the home of humans. And Egwene and the others didn't care at all. Hate returns to hate. But you still have to run. If you fall into your opponent's trap and know that this is a trap, why don't you just stand there and wait for someone else's killer move to come? It's just that the elemental gods want to run away. But it's not as easy as they thought. Momal didn't think as much as they did. Even though he felt the arrival of Egwene and the existence of the elemental tide, Momal ignored it. Momor, who had been holding his breath since arriving in the world of Draenor, didn't care about anything else. As soon as the offensive of the four elemental gods weakened, he exploded violently, switching from defense to offense, using wind blades, sonic booms, sonar pulses, and other means to cover his face. Was beaten out. Under Momal's offensive, the elemental gods can't leave even if they want to. If they ignore it, they will definitely be injured in Momal's hands. Once injured, their strength will inevitably weaken. If their strength weakens, how can they fight with Egwene, Leo, and Illidan fights? Being entangled by Momal, the four elemental gods jumped in anger. If they had mouths, they would have started to curse. Damn monster. You need to find someone to fight desperately to find Egwene. We are not going to play with you anymore. Why are you still pestering us? Momal's recklessness was a disaster for the four elemental gods. But it was a great help to Leo and Egwene. With Momal entangled with the four elemental gods, Leo and Illidan would not have to fight them head-on. And Egwene could focus all his energy on guiding the crown. The shining crown was placed on Egwene's head. When the power awakened and the crown entered Egwene's spiritual power, it was as if a wanderer who had been away from home for many years had found his own home. Jumping for joy as fast as possible, flowing into Egwene's body. With the return of these powers, amazing changes took place in Egwene. The slightly old face, the wrinkles on his forehead, and the rickety body all disappeared. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had cast time back on Egwene, allowing this powerful magic god to after regaining her youth. A female mage who looked like she was only in her 20s appeared in front of Leo. This is the true face of the magic god Egwene. The most powerful mage in the native plane since the birth of mankind has finally taken back her power. Now, this woman is about to show her terrifying strength. And the four elemental gods of the world of Draenor are the sacrifices for her to announce her return. Without saying any unnecessary words, Egwene regained her strength and raised her hands. The tidal element seemed to have found an outlet, and instantly moved toward Ochindan. The four elemental gods discovered that when Egwene raised his hand, the peeling speed of Ochindan accelerated. This time the acceleration was not twice as fast as before, but dozens of times faster. An expert will know if there is one as soon as he takes action. The Dharma god Egwene's move is really powerful. Leo secretly thought in his heart that he was not hiding his secrets at this time. With the blood god clone and Yizhu were watching with all their strength, the speed of Ochindan's peeling off increased a lot again. With such a twofold increase, Ochindan's speed of stripping Draenor was more than 100 times faster than before. The four elemental gods were so frightened that they were scared out of their wits. Egwene took action, and they were mentally prepared. But what they didn't expect was that Leo was not bad either. This kid actually hid most of his strength. Isn't it obvious what Leo wanted from the beginning? Infatuated with people? The soul is weak. The four elemental gods were angry. Angry and anxious. The appearance of Egwene and the sudden increase in the peeling speed of Ochindan caught them off guard. The situation at this time was extremely bad for them. A slight hesitation could lead to their lives. Worries. There is no other way but to use the power of Draenor's rules. The four elemental gods, who were forced to a dead end, made a decision in an instant. Although using the power of the world's rules would have to pay an extremely heavy price, they could not care less in order to save their lives. Feeling the opponent's determination, Leo's expression became solemn. Illidan also took the double blades of Isenroth in his hands, and Egwene's whole body was filled with magic power. With Ochindan's peeling speed at this time, they only need to block the counterattack of the four elemental gods for a few seconds. However, facing the desperate blows of the four elemental gods, it is still unknown whether they can survive these seconds. At this moment, Leo's heart moved slightly, and Sindragosa and Zenithsareya contacted him. Chapter 985, Furious. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the four elemental gods to leave the elemental throne, Sindragosa and Zenithsareya sneaked into the lair of the elemental gods that lacked the protection of top powers. Don't think that there will be no one left after the four elemental gods leave the throne of elements. If that is the case, the four elemental gods are doing too badly. Even guys like Gruul know how to gather a group of minions ogres. If they don't have one, wouldn't they be too far behind the one-eyed Grons? Gods do not need to do everything themselves. Otherwise they will tire themselves to death sooner or later. Well, even if the gods are powerful and will not die from exhaustion, there are too many trivial matters that will keep you busy. So how can you have time to practice? Strength is the foundation of everything. It's impossible for the four elemental gods to not understand this truth. But can these poor guys trust other creatures? Of course not. In the eyes of the four elemental gods, other races, including the orcs who have always believed in them, are all alien races. And they are all alien races that cannot be entrusted with important responsibilities. They must be guarded against them. Only elemental creatures, and only elements that are completely under their control, are worthy of trust. It is not that the four major elemental gods are racist, but that as the elemental gods of the Draenor world, they are the origin of all elements and the true controllers of all elements. The elemental creatures do not dare and have no ability to betray them. The four elemental gods were right to only trust elemental creatures that were completely under their control. Especially the shift of the orcs' beliefs after the Burning Legion discovered this world further strengthened the views of the four elements, and they became more and more convinced of it. Only trusting elemental creatures. This approach did bring benefits to the four elemental gods, allowing them to avoid the catastrophe launched by the Burning Legion. However, everything has advantages and disadvantages. While one thing brings benefits, it also the root of disaster was laid. Today is the time when the elemental gods pay the price for this. There is no doubt about the loyalty of elemental creatures to the four elemental gods. But most elemental creatures have a fatal weakness. That is, their low intelligence. IQ is a flaw. If creatures such as orcs know that the four elemental gods are out, they will definitely strengthen the security of the elemental throne. And at the worst, they will tightly protect important places. Elemental creatures are different, because the four great spirits left in a hurry, and they did not expect that anyone would be bold enough to invade the throne of elements. They left in a hurry without giving any instructions to the elemental creatures under them. And the elemental creatures, who did not receive orders from above, were still confused, wandering around the throne of elements. There is no protection against possible invasion by foreign enemies. It was under such circumstances that Sindragosa and Zenithsareya could easily sneak into the hinterland of the throne of elements, and peek into the secrets of the throne of elements. The throne of elements is full of elemental creatures wandering aimlessly. These elemental creatures are the nightmare of countless infiltrators. Because they are wandering around, they can be found anywhere on the elemental throne. Just like goblins can be found wherever money can be made. No matter how remote or dangerous the place is, because they are aimless. No one can. It is undoubtedly a fool's errand to guess what these elemental creatures want to do next. To figure out their patterns of action. And to formulate a plan to sneak into the throne of elements. Once the infiltrator is discovered, he will have to face countless elemental creatures swarming him, and even face the wrath of the four elemental gods. But yes, once those two words appear, things take a completely different direction. But if the infiltrator is a powerful person of the level of Sindragosa and Zenithsareya, these elemental creatures will not be of much use. In front of Sindragosa and Zenithsareya, these remaining elemental creatures did not play a guarding role at all. If they did, it was because their presence slowed down the pace of the two dragon queens. The time when the secrets in the throne of elements were discovered was moved back by a short period of time. It doesn't matter that it was moved like this. What's important is that it happened to be moved at the critical moment of the Battle of Auchendown. The secret discovered by Sindragosa and Zenithsareya in the throne of the elements became the most important thing to poke at the four elemental gods. One knife. Sindragosa and Zenithsareya, who sneaked into the throne of elements, didn't find anything at first. They just felt that this place was indeed worthy of being called the throne of elements. The energy of various elements was so rich that it had already formed a substance, allowing the elemental creatures living here even if they didn't. Cultivation strength can also maintain a relatively rapid growth level. Of course, there is a limit to the speed of this kind of strength growth. After reaching this limit, the elemental creatures will not make any progress without cultivating their strength. But they will not retreat at all. You can reach a certain level of strength without practicing. I don't know how many people are jealous of such a place. Sindragosa and Sinisarea couldn't help but be moved after discovering this. The Throne of Elements is simply a training treasure for magic warriors. If it can be transferred to Leo's Kingdom of God, it can be cultivated in large quantities. Spellcasters, it is no longer a dream to form a large army of elemental mages. Tempted by the heart, a place like the Throne of the Elements is not something you can get just by thinking about it. Sinisarea and Sindragosa could only press their thoughts and continue to go deeper inside. Soon, they discovered something unusual. Entering the core area of the Throne of Elements, the two dragon queens felt an inexplicable feeling in their hearts, and their expressions changed. Sindragosa and Sinisarea are well informed. Others might not know the origin of this feeling, but they are different. They already understood the reason almost as soon as the feeling came from their hearts. The two women looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. After a brief eye contact, the two women nodded, carefully hid their figures, and sneaked towards the core of the Throne of Elements. The deeper they went into their hearts, the clearer the feeling became, and the faster Sinisarea and Sindragosa moved. In the end, the two dragon queens no longer cared about hiding their whereabouts, because all the space in front of them had been filled with countless elements. The living thing is sealed. In order to keep the secret of the Throne of Elements, the four elemental gods gave birth to sanity in their men, and sent elemental creatures with some intelligence here. With these guards, no one can enter the core of the Throne of Elements quietly, since it is impossible to infiltrate quietly, then go in openly. Without the four elemental gods, Sinisarea and Sindragosa are strong enough to crush them. When Sinisarea and Sindragosa contacted Leo through the telepathy between master and servant, it was the moment before they decided to take action. The core secret of the Throne of Elements is the lifeblood of the four elemental gods. Once Sindragosa and Sinisarea take action, it will inevitably trigger a crazy counterattack by the four elemental gods. A war between Leo and these four elemental gods will immediately break out, and the kind that will never stop. Therefore, before taking action, the two dragon queens must seek Leo's opinion. Not knowing the situation in Washington, they also need Leo to hold off the four elemental gods to buy them time. If Leo had received news about the two dragon queens before Egwin appeared, he would have hesitated, but now that the Dharma god Egwin is on the same side as him, and with strong men like Illidan as foreign aid, he doesn't mind. Add fire to the backyard of the four elemental gods. The four elemental gods, who were being entangled by Momo, were shaken at the moment Sindragosa and Sinisarea took action. At this critical moment, the four elemental gods received a piece of horrifying news. Two powerful invaders have broken into the heart of the Throne of the Elements. This news frightened the four elemental gods. The Throne of Elements is their foundation, and the core secrets of the Throne of Elements are related to their lives and deaths. How can the four major elemental gods not be nervous or afraid if their lives are at stake? The longer they live, the more afraid they are of death. Obviously, the four elemental gods fall into this category. He was in crisis, and before he could think of a solution, there was a fire in the backyard again, and one of the four elemental gods was anxiously angry. After learning the faces of the two intruders from the feedback from their subordinates, they became even more furious. The two intruders, the black-haired Sinestra and the blue-haired Syndra, were clearly Leo's men. In order to deal with them, humans not only laid traps and killing schemes in Auchendown, but also attacked the Throne of Elements at the same time. The timing of their attack on the Throne of Elements was so fatal. What if this wasn't premeditated? Careful consideration, long-term planning, and endless plans. All kinds of thoughts emerged from the minds of the four elements. Humans are so cruel. Leo and Egwin. Cunning! If the four elemental gods had teeth, then no matter how hard the teeth were, they would be broken by them at this time. The hatred for Leo, Egwin, and all mankind drove the four elemental gods almost crazy. There can be no further hesitation. No matter what the cost, we must stop humanity's conspiracy. Understanding how dangerous the situation was at this time, the four elemental gods put aside their last concerns and began to borrow the rules of the Draenor world. Just as a person, no matter how strong he is, cannot lift himself, no matter how powerful you are in the world of Draenor, you cannot resist the rules of this world unless you have the individual strength to destroy the world in an instant. The look on Egwin's face became a bit solemn. Illidan also tensed his body, and the four elemental gods' determination made the battlefield tense sore. As for Leo, this kid picked his ears and said leisurely to the confusion of Egwin and Illidan, "Want to fight for your life? You must first pass the level of Momer." While Leo was speaking, The huge Spider Kingdom army in the Shadow Labyrinth underground in Ochinton came out from every corner. The members of the Shadow Council who were trying their best to maintain the magic circle to weaken Momal were attacked by these sudden enemies. Stunned under the premeditated attack by the crypt demons and spider monsters. Only 3 or 5 breathers were killed, and most of them were injured. There are not enough people. The magic circle can no longer be maintained. And Momal's strength is released. Chapter 986. Solve the doubts. Borrowing the power of the rules, and using the power of the entire Draenor world to crush the opponent is the trump card of the 4 elemental gods, and their last resort. Of course, the power of rules is not easy to borrow. Even if the 4 elemental gods were born from the birth of this world, and are protected by the entire Draenor world, they still have to pay an extremely heavy price. But when life and death are at stake, the price paid for borrowing the power of rules is nothing compared to his own life. For gods with infinite lifespans, death is so terrible and terrifying. Standing against the power of a world sounds very cruel and passionate, but it is very painful in practice. Fighting against the world with one person's strength will never be easy no matter how powerful you are. If there was no Momor in Ochindown, Leo might join forces with Egwin and Illidan to see how powerful the 4 elemental gods could become after borrowing the power of the world's rules. But there is no such thing as reality. In Ochindown, there was an elemental monster like Momor who had destroyed a whole world. Leo didn't want to fight to the death with the 4 elemental gods first, only to be taken advantage of by Momal in the end. If the 4 elemental gods want to fight tooth and nail, then go to Momal and fight to the death. The members of the Shadow Council in the Shadow Maze were slaughtered by spider monsters and crypt demons. Momal, who was fighting fiercely with the 4 elemental gods, suddenly felt his body loosen. The power that restrained him and prevented him from fully displaying his strength disappeared. Without a trace, Momal was overjoyed. Raising his head, he roared silently toward the sky to vent his excitement. Momo's momentum surged as the confinement circle in the Shadow Maze was destroyed. The 4 elemental gods, who had just finished casting the secret technique, fused themselves with the power of rules in the world of Draenor, and completed their trump card were dumbfounded. Don't you want to play tricks on people like this? We had just performed our final killing move, and we were confident that we could get rid of this big monster and break through the blocks of Leo, Egwin and Illidan. However, the big monster in front of us turned out to be even stronger, and its momentum rose to it scares us all. Where did this elemental monster come from? It's not so disgusting. Momal, who had completely unlocked his power, ignored the thoughts of the 4 elemental gods. He only had one thing on his mind right now, and that was to kill these 4 disgusting guys in front of him. I'll let you guys beat me up. I'm letting you go against me. Uncle Momal's strength has recovered. Let's see how you die. Boom boom boom. Momal, who can exert his full power, is different. He raises his hands and feet so powerfully that it can shatter the bones of ordinary demigods. The sonic boom blasts out in all directions without him deliberately using it, accompanied by a sonic boom that can kill demigods. What appeared were countless wind blades that easily tore apart the space. The 4 elemental gods immediately knelt down. Why is Momo, this monster who appeared out of nowhere, staring at them? Okay, just keep staring at us. Why are you still so strong? We have borrowed the power of the rules of the world of Draenor. As long as we are in the world of Draenor, our strength at this time is 10 times that of usual. Not only is this kind of power invincible, but it is also rare in the entire universe. Opponent, but why has the strength of the monster in front of him increased even more? Momal, who had regained his strength, was so powerful that even if the 4 elemental gods borrowed the power of the rules of the Draenor world, they would not dare to win in a fight with him. Originally, I wanted to use the power of the rules as a trump card to fight out of Ochindown. Who would have thought that Momal would be so powerful, with terrifying strength that makes people tremble? Faced with such an opponent, the 4 elemental gods could not escape even though they wanted to. Dare to take action. Facing an enemy like Momal, exposing your back to him would be tantamount to committing suicide. The 4 major elemental gods were now put on the shelf, under the crazy offensive of their opponents. They had to give up their plan to escape and deal with Momal with all their strength. In fact, although the 4 elemental gods were forced to accept the challenge, they were not entirely reluctant in their hearts. Momal's perseverance and aggressiveness had long aroused their hatred, and the 4 elemental gods were also fighting against Momal, in order to vent the resentment in my chest. We are all elemental creatures. Why are you staring at us and attacking us? Leo, Egwin, and Illidan outside Ochindown. Why don't they see you and attack? Do you really think that we are soft persimmons that you can pinch as much as you want? You've really driven us into a panic. At worst, we'll have to fight you. Wow. The fight was really intense. The battle in Ochendown escalated to several levels. Leo, the instigator, rubbed his chin with a look of anticipation on his face. Illidan sneered. Momal single-handedly fought against the 4 elemental gods who had borrowed the rules of the world, which made the demon hunter have a strange look on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. Maybe Illidan was trying to he was amazed by Momal's strength. Or maybe he was thinking about how to get rid of Momal, who gave Momal a crazy aura that wanted to destroy everything. The universe is composed of countless worlds. Destroying one world, and destroying a world with life in it, may seem like a heifer standing on its head and causing evil. But in fact it has violated the will of the universe, and will be spurned by the will of the universe. The one who came out was like Momal, with an aura of destruction that could not be erased, causing other beings to subconsciously place him in a hostile camp as soon as they saw him. The public enemy of the universe refers to guys like Momo. Of course, the Burning Legion also falls into this category. But the Burning Legion's destruction of the world is a collective operation, not a single-handed operation like Momo. Egwin looked at Leo, with some doubts on his face. He was completely puzzled by the sudden increase in Momal's strength. This human female magic goddess was completely puzzled. I hurried to Ochendown right after the battle in Netherstorm, because I got the news that the warlocks of the Shadow Council summoned a monster that could destroy the world in the underground maze of Ochendown. The world of Draenor, it is our best frontline battlefield against the Burning Legion. In order to prevent this battlefield from being destroyed, I can only investigate. As for the separation of Ochendown from the Draenor world, I can only say that it was an accident. Who knows? Are Lu and the Draenei sneaking around here to cause trouble? Leo did not hide anything. In fact, there was no need to conceal the information about Momal. Egwin and the line of guardians she represented were firmly on the same side as Leo in dealing with the aliens. Leo also counted on her to help him solve the problem. Where's Momal? Egwin nodded after hearing this. She understood that Leo didn't need to lie to her about this kind of thing. She looked at Momal with a hint of disgust on her face. That monster does have the power to destroy the world. And I'm sure that he must have done it. He has the same stench as Sargeras, the scorn of the universe. Stink? Leo sniffed subconsciously. But he didn't smell anything. A universe-hating person refers to a guy who is hated by the entire universe? Thoughts swirled in his mind. And Leo understood what Egwin meant. It wasn't that Momal really smelled bad, but that his breath made people subconsciously disgusted. That is to say, there are no true gods in the world of Draenor. Only these 4 trash. Egwin's words revealed his contempt for the 4 elemental gods. Leo and Illidan listened quietly. Neither of them spoke. There was only the sound of Thetis, a little girl, clapping her hands and screaming for the dazzling rays of light exploded by Ochendown. If this monster appears in our world, Elun will kill him as soon as possible. Egwin mentioned the moon god Elun. Leo and Illidan had completely different reactions. Illidan stopped sneering and fell completely silent. He didn't know what he was thinking of. Maybe he thought of Tyron from the moon god Elun. Leo, on the other hand, pretended to be a curious baby and took the opportunity to ask his question. Lord Egwin, I know very little about gods. I wonder if you can answer my questions. Leo is now a demigod, and a powerful one at that. Demigods are preparatory gods. But Leo knows very little about gods. And that guy Goldfinger is too lazy. When Leo asked him, this guy didn't answer at all. Now that he met Egwin, he just wanted to ask for advice. Hearing Leo ask this, Illidan's face moved, and his face was a little strange. It's a little strange that Leo already has 2 pseudogod clones, but he doesn't even understand the knowledge of gods. It's no wonder that Illidan would be surprised. Think about it. Which demigod has not reached this point after countless years of practice? The long years have given them enough time to understand many things that are difficult for ordinary people to access. And like Arthas, who relied on the rune demon sword Frostmourne, and Leo, a guy with a cheating device. Although they could quickly acquire demigod-level combat power, they had too little experience and understood little. There is no knowledge reserve matching that of a powerful demigod. Although having a cheating device saves time and allows you to stand at a high position in a very small amount of time. Since it is a quick fix, it must have its flaws. And some things must take time to accumulate. Illidan had little information, and did not know that Leo had risen to prominence in just 3 years. He thought that Leo was a strong man that humans had hidden for many years. However, Egwin was different. This human god of magic had already emerged before Leo. I had already paid attention to him at that time. And I also knew that Leo must have a great secret. And there must be strong support behind this young man of the same race. Although she wondered why Leo didn't ask the strong man who secretly supported him for advice. She didn't ask any more questions. Since you have opened your mouth, I will naturally answer it for you. In fact, knowledge about gods is not a secret at all to those who are qualified to break through the legend of demigod promotion. You are already a demigod, and you are more qualified to know. Then compared to other people, I may know a little more, Egwin said, changing the topic. Leo, you know why in the world we live in, only Elun is called the true god. And I, even the fourth, even though the great elemental lord and Deathwing have the power to kill gods, they still can't break through that step? Chapter 987 on God. There is only one true god in the entire native plane, and that is the moon god Elun. This is common sense in the native world of humans and elves. A common sense that even uncivilized savage races know. Common sense things are common to everyone, and few people will investigate them. They all take them for granted. But there are some people who will investigate them. Leo raised his eyebrows, saying that there was only one true god, Elun, in the native plane, and he was also very surprised by this. In the local plane, although there are not many people who claim to be gods, there are definitely many. However, although there are many people who claim to be gods, no one dares to say that they are true gods like Elun. This is indeed strange. Seeing Leo shake his head, Egwin knew that he really didn't know. So he continued, gods also have levels. But the level of gods is not only divided by strength. Oh! Leo became interested. Apart from the hard indicator of strength, are there other soft indicators? For example, your two clones, although they have the power of gods, may fall out of the ranks of gods at any time due to unstable realms. These are false gods. The false gods are furthermore not true gods, but mortal gods like me, above the false gods and below the true gods. Are they mortal gods? Leo didn't understand. He had never heard of the name mortal god. Egwin raised her hand and smoothed the long hair hanging around her ears with her long white fingers. This feminine movement gave Leo a different feeling. No matter how powerful Egwin was, she was still a woman, having the joys, sorrows, and joys of being immortal, and having all the desires of creatures in the mortal world. This is a mortal god. He has not severed his connection with the mortal world, and cannot truly look down on the mortal world. He has feelings but has a realm. Stable deity. Leo dragged his chin and began to ponder. According to Egwin, she and other god-level powerhouses in the native plane belong to the sequence of mortal gods. What is a mortal god? According to Leo's understanding, mortal gods are powerful creatures that have power comparable to gods, but still have the heart of a mortal. Although these creatures are powerful, and seem to have already surpassed the mortal world. In fact, in essence, they are still creatures from the mortal world, being unable to abandon one's own desires, being unable to completely separate oneself from the mortal world, and still having feelings, being able to be happy, angry, sad, in pain, and having one's emotions affected by external objects. This is what Leo understands as a mortal god. Facts have proved that Leo's understanding was correct. When he told Egwin his feelings, the latter nodded in agreement. If that's the case, Leo rubbed his chin and said in an uncertain tone, Your Excellency Egwin, are the true gods the kind of beings who have no emotions at all? They only care about great gains and losses, and choose themselves in complex situations. What I want most is that my heart is not affected by external objects at all. Just like a chess player who treats the mortal world as the chessboard, the creatures in the mortal world as the chess pieces, and they are the ones playing chess? He has no emotions, only acts based on the pros and cons, possesses absolute reason, and maintains absolute ruthlessness. Is this the so-called true god? Leo rolled his eyes speechlessly. If this was the true god, then he would rather not do it. He now understands why there are many strong men with god-level combat power. But only Elun has become a true god. How many people are willing to kill their own emotions and turn themselves into a mechanical being? Creatures in the mortal world such as Egwin and Leo have various ties to the world in which they were born. How could they just give up? Thinking of this, Leo understood. The division between gods, mortal gods and true gods is a hurdle. A hurdle that is not based on strength. At this threshold, many powerful beings stop their steps. Although their strength may be comparable to true gods, or even stronger than many true gods, they are still mortal gods. Strength is no longer the only criterion for classification at this time. Mentality, only mentality, is the obstacle to the advancement of mortal gods to true gods. Leo sighed and said leisurely, I think only by becoming a true god can one truly step into the divine way. Treating the creatures in the mortal world, and the entire mortal world, as beings that can be abandoned at any time is a god. God of sacrifice other than that. They are all ants. Besides the god of death, everyone is an ant. Egwin and Illidan were stunned. Leo was right. If you want to break through the mortal gods and become true gods, you must have that kind of mentality. But it's easier said than done. Even if they know it. How many people can do it? After going through the entire local plane several times, don't even the four elemental lords and beings like Deathwing have their own desires? For the sake of the so-called Shinto, God Leo would rather abandon everything in his past, and even kill his own feelings. He has no sense of joy, anger, sorrow, and joy, and only knows how to weigh things up when things happen. God Leo doesn't like this kind of person, and he doesn't want to like him. Qua. Egwin was about to say something else when the crow of a crow came from the side, attracting everyone's attention. Anzu, the god of crows, is the only god worshipped by the crow people in the world of Draenor. How can this big crow look like a god at this time? Most of the neat feathers fell off, exposing the naked body, which looked no different from a plucked chicken. Of course, if you insist on saying so, it means that this chicken is many times bigger. In addition to most of his feathers falling off, the crow god's body was also covered in scars. Even the toughest bird's beak was missing a piece, and half of the bird's claws were cut off. The injuries on his feet made Anzu come running for he's limping. No matter how funny he looks, even a fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken, let alone a crow. Behind Anzu, Manaroth was chasing after him with a cat-and-mouse expression, his blood-red double-headed war spear dancing like a tiger, looking murderous. But in fact it was not directed at Anzu's vitals. Manaroth enjoyed torturing a god. Illidan's expression became strange, and he felt a very familiar aura on Manaroth. But for a moment, he had not thought of the other party's identity. Egwin looked at Manaroth for a few times and said, Leo, are you really sure you can control him? He is Manaroth the Destroyer. Manaroth the Destroyer. Egwin's words reminded Illidan of Manaroth's identity, and the figure of the Abyss Lord holding a bloody double-headed war spear emerged in his mind. The strongest man in the world of Anelin. The vanguard of the Burning Legion's invasion of the home plane. Manaroth the Destroyer. Illidan grasped the twin blades of Isenroth tightly. He had personally experienced the power of Manaroth. Such a powerful enemy suddenly appeared, and he couldn't help but be nervous. What surprised Illidan was that Leo and Egwin were not nervous about Manaroth's appearance. And even the little girl Thetis was the same. Well, with the latter's always thick and slow nerves, it's really hard for anything to scare her. It's okay. Leo shrugged and said under Egwin's slightly worried eyes. Can he be turned upside down if he falls into my hands? Hearing what Leo said so confidently, Egwin's worries lessened a bit. But she did not feel completely relieved because of this. Manaroth was too powerful. Once Leo couldn't control it, the harm caused would be enormous. Very chilling. Manaroth. Stop playing. Manaroth's identity was revealed by Egwin. And Leo simply did not hide his identity. The next battle may require the great efforts of this destroyer. Hearing Leo's words, Manilos lost the joking look on his face and replied respectfully, I follow your will. Great master. Manaroth the Destroyer bowed his head to a human. Illidan seemed to be in a dream, and everything that happened in front of him really made him feel incredible. He now understood why Egwin was not nervous about the appearance of Manaroth. It turned out that Leo was so extraordinary. When did such a person appear among human beings? Illidan fell into deep thought. No wonder the moon god Elune would grant Thetis the same favor in addition to Tyrant. Even her former pet Akumair signed a contract with Thetis. Come to think of it, it must be to check and balance mankind. There is a Leo who can make Manaroth bow. If the Night Elf's strength does not increase, how can it maintain its transcendent status? Thinking about it this way, the situation faced by the Night Elves is more severe than they imagined. In addition to the unrest within the clan and external threats, such as the Burning Legion and the Scourge, there are also challenges from their own allies. No wonder Tyrant sent Thetis to the world of Draenor. No wonder Tyrant asked Thetis to come to him. This is probably the reason. Illidan's brows wrinkled unconsciously. Although Tyrant did not give him a clear message. Who was Illidan? How could he not guess what Tyrant meant? This was clearly to make him do something for him again. The Night Elves contributed. No, that's not the case. Illidan, who was thinking. quickly rejected his previous idea. If Tyrant wants to strengthen the Night Elves, he may not necessarily need his help. Could it be that Tyrant came from May of Shadowsong? Illidan hesitated. Watcher May of Shadowsong gave him a headache when he thought of that powerful but stubborn woman. Even though he was very tired of this woman, who kept yelling at him to kill him. Illidan did not kill Maiev after catching her, but locked her up. Restricting Maev's personal freedom did not harm her life. To do this to such a woman who insisted on locking herself up or even killing her. I have to say that Illidan is somewhat womanly. But this is exactly what he did in a certain situation. The cuteness in these eyes. Although he was somewhat hesitant about releasing Mae of Shadowsong, Illidan had to admit that letting this mad woman go would greatly help the Night Elves' current situation. Maiev herself is a strong person, and her brother Garros is even more powerful. After all, the latter was the commander when he first fought against the invasion of the Burning Legion. If he came to help Tyrant, Thandril would really can't make too much waves. Chapter 988 Devouring Anzu. Anzu was no match for Manaroth. The Destroyer, who had regained his full strength, was not something he could match even with a somewhat joking attitude. After a fierce battle, Anzu was defeated without any surprise. Originally, according to Manilos's intention, he wanted to tease Anzu for a while and ravage his opponent for fun before hunting. This is the right that a hunter only has. But Leo gave the order, and Manilos naturally did not dare to neglect. If Minoros was unwilling to obey Leo's orders when he was resurrected by Leo, just to prevent Leo from obliterating his mind and turning into a puppet without self-awareness. Then now, following Leo after a while, the saboteur has long since put away his extravagant efforts. My master? Not to mention that there must be a being standing behind him who is so powerful that people can only look up to him. Only that he also has the ability to make people surrender. Manaroth dared to swear that he had never seen anyone whose strength increased so quickly. And he had never seen anyone with such a promising future. Even Sargeras Manaroth felt that he could not compare to Leo. Although Leo's current strength is far from Sargeras' opponent. If Sargeras really comes, Leo may not be able to defeat him. However, Sargeras does not have a kingdom of gods. Kingdom of God? That's right. It's the kingdom of God. This is the reason why Manaroth completely surrendered to Leo. Because the kingdom of God is too important. Whether or not there is a kingdom of God is the criterion that determines whether a strong person can enter the list of the strongest in the universe. Sargeras does not have a kingdom of gods. So he is only a bronze titan among the titans. Even though Sargeras is the most powerful warrior in the pantheon, his rank can only be that of a bronze titan. Sargeras' powerful strength was accumulated over a long period of time. His talent is only average among the entire Titan clan. Although it seems terrifying to outsiders, it is really no match for the God King and God Queen of the Titans. Being spotted, others may not know the real reason why Sargeras surrendered. But Manaroth, one of the 3 giants of the Burning Legion, vaguely understood that it was precisely because Sargeras had no power, but exhausted his potential that he saw himself in the pantheon. With no further possibility of progress, he was unwilling to stop here for the rest of his life. So he suddenly made up his mind and resolutely embarked on another path. Perhaps there are other reasons for Sargeras to become the Dark Titan, but it is him who ultimately makes the decision. And this cannot be denied. There is a saying that people go to higher places, and water flows to lower places. Seeing that the potential of his new master was far beyond that of Sargeras, Manaroth was naturally willing to be used by Leo. Sargeras relied on strength to conquer Manaroth and others. The power that made Manaroth and other demons fearful will not last long. What happened to Manaroth at this time is proof. Manaroth's war spear, which no longer played tricks on Anzu, danced with bloody spear shadows. Anzu, who was fleeing, noticed the strong wind behind him. He was immediately horrified and ran as fast as he could. However, Manaroth's war spear stabbed too fast, and Anzu injured another leg. His speed was not as fast as before. He only ran for 2 or 3 steps before he felt a sharp pain in his body. And then his strength was quickly lost. After running for 3 or 5 steps, he was unable to run anymore and could only collapse to the ground unwillingly. Anzu, the god of crows, fell to the ground like a dead dog. Fortunately, there were no crows nearby. Otherwise it would be hard to say whether Anzu, the unlucky guy, would have any followers. Manaroth stepped forward and kicked Anzu's feet. The poor crow god was unable to resist and could only scream in pain. Poor Anzu. You shouldn't have responded to Aegis and Seth's call and come to the world of Draenor at this juncture. Isn't this looking for death? Leo curled his lips, rubbed his index and middle fingers together, and snapped his fingers. 5 storm crows fluttered their wings and flew towards Ansu. If you observe carefully, you can find that the eyes of the storm crows are filled with an emotion, which is a mixture of excitement and greed. Excited? What could the storm crow be excited about seeing Ansu? The crow god slumped to the ground like a dead dog. Ansu, who was paralyzed on the ground, saw 5 storm crows rushing towards him and immediately started struggling. He looked like he wanted to fight, even though Manaroth kicked him several times and even used the blood-red weapon. The double-headed war spear gave him a few more blows. But Ansu didn't stop. The reaction was far more violent than anyone expected. The resistance is not enough unless it is fierce. Leo released these 5 storm crows, and others don't understand their use. How can Ansu know? Look at the eyes of the 5 storm crows. The way they look at Ansu is not seeing a crow god, but food. In the eyes of the storm crow, the seriously injured Ansu was no longer the powerful crow god, but a delicious meal. And the storm crow himself was the enjoyer of this meal. Ansu becomes a feast for the storm crow? Yes, that's what Leo planned. Ansu is the god of crows. Of course, this is what the crow people call him. In fact, he is a big crow. But this big crow has become a god. Leo released the storm crows and asked them to eat Ansu, the crow who had become a god. With Manaroth around, all Ansu's struggles and resistance were stifled. The crow god could only watch as the storm crow pounced on him and devoured him with its sharp claws and beak. The only thing he could do was to it can only be the cry before death. Huh? Egwin watched the storm crow tearing apart Ansu's body, eating Ansu bit by bit with great difficulty. The human female magic goddess was a little confused at first, but after discovering the momentum of the storm crow, after gradually increasing as she devoured Ansu's body, she understood that Leo clearly regarded Ansu, the crow god, as a tonic for the storm crows, and let the storm crows devour Ansu to enhance their strength. After understanding this, Egwin was no longer confused. Then, she seemed to have thought of something again, and looked at Leo with a bit of a smile. Leo, who felt uncomfortable with Egwin's gaze, was very surprised. He didn't understand why Egwin was looking at him like this. But when he saw a storm crow put a magic weapon in Ansu's head, when he took out the crystal of light, he understood what Egwin meant. The crystal that emits divine light is Ansu's divine crystal. Ansu's corpse can be eaten, but the divine crystal cannot. What Egwin wanted to know was what Leo was going to do. This is really embarrassing for me. Leo scratched his face, feeling embarrassed. The qualifications of the 5 storm crows were exactly the same, so there was no surprise at all. He couldn't be more favorable to one. Right? Damn it. Egwin clearly wants to see my joke. Leo was really stumped. But this problem did not exist for long. The storm crow that dug out the divine crystal did not hesitate, and swallowed the divine crystal in one gulp before his companions came to fight for it. This swallow is bad. Ansu's soul was still hiding in the divine crystal, although his body was severely injured by Manaroth, and was unable to resist the devouring of the storm crow. His soul was not. With the ability of storm crow, how can it suppress the counterattack of Ansu's soul? Seeing the storm crow's body shaking in pain, Leo secretly thought to himself that the storm crow was unable to resist Ansu's spiritual counterattack, and would be controlled by Ansu before long. Damn it! Leo cursed bitterly. It was too late to take back the storm crow at this time. There was only one way to solve the problem. The other 4 storm crows were in panic when they suddenly received Leo's order. Without thinking, they immediately rushed towards the companion who had swallowed the divine crystal. Could it be that Leo wanted to kill the storm crow that swallowed the divine crystal? Of course not. A strange scene happened. The 4 storm crows that rushed over did not collide with their companions, but melted into them as if they were insubstantial. Egwin nodded approvingly. She already knew what method Leo was going to use to deal with Ansu. 1 storm crow couldn't defeat Ansu. But what about 5 storm crows? With Ansu's seriously injured body, Leo didn't believe that his soul could still be intact. The 5 storm crows joining forces did have the ability to defeat Ansu. This may not be possible with other pets. After all, no individual will be different. But storm crow is different. They are exactly the same in body and soul. There is no difference at all. Fusing 5 such individuals together will, not to mention a demigod warlock like Leo. Even an epic warlock can do it without any pressure. Ansu originally wanted to seize the body of a storm crow in order to escape. This plan went very smoothly when it was first implemented. But he didn't know what means his opponent used. His soul suddenly grew several times, and Ansu was caught off guard. The opponent's surprise attack was successful, and the advantage they had originally disappeared in an instant. A protracted battle would undoubtedly be a disaster for Ansu. With Leo as his backup, how could Ansu be able to defeat Storm Crow? His failure would only be a matter of time. Illidan's body moved. But at this time Egwene moved his steps intentionally or unintentionally, and stood together with Leo. The former stopped after thinking for a moment. This human named Leo let his pet devour the big crow. And the human's strength increased again. Illidan secretly sighed in his heart. Although humans are allies of the Night Elves, they are also powerful challengers to the Night Elves' transcendent status. Their increased strength has both advantages and disadvantages for the Night Elves. Although Illidan wanted to stop him, he couldn't help but have the magic god Egwene present. He really wasn't sure. Leo glanced at Illidan lightly. He knew that the demon hunter had something on his mind. If Egwene hadn't been present, Illidan might have had a conflict with him. Cooperating with this demon hunter was finally not as reassuring as watching Kael'thas. He had to be on guard at all times. And only Tyron could help him. The atmosphere unknowingly became awkward. Fortunately, the three people involved had experienced ups and downs, so they didn't take it to heart. Hee. It's so beautiful. Just when the three of them were silent, a burst of laughter came. Thetis, a nervous little girl, looked excitedly at Auchinton, which burst out with brilliant lights. The little girl's voice broke the dullness and made the three Leos turn their attention to Auchindown again. Chapter 989 Throne of Elements. In Thetis's eyes, the current Auchindown is a huge fireworks maker, where the four series of elements are constantly colliding, exploding into dazzling balls of light, turning the entire Auchindown into a colorful ball of light. But in the eyes of those who know the truth, Oakington is an extremely dangerous place. The dazzling eyeballs that exploded, and the increasingly dense space cracks were all deadly things. Not to mention getting close to them. Even taking a look at them from a distance required great courage. The four elemental gods in Auchindown were going crazy. After borrowing the power of the rules, they were unable to get Momal, which was really beyond their expectation. 4-against-1, even with the last trump card, he was unable to defeat a monster that came out of nowhere. How could anyone bear it? Worse, they ran out of time. The reason why the four major elemental gods are anxious and desperate is because the Throne of Elements is under attack. Sindragosa and Zenithsaria are killing each other in the core area of the four major elemental gods' lair. Groups of elemental creatures fell to the two of them, under the magic of the Dragon Queen. These elemental creatures that had finally developed wisdom were restored to their original elements in the world under Sindragosa and Zenithsaria. After thousands of years, he finally developed his own wisdom, but finally fell into the hands of the invaders. It can be said that 1,000 years of Taoism have been lost in one day. Close. Getting closer. Sindragosa and Zenithsaria's eyes shone with excitement. The elemental creature's desperate blockade slowed their steps, but it could not stop them from approaching the core of the elemental throne. As the feeling in their hearts became stronger, the two dragon queens knew that their goal was close at hand. The two dragon queens could sense that the four elemental gods, who had been paying attention to the situation in their lair, how could they not know? So what if they just know? Can they get rid of Momal's entanglement? Even if they could get rid of Mormor, could they leave Auchindown with Leo, Illidan, and Egwene blocking him? Even if they can return to the elemental throne, can they survive the pursuit of the three Egwene? The only thing waiting for the four elemental gods is destruction. Since Egwene appears at this time, he is 100% sure to deal with them. The four elemental gods are really miserable now. Even if they want to fight with Leo and the other three, they are unable to get rid of Momal's entanglement. They can't even fight with all their strength. Is there anything more useless and aggrieved than this? Suddenly, the four elemental gods all let out desperate roars. It turned out that just when they were anxious, Sindragosa and Zenithsaria destroyed all the guards in the Throne of Elements. The secret of the Throne of Elements was now gone. The guard was exposed in front of them. At the core of the Throne of Elements, the four-color light pillars representing the four elements are entangled and swirling. Cyan wind, blue water, yellow earth, and red fire are hovering. A four-color throne was constructed. This four-color throne is the real Throne of Elements and the lifeblood of the four elemental gods. Leo, who received the news from the two dragon queens, secretly muttered in his heart, "The throne is constructed from the most original and pure four elements of the Draenor world. Could this be the origin of the elemental throne? Master, do you want to destroy it?" What Zenithsaria refers to is the Throne of Elements in front of her. This is the foundation of the four elemental gods and the origin of their souls. Once the Throne of Elements is destroyed, they will no longer be gods. But it's just a powerful element. But once you fall from the level of a god, with the qualifications of the 4 major elemental gods. Unless there is a huge opportunity, there is no hope of advancing to the level of a god. If the elemental throne is destroyed, the 4 elemental gods will no longer exist. This is where the 4 elemental gods feel despair. Destroy the throne of elements? Leo stopped Sinisaria and Sindragosa. No. No. No! I'm not going to do that. It's such a waste. Although destroying the throne of elements can immediately knock down the 4 elemental gods from the mortal world, so that they no longer have divine power, and can no longer threaten the world where humans live. Leo does not intend to do this. The elemental throne composed of the 4 series of elements contains the most original and pure elemental energy in the world. This elemental energy is different from ordinary elemental energy because they can breed elemental creatures. And they can breed elemental creatures that can produce their own wisdom. Ordinary elements cannot do this. Let me ask, how could Leo be willing to destroy such a good thing? Lord Aegwin, I need your help with something. Leo turned to Aegwin and used mental waves to tell him what he had discovered in the Throne of Elements and his plans. Aegwin glanced at him in surprise. No wonder the 4 elemental gods were in despair. It turned out that Leo set people to remove their lair and find the origin of their souls. Aegwin knew a lot about Leo's boldness and the strength of his men. She was not surprised that this boy would do such a thing. The only thing that made Aegwin doubtful was whether Leo was really capable of doing it. Seemingly sensing Aegwin's doubts, Leo quickly said, Lord Aegwin, just wait and see the good show. Hearing what Leo said, Aegwin could only let go of her doubts. She stretched out her left hand, swiped her white fingers, and a miniature magic circle was formed between her fingers. Inside the door to see the door, the layman to watch the fun. Seeing this scene, Leo was greatly impressed. It is not difficult for a strong man of his level to make different movements with 5 fingers. The difficulty is that the trajectories of the 5 fingers must be completely connected, and the magic power output by the fingers must be just right and fast. It won't work if it's too late. It won't work if it's too slow. If there's 1 point too much, the formation will collapse. If there's 1 point less, the formation won't be able to form. Even though Aegwin completed this action in just 1 or 2 seconds, it seems very simple. In fact, there are only a handful of people in this world who can complete it. And more than 99% of mages will not be able to achieve it in their lifetime. Such a height. It was so easy for Leo to realize that he still couldn't do it now. Aegwin was worthy of the name of the god of magic. And his attainments in magic were hard to come by. Not only did Leo secretly admire Aegwin's move, but Aladdin was also moved by it. Only Thetis, a little girl, ignored it completely. At the moment Aegwin's miniature magic circle was completed, a space crack 2 meters long and 1 meter wide appeared. Leo's blood god clone turned into a bloody light and penetrated without waiting for instructions. Where does the space rift cast by Aegwin lead? No need to ask. It naturally leads to the Throne of Elements, with Shina Soraya and Sindragosa serving as landmarks. And Aegwin's impressive magical attainments. The blood god clone appeared directly next to the 2 dragon queens. Seeing the blood god's clone arriving, Sindragosa and Soraya both bowed and said, Master. The blood god clone looked at the Throne of Elements that glowed with 4 colors, and at the same time waved his hands to the 2 dragon queens, signaling Sindragosa and Soraya to protect him. Leo asked the blood god clone to leave Auchendown and come to the Throne of Elements with such a big help. What exactly did he want to do? The answer was revealed the moment the blood god clone took action. After observing the Throne of Elements for a while, the blood god clone finally found a place to strike. A river of blood with huge waves engulfed the Throne of Elements, swallowing it whole. Could it be that Leo wanted the blood god clone to swallow the Throne of Elements? Of course not. The blood river did not devour the Throne of Elements at all after it submerged it. In fact, Leo had no such idea at all. Amid the roaring waves of blood, a vortex with endless suction appeared in the blood river. In the center of this vortex was the Throne of Elements. As the bloody vortex formed, the Throne of Elements slowly trembled under the suction. It started out as a very slight tremor that was completely imperceptible. Later, the amplitude of the trembling gradually increased. Finally, the entire Throne of Elements swayed violently, up until displacement occurs. The position of the Throne of Elements moved, and its direction was exactly at the other end of the center of the bloody vortex, to a strange dark world. This world was Leo's unformed kingdom of God, transferring the throne built from the most original and pure elemental energy in the world of Draenor to his own kingdom, turning it from the source of the birth of elemental creatures in the world of Draenor into the source of elements of his own kingdom. This is Leo's plan. The 4 elements of earth, wind, water, and fire correspond to the four most basic elements of Earth. Water, wind, and fire in building a world. If Leo wants to truly shape his kingdom, the four elements are indispensable. Originally, Leo thought that he was going to collect the sources of the four elements. He didn't know how long it would take. Maybe he would have to ask for help from Goldfinger. Who would have thought that someone would give him a pillow when he fell asleep? The emergence of the Throne of Elements saved him so much. After a lot of effort, the formation of the Kingdom of God saved an unknown amount of time. What a great gift. The four major elemental gods gave such a great gift, and Leo accepted it without hesitation. If the four elemental gods knew what Leo was thinking at this time, they would definitely be so angry that one Buddha was born and two Buddhas ascended to heaven. Is the Throne of Elements a gift to Leo? That was obviously Leolian who smuggled it away. Okay. He still behaved after getting an advantage. Was Leo afraid of getting angry or something? The four elemental gods were really forced into a desperate situation at this time. How could they not know what was happening inside the Throne of Elements? Leo didn't destroy the true form of the Throne of Elements. This should have been a joy. But the four elemental gods couldn't laugh because Leo did something even more incredible than destroying the true form of the Throne of Elements. He actually wanted to collect the true form of the Throne of Elements. How can this be done? Once the body of the elemental throne is taken away by Leo, and he has a way to control the elemental throne, wouldn't the fate of the four elemental gods be in Leo's hands? Leo will let them live if they want, and they will die if he wants them to. Gotta die. For gods who look down on humans, there is nothing more terrifying than this. They would rather die than become the slaves of a mortal. Don't even think about turning us into your slaves. Humans, the god of the fire element, who had the most violent temper, let out a cry of despair. Then, the god of the element instantly activated the source of divine power in his body. Boom! It was as if a large-yield nuclear bomb had been dropped in Ochendown, and a mushroom cloud rose. The god of fire element burst. Got it! Chapter 990, The Mighty Sky is Brilliant. The god of fire element exploded. A god self-destructed. A god self-destructed after being cornered. Leo could only express regret for this. The self-destruction of the fire elemental god did not exceed Leo's expectations. He had expected such a thing to happen as early as the moment he asked the blood god clone to take action. After all, the four elemental gods have been gods for many years. In their view, they are existences that are superior to mortals. With their contempt for mortals, how can they be willing to be controlled by a human being? Besides, what they did also made them afraid to be controlled by humans, because they were afraid of retaliation. Among the four elemental gods, the god of the fire element has the most violent temper and the most impulsive personality. If there is any extreme behavior, this guy will be the first to act. Now, things went as Leo expected. Among the four elemental gods, the fire elemental god took the lead in self-destruction. When a god self-destructs, the sound is extremely terrifying. The sky is filled with red, and the entire world of Draenor is dyed red. Such a change in the sky makes countless creatures frightened and at a loss. The sky was as red as blood, as if the whole world was bleeding for the death of the fire elemental god. Since the birth of the world of Draenor, one of the first four gods born died, or he was forced to die by self-destruction. The whole world was filled with an inexplicable anger, which was invisible but could be felt. The power gained frightened even strong men like Leo. The power of a world is truly terrifying. Leo secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, it was not him, but Momal who fought against the four elemental gods. The fire elemental god also self-destructed beside Momal. The anger of the Draenor world did not find Leo, and they rushed towards him one after another. Go away with Momal. Even though Leo is the culprit, a hater of the universe, a creature that was spurned by the universe for destroying a world, Momor had a mocking face, as if he was always being laughed at, and his hatred made him scream. The self-destruction of the god of fire elemental caught Momal off guard. The tyrannical energy flow carried the desire to destroy everything, tearing everything they touched into pieces. Ochendown's gray mist composed of death energy was this flow of energy opened up a large hole with a radius of several thousand meters. It couldn't be closed for a long time, and Momal naturally felt uncomfortable. The sudden burst of energy impacted Momal's body, and the body of this elemental monster so powerful that it could destroy a whole world shrank significantly. Elemental creatures are stronger because of their size. The bigger their bodies are, the more energy they have. Therefore, powerful elemental creatures are huge beings. Other creatures can also judge the strength of this elemental creature from the size of the elemental creature. Momal was blown up by the god of fire element self-destruction. He was obviously seriously injured and his strength was weakened a lot. Momal was furious as his own strength was weakened by his opponent's self-destruction. If you can't beat yourself, you'll blow yourself up. Isn't this a rogue thing? The god of fire element self-destruction injured Momal, weakening the monster's strength. As a comrade in arms of the god of fire element, the three elemental gods of wind, earth and water also had a difficult time. There is a saying that goes well, if you are not afraid of opponents who are like gods, be afraid of teammates who are like pigs. You said you, the god of fire element, want to self-destruct, so go ahead and do it. If you want to sacrifice yourself, we won't stop you. But can you at least say low before you self-destruct? When you self-destructed, you were trying to be a hero. But have you ever thought about us? Your indifferent self-destruction has trapped us too. It's not that the three elemental gods of wind, earth, and water are mean, but that the fire elemental god did something that really left people speechless. The violent energy flow generated when he self-destructed not only hurt Momal, but also caused serious damage to the other three elemental gods. Originally, the gods of the three elements of wind, earth and water were already injured, and they went into battle with injuries when fighting Momal. Now that they have been dealt such a trick by the god of the fire element, they have been injured even more. It is true that Momal's strength has been weakened a lot, but are they better off? So, impulse is the devil. The self-destruction of the god of fire element did not improve the situation of the three gods of wind, earth and water. Instead, it made their situation worse. The injured Momal became more and more unwilling to rest. Even if he could get rid of Momal's entanglement, the three gods of wind, earth and water did not have the strength to escape under the interception of Agwin, Leo and Illidan. It can be said that the impulse of the god of the fire element cut off the last hope of escape for the four major elemental gods. Having no hope of escaping and having to face the furious Momal again was already bad for the three elemental gods. But there was even worse waiting for them. After such a long period of separation, the surroundings of Ochendown have been completely filled with space cracks, which are about to separate Leo from the world of Draenor. The elemental gods of the three elements of wind, earth, and water knew in their hearts that once Ochendown was separated from the world of Draenor, they would no longer be able to use the power of the rules of the world of Draenor to fight against the enemy. At that time, they would have no luck facing Momal. The above is indeed bad enough, and it indeed makes the three elements of wind, earth and water despair. But what is even more desperate is yet to come. The elemental gods of the three elements of wind, earth, and water can feel that the true form of the elemental throne has been shaken, and it will not be long before Leo successfully takes over. At that time, let alone desperate efforts, even if they want to self-destruct, they must obtain Leo's consent, since they couldn't escape and didn't want to become puppets controlled by Leo. If they thought about it carefully, they really had no other option except self-destruction. Decisions must be made as early as possible. And similarly, self-destruction must be made as early as possible. The gods of the three elements of wind, earth, and water all gave out one last cry as if they had a clear understanding of each other. With full reluctance, despair at the end of the road, and endless resentment, they made the same decision as the god of the fire element to self-destruct. As the saying goes, loud music sounds loud, but elephants are invisible. The three elemental gods self-destructed at the same time, and Leo felt a dead silence between heaven and earth, when a mushroom cloud was born in Ochendown and covered the entire battlefield. All sounds disappeared. Leo knew in his heart that the reason for this situation was not that he was deaf, nor that there was really no sound coming out of Ochendown, but that the sound was too loud. So loud that no one could hear it. Situation. The originally invisible and qualityless energy flow has now become visible to the naked eye. They are crushing everything crazily and destroying everything until they become the most original element in the world. Fortunately, Oakington is surrounded by space cracks. These space cracks have become a natural barrier at this time, because the energy flow of their existence only rages in Oakington. Watching the violent energy spreading around being swallowed up by the cracks in the space, Leo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want a second big explosion to occur in Ochendown. It's unclear whether the Terraker Forest, which had been destroyed once, could still exist. Terraker Forest is an important resource area for the future of the kingdom of Arathar in Leo's plan. Leo cannot bear to destroy this one of the two most fertile lands in the Draenor world. After the death of the continuing fire elemental god, the three elemental gods of wind, earth and water also died. The first batch of elemental creatures that were born in the world of Draenor all died in just 1 minute, adding more scars to this broken world. And the world of Draenor was really angry. The blood-red sky suddenly became extremely dark, and the entire world fell into a panic-inducing black. The earth trembled violently, and bottomless cracks swallowed up one living being after another. Hurricanes appeared without warning. Lava surged out from the ground. Floods came from nowhere. Huge waves hit the earth, and mountains were smashed into pieces amidst the loud bangs. The world between heaven and earth way. The wrath of nature. So terrifying. All living things tremble in the fury of the world. Leo felt something in his heart and couldn't help but sigh. The Milky Way hangs upside down. The earth cracks and mountains collapse. The majesty of the sky cannot last forever. The color of the world changed, and the power was so great that even a strong man like Aegwin could not help but change color. Fortunately for the three of them, in the battle where the 4 elemental gods fell, they did not take action against them. The direct opponent of the 4 elemental gods was Momal from the beginning to the end. Leo patted his chest. Fortunately, Momal, the taunting cosmic scorner at this moment, attracted the anger of the Draenor world. Otherwise, he would never be relaxed now. The mushroom cloud in Ochendown slowly dissipated, although the energy flow inside has not subsided. People can already see the scene inside. After such an explosion of the 4 elemental gods, Momal still has the momentum he had when he appeared. The most obvious thing is his size. The huge body that originally stretched straight to the sky has long disappeared, leaving only a height of about 100 meters. It can be seen that among the 4 elements Momal was fatally injured by the god's self-destruction. 2 dogs fight. Playoff. At this time, it was time for the 3 fishermen, Leo, Illidan and Aegwin, to reap the fruits of victory. Before they could take action, a force so huge that it was difficult to resist suddenly came, and the angry world of Draenor took action at this moment. The power of the rules of the world came over, and Momal, who was fatally wounded, was unwilling to give in. He mobilized all his strength in an attempt to make a final struggle. But what role could his little power play under the power of heaven and earth? At this moment, a crisp cracking sound rang in everyone's ears, and the power of rules that was crushing Momal stopped in front of Ochendown. Ochendown was successfully separated from the world of Draenor. At the critical moment, Oakington's successful peeling saved Momal's life. Leo exhaled a long breath. It was pretty good. Momal's life was finally saved. Don't think that Leo has good intentions. In fact, life may not be better than death in many cases. Manaroth, Nefarian and others rushed into Ochendown without waiting for Leo's instructions. Their goal was exactly Momo. Bowing with a smile on his face, Leo extended an invitation to Aegwin and Illidan. You too. Please. Chapter 991 The Kingdom of the Dead. The dragon is trapped in the shallows and is teased by shrimps. The tiger falls on the plain and is bullied by dogs. Momo now understands this very well. Suffering fatal injuries from the self-destruction of the 4 elemental gods, Momal's strength was less than 1% of its heyday. Under the siege of Manaroth, Nefarian, Azramunds and Ilsa, he was subdued without any effective resistance. If I were in my prime, how could these guys defeat me? Momo was very unconvinced. He felt aggrieved at the defeat, but reality had no ifs. At this time, he was a prisoner under the 1st level, and he could no longer decide whether to live or die. As a loser, Momo has no consciousness at all. His unrelenting agitation has only the strength left to carry out meaningless struggles. Leo curled his lips. He had long known that it would not be easy to conquer Momal, especially since he did not defeat him openly, but took him down while he was injured. It would be weird if he was convinced. Momo was not convinced. Leo didn't have time to train him now, but he would have plenty of time in the future anyway. Entering the ruins of Ochendown, which was forcibly separated from the world of Draenor by Leo, Aegwin and Illidan couldn't help but frown. This place gave them a really bad feeling. The deathly energy that filled the entire space couldn't stop them. 2 big living people like it. Thetis pursed her lips and looked listless. It seemed that the little girl didn't like this place very much. If it weren't for following Leo and Illidan, she wouldn't have come in at all. Leo, what are you going to use this place for? Aegwin looked at Leo. The aura of death in the ruins of Ochendown was so frightening that she couldn't help but think of Arthas, a man controlled by Frostmourne. Not only Aegwin had this idea, but Illidan also had the same idea. The demon hunter put his hands on his chest with a sneer on his face. It seemed that he might fall out at any time if Leo didn't give a reasonable explanation. It's no wonder that Illidan is like this. It's really because the Lich King's Scourge Legion is so angry and resentful. Among the Night Elves, humans and other races. It has long been a rat on the street, and everyone wants to beat it. Egwene's attitude was better. After all, Leo was her favorite junior, while Illidan was more direct. Leo sighed inwardly, which was why he didn't dare to expose the Necromancer's abilities too much before. The power of death is inherently terrifying. Because of fear of death, people hate death. In the eyes of most people, those who use this power are inherently evil. Coupled with the existence of the Scourge, the power of death has become the power of all living things. Public enemy. It's obviously the Lich King's fault, but he wants me to be restrained. What does this mean? Leo has been feeling depressed about this. Fortunately, after today, the situation where there is an army of undead but cannot be used will no longer exist. Of course, the premise is that a reasonable explanation can be given. Since Leo dared to invite Egwene and Illidan to Auchendown, how could he not prepare a speech? He pointed around and said to Egwene and Illidan, Lord Egwene is confused about the death energy here. In fact, there is no need for that. This is how it should be in my plan. Was it Leo's plan to create a place where the death aura was so strong that it was about to take shape? Egwene and Illidan were even more confused. They didn't speak. They were waiting for Leo to continue. Two of you. Do you think our world and Draenor are really complete? Leo did not continue to explain, but asked a seemingly unrelated question. Egwene and Illidan were moved. They knew that this question was closely related to what Leo was going to say next. Leo didn't care when he didn't get any answers from Egwene and Illidan. He smiled and continued, no matter what you think. At least in my opinion. No matter the world we are in or the broken Draenor. It's far from complete. Indeed, these two worlds have all the necessary conditions for the reproduction of living beings. But what about the dead? What do you mean? Hearing what Leo said, Illidan couldn't help it. Isn't it complete that a world with all the conditions for living beings to thrive, and thrive would not need to take care of the dead? Does this kid want to open his eyes to the undead natural disaster? If so, then there is nothing to talk about. Don't get me wrong. Leo waved his hand, signaling Illidan to calm down. Even as powerful as a god, he will one day fall. Life and death are the unchanging laws of all things. As a living person, I also hate death. But we can't ignore it just because we hate it. Because sooner or later there will be big problems. I think the reason why the Scourge can sweep through the world at an alarming speed and bring such great catastrophe is not because of the greatness of the Lich King. Chong. It's not that I underestimate Nazul. With his little ability, if Archimonde and the Burning Legion hadn't involved the top power of the local plane, he would have been crushed to death early on. How could he have caused such a big wave? Despite the fact that Nazul is so mysterious outside. In fact, at this time, Leo really doesn't need to take a serious look at Nazul. Nazul is a warlock. A warlock who is proficient in soul magic. His soul was actually extracted by Kil'jaeden across countless worlds and sealed in the Frozen Throne. This guy's strength is just that in Leo's eyes. At least, after seeing Kil'jaeden's sneak attack on Adol, Leo asked himself that if he were in Nazul's position, there would be no chance of Kil'jaeden succeeding. Egwene thought for a moment, and she seemed to understand what Leo meant. Leo, you are saying that the world we live in only takes care of the living, but does not take care of the dead at all. The dead, who cannot rest in peace, have accumulated countless grievances. After the invasion of the Scourge Legion, this resentment has accumulated for countless years. Resentment broke out through this fuse? The reason why the Scourge Legion is so difficult to contain is not that the Scourge Legion is really that powerful, but that the dead, who cannot rest in peace, are seeking revenge. It is this invisible force that makes the Scourge Legion so powerful. Legion's continued success? That's what they say. But is that really the case? Egwene lowered his head and pondered. Leo's words seemed to make sense, but the thought of taking care of the dead had never occurred to him before. Seeing that Egwene had some understanding, Leo felt a little relieved. As long as he could listen. He was most afraid that Egwene and Illidan wouldn't listen to him at all, which would be troublesome. The theory of luck was so illusory that even Leo himself didn't believe it. But now, he wanted others to believe it. It was impossible to say there was no pressure. With life comes death. But death does not mean the end of this creature's life trajectory. Because life and death are a continuous cycle of processes. Leo said and raised a question again. Lord Egwene. Illidan, sir. We all know that the dead come from the living. But what about the living? After losing life, the living dies and becomes the dead. This is common sense that even a 3-year-old child understands. But what about the living? Where did the living come from? It's a complicated question to understand. Even the most knowledgeable person in the local plane cannot answer the origin of life. Seeing that Illidan and Egwin were silent, Leo smiled, with a bit of pride in his smile. In this world with ghosts, resentful souls, and other supernatural species, many things cannot be measured or explained with the eyes before time travel. As the saying goes, do as the Romans do. If you want to explain it clearly, so that people in this world can accept it, you have to explain it from the perspective of this world. I said before, life and death are the most basic laws of all things in the universe. Where there is life, there is death. And where there is death, there is life. The dead come from the living, and the living are also transformed from the dead. Leo said. He raised his eyebrows and told Illidan and Egwin, who looked up at him, his trump card. Do you know what the law I learned when I became a demigod is? It is the law of death. For death. There is no people know better than me. No one knows better than me. Why do I want Ochendown to become like this? Why do I want to turn it into an independent world full of death? Because I want to use it to build a kingdom for the dead. I want to make it a place that connects life and death. Link! Leo did not wait for Egwin and Illidan to digest the shock he had brought to them, and continued, do you know why the power of the rules of the Draenor world has clearly come to Ochendown, but did not prevent it from separating? Because the Draenor world, the will of Ochendown, understands that it is not a bad thing for Ochendown to become a country of the dead. Not only is it not a bad thing, it is also a great good thing for it. These words are groundbreaking. What laws Leo understood when he was promoted to demigod. No one except himself can know this. There are many speculations from the outside world, and countless pairs of eyes are staring at Leo, trying to see clues from his actions. Unfortunately, Leo was hiding so deeply that no one could see it. Not even Egwin. Now that Leo took the initiative to say it, Egwin was startled at first, and then overjoyed. No wonder Leo was able to turn Ochendown into an independent space filled with death energy. It turned out that what he understood was the law of death. In this way, he didn't have to worry about the death energy causing harm to him, let alone worry about his mind being eroded by the death energy. Become a puppet controlled by evil forces like Arthas. With Egwin's height, how could he not know the power of the law of death? Leo's understanding of such a powerful law has a bright future, and mankind has gained another extremely powerful person. Our human race has experienced great tribulations and still remains standing. Instead, talents have emerged in large numbers. It seems that the rise of our human race has been completed. Even with Egwin's calmness, he couldn't help but look happy. The Guardians protect the entire human race and focus on the general situation of the entire human race. They have a very indifferent view of the hatred of a country and a family, but they are extremely concerned about the situation of the entire human race. Don't worry. The situation of the human race was worrying before, and Egwin was worried about it. Who would have thought that Leo would be born out of the blue? But in just a few years, the situation would be reversed. How could she not be overjoyed? Unlike Egwin's joy, Illidan's face was gloomy. He was not a human being, and human beings' great joy had nothing to do with him. Illidan was interested in Leo's influence after establishing the kingdom of the dead. Leo had been paying attention to Illidan, and he did not dare to relax at all towards this demon hunter. Seeing Illidan's unhappy expression, he explained, the establishment of the kingdom of the dead is beneficial to all races. I dare to assert that within 3 to 5 years, the population of all races will increase significantly. What does establishing a kingdom of the dead have to do with population growth? Illidan frowned at first, and then he remembered what Leo said before. Life and death are a cycle. Is the function of this kingdom of the dead just to cycle life and death? If this is the case, it will be of great benefit to the Night Elves. But the truth of this statement still needs to be verified. 3 to 5 years? Hee hee. I can still afford to wait. 3 to 5 years may be a long time for humans, but it is too short for Illidan and the Night Elves. If you think about Illidan being imprisoned in the dungeon for 10,000 years, you can understand that 3 to 5 years is really nothing. Chapter 992, if you don't eat the toast, you will be punished with alcohol. The Battle of Ochendown is over. In this war that shocked the entire world of Draenor, figures such as King of Claws Aegis and Darkweaver Seth became inconspicuous little players. Even Anzu, the Crow God, was a marginal figure. Only for the great elemental spirits and Momal play the leading roles. What? You mean Leo, Egwin and Illidan? Did they take action? The fishermen who finally won this battle did not publicize it. In any case, the Alliance army still wanted to make a difference in the world of Draenor. It was best not to spread the news about forcing the 4 elemental gods to death, so as not to cause any accidents. In a dark world, a throne emitting red, blue, green, and yellow light floats quietly in midair, surrounded by pure elemental power without a trace of impurities, indicating its identity as the elemental throne. Leo stood in front of the throne of elements, carefully looking at the source of elements that could bring huge changes to his kingdom of God, and couldn't help thinking about something in his mind. Egwene and Illidan had already left. After Leo's explanation, they believed Leo with reservations, and did not pursue the matter of the kingdom of the dead. As long as Leo's words can be fulfilled, the native plane will. If a race can significantly increase its population within a few years, there will be no problem. Convincing Egwene is equivalent to convincing humans. With the support of the entire human race, the dwarves will not have much objection. For the night elves, Leo asked Illidan to send the little girl Thetis to report the news. With such a good excuse to meet Tyrant, Illidan would naturally not refuse. 2 rays of light, one red and one gold, floated out from Leo's body. The blood god clone and Yswur stood beside Leo on the left and right. With this throne of elements, the kingdom of God will not lack the 4 most basic elements to build a world. If you want to take action now, you can already form a kingdom of God. Yswur looked at Leo with a half smile. If anyone else heard this, he would definitely take action immediately. Very few people can resist the temptation of owning the kingdom of God. But Leo was different. As his avatar, Yswur knew that his true self was very high-spirited, and he would not look down on the ordinary kingdom of God. Let's start now. With the help of the throne of elements, Leo can indeed shape the kingdom of God. But is this really good? Wind, earth, water, and fire can indeed constitute a world. But a complete world is more than just wind, earth, water, and fire. When building the kingdom of God, the more preparations are made for the kingdom of God to take shape, the stronger the foundation of the kingdom of God will be. The higher the level of the kingdom of God, and the greater the potential of the kingdom of God. The kingdom of God is related to his own future. Will Leo make fun of himself? Even if you think about it with your toes, it's impossible. Therefore, Yswur was sure that Leo would not act hastily. In addition to the most basic elements of the 4 elements of wind, earth, water, and fire, he would also prepare more things. Don't be ridiculous. I want to build a top-level divine kingdom. I can't do it with just 1 elemental throne. The blood god clone twisted his neck, disapproving of Yswur's words. They were Leo's clones, and they had a mutually beneficial relationship with Leo. The higher Leo's achievements, the stronger their own abilities. Although knowing that Leo would not be tempted by this, the blood god clone still advised him. Leo smiled and said nothing. He knew that Yswur seemed to be teasing him, but in fact he didn't mean it at all. If he really wanted to make the kingdom of God come into being at this time, the first person to object would be Yswur. Leo entered this unformed kingdom of God just for the convenience of counting the loot. In the Battle of Auchendown, due to the appearance of Illidan and Egwene, Leo used a small amount of effort to take advantage of the big advantage. What was originally thought to be a somewhat dangerous battle became simpler due to unexpected reinforcements. Among Leo's trophies, the Throne of Elements is what he cares most about, so he naturally wants to be the first to take a look. Let's leave the Throne of Elements aside for now. After looking at the Throne of Elements carefully, Leo waved his hand and signaled the 2 clones not to talk more about the kingdom of God. He had his own ideas. But what should we do with these 4 things? Leo said as he spread out his palms. 4 fist-sized crystals floating in the air. After these 4 crystals appeared, the red fire, blue water, green wind, and yellow earth. The 4 elements immediately became active, as if they had been called upon. The Throne of Elements not far away also emitted light. And the 4 elements, the crystals, echo each other. The 4 crystals floating in the air correspond to the 4 series of elements. They are all Leo's trophies in the Battle of Auchendown. The 4 elemental gods self-destructed in Auchendown, and their bodies and the energy essence in their bodies were all stimulated. If they were elsewhere, these energies would gradually dissipate in the world and re-enter the world's energy cycle to nourish the world of Draenor. Elemental creatures. But the place where they self-destructed was Auchendown. After they self-destructed, Auchendown was immediately separated from the world of Draenor, and these elemental energies could not return. Auchendown is the kingdom of the dead established by Leo. Every inch of the air inside is filled with death energy. The 4 elements have no foothold in Auchendown and cannot be integrated into the energy cycle. Leo easily they are collected. Although due to the self-destruction of the 4 elemental gods, 1/3 of the 4 elements that can be collected are reduced. But aren't there still 2/3 left? If the 4 elemental gods knew that they were still taking advantage of Leo even if they died, I wonder if they would be angry. How much energy a god has accumulated over thousands of years, and how strong it can be by absorbing it, is a hypothesis that makes all warriors jealous just thinking about it. Now, this hypothesis is no longer a hypothesis. Because Leo's hand there are tens of millions of years of savings from 4 gods, who have been born for an unknown number of years. Yuzhuor and the blood god clones glanced at the 4 elemental crystals one by one with pity. They could feel how huge the energy contained in these 4 elemental crystals was. And that was why they felt pity. Yuzhuor is a creature of the light system. The main development direction of the blood god clone is evil energy that can corrode everything. Due to their own attributes, the 2 clones are not the best candidates to absorb elemental crystals. Even if they can barely absorb the energy in the crystals, most of it will be wasted. Not to mention that the energy absorbed is different from its own attributes, which can easily cause some unpredictable consequences. This is why Yuzhuor and the blood god clone will not leave hidden dangers in their bodies. The 2 clones and 1 true person communicated with each other mentally and finally decided on the candidate. No one is more suitable for the crystallization of the god of fire element than Zenithsareya. I believe that after absorbing this elemental crystal, the strength of the Black Dragon Queen will be raised to a new level. The water elemental crystal, Blue Dragon Queen Syndragosa, is not think secondhand. The same is true for earth element crystals. And Flintag did his part. The only controversial thing is the wind element crystals. Leo was interested in the storm crows that were completely fused when he devoured Ansu. At this time, the storm crows were no longer 5, but 1 due to the fusion. With the help of Ansu's divine crystal, the storm crows were completely fused and perfectly continued the journey of the crows. The god's abilities, and even his appearance have changed drastically, becoming exactly the same as Anzu. Even the priests of the crow people can't tell that Storm Crow is a Shibe. Leo was very satisfied after discovering the changes in the Storm Crow. He was planning to use the Storm Crow to take over the crow people of Draenor for his own use in the name of Anzu. With such a large force joining in, his men could use the power of domination will inevitably increase dramatically. In order for the Storm Crow to unite the crow people in the name of Ansu, the Storm Crow must have the power to subdue all dissatisfaction among the crow people. Leo was right to want to crystallize the wind element to the Storm Crow. But what he didn't expect was that the Blood God's clone and Yuzhuor raised objections. In the view of Yuzhuor and the Blood God clone, Storm Crow's strength should indeed be strengthened. But it would be too much of a waste to crystallize the wind element to him for this purpose. It is true that the Storm Crow has the attribute of wind element. But can its absorption of the wind element in the crystal be comparable to that of Momal, who is a creature of the wind element? The absorption efficiency of giving the wind element crystal to Storm Crow would be far lower than giving it to Momal. So Yuzhuor and the Blood God clone felt it was not worth it. Furthermore, after the Storm Crow devoured Anzu, the Crow God, it would take a long time to digest it before it could turn Anzu's power into its own. It was already full, and Leo still had to force it into the Storm Crow's belly. Stuffing something will force the Storm Crow to explode. After being reminded by the 2 clones, Leo realized that he had indeed acted too hastily on this matter. The threat of Naru and Gruul was eliminated in the Battle of Void Storm, and the 4 major elemental gods were eliminated in the Battle of Ochinton. After successive victories, his mentality became a little impetuous, which was not a good sign. Realizing this, Leo was secretly awestruck. Be wary of arrogance and impetuosity. These 4 are easy to say, but very few can actually do them. A series of victories can easily get to the head of a person, causing him to make wrong decisions. Leo took a deep breath. Fortunately, he had Yuzhuor and the Blood God clone. Otherwise, he would have made a mistake. He decided to leave the wind element crystal to Momal. What left Leo scratching his head was that Momor had a very stubborn temper. The idea of self-centeredness in his mind was deeply ingrained and completely untamable. Even if he was forced to work under him every chance he got, he will also rebel. After releasing Momal, this guy launched an attack on Leo as soon as he appeared. Unfortunately, with his current strength, he couldn't even make waves in front of the Blood God clone and Yuzhuor. Leo frowned. In his prime, Momal was very powerful. He was so strong that he could fight against the 4 elemental gods 1 against 4. He was so strong that Leo couldn't bear to kill him. But this guy refused to surrender. What to do with him? Looking at Momo, who was re-subdued but grinning at him unwillingly, Leo took a few steps back and forth. Did he really want to kill him? At this moment, Leo's wrist felt hot, and the blessing of the Wind Chaser, which was the source of the life of Wind Prince Sunderland, turned into a green whirlwind and blew toward Momal. Leo's heart moved. Yuzhur and the Blood God clones immediately increased their energy suppression and completely restrained Momal. The latter expressed his surrender to Leo. I don't know how to appreciate things. I didn't drink the toast and was fine with wine. I just want to surrender now. Leo snorted coldly. It's too late. Chapter 993 Momal's Replacement. Life is like a coffee table with countless cups placed on it. And Momal is just a small cup among these countless cups. Leo originally planned to persuade him to surrender. But you give him face for this guy. He refused to abandon you. He put on a high posture of preferring death to surrender. He really looked like that. When it came time to take action, this guy, but he gave up and hurriedly begged Leo for mercy. Isn't this a typical toast and a penalty drink? Just as Leo said. Momal only thought of surrendering and surrendered to Leo at this time. It was already too late. The blessing of the Wind Chaser is the essence left behind by the Wind Prince, Sunderland, after his death. It is also the only proof that the Wind Prince existed in the world. Leo has always regarded it as a protective item since he obtained it. When using it, he may be right to do so. Or wrong to do so. That's right. Hurricane armor can be generated through the blessing of the Wind Chaser. This armor can withstand both magical attacks and physical attacks. Its existence greatly enhances Leo's protective capabilities. To be honest, Wind Chaser's blessing is not as simple as it seems. It is not just a prop. It also has life. Windseeker's blessing has life? Yes, it does have life. And the source of its life is Sunderland, the Prince of Wind, being able to survive the sneak attack of the fire demon Ragnaros, and leaving Ragnaros helpless for thousands of years to come. Sunderland's life-saving skills are unparalleled in the world. In the Battle of Blackstone Mountain, Leo and Sunderland used him to contain Ragnaros. He knew that he was likely to be defeated and die. How could he not leave behind a backup plan? While fighting Ragnaros, the Wind Prince concealed a small part of his soul and hid him in his body. This allowed Leo to extract his soul without actually putting Sunderland to death. It was precisely because this small part of the soul still exists. And only after the death of the Wind Prince will the blessings of the Wind Chaser remain. Outsiders don't know this. And neither does Leo. During the period when Leo wore it as a bracelet, Sunderland carefully observed, evaluated, and thought everything Leo did, especially the fact that he had an unformed kingdom of God, frightened him. With each additional point he experienced, Sunderland's evaluation of Leo increased by 1 point, and they had less hope of getting rid of Leo's control. 1 cent. Sunderland knew very well that he could hide it for a while, but not forever. As Leo's strength increased, his chances of being discovered became greater and greater. With Leo's methods, once he was discovered by him, he would still be in trouble. Good? If you confess, you will be given leniency. If you go to jail, if you resist, you will be given stricter punishment. And if you go home for the new year, seems that's the opposite? Well, that's about it anyway. Rather than being killed after being discovered by Leo and completely disappearing in the universe, it is better to find an opportunity to show his existence. After pondering for a while, Sunderland finally made a decision. The opportunity came soon. Not long after Sunderland had made up its mind, the Battle of Oakington broke out. The power of Momal frightened Sunderland, and made Sunderland even more excited. In terms of pure strength, Sunderland knows that even at his peak, he is no match for Momal. Even with the Thunder God sword Thunder Fury, Momal was seriously injured. And then Leo failed to surrender him. Yuzhur and the Blood God clone restrained him. Seeing Momal unable to move, Sunderland knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So he took action. Sunderland took the initiative to reveal his body. He was betting that Leo would not attack him, and that Leo would help him kill Momal. Momal is just an extraterrestrial creature. Leo wants to employ people. Sunderland, who is in the same world as him, can make him feel more at ease. The development of the matter did not go beyond Sunderland's expectations. Leo did not attack after discovering him. Instead, he asked Yuzhur and the Blood God clone to increase the energy restraint, suppressing Momal to the point where he could not mobilize even a trace of energy. Sunderland was overjoyed to see that things were as expected. A skinny camel was bigger than a horse. Although Momal was seriously injured, this monster that could destroy a world was still stronger than Sunderland at this time. Unexpectedly, Leo's 2 clones suppressed him, and Momal was completely empty. However, he was unable to exert even the slightest bit of power. He could only watch helplessly as the miniature hurricane transformed by Sunderland melted into his body, penetrated into his soul, and constantly gnawed and assimilated the source of his life. At this moment, Momo was inexplicably terrified. He never thought that he would die one day, and he never thought that someone would dare to eat and assimilate the origin of his soul. The shadow of death fell on Momo, and he succumbed. The arrogant Momo lowered his head to a human, but what he received was a merciless rejection. Leo originally wanted to conquer Momo, but unexpectedly the plan could not keep up with the changes. The appearance of Prince of Wind Sunderland made him change his mind. Momo is too arrogant to really be used by Leo. Even if he reluctantly surrenders to Leo under the threat of death, he will eventually rebel. No one wants to leave a bomb that can explode at any time around them, because this is playing with fire. And Leo is no exception. Instead of reluctantly subduing a Momo, it is better to see what Sunderland wants to do. Prince Feng must have some ideas when he takes the initiative to expose himself at this time. Leo held his chin and looked at Momo, who couldn't help but scream out of despair, without a trace of pity on his face. You choose your own path. If Momo could have taken refuge with him earlier, how would he have given Sunderland a chance? And how could he have ended up in this situation? Some people just won't let go and will retreat. They won't die until they reach the Yellow River, and they won't shed tears until they see the coffin. In Momo's eyes, Leo is really tough-hearted. If he doesn't surrender to him, he will let a wind elemental creature eat his soul and suck his power. Judging from his appearance, he must have been prepared for it. How is this human being? Vicious. Human. I curse you. Moment before his soul was completely eaten by Sunderland, Momo let out his last roar, which was full of viciousness. Unfortunately, his roar could scare others but not Leo. As a demigod warlock, could he still be frightened by this harmless curse? Joke. In Leo's eyes, Momo's actions were nothing more than the loser's last struggle. Things that don't know good from evil should end up like this. The blood god clone smiled evilly, and both he and Izuwa released their suppression of Momo. At this time, Momo was no longer Momo, but the Wind Prince Sunderland, who had eaten Momo's soul and obtained Momo's abilities, gaining a new life. Sunderland's joy cannot be felt by outsiders. If you think about it carefully, it is indeed not easy for this Wind Prince. First, he was sealed away by the fire demon Ragnaros for who knows how many years. He finally managed to get some words out, but in less than half a day, he was beaten to the point where only a trace of his soul was left. This remnant soul also fell into the hands of Leo. Leo was a warlock who was proficient in soul magic. Sunderland's remnant soul hid in the blessing of the Wind Chaser, and was frightened all day long. His life was really miserable. Incomparable. Now, all this is about to be a thing of the past. If Sunderland had not retained some sense, they would have been unable to hold back and set off a hurricane to vent their joy. Eating Momo's soul not only restored a lot of Sunderland's strength, but also gave him more abilities. Sunderland believed that his achievements would never stop at being a prince. With his current potential, he would eventually one day will surpass Alikir the Windrider, Lord of the Wind Elemental. Before venting their excitement, Sunderland had to do one thing, and that was to get Leo's approval. Resurrection from the dead, rebirth from death, and rebirth after death. The repeated tossing has already worn away Sunderland's pride. He does not want to repeat such days, let alone die with regrets. His beloved the wind-kissed Elfahir is still waiting for him, and he must not die. If you want to survive, the most important thing is to be a wise man and surrender to Leo. Mighty human being, Sunderland is willing to serve you. The proud Prince of Wind, Sunderland, bowed his head to a human being whom he regarded as an ant. He suppressed the pride in his heart, not only so that he could survive, but also so that he could see it again in his lifetime. Look at his beloved Ahir, because only by living can he meet Ahir again. Although he had long known that there was a high chance that the Wind Prince Sunderland would show up and surrender to him, Leo did not expect that Sunderland would be so straightforward. When he thought about it, even if he was putting on airs, even if it was for his own face, Sunderland would still be arrogant for a little while. It would take a lot of words for him to let this Wind Prince do things for him. Leo rubbed his chin and said to Sunderland, "It's okay if you just do it simply. It's the same result anyway. It's good to save everyone some trouble." With that said, Leo took out the Fury of Thunder, threw it casually, and threw it towards Sunderland. "Seeing as you don't have a weapon now, I'll leave you with Thunder's Fury." Sunderland reached out and grabbed the Thunder Fury. The familiar feeling on the sword made him a little excited. Although the owner of the Thunder Fury was no longer him, Sunderland, who had used this sword as a weapon for countless thousands of years, still felt like an arm. Use your fingers. The Fury of Thunder. A magical sword that can control thunder and lightning. Has long been engraved on Leo's soul. He is not worried that Sunderland will ignore this sword. Besides, the appearance of Prince Wind and his surrender to him may not be 100% sincere, but his loyalty is still there. Guaranteed. Sunderland, how much strength do you have left? One single-handedly defeated 2 major elemental lords. Prince Sunderland's strength was impressive. But that was him in his prime. Not who he is now. Sunderland did not hesitate and replied, Master, I only have 20% of my strength left. When did the powerful Wind Prince respect a human being as his master? Sunderland felt a little bitter. That's it. Leo flicked his wrist, and the wind element crystal flew up to Sunderland. Take this, and restore your strength as soon as possible. I'm pressed for time. Sunderland did not take the wind element crystal immediately, but took a deep look at Leo and asked, Aren't you afraid that I will betray you after I regain my strength? Betray me? Leo shrugged, and his figure disappeared from the kingdom of God, leaving only one sentence, You try it. Chapter 994 Planning for Another Battle. The impact of the Battle of Auchendown on the world of Draenor was far greater than Leo expected. When the 4 elemental gods were killed, the will of the world in Draenor was extremely angry. Lands collapsed, floods were raging, hurricanes raged, and the ground was thousands of miles away, and a series of changes happened at this time. The abnormal weather did not last long. The anger in the world of Draenor came and went quickly. However, in just half a quarter of an hour, the whole world returned to calm. The calm appearance made people think that everything that happened before was hallucination. Is it really an illusion? With such a big commotion, the world of Draenor has changed a lot. Under the monstrous floods, Zangarmarsh was no longer a swamp, but became a swamp country stretching for thousands of miles. The monstrous floods caused most of the creatures in Zangarmarsh to suffer. The only ones who benefited were aquatic creatures. Now Zangarmarsh the swamp cannot be said to be a swamp, but a reservoir. Zanga Reservoir. After being flooded like this, Quelia Reservoir directly replaced Zangarmarsh, and the place became a vast ocean. The Nadas who occupied the Quelia Reservoir smiled. As the overlords of the Quelia Reservoir, their territory expanded several times. It is expected that Vashki will expand to the surroundings after digesting the new territory. After all, the Nadas are not purely aquatic creatures, but amphibian species. The Terakir Forest, Negran Steppe, Hellfire Peninsula, and Blade's Edge Mountains adjacent to Zangarmarsh will surely be filled with turmoil in the future. Floods affected Zangarmarsh, and landslides affected Blade's Edge Mountains. Without the One-Eyed Gorin clan and the Dragon Slayer Gruul, the Blade's Edge Mountains lost its sea-fixing needle in this incident. The peaks collapsed, and the steep mountain walls were smashed into pieces, just like the blades of Linley's spears were broken. And most of the peaks of Blade's Edge Mountain fell in this catastrophe. How could Blade's Edge Mountain still be majestic and steep at this time? If Gruul, the strongest creature in Draenor, was around, the damage to Blade's Edge Mountain would be reduced by at least 1/3. But reality has no ifs. Everything has advantages and disadvantages. Blade's Edge Mountain is no longer as majestic and steep as before, which is very detrimental to certain creatures living in Blade's Edge Mountain. But it is extremely beneficial to the Coalition army that is about to march into Blade's Edge Mountain. The steep mountains were no longer an obstacle for them, and the commanders of the Coalition forces were gearing up one by one, vowing to conquer this place. The Blade's Edge Mountains are undergoing great changes at this moment, and even God is helping them. If they cannot win this place, they will have no shame in staying in the position of commander. To this end, after a short consultation, Windsor, Anvilmar, Amern, Godfrey, and others formulated a plan to march into Blade's Edge Mountains in the shortest possible time with extremely high efficiency. Alliance troops are pouring in continuously, heading towards Blade's Edge Mountain. Compared to Zangarmarsh and Blade's Edge Mountains, other places were much less affected. Of course, this small is relative. Just like Hellfire Citadel, the demon army gathered near the Dark Portal suffered considerable losses. I wonder if the world will of Draenor has any objections to these guys. There is nothing happening in the rest of the Hellfire Peninsula, except for the demon army gathering. The ground was cracking. There was fire, and hurricanes and floods were raging, which tormented the entire demon army. After this great change, the demon army lost 4 of the 10 pavilions, coupled with the damage to weapons such as the Fel energy turret. The combat power of the millions of demons outside the Dark Gate was reduced by nearly half in just half a quarter of an hour. The strength of the demon army was greatly reduced, and Lothar's son in Glory Castle was greatly moved. However, in just a few days, Leo had received dozens of requests to send troops. Without exception, they are all targeting the demon army in Hellfire Peninsula. Who wouldn't want to beat up a drowned dog? The army of millions of demons near the dark portal is a sharp sword hanging over their heads. No one knows when the Burning Legion will wield it. Of course, Leo is willing to take the opportunity to weaken the strength of the demon army. But war is inevitable. It's a small matter. Sending troops to fight the demon army shouldn't be taken lightly. What Leo had to consider was whether taking this opportunity to attack the demon army would anger the Burning Legion and lead to unpredictable revenge. Glory Castle is a nail driven into the Hellfire Peninsula. An extremely important nail that has a huge impact on Leo's entire strategic plan for the world of Draenor. Leo will never allow any accidents to happen to it. What's more, there are evil orcs behind Glory Castle who are extremely hostile to humans and the entire alliance. If Glory Castle gets involved with a demon army near the dark portal, who can guarantee that these evil orcs will not interfere? There are millions of demons from the Burning Legion in front of them, and the evil orcs from Hellfire Citadel are watching behind them. Glory Castle is sandwiched between the two, making it extremely dangerous. Speaking of the current situation in the Castle of Glory, Leo is full of resentment towards Illidan. Demon hunters are not reliable at all. After all, the evil orcs from Hellfire Fortress are also his current subordinates. Leo has also reached a certain tacit ally with him. Why didn't this guy inform Thetis before he returned to his homeland? A sound? Even if you leave a casual message, it's better than what's happening now. Taking the initiative to attack the evil orcs is afraid of damaging the already fragile relationship with Illidan. If you don't take the initiative to attack the evil orcs in Hellfire Peninsula, they will come to cause trouble. How to deal with it? The relationship with the evil orcs made Leo scratch his head. Leo strongly disagreed with Illidan's behavior. No wonder Kael'thas said that Illidan had no leadership skills. This style of doing things based on his temper, and not considering whether others would be affected, was destined to be followed by very few Illidan. And there won't even be any die-hard loyalists. Leo and Illidan only came into contact once during the Battle of Auchendown. The time was extremely brief. The two had no friendship. Even because Leo's power had caused humans to threaten the status of the Night Elves, Illidan was very hostile to him. There was still a bit of hostility, and the two did not leave any way to contact each other. Even if Leo wanted to contact Illidan at this time, he could not do it. He had to make his own judgment on the situation in Hellfire Peninsula. Leo kept tapping his fingers on the table, thinking about what the Hellfire Peninsula Alliance should do. The march into Blade's Edge Mountain cannot be stopped. Although most of Blade's Edge Mountain has been destroyed, the mineral deposits there will not disappear with the collapse of the mountain. In fact, because a large number of mountains have collapsed, many mineral veins buried deep underground that have not been detected are exposed. On the surface, Leo was sure that if the Alliance didn't occupy this place quickly, other forces would definitely get involved. The number of troops stationed in Blade's Edge Mountain cannot be less. Not only cannot it be less, but it should also be increased. As a result, the number of troops that can be used in the Hellfire Peninsula will be even less. In order for the operation in Blade's Edge Mountain to proceed smoothly, the troops in Hellfire Peninsula are stretched thin. Should we give up this opportunity and wait for the demon army at the dark portal to recover? Leo's brows furrowed. He really wanted to conjure an army now. But an army couldn't just be transformed. This chaotic situation, where people are needed everywhere, really gives me a headache. Rubbing the center of his brow, Leo finally understood what it meant to be a wise woman. But he was indeed very powerful. If he exerted his full strength, he would be able to turn the demon army of the dark portal upside down. But what's the use? Leo is no longer the stupid young man he was back then. He is now the marshal of the kingdom of Arathar, and the supreme leader of the alliance in the world of Draenor. He can't just be happy for himself, but must consider how to train the alliance's army through war after war. Enhance the strength of the alliance. As a member of the alliance, the relationship between Leo and the alliance is like skin and fur. Fur and fur. No matter how shiny and smooth the fur is, isn't it attached to the skin? If the skin is not there, how will the fur be attached? Only when the entire alliance is strong. And only when the human race truly rises. Is this fundamental? If a person has no roots, no matter how strong his personal strength is, he is just a duckweed. Don't you see that even a person as strong as Titan is a group of people, not a single person? It is easy to say it, but difficult to actually do it. Leo wants to strengthen the alliance's army while weakening the demon army in Hellfire Peninsula. This is a great idea. But how can the alliance send him an army at this time? Master, why don't I and Anaxuta's men join the battle? Just when Leo was frowning, Another Axe voice came out. Leo's eyes lit up. And the Crypt Lord reminded him. Isn't he worried about the safety of Glory Castle after triggering a war with demons? The troops of Glory Castle can only take care of one end. If they want to take care of both sides, they can only take a defensive position. If there is an army to help defend Glory Castle at this time, the situation of not being able to attack will be broken. With a way to break the situation. Leo was in a good mood. And the smile reappeared on his face. He waved his hand and said to Anubarak, who asked for a fight, your proposal for the disposal of Gruel's body is very good. But this attack is to train the Alliance's army. Not to show off my personal force. I decided to drop the new recruits, who are being trained in the kingdom of Arather to defend the Glory Castle. And you and Anubrikan will stay to assist these new recruits in the defense. If the evil orcs come, fight them back hard. Leo's previous consideration of not having enough troops does not mean that the Alliance really has no troops. But that the Alliance does not have more veterans with war experience to send to him. New recruits are rarely included in the order of battle unless it is absolutely necessary. Especially for a war like the expedition to Draenor. No one would consider new recruits. Pulling a group of new recruits, who are still in training out of the city to fight against the demon army is not a war. It is murder. New recruits with no battlefield experience suddenly encounter such a battle. It is considered good if 3 out of 10 people can survive. It is not possible for new soldiers to go out to fight in the city. But it is not necessarily possible to defend the city. Under strong fortifications. Just leave a group of good commanders behind. The Fort of Glory built by Lothar's son has complete fortifications. If there are enough soldiers to defend it, it will be difficult for the evil orcs to bite it down. What's more, Leo also left Anubarak and Anubrikon behind, as well as the Spider Kingdom army rebuilt using the Heart of the Swarm. It is not accurate to say that it is the army of the Spider Kingdom, because the rebuilt army added something else on the basis of the Ozayaki civilization. Something belonging to H.L. Chapter 995, I asked you to find trouble for me. In a world of constant war, people always need spiritual sustenance. The holy light, which represents light and hope, is the spiritual sustenance of mankind. The Cathedral of the Holy Light in Stormwind City is a place where countless believers worship the holy light and enjoys an extremely high status among the human race. For ordinary people, the Holy Light Cathedral is a sacred place they yearn for. But not for Leo. Warlocks have dark attributes and study enslaving demons and using dark power. The Cathedral of Holy Light is full of light power. How could they like it? Not only will I not like it, I will also feel a little disgusted in my heart. Although Leo didn't dislike the power of the Holy Light because of the existence of Yuzur, the angel clone, he definitely didn't like it. If it is not necessary, he will not step into the Holy Light Cathedral, or even get close to it. But now he had to come. Leo walked in the magnificent cathedral. Among the believers and priests who worship the light, he was dressed in black, surrounded by a vague black mist, exuding a frightening dark atmosphere. At this time, he seemed so different. If anyone else dared to reveal the dark aura so brazenly in the Cathedral of Holy Light, they would have been torn into pieces by the fanatical believers. It's not that there were no believers who wanted to teach Leo a lesson, but they fell silent when they saw the features of the black hair and eyes. With black hair and black eyes, and a strong dark aura. Who else could be there besides Leo? No matter how fanatical a believer is, Leo, a demigod warlock, will not provoke him. It is not that religious fanatics are afraid of trouble, but that Leo, a warlock, has made great contributions to the human race. He has turned the human race around with a series of victories. The unfavorable situation and the brilliant achievements have given countless people a sense of admiration. As long as Leo does not slander the holy light of their faith, these believers are tolerant of everything he does. This can be regarded as the privilege of the strong, unaffected by the gazes of outsiders. Leo had a smile on his face, but he couldn't help but think in his heart. Why did Scarlet call him here when she knew he didn't like going to the Cathedral of Holy Light? Could something have happened? Leo met Scarlet with doubts. The female paladin still had a golden light that repels foreign objects. But the situation now was much better than before. He only huddled within a 1-meter radius around Scarlet. To Leo's surprise, there was another person in Scarlet's room. And little Anduin, the Prince of Stormwind Kingdom, was also present. Of course, Leo would not think that the appearance of little Anton was an accident. Scarlet asked him to come to the Holy Light Cathedral. She would not have known the time of her arrival. Therefore, the fact that little Anton stayed in Scarlet's room could only mean one thing. Scarlet called herself here because of the little settlement. Leo's arrival made Scarlet excited. As her mood fluctuated, the suffocating power of light seemed to be expanding outwards. Seeing this, Scarlet quickly calmed down. In order to suppress the code of light, with the strength, she must stabilize her emotions. Seeing Scarlet like this, Leo was filled with hatred. Damn the code of light. The hateful titan. Sargeras who killed 1,000 swords. Isn't this torture? If a person keeps suppressing himself forcibly, he will easily develop psychological problems. Leo is very worried about Scarlet. I heard that this method was told to Scarlet by Archbishop Benedictus. She has no doubts about Scarlet. The Holy Light Archbishop with a high reputation. Facts have also proved that Benedictus' method is very effective. Even more so. No one dared to question it. Only Leo. And only Leo, who knew Benedictus' identity hidden in the darkness, did not trust this archbishop who everyone respected. Would Twilight's father be so kind? What a joke. Leo didn't know what Benedictus wanted to do, but he knew it was definitely not a good thing. All he knew was that without a new way to suppress the code of light, Leo had no choice but to do nothing. Anyway, the time is still short. Even if Benedictus has any conspiracy, he will not have time to implement it. Xiao Anton saluted to Leo. And now Leo is not the same as when he first met him. Even though he was once the king of Stormwind Kingdom, and now the prince of Stormwind Kingdom, facing a man with outstanding achievements. Even human demigods cannot be on an equal footing with each other. In this world where strength is valued, Leo, the demigod warlock, has a much higher status than Prince Antonin. Leo nodded in return. He looked at Scarlet and asked, "Are you used to living here?" As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Leo knew that he was asking a stupid question. Scarlet grew up in the Cathedral of Holy Light. What would she be uncomfortable with here? Seeing Leo's expression of embarrassment, an expression of embarrassment that rarely appeared on Leo's face, Scarlet couldn't help but laugh. It's nothing that I'm not used to. Speaking of her time in the Cathedral of Holy Light, there was really nothing she wasn't used to. In fact, her whole mind was focused on suppressing the power of the Code of Light. How could she think so much about other things? Leo, Andu, and I need your help with something. When it came to business, Scarlet's face became serious. Leo turned his attention to little Anduin, and found that the precocious Prince of Storms was looking at him expectantly. Obviously, Scarlet said she asked Leo to help her, and in Dunedin. In fact, this matter probably had nothing to do with Scarlet. It was Xiao and Dunedin who was in trouble. It's strange that Anton came to me instead of looking for Varian when he encountered a problem. Isn't this not looking for the faraway? Leo looked at Antonin with questioning eyes. The latter took a small step forward and told Leo the whole story. Leo, can you help me persuade my father? I want to be a priest so that I can understand better. Holy Light. Instead of being a warrior, little Anton wants to be a priest. And Varian wants his son to be a warrior. The father's expectations and the son's ideals conflict. This is a private matter of the Wren family, the royal family of the Kingdom of Stormwind. How can I solve it? Leo expressed his helplessness at this. He felt that it was best not to interfere in other people's family affairs. Varian was a tough and stubborn person, and it was not easy to convince him. Leo was not willing to interfere in such a thankless matter. Could it be that Scarlet didn't think of this? Or was it that she didn't survive Xiao Andu's hard work, so she had no choice but to throw this hot potato to herself? Leo curled his lips. It would be too unkind for silly girl Scarlet to do this. Scarlet, who was familiar with Leo, knew what he was thinking when she saw his actions. The female paladin gave him a hateful look. The meaning was obvious. Am I that kind of person? After thinking for a while, Leo began to persuade Prince Antonin. I can understand your desire for light. But can the priest lead the army to charge into battle? The world is too chaotic now, and the people of the Wren royal family need it most. He is a strong leader, not a benevolent priest. You have to know that there is only one prince in the Kingdom of Stormwind. But there are many priests. It is not up to you to spread the doctrine of light and guide the people under your rule to yearn for the light. To do it, use powerful force to protect the people of the kingdom in times of crisis, and lead them to break through the darkness. But it can only be done by the royal family. Nowadays, there are endless wars in the local plane, and the whole world is suffering from internal and external troubles. In troubled times, the leader of a country who is too benevolent will not only not bring the people under his rule the life they hope for, but will instead put them in trouble. There is only one strong, only a powerful king can stabilize the situation. Considered from this point of view, Varian's hope for little Antonin was not wrong in the slightest. Leo really didn't understand why Anton, such a smart child, couldn't even figure this out. Or was it because Varian wanted him to become a powerful warrior that he deliberately wanted to become a priest? This was the legendary rebellious period? If it were other children who were told this by Leo, they would not say anything even if they were dissatisfied. But Anjuin was different. Precocious children have their own opinions. Don't be fooled by their handsome appearance. Seeing that Leo did not agree with him being a priest, Anjuin raised his head and argued, I know that the real situation is very chaotic. But chaotic times will eventually pass. Right? I believe in you. Leo, I believe in you. Father and Scarlet can end this chaos. Right? What can Leo say? Could it be that the answer is that I am not as powerful as you say? In fact, in Leo's mind, he really had the idea of ending this chaotic situation. The world cannot continue to be chaotic. And war cannot continue endlessly. Tranquility and peace are the lives that most people yearn for. Even if the war cannot be truly ended, at least the monster of war must be expelled from the home plane. Leo was silent. And little Anjuin took advantage of the situation and said, since the war will end in my father's generation, why can't I become a priest? In war, we need iron-blooded warriors. And to heal the wounds of war, we need benevolent priests. This little bastard has a lot of theories. So you might as well just say that you are planning for a rainy day in order to be the king in a peaceful era. Leo rubbed his chin. Precocious children are difficult to deal with. Especially a very smart and precocious child like Xiao Andu. Anjuin, your idea is not wrong. But Varian will not agree. With Varian's temper, it is surprising that he would agree. Who made Anjuin disobey him? It was precisely because he knew that it was not easy for Varian to agree. So little Anjuin thought of asking Scarlet and Leo for help. Although this matter was difficult, Leo had a solution. Prince Anjuin, why are you so like your father? If you like to go to extremes, it's not good to go to extremes. How could it be said that little Anjuin is smart? When Leo said this, he immediately knew that Leo had thought of a solution. The little guy's eyes were bright, and he stared straight at Leo, waiting for Leo to say, answer. He reached out and hooked Anjuin, signaling the precocious little prince to come to him. After the latter came to him, Leo bent his index and middle fingers, and gave little Anjuin a popcorn with a snap. The little prince held his head and looked at him in confusion. I asked you to find trouble for me. Someone who bullied the child felt very happy, pointed at Scarlet and said, I said, you look down on the paladin so much? You have a ready-made teacher, and you still ask others to find a solution for you. Chapter 996 Benedictus Temptation. Paladin? Little Anjuin and Scarlet were stunned for a moment. What does the paladin have to do with solving Anjuin's problem? Looking at Leo with a smile on his face, little Anjuin touched his painful forehead and rolled his eyes. He soon understood. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Anjuin screamed in his heart that he wanted to become a priest so that he could deeply understand the mercy and love of the holy light. Varian wanted to become a powerful warrior and establish prestige among his subjects with a powerful gesture. The two were contradictory. This is the reason why little Anjuin is troubled. This precocious little prince does not want to have too much trouble with his father. Due to Leo's appearance, Varian was welcomed back to Stormwind City much earlier. Little Anjuin's experience was insufficient. He was not the prince in history who dared to contradict Varian. He was still very immature now. If you want to resolve the conflict between little Anjuin and Varian, you must find a solution that satisfies both parties. One must be strong. The other must be loving, possess powerful physical combat skills, and be able to use the power of the holy light. There are such professions. Paladin. Let little Anjuin embark on the path of becoming a paladin. This is the solution Leo came up with. Little Anjuin wants to become a priest in order to have a deeper understanding of the holy light and the light, and to have a deeper contact with the teachings of light. To do this, he does not have to become a priest. The paladin is also a profession that uses the holy light, is equally respected. Becoming a paladin not only fulfills little Anjuin's wish, but does not violate Varian's wishes, because powerful paladin are all powerful warriors. After understanding this, little Anjuin felt relieved, and the problem was solved. It was obviously an easy thing to solve, but they made it extremely complicated. No wonder Leo would say that he and Varian were both over the top. This is a typical example of those who are obsessed with the authorities, and who only see clearly. But, even if I'm confused, you can't be so harsh. Touching his painful forehead, little Anjuin looked aggrieved. Who made him meet Leo? A black-hearted uncle. And the poor young lady. Scarlet was both angry and funny. Leo did solve the problem faced by little Anjuin. But while solving this problem, He also threw another problem to Scarlet. Lil Anduin naturally needs a powerful paladin teacher if he wants to become a paladin. Originally, Grand Duke Bolvar of the Kingdom of Stormwind was a very good candidate. However, now that Bolvar is leading the dauntless expedition to Northrend, he is unable to stay in Stormwind. The city teaches Anduin the Younger. So those who teach Anduin the Younger need to think carefully. Young Anduin is the prince of the Kingdom of Stormwind, and his teacher must be chosen carefully. Not just anyone can be the teacher of a royal disciple, let alone a crown prince like Anduin. Strength is only a hard indicator. There are many paladins in Stormwind Kingdom who can pass the test, but soft indicators such as character are difficult. Leo played a trick at this time. When he told his method, he recommended Scarlet. Who is Scarlet? The Queen of Arathor Kingdom, the only direct descendant of the Lothar family. At the same time, she is also a genius-level paladin. With these three identities, she still can't be little Anduin's teacher? Personal strength is one thing, and Scarlet's identity is another. Regardless of personal strength, family background, or status, there are really not many people who can be the teacher of little Anduin. Give reasons for your objection. Even if you put all this aside, from a national perspective, there are countless people who would be happy to see this happen. The relationship between master and disciple has always been very strong, with little Anduin becoming a disciple of Scarlet. One is the crown prince of the Kingdom of Stormwind, and the other is the queen of the Kingdom of Arathor. The relationship between the two countries will undoubtedly become much closer. Let me ask, as far as the human race is concerned, who doesn't want to see such a situation happen? Scarlet glanced at Leo. She was too busy with her own affairs, and she didn't have much time to teach little Anduin. Unless little Anduin left Stormwind City and went to Stromgarde, it would be almost the same. But Varian, will you agree? Scarlet thinks this is impossible, but the reality may not be what she thinks. At least little Anduin thinks this is a good idea. The young prince said to Scarlet solemnly, Scarlet, are you willing to be my teacher? Scarlet was about to refuse, but she saw Leo winking at her. The female paladin hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. After receiving Scarlet's promise, Anduin happily resigned and went to Varian to explain the matter. The little light bulb left, leaving only Leo and Scarlet in the room. Leo shrugged and said with a smile, no one will hinder us now. While speaking, someone's eyes kept wandering around the female paladin, and two red clouds flew up from Scarlet's face. The female paladin knew that Leo must have some bad thoughts in his heart. What Leo hated was that he was not able to spend a good time with Scarlet in the end. Less than half a minute after little Antonin left, Archbishop Benedictus sent someone to come to the door. Leo did not dare to be careless about this archbishop. After following the leading priest to Benedictus' room, Leo was very energetic. Benedictus smiled kindly at the priest who was leading the way. That smile made people feel like a spring breeze. He was truly worthy of being the Archbishop of Holy Light. This smile alone was enough to touch the hearts of many people. Signaling the priest to exit the door, Benedictus looked solemn. Leo frowned secretly, and instinctively felt a little solemn. As expected, those who come are not good, and those who are good will not come. We might as well see what tricks Benedictus wants to play before talking about it. Leo's expression did not change, and thoughts were racing in his mind. As the saying goes, when soldiers come to block the water, the earth will cover it. Now he is waiting to see what move Benedictus is going to make. Leo, I heard you have a twilight dragon. Benedictus's words made Leo frown. It is true that the existence of Dragonicus is not a secret, but until now no one has asked Leo anything in person. Not even Crassus. He did not think of it. What is surprising is that Benedictus would ask about this sensitive topic at this time. Accidents were accidents, and Leo did not hide it. He nodded and admitted it generously. Yes. Dragonakos, the devourer of all things, is now my subordinate. Although he is a member of the Twilight Dragon clan and is the number 1A Twilight Dragon, but he doesn't want to destroy the world or hold any ridiculous Twilight trial now. In front of the Father of Twilight, Leo mocked the Twilight judgment that everyone in the Twilight Hammer's followers was looking forward to. Leo's words had no good intentions. He just wanted to anger Benedictus. A person is prone to make mistakes when dominated by anger, and is much easier to deal with them when he is calm. This was Leo's purpose in irritating Benedictus. Will Benedictus let Leo succeed? With the wisdom of the Holy Light Archbishop, he was not easily tricked. There was no abnormality on his face, and his expression was still solemn. Are you sure you can control Dragonakos? You must know that he was created by the Black Dragon to deal with the other 4 elements. The dragon's killing tool. If there is an accident, The consequences will be disastrous. Old fox. He pretends to be quite the same. Benedictus's concerned look fell in Leo's eyes, and he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. If he didn't know Benedictus's secret identity, he would really think that the Archbishop was concerned about his ability to control Liv and Dragonakos, not to test his control over the Twilight Dragon Prince. Don't worry. I'm sure there won't be any accidents. Leo looked confident. Benedictus could pretend. So why couldn't he? After staring at Leo intently for a while, Benedictus withdrew his gaze and said reassuringly, "It's best if you are sure. If you need help from the Holy Light Cathedral, just come to me directly." A trace of gratitude flashed across Leo's face, and he nodded solemnly in thanks. "Thank you, Archbishop. If I were really in trouble and came to you, I would never get help." Leo didn't believe even half of what Benedictus said. If he didn't want to alert the enemy, and he had no evidence, Leo would have removed this nail that penetrated the highest level of the human race. Watching Leo leave, Benedictus's expression darkened, and his originally kind face turned terrifying. He reached out and patted the table in front of him twice. A bookshelf in the room suddenly moved to the side, revealing the entrance to a secret room. Just a peer. Countess Presto came out of the secret room, and a bit of hatred could be seen on her face. This hatred was not directed at Benedictus, but at Leo, who had left. Benedictus specifically asked Leo to ask about the Twilight Dragon Prince Dragonakos. It was not only to find out whether Leo could control the Twilight Dragon well enough. In addition to the above purpose, he also had another purpose. The purpose is to prove something. Onyxia, whose alias was Countess Presto, had a look of annoyance on her face, and said to Benedictus with a venomous tone, "It seems that the information is correct. The woman named Sinestra is my black dragon, the queen of my clan. Leo not only resurrected Dragonakos, but also resurrected the queen of my clan." No wonder Onyxia was angry. She thought that Leo had been able to frighten her with the help of Sinestra, when she thought of being scared to death by a human. Onyxia felt extremely embarrassed and threw her away. It would be a lifelong humiliation, and she would definitely kill Leo if she had the chance. "Don't be impulsive." Benedictus waved his hand, signaling Onyxia to calm down. "Obviously, Leo already knows my identity and yours, but he didn't reveal it, and instead helped you avoid it. In this crisis, this person has serious thoughts, and we must find out what he wants to do." If other people had known the identities of Onyxia and Benedictus, they would have exposed them long ago. But Leo kept it secret. Benedictus found this very strange, and did not understand Leo's purpose. He didn't dare to make random moves before. And with Leo's current strength, even if Benedictus made a move, he wouldn't be sure to take him down. The only one in Twilight's Hammer who is sure of taking down Leo is Deathwing. But this crazy Black Dragon King cannot be commanded by anyone else. Chapter 997, Egwin's Invitation. Leo is very free. Yes, he is very idle now. So idle that he feels uncomfortable. Although both the home world and the Draenor world are in constant war, and countless people are busy fighting for the wars that have occurred or are about to occur, Leo has nothing to do now. Northern expedition to Northrend? The Alliance's army is led by Sarah, the Dark King. The main force of the entire Northern Expeditionary Army is still floating on the sea at this time. It possesses Neptune's token of the Wave Rider cloak obtained from the water element of Hydraxia, and sails on the sea. The danger is minimized, and the ocean that others regard as a daunting journey will not embarrass them. Even if Leo passes by, there will be nothing to do. Expedition to Draenor? Arathur's army is under the command of Amaran, so there is no need for Leoto to worry about it. As for the war between Hellfire Peninsula and the Demon Army, Leo has appointed a commander with sufficient ability. This person's commanding ability is only higher than Amaran. In addition to the above three places, such as Stranglethorn Valley, the two new islands and other places, there are dedicated officials in charge. When all his subordinates are too busy to touch the ground, Leo, the marshal, can't find anything to do. Lying on the seat, Leo looked depressed and kept mumbling, "It's boring. It's so boring. This invincible creature is so lonely as snow. Is it really that boring?" A voice suddenly sounded, and Leo sat up suddenly. At this time, a space crack opened in the room, and Egwin stepped out of it. Seeing that it was this Dharma god, Leo's tense nerves relaxed. He just said, "How many people in this world can approach him without him noticing?" Shrugging, Leo stretched out his hand and made a gesture to Egwin to sit down, and said, "Sir Egwin, please don't be so elusive. At least give me some time to prepare. If I'm taking a shower, if you come here, Won't I suffer a big loss? Well, Egwin was stunned. No one had ever dared to speak to her like this. Even a powerful female magic goddess couldn't react for a while. Seeing Egwin choked and speechless by his own words. Someone who was satisfied with his bad taste laughed proudly. Egwin shook her head helplessly. This boy Leo really had the guts to say something. Without answering Leo's words, Egwin got down to business. What do you think of the bronze dragon? Bronze dragon? Leo didn't answer immediately. Sanori had reminded him before that the quicksand scale would take action against him. A human who wreaked havoc on the world's trajectory. At this time, Egwin came to ask him what he thought about the bronze dragon. It was probably related to this. Thoughts were swirling in his mind. And Leo understood that what he said next would largely determine the direction of the matter. If he answered well, he might be able to avoid the battle with the bronze dragon. The bronze dragon's ability to control time is very miraculous. But it is too rigid in its actions. Acting rigidly? This is Leo's evaluation of the bronze dragon. These bronze dragons can clearly see certain things that will happen in the future. These things will cause harm to them, bring catastrophe to the entire world, and kill hundreds of millions of living beings. But they have no idea of changing it. Instead, they strictly let things go in the direction they saw, euphemistically calling it the mission given to them by Titan. They just don't care about things themselves. And they also hinder others from doing things. Whenever there is something different from the so-called historical trajectory they see, they will make so-called corrections. Even if this derailed behavior will save countless lives. Even if he wanted to die, he didn't allow others to save themselves. He had to drag everyone to death together. Leo really wanted to pin these bronze dragons to the ground and beat them up. Your evaluation is quite fair. Egwin's words showed her attitude. She was not very fond of the bronze dragons. At least those stubborn bronze dragons, who only knew how to execute the Titan's orders, were not liked by her. Lin has a lot of objections to you. But with my efforts, the queen of the bronze dragon clan, Solidomi, came forward to suppress the opposition within the family. The quicksand scale will not take action against you for the time being. But this is conditional. Leo spread his hands and said indifferently, tell me about it. Now is not the time to fall out with the bronze dragon. If the other party's conditions are not excessive. Leo doesn't mind agreeing. Because your appearance has caused many problems in the timeline maintained by the bronze dragon. The eternal dragon, the enemy of the bronze dragon, is planning a conspiracy. If you can help them repair the timeline and stop the eternal dragon's conspiracy, Solidomi can suppress the opposition of quicksand scale and prevent the bronze dragon clan from standing against you. Leo did not agree immediately. The rigid bronze dragons of quicksand scale were eager to get rid of him as an alien. Even if the bronze dragon queen Solidomi came forward, they might not give face. But now these bronze dragons with quicksand scales have agreed. And the meaning is hard to say. Leo is 200% sure that repairing the timeline and stopping the eternal dragon's conspiracy is not as simple as saying. The bronze dragon must have encountered a big trouble that is difficult to solve. Otherwise these arrogant people would look at people with their nostrils. How could a bronze dragon ask outsiders for help? With your ability, this is not too difficult. Seeing Leo's expression of hesitation, Egwin persuaded, now we have to try our best to win the support of others. The human race is now at a critical moment in its rise. In order to reduce resistance, the right thing to do is to make more friends and less enemies. Egwin also understood that it would be extremely difficult to get the bronze dragon to seek help from outsiders. And even to get the stubborn quicksand scale to agree not to take action against Leo, the troublemaker. But what could she do? To be an enemy of a bronze dragon is to be an enemy to a bronze dragon legion. To be an enemy to the entire quicksand scale is to be an enemy to countless bronze dragon legions. Although Leo is strong, he is only one person after all. Not to mention that he is not a carefree person. Scarlet, Passonia, etc. are his Achilles heel. Don't think that the bronze dragons won't use tricks. In fact, in order to eliminate the aliens in their eyes, these giant dragons will do anything they can. When Leo is not strong enough to scare the entire quicksand scale, how can he not have any trouble with them? If there is conflict, there should be no conflict. Leo remained silent, not because he didn't dare to answer, but because he was waiting for Egwin to speak. Egwin had no objection to using this to marry the bronze dragon Leo, but it was impossible to let him do things without helping him. This female magic goddess could always help. Don't worry. You won't have to do it alone to repair the timeline. Our line of guardians and bronze dragons will assist you. This is what I was waiting for. Leo nodded slowly after hearing this, and agreed. If Lord Egwin and other bronze dragons can help, this matter is not non-negotiable. repair the timeline and stop the Eternal Dragon's conspiracy. This is what the Bronze Dragon should do. They can't just sit back and leave the boss alone just because Leo is gone. Leaving the matter to Leo alone. Egwin is the contact person. Hers, the guardian line, cannot stay out of the matter. This is a must. And it is also the most basic condition for Leo to agree to go to the Cave of Time to help the Bronze Dragon repair the timeline. That's no problem, Egwin said, standing up and raising his hand to open a space crack. Then I will reply to Queen Solidomi. Please come to the Cave of Time as soon as possible. After saying that, regardless of Leo's reply, Egwin stepped into the space crack and disappeared into the room. Leo curled his lips. Egwin's temper is really fiery. I said, even if you want to leave, why not take me with you? Egwin returned to the Cave of Time, and Leo agreed to help the Bronze Dragon repair the time axis and stop the Eternal Dragon's conspiracy. Wouldn't he also go to the Cave of Time? Since we all have the same destination, why can't we go together? Could it be that I molested her before? So Egwin used this method to take revenge? Leo rubbed his chin. He felt that this must be the case. After all, the female Dharma goddess is also a woman. Right? Thinking about this, Leo felt that something was wrong. Egwin wouldn't give him small shoes to wear. It seemed that it would be very scary to offend such a woman. Well, these are just unimportant things. The key is that this time I go to the Cave of Time to help the Bronze Dragon repair the damaged timeline. Not only do I have to fight against the Bronze Dragon's mortal enemy, the Eternal Dragon, but I also have to be wary of my comrades at all times. Don't work hard at the front. The Bronze Dragon of Quicksand Scale is trying hard to blackmail you from behind. When you and the Eternal Dragon fight to the death, they will come out to take care of both sides. Then Leo won't cry to death? Leo really didn't want to go to the Cave of Time if possible. I just thought so. Egwin personally invited him. How could he really not go? Of course not. Even if you don't give face to the Bronze Dragon, you still have to give face to Egwin. Right? In fact, the Cave of Time may be extremely dangerous to others. But this is not the case for Leo. As long as he is careful, there will be no big problem. Rather than being distracted by the small details of the Bronze Dragon, it is better to think carefully about repairing the timeline and the Eternal Dragon. Leo carefully recalled the memories about the Cave of Time, and his eyes gradually brightened. Repairing the timeline will inevitably lead to the Torrent of Time. In other words, I will enter the so-called historical track that the Bronze Dragon wants to maintain. Leo held his chin. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. So, am I entering what has already happened? In historical events? Or in a future that has never happened? Whether it's going back to the past or entering the future, it's a brand new experience for Leo, and he can't help but look forward to it. Time travel seems to be a very interesting thing. Somebody come! Leo shouted, and a Dragon Blood Guard immediately walked in. Since Leo sent Viri to the world of Draenor, the Dragon Blood Guard guarding outside the bedroom naturally changed. Tell Adelaide that I will be leaving soon. There is no need to send over the kingdom's government affairs. Just let them handle it on their own. Chapter 998 Slap in the Face with Facts. The Cave of Time. The lair of the Bronze Dragon clan. This cave maze with strong winds howling all year round has been guarded by the Bronze Dragon since ancient times. Because here is the timeline of the entire world, allowing the Bronze Dragon to monitor the flow of time at any time, in order to prevent history from being rewritten, in order to stop the evil forces that penetrate the long river of time, and in order to maintain the normal direction of the torrent of time. We need your help. Leo. The above sentence was the first and only sentence Leo heard when he met the Bronze Dragon Queen Solidomi. After saying this sentence, Solidomi turned and left, not interested in listening to Leo at all. No matter what he said, he had no intention of contacting Leo. The dragon's superiority towards humans was fully demonstrated at this moment. He was obviously looking for help and asking for help. But he put on such a high profile. Is the dragon suffering from a brain twitch? Or is it a brain twitch? Leo is very unhappy. What is Solidomi's attitude? Fortunately, Solidomi did not leave Leo alone. Sanori, who was familiar with Leo, acted as his guide in the Cave of Time after the Bronze Dragon Queen left. She felt slightly better when she saw her acquaintance Leo. A little bit. Through this incident, Leo felt more deeply about the dragon's attitude towards humans. The contempt from the bottom of his heart. The mentality of a superior facing a subordinate. Which is really infuriating. Following Sanori, Leo felt a fire burning in his heart. But his face did not change at all. After experiencing so many things, he was no longer the stupid young man he used to be. And he would not show his thoughts on his face. If someone despises you, what's the point of making a fuss with them? Don't think that saying a few harsh words, such as 30 years from Hadong, 30 years from Hashi, what will happen to me in the future, will make the other party change their attitude towards you. Before your grades, if others look down on you, they look down on you. After all, things are done, not said. There are so many people who talk about it, but how many of them can actually do it? If you want to impress others and make people who look down on you regret it, then take practical actions and slap them in the face with facts. Leo had understood long ago that it was better to say it than to do it. The Storm Kingdom that had discarded him like a chess piece had regretted it for a long time. Leo, who was abandoned by some people during the political struggle, not only did not die, but lived more and more nourished. Not only did he live well personally, he also helped the Arather Kingdom to rise successfully, allowing the dilapidated Arather Kingdom to prosper in just 3 years. He has the strength to challenge the position of the human race boss in the Kingdom of Stormwind. What's this? This is a real slap in the face. One on the left and one on the right, which makes some people's faces crackle. Compared with what he encountered at the beginning, what happened in the Cave of Time was really nothing. Isn't that just looking down on me? Don't you just look down on humans? Isn't it just to show off the dragon's arrogance? I am too lazy to talk to you, let alone force you to apologize or anything. I will only use ironclad facts to prove my strength and make you bow to me. Leo couldn't help but sneer in his heart. No one had dared to treat him like this for a long time. Solidomi really made him angry. Following Sanori, Leo listened to the former's introduction to the Cave of Time, and kept observing this mysterious cave maze with his eyes. The Cave of Time is the lair of the Bronze Dragon. Outsiders are not allowed to come in, and out it will. After finally coming here, Leo must open his eyes and see what is different here. On the surface, the Cave of Time is not much different from an ordinary cave. Of course, this is on the premise of removing the 10-meter-tall bronze dragons and dragon beasts in the cave. In the eyes of ordinary people, this place is just a large underground cave. But in the eyes of strong people, it is completely different. Leo can clearly feel an inexplicable energy filling every corner of the Cave of Time. This power is very strange. Leo can feel its existence, but cannot capture even a trace of it. Legend has it that the Cave of Time was affected by the torrent of time due to the world's timeline. Under the flood of time energy escaping from the torrent of time, the speed of time passing in the Cave of Time is completely different from that of the outside world. In addition to living here for countless thousands of years, except for the Bronze Dragon, which can accurately know the speed of time passing in the outside world. No other creature can do this. For this reason, other guardian dragons will never step into the Cave of Time unless forced to do so. It seems like the giant dragon is also afraid of jet lag? Well, Leo's thoughts wandered to nowhere. Did you hear me talking to you? It was Sonori's roar that called Leo back. The bronze dragon girl angrily discovered that Leo didn't listen to what she was saying at all. And all her kind explanations were in vain. You hateful human being. You don't want to hear what I said? Feeling that her kindness was ignored by others, Sonoli was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The bronze dragon girl really wanted to transform back into the dragon form and bite Leo to death in one bite. If she hadn't been worried about Leo's strength, she would have dared to do that and get hurt. Mostly because of herself. Sonoli had already taken action. You just saved me a lot of time by not listening. Anyway, it's you who suffers when something goes wrong. Not me. With an angry look on her face, Sanori pointed to the curtain in front of her that was emitting colorful light, and said to Leo, ahead is the eternal torrent of time. There are many holes in the timeline. My people are already doing their best to repair them. But human hands it's still not enough. The loophole here needs your help. The eternal torrent of time sounds like chopping wires with a kitchen knife, sparking lightning along the way. But its appearance is too inconspicuous. If Sanori hadn't said it herself, Leo would have thought that the thing in front of him was just an ordinary magic barrier. How could he have thought about the world timeline? This thing is a scam. If people who don't know it jump into it, it will be a lot of fun. Leo rubbed his chin and cursed secretly. Who would have thought that the torrent of eternal time that is full of corruption would look like this? This is a typical pockmark. Not a pockmark, but a trap. Spreading his hands towards the angry Sanori, Leo asked, what do you want me to do? This Hunden really didn't listen to what I said. Leo's words drove Sonoli crazy. She had clearly told Leo before. But now Leo asked such a question. Didn't he make it clear that he didn't listen to what he said? Taking a deep breath and forcing herself to suppress the anger in her chest, Sonoli tried her best to control herself and said in a calm tone, "My people have already arranged everything. Just go in. Once you find the eternal dragon in the timeline, kill them. It's that simple?" Leo was stunned. Wasn't it just to kill people? It was too easy. Why did the bronze dragon call him all the way to the cave of time? Sonoli nodded seriously and said, "Yes, it's that simple." Is it really simple? The answer is of course, no. Let me ask you. If it was a simple matter, would a dragon be so proud and ask for help from humans? Leo rolled his eyes. This girl Sanori didn't think he was a fool. He didn't believe that the bronze dragon wouldn't be able to attract the thugs simply by killing people. It was clear that Sonoli was out for revenge and wanted to trick her. It's just that this girl didn't seem to understand the situation. Now it's the bronze dragon asking Leo to help repair the timeline and stop the eternal dragon's conspiracy. It's the bronze dragon asking Leo to do something. Not Leo asking the bronze dragon. If anything went wrong in repairing the time axis, the person who would be most anxious would not be Leo, but the bronze dragon. Thinking of this, Leo smiled and stepped towards the torrent of time that was like a magical barrier. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. What makes Leo strange is that Sanori has no intention of keeping him at all. Is this girl really staying here to the point where she can't even understand the situation? Leo was confused. He originally thought that Sonoli would stop him. But now it seems that is not the case. Is there a discrepancy between the actual situation and expectations? Or do the bronze dragons have other plans? Leo's steps paused slightly. But his body did not stop. He really stepped into the torrent of time. Let me see what tricks you are going to play. Sonoli opened her mouth, as if she wanted to remind him of something, but finally stopped. Although she disliked the stubborn group of fellow tribesmen of Quicksand Scale, she was still a member of the Bronze Dragon no matter what. In addition, her friendship with Leo was not very deep, so some things were really hard to tell. You can't die anyway with your strength, so I won't feel guilty. After being in a daze for a while, Sonoli stamped her feet bitterly, said something incomprehensible and ran away. She wanted to go to Queen Solidomi to return to her life. Not long after Sanori left, a dwarf came out of the corner. She looked at the position Leo entered and sneered, her eyes full of murderous intent. Those who disturb the torrent of time, Chromie, will not let you continue to exist. I will let the eternal torrent of time bury you. The dwarf was Chromie. Chromie had already had murderous intentions towards Leo. If Sanori hadn't stopped him, he would have taken action against Leo long ago. To Chromie, Leo is a troublemaker. He constantly rewrites the history seen by the Bronze Dragon, causing the world to deviate from the known trajectory. Such an alien should be killed. Obviously, it was no accident that Chromie appeared in this place. He had been hiding in the dark early in order to enter the same time period as Leo and kill Leo in the torrent of time. After all, Solidomi is not the Bronze Dragon King Nozdormu, and her words are not absolutely binding on diehards like Chromie. If it were Nozdormu, Chromie would never dare to have other thoughts. Leo, who stepped into the torrent of time, didn't know that behind him was a bronze dragon who wanted his life. This bronze dragon would keep looking for his flaws in the dark in order to kill him with a fatal blow. The eternal torrent of time is the home court of the bronze dragon, and Chromie had a lot of advantages before the two sides met. It's easy to hide from open guns, but hard to guard against hidden arrows. Leo's journey in the torrent of time must be very exciting. Chapter 999 3 Elves. Exquisite buildings, quiet courtyards, gorgeous yet elegant decorations. Where is this? Leo looked around, and after stepping into the torrent of time, there was nothing earth-shattering or anything radiating. It was just a scene change. It feels like taking a teleportation array and traveling from one place to another. The surrounding buildings made Leo think of high elves at the first time. He had also been to the palace in Silvermoon City. The exquisiteness of the buildings in the Palace of the Sun was comparable to that here. Only high elves could build such buildings. What the night elves pay attention to is to be close to nature. And this gorgeous style is definitely not the work of the night elves. Leo rubbed his chin, wondering where he was. The territory of the high elves. Could it be that he had arrived in Silvermoon City at a certain period? At this moment, 3 people suddenly appeared from the side. Oh! No. It was 3 elves. One of the elves pointed at Leo and shouted in the tone of Columbus discovering the new world. Hey! Come and see. There is a dwarf with round ears over there. Round ears? Compared with elves, it is a fact that humans have rounder ears. And Leo can accept this. But what happened to the dwarf? The 3 elves ran over quickly. The elf who spoke compared his hands and found that Leo's height only reached his chest. A look of pity appeared on his face. He sighed and said, "Oh, you are really short." Leo's mouth twitched. "What is this? Height discrimination?" Generally speaking, elves are taller than humans. Humans refer to the Western-oriented humans in the native plane. Leo, as the first Easterner, is inherently disadvantaged in height compared to Westerners. The comparison with elves is even worse. Among the elves, his height is simply a second-class handicap. This elf really refuses to pick up any of the pots. Isn't this a slap in the face? You idiot. What are you talking about? The other two elves glared at their companions with expressions that really wanted to bite him to death. Now the palace is full of guys of unknown origin. You will expose us. Whereabouts? We must find Her Majesty, and tell her that those guys have bad intentions. Leo noticed that the High Elf mentioned a person. Her Majesty the Queen. In the history of the High Elves, there is only one person who can be called a queen. And that is the strongest and most beautiful woman. Queen Ishara. It seems that I have arrived in an era when the elven civilization was at its peak before the first invasion of the Burning Legion. The guy of unknown origin mentioned by the elf is probably the demon of the Burning Legion. And the first invasion of the Burning Legion is about to break out. The battle at the Well of Eternity is really exciting. Leo flicked his fingers, and Manaroth appeared behind him holding a double-headed war spear. Seeing a bald man with a fleshy face, and the words "I am not a good person" written on his face, the three elves not only were not frightened, but instead surrounded him with surprised expressions, and pointed at Manaroth. Click. Comment. How strong of nerves and good psychological quality can one be so calm? Who is there? The three elves made a lot of noise when they spoke, and a group of demon guards wearing heavy armor and holding double-edged axes were alerted, looking at these 5-meter-tall demon guards with muscles as strong as rocks. Leo curled his lips in disdain. The demon guard could scare others, but not Leo. If he wanted to, enslaving a demon would be enough to make these ferocious-looking big guys kneel down and kowtow. It's so noisy. The arrival of the demon guard interrupted the three elves. Leo then thought that as a warlock, he had no problem understanding demonic language. But the three elves could not. The demon guard asked Leo whether he could understand it, but it fell on those three. There was a strange roar of unknown meaning in the ears of the elf. If you can't communicate with words, use actions to communicate. The three elves took out their staffs. The first one to speak took the lead in casting a blazing flame. A pillar of fire shot out from under the feet of the demon guard. 3 unlucky ones in the 10-man demon team were completely engulfed by the pillar of fire, burnt to ashes. One of the other 2 elves released a ball of freezing air, and the ice froze the demon guards' legs, blocking their movements. The 7 demon guards could only watch helplessly as the third elf cast 7 2-meter-long arrows. The wind blade was coming, and it was completely impossible to dodge. Puff puff. The wind blade did not collide with the demon guard's armor head-on. Instead, it chose a place where the demon guard's helmet and armor could not reach and cut in, cutting off the demon guard's neck. In just 2 or 3 seconds, a 10-man demon team was eliminated. The 3 elves were quite capable. No wonder they dared to break into the palace at this time. It was just that their strength was not bad against the minions. When they met the leader-level demons can only ask for their own blessings. Leo was not familiar with the elf palace. Wandering around the map without knowing the way was time-consuming and laborious. Now that 3 live maps were running in front of him, how could he let them go? Moreover, if these 3 elves had not met Leo, not only would they not have been able to see Queen Azhara due to their strength, but they would have lost their own lives. Besides, so what if they did? Azhara might not be willing to believe them. At that time, the Elf Queen had long been confused. The team that solved a demon made more noise. There was noise in the distance. Several teams of demon guards were rushing towards where Leo and the 3 elves were. The 3 elves knew that they had been exposed and hurriedly left the scene of the crime. Leo followed him unhurriedly and extended an invitation to the 3 elves. You 3. How about we go together? If the 3 elves didn't care about Leo before, then now they have to face Leo. The 3 of them were already running with all their strength, under the magic cast by the 3rd elf who gathered wind elements. Their speed was beyond what ordinary people could keep up with. However, Leo didn't blush or breath, and was as light as walking in the courtyard. He followed up easily. This strength was obviously not simple. The strong are respected at all times. The 3 elves knew that the round-eared dwarf behind them was much stronger than themselves. And seeing that Leo had no ill intentions, their attitudes suddenly became serious. We are going to see Her Majesty Queen Azhara. If you want to follow us, we will not object. as long as you are not rude to Her Majesty the Queen. The first elf to speak introduced himself and his companions. The three of us are all mages. You can call me Xion. Ashes. The one who uses water magic is Jeffrost. And the one who likes to use wind elements is Piamist. Wind, fire, ice, and the rarely seen wind mage. A violent output, a powerful control, and a support. Leo found that these three elves were not the kind of hot-blooded and brainless people. The three of them together could be considered a good team. But their professions were a bit monotonous. All three of them were magicians. Who makes them high elves? Before the Well of Eternity was destroyed, most of the high elves chosen by Ishara to dress him were mages. This is a world overrun with mages. Under the powerful elven civilization, in the palace of Queen Ishara, mages are really everywhere. And even throwing a banana peel at random can knock down a mage. Less than a minute after Leo and the others left, several teams of demon guards arrived at the scene of the crime. Seeing the bodies of their companions, the demons roared with anger. There are people in this world who dare to be their enemies. And there are people who dare to kill the soldiers of the Burning Legion. This is contrary to the heavens. Is there any royal law? Have any nasty little bugs gotten in? It's time to have fun again. Among the demons, an alternative figure appeared. A high elf. The strange thing is that the high elf with an elegant temperament gives people an evil feeling. The aura of the devil emanates from him, which makes people feel a little disgusted. A high elf has a demonic aura. This is obviously a situation that occurs after he sold his soul to the demon and voluntarily became a member of the Burning Legion. One advantage of having the devil's aura in your body is that all the devil guards will regard this high elf as one of their own. Moreover, because of this high elf's strength, his status in the Burning Legion, where the strong are respected, is higher than that of these genuine demons. Even higher. The demon guards responsible for defense must obey his command. Strengthen our guard and don't let irrelevant people disrupt our plans. I will personally stay on guard until those bugs are found. I follow your orders, Lord Perosin. The demon guards all agreed and started searching under the orders of a high elf named Perosin. It doesn't matter that the Burning Legion has intensified their patrols. What matters is that their search exposed some people who would not have been exposed in the first place. Leo and the three elf mages were using the buildings and plants in the courtyard to move towards Queen Ishara's residence, when a burst of fighting sounds boomed from the entrance of the courtyard. Someone is breaking into the palace. The sound of fighting made the three elves stop. The person who broke into the palace at this time must be an elf with the same purpose as them. The three looked at each other, not knowing whether to rescue them. After hesitating for a while, the undecided trio of elves turned their attention to Leo. Since they couldn't decide, they might as well kick the ball to someone else. Leo shrugged and said with an indifferent expression, "You make up your mind. I have no objection." Having said this is like saying nothing. So, the problem returned to the hands of the three elves. If you go back to help, you will definitely have to expose yourself. If you don't go to help, we are all of the same race. How can we not save people even if they die? The three elf mages were too young in Leo's opinion. They had to make a decision early on. Either to take advantage of the opportunity when the guards were distracted by another group of people, to speed up, or to immediately return reinforcements. There was no room for hesitation. Undecided. You need to know that the longer it takes, the worse it will be. After some discussion, the three elf mages finally made the decision to save people. Chapter 1000 Pink Mr. Dan. Illidan is in a bad mood now. He came to Queen Ishara's palace with full confidence, preparing to take advantage of the demon guard's negligence and his familiarity with Queen Ishara's palace to quietly close the demon portal set by the Burning Legion. Illidan had already observed it before coming. Out of contempt for this world, and out of the smooth initial progress, the demons of the Burning Legion obviously did not take the threat from this world seriously. The guards posted by the arrogant demons seem to be numerous, and the defenses appear to be tight. But in fact, they are full of loopholes. As long as you are careful, closing the demon portal is not a problem at all. Illidan expected the beginning, but not the end. In the early stages of the plan, it was indeed very smooth. He easily closed the two magic hubs that maintained the portal. And after he did all this, the demons did not notice at all. The situation was no different from what he expected. With the devil's mentality at this time, he was afraid that those leisurely devils would only react when he completely shut down the three magic hubs. However, at that time, the entire palace would inevitably be in chaos. It would be easy for him to take advantage of the situation and sneak out. Unfortunately, God did not follow his wishes. Just as he was sneaking towards the third magic hub, a change occurred. The originally lazy demon guards suddenly changed and became serious. They patrolled and searched everywhere, not even sparing any place. Under the full search of teams of demon guards, Illidan's range of activities became narrower and narrower. Although he could sneak so that demons could not see him with the naked eye, he was still physical after all. As the demon guards hunted him, the net becomes tighter and tighter, and eventually it will prevail. Seeing this situation, Illidan was very angry. He didn't understand why the demon guards took the wrong medicine and suddenly became serious and responsible, as if they were really the guards of the palace. Did it become known that the 2 magic hubs were destroyed? Illidan felt that this was the only reason that made sense. The demon guard will not take the initiative to approach the magic hub, but will only guard around the magic hub. Illidan understands this very clearly. This is why he dares to boast in front of Tyron that he wants to destroy the Burning Legion portal by himself. Of trust. Who would have expected that such an accident would happen when he was actually acting? I don't know which demon suddenly went crazy and ran to the magic hub of the teleportation array to take a look. It was really unlucky. Seeing that the demon guard search became more and more intense, Illidan, who knew that sooner or later he would be found by the other party, took action in anger. Since you can't destroy the Burning Legion's portal quietly, then just kill it vigorously. These demon guards seem to be numerous and terrifying, but in terms of their true abilities, they can't stop Illidan. As long as he moves fast enough and can destroy the last magic hub before the truly powerful demon arrives, he can escape unscathed. Illidan, who was full of confidence in his own strength, suddenly rushed out and took advantage of the sneak attack to easily kill a group of demon guards. It was easy to deal with this group of demon guards, but it also exposed his own position. The other demon guards, who had been on guard against the intruders, rushed over immediately and issued a warning while rushing towards Illidan. This can be considered as poking a hornet's nest. Upon hearing the warning, hundreds of teams of demon guards, who were searching for the intruders, came over aggressively. By the time they discovered Illidan, 5 teams of demon guards had already fallen to Illidan's attack. The death of their companions galvanized the Felguard into rage. They are warriors of the Burning Legion. They have destroyed countless worlds. In their eyes, anyone who dares to resist the Burning Legion will die. Now, a native dared to kill a Burning Legion warrior, and they had to make this guy pay the price. Facing the siege of hundreds of demon guards, Illidan quickly fell into a tight siege. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated these demons and underestimated himself even more. Caught in the siege of a group of violent demon guards, it was extremely difficult for Illidan to escape, not to mention destroying the last magic hub of the portal. Illidan knew that he was in big trouble now. It was difficult for him to cope with the minions that besieged him now. When boss-level demons or even more powerful demons appeared, he would be in danger. He knew it, but he was trapped in a tight siege at this time. Under the siege of a group of violent demon guards, he was unable to care about anything else. How could he think of a way to escape? Fortunately, there is always a way out. And just when Illidan was anxious, reinforcements arrived. Well, it's said to be reinforcements, but actually there are only 5 people. 3 elves and 2 humans. Of course, Illidan didn't know that there was a human race at this time. At this time, human ancestors didn't know where to play in the mud. Leo and Manaroth, who had transformed into human form, were just 2 alien races with round ears and Illidan's eyes. In order to rescue their besieged kin, the 3 elf mages Isekai, Jia and Piao used their strongest group attack spells. The demon guard that was besieging Illidan was unprepared for the sneak attack from behind, and suddenly fell to the ground, leaving a small gap in the encirclement. Quick! Jay waved his hand at Illidan, motioning for him to quickly join his group of people. Illidan did not hesitate. He kicked hard with his feet and danced wildly with the 2 half-moon-shaped wheel blades in his hands. He used his extraordinary speed, quick shots, and sharp weapons to kill the demons who wanted to surround them again. Before the 3 elves, with the help of the mage's magic, the 5 Leos successfully joined forces. Hey, I recognize you. You're that boy from Illidan Storm Rage. Why are you here? After receiving Illidan, Isekai asked the questions in his heart. Hearing that this guy was Illidan, Leo couldn't help but take a closer look at him. At this time, Mr. Dan was not yet the overlord of the next generation. Leo didn't see any domineering energy in him, only a few evil spirits. Currently, Illidan is not well known among the elves. He is just a magic apprentice. However, Isekai and Ashes have been magicians for many years, and their status is much higher than that of Illidan. He had never experienced any emotional setbacks. had not blinded himself and became a demon hunter, and had not been locked up in a dark dungeon and spent tens of thousands of years alone. At this time, Illidan was still young and promising. Youth. Leo, who was observing Illidan, did not notice that Manaroth had been looking weird since he was summoned by him. The Burning Legion invaded the world of humans and elves for the first time, and fought Tyrant and others in the battle with the Well of Eternity. Who was the commander of the demons? Not Archimonde the Defiler, nor Kil'jaeden the Deceiver, but Manaroth the Destroyer. Manaroth, the most powerful Abyss Lord in the world of Anelin. It was in this battle at the Well of Eternity that Manaroth suffered the biggest defeat in his life and was seriously injured. Only then did he go into battle injured during the second invasion. You gave Grom and Hellscream a chance to die together. The battle at the Well of Eternity can be said to be the beginning of Manaroth's tragedy. How could he not remember it? Manaroth never dreamed that he would one day be involved in this incident again, let alone that he would be on the opposite side of the Burning Legion. Could it be that the Master summoned me just to satisfy his evil taste and watch me fight with him? Manilos was helpless. Based on Leo's understanding, the chance of this happening was not 10%, but 99%. If Leo knew what Manilos was thinking, he would definitely comfort his subordinate and tell him that life is just a coffee table, and the coffee table is filled with cups. I'm here to destroy the portal. Those creatures called demons are constantly teleporting people through the portal. If this continues, the number of demons will increase. The portal must be closed. Illidan gasped first. After a few breaths, he exhausted a lot of his physical strength under the heavy siege of the demon guards. After he regained his breath, he spoke. I have destroyed 2 of the 2 magic hubs that maintain the portal, leaving only the last one. With as long as the speed is fast enough, it is not difficult to achieve. Speaking of the last magic hub left, Illidan's face was full of pity. It was just this last step, and it felt bad to fall short. What this guy said seems to make sense. How about closing the demon's portal before going to see Her Majesty Queen Azhara? The 3 elf mages glanced at each other, and they were persuaded by Illidan. In fact, it is true when you think about it. The threats to this world are demons. Even if Queen Azhara listens to their advice, the portal must be closed to deal with those creatures called demons. Since the portal must be closed sooner or later, rather than worrying Her Majesty the Queen, it would be better for them to resolve this matter first before going to see the Queen. This time the 3 elf mages quickly reached a consensus, and the entire team rushed towards the direction pointed by Illidan. Leo scratched his face. The 3 elf mages and Illidan did not consider his opinions at all when they were discussing. At this moment, he was ignored. The elves are indeed arrogant creatures, but it is no wonder that since the defeat of the Troll Empire, the elves have become the rulers of this world. This rule lasts for tens of thousands of years, and it is inevitable to develop a proud temperament. The demon guards can only rely on a war of attrition to besiege an Illidan. Now that there are 3 more elf magisters, how can they trap their opponents? Even if all the demon guards entered a violent state, they still could not stop their opponents. If there were no accidents, it would not be a problem for Illidan and the others to reach the 3rd magic hub. However, how can anything be so easy in the world? Do you really think that the Burning Legion is made of mud? Uh-huh. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be you 3 guys. A joking voice came from the direction of the magic hub. An elf led a group of captain-level demon guards to block Illidan's path. Chapter 1001 Parosan. When a high elf appears among a group of demons, the effect is as if he stands out from the crowd, even if he doesn't want to be conspicuous. Seeing this fellow, the 3 elf mages were stunned for a moment, with a look of disbelief in their eyes. In this fellow, they could clearly sense the aura that only belonged to those creatures called demons. As a noble elf, as a waiter chosen by Queen Azhara, as a member of the High Elves, with such a high status and enviable glory, now there are people who have given up all these and chosen to become those appearances. The 3 elven mages, part of the ugly demon, couldn't believe it. The look of disbelief was followed by anger. Extremely angry. Parosan, you traitor! The 3 elf mages were furious. Wind blades, fireballs, ice arrows, and 3 types of magic poured towards Parasarn. The light of magic was about to drown the high elf who had surrendered to the Burning Legion. When it comes to treating traitors, every race is extremely harsh. No, it shouldn't be said to be harsh, but harsh. Parasarn dared to betray the High Elves, and the elven mages, who were part of the High Elves, would naturally not let him go. The oncoming spells are gorgeous and dangerous, and the beautiful appearance hides deadly murderous intent. looking at his three former companions. Parasen sneered again and again, with disdain on his face. If it were before he defected to the Burning Legion, he would still be in a hurry when faced with the joint attack of the three elf magisters. But now, everything is different. Why should I abandon my identity as a high elf and join the demons of the Burning Legion? Do you really think I am a fool? How could I do that without great benefit? Now, let me show you my power. The power I gained after becoming a devil. Arrogance requires capital. Obviously, Parasen has the ability to be arrogant. Otherwise, he would not stand up arrogantly. Just when the magic was about to hit him, he raised his hand and shot out several green energy. This was evil energy. Under the obstruction of evil energy, the magic of the three elf mages was easily broken. Seeing this scene, Exion and Ashes were greatly surprised. In their memories, Parasen did not have such ability. When did this guy become so strong? Because of surprise, the movements of the hands of the three elf mages slowed down. Their movements slowed down, but Parasen did not. The green evil energy did not disappear after defeating the magic of the three elf mages. Instead, they rushed towards the location of Leo and the others. After the three elf mages recovered from the shock, they found that it was too late to deal with the impact of evil energy. Being hit by the evil energy, the three elf mages suddenly felt dizzy, and their bodies ached. The erosion of evil energy caused their bodies to be corrupted. Their spirits could not be concentrated. Their magic power could not be mobilized. And the life essence in their bodies also began to drain away. The magician couldn't cast it. It was a disaster. The three elven mages were shocked. They knew that they had underestimated Parasen. This traitor had made rapid progress after taking refuge in those creatures called demons. With their strength, they were far from being a match for Parasen. It looks like I'm going to die here today. A flash of despair flashed in the eyes of the three elf mages. Surrounded by a group of demons, they could not summon even half of their magic power. And they could not cast even half of their magic. They were in danger of death. The life essence of the target attacked by evil energy will be lost. The mental power will be confused. And the magic will be unable to be performed. This is the power that Parasen gained after joining the Burning Legion. And it is also the basis for his confidence. Almost all the powerful people among the High Elves are mages. With such ability, how can Parasen be afraid of him? What about the betrayers? As long as the strength is strong enough, the betrayer can also find comfort. This is the logic of Parasen. In order to pursue power, he can betray his own race and join the devil. In order to have more powerful power, he does not hesitate to face the pursuit of his own race. Now, he has got what he wants. He is several times stronger than before. And he can easily kill the strong men in the clan who he used to look up to. With such great benefits, why can't he betray or join the Burning Legion? The three elf mages could not cast spells. But there was no trace of pride on Parasen's face, because he found that there was one less person on the opposite side. Illidan Stormrage, a young and promising high elf, had been ready to sneak in when Parasen showed up with a group of captain-level demon guards. When Parasen's sight was caught, when the magic of the three Magister Shaheen and Ashes was blocking it, Illidan took the opportunity to sneak in and if Illidan disappeared from sight, it was nothing. After all, this place was surrounded by people. As long as the demon guards were more vigilant, Illidan's attempt to sneak away would undoubtedly be a fantasy. Then, what happened to Leo and Manilos made Parasen dare not ignore it. When the evil energy came to Leo, he didn't even move an eyelid. Don't say that this small amount of energy couldn't hurt him. Even if it could hurt him, he didn't bother to move. The man standing behind him, Manaroth, is not a decoration. In the shocked eyes of Parasen, Manaroth stretched out his hand and with a pop, he crushed the evil energy that was shot at Leo. However, Manaroth didn't even look at the evil energy that was shot at himself and let it go. The evil energy struck him, the Destroyer Manaroth, and the Destroyer Manaroth, who has recovered his strength. He doesn't look down upon 10 or hundreds of Parasens, not to mention one Parasen. And he doesn't even think about a mere bit of evil power. Hurt him. What a joke. Who are these two aliens with round ears? Why do my evil powers have no effect on them? The power he was proud of seemed like a child's plaything in the eyes of the other party. Coupled with the human images of Leo and Manilos that he had never seen before, Parasen's heart was pounding. The fear came from the unknown. Parasen didn't know what race Leo and Minoros belonged to. He had never seen such a round-eared creature before. And he was afraid. Leo curled his lips in disdain. He could feel Parasen's fear. And he had no good impressions of this high elf, who betrayed his own race and joined the Burning Legion. A betrayer is always an unpleasant presence to people. You actually use evil energy to deal with me. You are really desperate. Leo tilted his head and gave Manilos a look. Get rid of these annoying guys. Entering the torrent of time. Leo wanted to help the bronze dragon repair the timeline. To do this, history cannot be deviated. At least in terms of major events. It cannot be different from the known history. In the history of the home plane, Eladin successfully destroyed the 3 magic hubs that maintained the Burning Legion's portals, closed the portals through which the Burning Legion transported troops, and cut off the demonic reinforcements. In order to repel the Burning Legion's third invasion, made an indelible contribution. Now because of Leo's appearance, Eladin, who would not have been discovered by the demon guards, is surrounded. Seeing that the operation to destroy the magic hub is about to fail, can Leo allow it? Of course not. Otherwise, history will be rewritten. Leo's entry into the torrent of time not only failed to help the Bronze Dragon's gang, but caused them trouble, which completely violated his original intention of cooperating with the Bronze Dragon. This is absolutely unacceptable. To get history back on track, Eladin must successfully destroy the magic nexus. And then these demons in front of him must be eliminated. Just keep major historical events from being rewritten. As for the details, humph. Just don't care too much. After receiving Leo's order, Manaroth did not dare to hesitate. Although these demons were part of the Burning Legion and had once been his men, in the heart of the Destroyer, these cannon fodder had no status at all. Leo said that killing him would not be possible. There will be half a breakup. Of course, in order not to reveal his identity immediately, Manilos was very particular about taking action. The bloody double-headed war spear can no longer be used. Once this iconic weapon is used, his identity will immediately arouse doubts. Besides, killing these demon guards is not worthy of his use of the weapon. Under Parasan's fearful gaze, Manaroth took a step forward, slapped his hand. An overwhelming flame swept across the entire courtyard. Under the burning flames, the demon guards surrounding everyone were burned to the ground. And even Parasan was not spared. The host kills Parasan. The voice in his head surprised Leo slightly. He didn't expect that he could get up great energy by killing enemies in the torrent of time. The surprise was followed by ecstasy. And Leo's spirit suddenly became excited. How many major events are there in the eternal torrent of time? How many powerful enemies are there? How many powerful enemies are there for him to kill without changing history? Leo can no longer remain calm when he thinks of these. If entering the eternal torrent of time to help the Bronze Dragon repair the timeline was a chore before, now this chore has taken a 180-degree turn and turned into a good job. I didn't expect this to be a good place to earn upgrade energy. Ha ha ha. Leo couldn't help but laugh out loud. The cheating device of Goldfinger was too powerful. He was indeed a pig's foot. He was a blessing in disguise. This time, he must make enough money in the torrent of time. Feeling proud, Leo couldn't help but think of the law of death that required endless energy to fill his body. He was worried that there were too few opponents to quickly improve his understanding of the law of death. With the torrent of time, wouldn't this problem be solved? Leo couldn't help but rub his hands when he thought about the excitement. He really liked this unexpected surprise. Leo, who was in the midst of ecstasy, didn't notice that in some unnoticed corner, there was a pair of eyes full of murderous intent staring at him. A hateful human being. A villain who destroyed history. I was just a step too late, and he caused trouble again. It seems that my decision was right. This human named Leo must be eliminated. And the sooner the better. Chapter 1002 Leoma knows the way. In the hearts of the Bronze Dragons, who regard the execution of the tasks left to them by the Titans as the supreme honor and the highest order that must be followed. The trajectory of the world is something they must maintain no matter what. And there is no room for error. Outliers like Leo who would destroy the history they see must be eradicated. The scales of quicksand are responsible for maintaining what they consider to be the correct time order, repairing time loopholes, correcting history, and cutting out any factors that would cause history to derail. In terms of responsibilities, the quicksand scale is different from the Bronze Dragon Queen Solidomi and the Bronze Dragon Prince Anachronos. Since the disappearance of the Bronze Dragon King Nozdormu, the Bronze Dragon Queen Solidomi has been responsible for all affairs of the Bronze Dragons. It seems that she has great power, but in fact it is not the case. The focus of Solidomi's affairs is to deal with various matters within the Bronze Dragon clan. Guanchi manages affairs within the clan. The Bronze Dragon Prince Anachronos is responsible for contacting mortal races such as humans in the Bronze Dragon Eyes, and providing them with help at specific moments, thereby maintaining the stability of the world. Due to the different division of labor, the perspectives of the three parties on the problem will deviate. Just like when it comes to dealing with Leo, a human being. Solidomi doesn't care. Anaclaus advocates borrowing Leo's power. But a large part of the bronze dragons in the scale of quicksand advocates eradicating them at all costs. Chromie was one of the diehards, who advocated eradicating Leo. The reason for this is not that Chromie and Leo have a grudge. Nor is it that Chromie and Leo are at odds with each other. He wants to kill Leo as soon as he sees him. But because Chromie feels that this is his responsibility. But how easy is it to eradicate Leo? As the saying goes, this moment is the same as that moment. The current Leo is not the original Leo. And the situation at this time is different from that at the hands of Tyr. When the Alliance fought against the Lich King's scourge in the Eastern Plague lands in order to defend the hand of Tyr, Chromie still had the confidence to use the secret of time to kill Leo with his own power at that time. But now it's no longer possible. If he really wanted to rush out and fight Leo, the one who would die would definitely not be Leo, but him, Chromie. Chromie was very angry about this. If it weren't for Sonori's obstruction, Leo would have been killed by him long ago. At that time, he should not have hesitated because of Sonori. If he had known that Leo would grow so fast. If he had known that Leo would bring such a big trouble. If he had known that Leo would have such a big impact on the trajectory of the world. Deviation. He should have taken decisive action to deal with the scourge of Leo when he was in Tyr's hands. Money can't buy it. I already knew that there is no medicine for regret in the world. It's too late for Chromie to think about anything at this time. With Leo's current strength, he simply can't face the enemy head-on. If you cannot face the enemy head-on, in other words, you are unable to defeat the enemy, then you need to outsmart him. If Chromie were to worry about not being able to kill Leo in other places, but in this eternal torrent of time, it is impossible for the bronze dragon, with a home field advantage, to be unable to kill even a human. You must know the methods that the bronze dragon can use in the torrent of time, far more than other places. Otherwise, how could we say this is the home of the bronze dragon? Leo didn't know that just when he fell into the beautiful fantasy of gaining experience in the eternal torrent of time, he had been targeted. And the bronze dragon Chromie officially began to act. Exion, Ashes, and the three elf magisters were already looking at everything in front of them. Dumbfounded, not knowing what to say at all, Leo curled his lips, disapproving of the performance of the three elf magisters. These three elves are too rare and strange. Although the spell cast by Manaroth is strong, it is not too scary. There must be a group attack magic more powerful than this among the elves. After a long while, the three elf magisters came to their senses, and their reactions told Leo that he was wrong. Very wrong. Looking at the burnout courtyard, the eyes of the three elf magisters were red. They pointed at Leo angrily, their bodies trembling. What are you doing? Look what you have done. You actually destroyed Her Majesty's courtyard. Oh, no. Well, are these three elves crazy? Leo's lips twitched. The reactions of the three elf magisters were beyond his expectation. Listen to what these three guys said? What does it mean to destroy Her Majesty's courtyard? The situation at that time. If I hadn't asked Manaroth to take action, your lives would have been lost. Why would you care about the courtyard? The brain structure of elves is indeed different from that of humans. Leo said that he could not understand their way of thinking. The red-faced and thick-necked look of the three elves fell into his eyes, and he could only describe it as unreasonable in 4 words. In that situation, your life is about to die, and you still think about protecting the courtyard. You are so brain-drained. Leo was too lazy to pay attention to them. Perhaps in the eyes of the three elf mages, Quiazhara's courtyard was more precious than their lives. But there was nothing wrong with doing so from Leo's point of view. The courtyard could be rebuilt if it was damaged. But there is nothing left. It seems that the three elf magisters can't understand this truth as long as the Green Hills remain. The elf magisters' anger did not affect Leo. Nor did it affect Illidan. Finding that the obstacle that prevented him from destroying the last magic hub of the portal had disappeared, Illidan rushed to the third magic hub without hesitation. Rush to where you are. With such a big commotion in the courtyard, more demons will inevitably be alerted. They must take advantage of the vacuum before the arrival of the powerful demons to destroy the magic hub and close the portal of the Burning Legion. Seeing Illidan reappearing and running away, the three elf mages also thought of this. In any case, Leo saved their lives. Although they were dissatisfied with Leo for destroying the Queen's courtyard, they were also dissatisfied with it. They didn't do anything extreme. But after this incident, they were no longer willing to walk with Leo anymore. Seeing the three elf magisters using flash techniques to stay away from him and quickly leaving his sight, Leo shook his head helplessly. since others are unwilling to go with him. Leo doesn't have to follow him shamelessly. Where can he go with his current strength? Do you know the location of the Well of Eternity? As the commander of the Burning Legion's invasion of this world, how could Manilos not know where the Well of Eternity is? After hearing Leo's question, Manilos quickly replied, Master, I will take you there right now. There is no need for Leo to follow the 3 elf magisters since Lao Ma knows the path. Well, is this the otherworldly version of Lao Ma who knows the way? The Well of Eternity. This place is so famous that no one in the local plane knows about it. It's a pity that many people have heard of it, but very few have actually seen the Well of Eternity. In addition to elves, how many other races have seen this thing that even the demon god Sargeras covets? Leo was very curious about the Well of Eternity. He wanted to see what was so strange about it. Leo of the Sunwell had seen it. When Yizhur advanced to the false god, he started the profession of Blood Knight for the Blood Elves on the ruins of the Sunwell. I don't know if it was because of the pollution, but Leo felt nothing about the Well of the Sun. Now he just hoped that the Well of Eternity would not disappoint. The Well of Eternity is controlled by Manaroth the Destroyer himself, and coupled with the many leaders of the Burning Legion. If it passes by in a big way, it will inevitably trigger a war. Leo is not afraid of fighting at all, even if he fights tens of thousands at a time. With Leo's current strength, it will be in vain no matter how many minions come. However, he does not want to cause trouble now. So the Black Dragon Prince Nefarian is summoned again. He came out and sat on his old horse. The Dragon Lich's magic dance is a great trick of being invisible. As long as the difference in strength is not too big, and as long as you are careful enough, it will be difficult for the target to notice that you are spying on him. This ability is of course far inferior to the Bronze Dragon using the Law of Time to hide itself. But in terms of practicality, it is enough for Leo. On the outside, the Well of Eternity is just a lake the size of a city. If this lake wasn't full of mysterious energy, who would have known that this lake was the center of a world? Who would have known that this lake is the center of a world? Lake's a world source of magic and natural energy. Before approaching the Well of Eternity, Leo had already sensed its existence. A force so huge that it was suffocating and terrifying appeared in Leo's mental perception. Even with Leo's will, he could not hold back his body from trembling twice. And he had the idea of turning around and leaving. Leo now understands why the Troll Empire did not live near the Well of Eternity. Even a strong demigod like him is afraid of the energy of the Well of Eternity, and unconsciously has the desire to stay away from eternity in his heart. How many trolls dare to stay around here? As for the elves who later gathered at the Well of Eternity, didn't history say that it was because of the guidance of the moon god Elun? The elves regarded Elun as their god and worshipped her. Only then can one ignore the energy pressure of the Well of Eternity. Taking a deep breath, Leo suppressed the fear in his heart, and the thought of turning around and ordered Nefarian to fly towards the Well of Eternity. To his surprise, the Black Dragon Prince Nefarian actually appeared in the Well of Eternity. Showed some hesitation under the pressure of energy. It wasn't that Nefarian dared to disobey Leo's orders, but that the Well of Eternity made him feel too terrifying. The pressure of energy that could destroy the entire world aroused Nefarian's deepest fear, making him, he seemed hesitant to carry out Leo's orders. Sensing Nefarian's fear, Leo did not force him, but without the Dracolic to take his place. How could Leo approach the Well of Eternity without alerting the Burning Legion? Leo scratched his face helplessly. This was really a problem. Chapter 1003 Chromie's Arrangement. It would be difficult for others to sneak into the Well of Eternity from the numerous demonic guards of the Burning Legion. But it would not be a problem for Leo at all. What is Leo's profession? Warlock. Enslave demons. Warlocks who wield the power of darkness. If a demigod warlock like him deliberately mingled with demons, few people would be able to spot him, because he has the aura of demons in his body. Of course, it is wishful thinking to think that you can swagger into the demon army just because you have the aura of demons on your body. Some necessary cover-ups are very necessary, such as summoning a few demons to cover for you, because they underestimated the resistance of this world. The Burning Legion was not prepared to deal with the attack of powerful enemies. The army, they said, was very single. The Demon Guard accounted for more than 90% of the army, although Manaroth the Destroyer was personally in charge. That was just to show his solemnity about the matter, because the demon god Sargeras was determined to win the Well of Eternity. Since more than 90% of the demon guards came to this world, they would naturally be very powerful when defending the Well of Eternity. From the devil's perspective, there is nothing in this world that can threaten their power. What? You mean those creatures called elves? Didn't you see that the Elf Queen and the nobles were not hostile to them? Underestimating the enemy was the biggest mistake the Burning Legion made. Because of underestimating the enemy, The demon guards guarding the palace courtyard neglected their duties. In the end, the portal through which the Burning Legion sent troops was successfully closed by Illidan, because of underestimating the enemy. The demon guards guarding the Well of Eternity did not pay attention. Under the cover of the demigod succubus Ilsa, she successfully blended into the demon army. Don't wonder why Leo was able to sneak in. The Burning Legion has destroyed countless worlds and wiped out countless races. This is true. But this does not mean that they killed all the creatures they saw. In fact, there were many creatures joined the Burning Legion and became part of the demons because they wanted to gain powerful power or for other reasons. Perosin, whom Leo met in the palace courtyard, was one of them. In this way, the Burning Legion's military strength has expanded. Its strength has expanded, and its composition has become more complicated. It is not surprising to occasionally see one or two races that it does not recognize. It is for this reason that when Leo, who deliberately exuded a demonic aura, swaggered past his demon guards, the latter were not alert at all. Even some demon guards were more alert. And when they saw Leo walking side by side, Taragaman and Ilsa also dispelled their suspicions. Talagaman and Ilsa are both demons, as well as the soldiers of the Burning Legion. How could the demon guards suspect that these two guys are rebels? In the understanding of demons at this time, the profession of warlock has not yet appeared. Nor has there been any situation where demons are enslaved by other races, let alone someone who would be bold enough to break into their camp openly. As for Manaroth, who was following Leo, the demonic aura exuding from this destroyer was so strong that the demon guards along the way could not look directly at him. In their opinion, this guy without armor must be a leader. The powerful demon is not something they can provoke. Leo walked indifferently. Even though he was surrounded by countless demons, and even though he would be besieged by countless demons as long as someone shouted, he was not at all nervous. Although there were many demon guards, they were nothing in his eyes. They were just a group of minions who could be destroyed with a wave of his hand. What was there to be afraid of? No matter how many there were. Strength. Extraordinary strength. Strong strength brings enough confidence, which is what Leo relies on to defy the demon army. As the distance to the Well of Eternity continued to shrink, the energy pressure became heavier and heavier, and the pressure on Leo became stronger and stronger. Even with his mental strength, he felt a little tired. This was true even for him. But it was even worse for Talagaman and Ilsa. Leo's brows furrowed. According to the current increase in pressure, I'm afraid that after walking to the Well of Eternity, all his mental power can only be used to resist the pressure brought by the Well of Eternity. And he can't do anything else. Not even able to protect themselves. In a place where demons are rampant, losing the ability to protect yourself is just a joke with your own life. Leo was not bored to that point yet. So he stopped. How to deal with it? While he was thinking, a group of demon guards passed by Leo. The demon guard wearing heavy armor and holding a big sword looked at Leo curiously but said nothing. Looking at these demon guards, Leo suddenly felt that something was wrong. He thought hard and tried to grasp something. Suddenly, Leo's expression was shocked, and his eyes burst into light. Look at those demon guards. Their strength is extremely weak in Leo's eyes. It can be said that Leo can kill a large area with just one finger. But why do these demon guards have no impact at all when they move near the Well of Eternity? Can't they feel the pressure of the Well of Eternity? In other words, the pressure of the Well of Eternity is only aimed at Leo and his subordinates, because they should not appear in this era. Does this count as historical exclusivity? Leo rubbed his chin. No wonder he felt something was wrong ever since he stepped into the place where the demon army was. The root cause was here. But, is this really historical exclusivity? Leo was very doubtful about this. If this world really rejects him, then why not suppress him when he first enters this world and wait until now? Furthermore, if a historical period really excludes outsiders who do not belong to that era, then how can the Bronze Dragon repair the timeline? And how can it shuttle through every era in the eternal torrent of time? You must know that most adult Bronze Dragons are far inferior to Leo, a demigod warlock. Thinking of the Bronze Dragon, Leo's heart moved. He felt that he had grasped the key point of the problem. As for whether it was really what he thought, he would just ask. Just to ask? Yes, just ask to resolve the doubts in your mind. The secret method of time is extremely mysterious to others. After entering the torrent of time, even if they have doubts, they cannot get the answer. But it is different for Leo. Don't forget that Dragonakos, known as the devourer of all things, swallowed an endless dragon and obtained the secret of time from this unlucky endless dragon. In the sight of Chromie, who was peeping in the dark, he could only see Leo stopping and standing there thinking. Seeing Leo stop moving forward, Chromie couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Did Leo discover something? It should be impossible. His secret method of time was silent when activated. And Leo didn't understand the secret of the secret method of time. So it was impossible to discover it. But if Leo hadn't discovered something, why did he stop? In his anxiety, Chromie discovered that Leo was releasing spiritual power, and could not help but sense everything around him. Seeing Leo doing this, Chromie felt relieved. It is impossible to find him using mental perception. The hidden secretary of the bronze dragon is not so easy to crack. The reason why Leo senses the situation around him is probably because he has a subconscious sense of crisis, which is a strong man's instinctive reaction to danger. Want to discover my secret of time based on your instinctive reaction? Are you kidding me? Chromie sneered repeatedly. His eyes when looking at Leo were no longer cold. This did not mean that he wanted to let Leo go, but that Leo was already a dead person in his eyes. He could not compete with a dying person. Chromie can't do it yet. Things developed just as Chromie expected. Leo found nothing after sensing it with all his strength. After scratching his face in confusion, he stepped forward again, seeing that Leo seemed to be moving forward boldly, but was actually cautious and wary. Chromie smiled proudly. This human being is indeed cunning. When he feels danger but cannot detect it, he pretends to be careless. But in fact, he secretly observes everything around him, trying to find out the source of the danger through this method. If it were anyone else, he would have been fooled. But it's a pity that he met me. Chromie, how could such a method work? Just die in peace. Human being, in this eternal torrent of time, die forever. Seeing Leo getting closer and closer to the well of eternity, Chromie showed a bit of ferocity on his face. The well of eternity is the source of magic and energy in the world, with the help of such tyrannical things to put pressure on Leo. Not to mention that Leo is just a demigod. Even if he becomes a god, he may not be able to withstand it. The closer to the well of eternity, the stronger the pressure on Leo. When this kid sensed something was wrong, not only did he not leave, but he continued to move forward despite the pressure. In Chromie's view, this was not a matter of overcoming difficulties, the attitude of a strong man who dares to challenge, but a greedy heart full of sin. The reason why Leo approached the well of eternity under great pressure was because he was trying to get something from the well of eternity. This was Chromie's view of Leo. Human beings are indeed greedy and stupid creatures. Bronze dragons have never looked at weak humans. In Chromie's eyes, the mortal race is a group of troublemakers. They will start a war because of ridiculous ambitions, and do many incredible stupid things because of the greed in their hearts. Come on. Whenever these things happen, various time wormholes will appear, causing trouble to the bronze dragon's work of maintaining the order of time. No one likes someone who causes trouble for them. And the same goes for bronze dragons. This is especially true for humans, because compared to night elves, humans are too noisy, too troublesome, and too fond of looking for trouble. Time passed by as Leo took slow steps. Seeing Leo walking slower and slower, the expression on his face gradually turned white from the leisurely one before. By the end, his face was covered with beads of sweat. Chromie knew. The time has come. Chapter 1004. Depressed Chromie. It is not easy for any demigod to resist the pressure of the well of eternity. Even though Leo is strong, it is extremely difficult under the pressure of the power of the well of eternity. The well of eternity is the source of power for a world, and it can draw dark energy from the universe. Such a tyrannical thing, not to mention a demigod. Even a true god cannot withstand it. Fortunately, most of the power of the well of eternity is used to maintain this world, and less than 1% can be manipulated and used by Chromie's secret method of time. Otherwise, Leo would have been crushed by the irresistible torrent of energy. How could he still keep moving forward under pressure? Don't look at Leo's current state of embarrassment. All his mental energy has been used to fight against the pressure of the well of eternity, and he can only rely on Manilos and Ilsa for his own protection. What? You mean Taligaman the Hungry? Even Leo can hardly stand it anymore. What else can Taligaman do? The poor hungry man could barely hold his weapon, so he could only put on a show and keep up a facade. Leo was having a hard time, and Chromie was also in a bad situation. The bronze dragon's secret method of time is indeed very powerful, but the more powerful the secret method is, the greater the price it has to pay. Chromie is a strong member of the bronze dragon clan, but he cannot bear the consumption of maintaining the secret method of time for a long time. Seeing that the situation is almost over, Leo probably didn't have the strength to resist. He finally couldn't hold back and took action. The demonic aura deliberately emitted by Leo, who was panting under the energy pressure of the well of eternity, was already very weak. After all, his mental power was transferred to fight against the Well of Eternity. How could he still have the energy to care about other things? Many demons were looking at Leo with suspicious eyes. If it weren't for the two real demons Talagaman and Ilsa next to him, or if Manilos was desperately trying to cast the aura of the top demon, there would have been demon guards long ago. Came forward for questioning. Even so, Leo's way forward was blocked. It felt like this group of people had abnormal demons blocking their way and surrounding Leo and his group. Chromie didn't hesitate when he saw this. He immediately put away the secret method of time. In fact, even if Chromie didn't want to accept it, he wouldn't do it. Maintaining the secret method of time consumed too much. And he really couldn't hold on anymore. So he had to continue to hold on. Based on Chromie's understanding of the Burning Legion, since the demons have become suspicious, they will never let Leo continue to approach the Well of Eternity. They will definitely entangle him. Can Leo withstand the devil's scrutiny? Obviously not. Although the demonic army of the Burning Legion is undisciplined, you may think that their management is very loose. The real situation is not as simple as it seems. It is true that demons are not very disciplined due to their nature. But loose discipline does not mean that they are disciplined. After all, the Burning Legion is a legion-type group. How could it not have its own set of methods for personnel management? Leo took the risk and broke into the demon army. It didn't matter that no one was able to cut him down. Once investigated carefully, his identity would be exposed. Needless to say, how will a bad-tempered, cruel, and easy-to-kill demon react when someone swaggers into the army? Stupid human being. Your greed will send you to death. Looking at Leo surrounded by demons, Chromie sneered repeatedly. He was waiting for a killing. In this era, during the events of the Battle of the Well of Eternity, Manaroth and the Burning Legion demons he led were bound to fail. Since they were a group of losers, it was perfect to use them as cannon fodder to consume Leo's power. Anyway, as long as the results of major historical events remain unchanged, it is okay to change some details. Although this will bring some trouble to the maintenance of the quicksand scale, which is the axis of time. It is worth it. As long as we can kill Leo, the wanton man, destroying the trajectory of history and pushing the entire world towards an alien world. All efforts are worth it. The paranoid Chromie did everything he could to get rid of Leo, but he didn't think deeply about it. After paying so much, if he couldn't kill Leo, everything he did would have no positive effect at all. On the contrary, it will have a huge counter effect. Did Chromie really not think of the consequences of failure? Or rather, he had thought of it, but subconsciously did not want to nor dare to delve into it further. Chromie clearly pushed himself into a corner just to kill Leo, regardless of whether it's a human or a bronze dragon. Once you get into trouble, it's the same. Leo didn't know who the bronze dragon was spying on, but he knew that there were definitely not many of them. He was invited by Egwene. Entering the torrent of time to repair the timeline was approved by the bronze dragon Queen Solidomi. With the pride of the bronze dragon, they would not bother to play any conspiracy against a human being, even if they wanted to. The bronze dragon queen appears. From this, Leo deduced that there must be a small number of bronze dragons, or even only one bronze dragon, who was causing trouble in the dark. Facts have proved that Leo's inference was not wrong. Taking advantage of Leo's opportunity to enter the torrent of time, he used the secret of time to plot against Leo while occupying the home field advantage. This was indeed Chromie's private act. The pressure that made him breathless disappeared after the demons surrounded him heavily, and an imperceptible smile appeared on Leo's pale face. His guess was confirmed. It was indeed the private actions of a very small number of bronze dragons that targeted him in the torrent of time, which made him feel relieved. As long as the bronze dragon wasn't trying to deceive Egwene, and as long as the bronze dragon wasn't brazen enough to lay a trap to deal with him, Leo, he wasn't afraid at all. Does the bronze dragon really think that Leo, can't do anything if he enters the torrent of time? Then, they couldn't be more wrong. Without the suppression of the Well of Eternity, Leo's complexion recovered in 2 or 3 breaths. He was only hindered by the energy pressure of the Well of Eternity before, and he was not really injured. He recovered naturally. Quick! His eyes swept over the demons surrounding him, and Leo snorted disdainfully. Not only did the contempt from the bottom of his bones not make the demons angry, but it made the demons half kneel on the ground and worship him. Such a strange scene made Chromie dumbfounded. The bronze dragon never expected such a situation to happen. Are the demons of the Burning Legion losing their minds? What are they doing? Chromie wanted to vomit blood. He managed to maintain the secret of time until Leo's mental power was suppressed, and he was exposed to the demon army. He wanted to see a good show of Leo fighting the Burning Legion. But who expected that such a situation would happen? Why not make him depressed? What happened? Why did the demons, who clearly doubted Leo's identity, kneel on the ground after Leo expressed his contempt for them? Is the devil really that mean? The more you despise him, the more he believes in you? That's certainly not the case. Chromie was not a warlock, and he had never studied how to control and enslave demons. Naturally, the other party did not understand this aspect. When Leo found out that his whereabouts were suspected by the demons because of Chromie's arrangement, he snorted coldly. This cold snort was not to provoke the demons, but to cover for him to cast spells. Thanks to the method he received from Goddic, Leo had already mastered the technique of casting spells through sound very early. This spellcasting technique can not only be used to cast curses, but also to cast other spells. In the cold snort just now, Leo had already used the propagation of sound to cast the spell of enslaving the devil. Ordinary warlocks want to enslave demons, but the success rate is pitifully low, and even the casting time is extremely long. But is Leo an ordinary warlock? Of course not. He is a demigod warlock, and he is also a strong one among demigod warlocks. He casts spells to enslave demons, and just follows along. With Leo as the center, all the demons within a kilometer radius were attacked. Among these demons, there are many boss-level demon captains, and their strength is not weak. Unfortunately, they met Leo. Leo was far stronger than them, and he had profound knowledge on how to enslave demons. The demons were both powerful. It would be a miracle if a person was unprepared and encountered a spell specifically aimed at demons. It would be a miracle if he survived. A large number of his companions fell to their knees, and the demon behind him had no idea what was going on. He no longer dared to say the words he originally wanted to question Leo's identity. You can make so many companions kneel down, and there are dozens of captain-level companions among them. Do you still have to doubt the identity of the other party? Leo curled his lips, showing his contempt. This time, he did not cast any spells. But the demon in the distance lowered his head in a hurry. A bunch of idiots. Why don't you get out? The hungry man yelled at the demons loudly. Talagammon's bossy appearance looked like a successful villain. The hungry man was not strong enough to make so many demon guards get out of their way. If it weren't for Leo and Manaroth behind him, the demon captain had already rushed up to him to reason with him, instead of leaving with a low eyebrow as he did now. The fox pretends to be the tiger's power, and the dog relies on the power of others. But that's all. Chromie was really going to vomit blood now. Demons of the Burning Legion. What happened to you? You are cruel and violent demons. You are demons who want to destroy this world. Why are you being ordered around by a human being? You bunch of worthless things. Pick up your weapons and go up and kill him. The bronze dragon didn't expect things to turn out like this. He regrets it so much now. He should have persisted for a while, and wait until the demons of the Burning Legion really took action against Leo before withdrawing the secret method. What a miscalculation. What a shame. Chromie was very angry. He blamed himself for not being able to hold on for a moment. The depressed bronze dragon was sulking at himself. After repelling the demon army, Leo continued to move closer to the Well of Eternity. This time without any pressure. If you want to use a group of demon minions to deal with a demigod warlock, should you say that the bronze dragon in the dark is a whim? Or is he too stupid? Just when Leo was laughing at the bronze dragon's miscalculation in his mind, a huge figure blocked his way, with a body as huge as a mountain, thick limbs, and a bloody double-headed war spear. Leo looked so familiar to Manaroth the Destroyer. Chapter 1005, Confused Manaroth. Mountains and rivers are full of doubts, and there is no way out. And there is another village with dark willows and bright flowers. Chromie thought he had failed. Leo, who had frightened the demons, could approach the Well of Eternity without any hindrance. While he was resentful, things suddenly took a turn for the better. Manaroth the Destroyer, one of the 3 giants of the Burning Legion, was also the strongest member of the Burning Legion during the Well of Eternity battle. Leo could frighten the demon guards, but could not frighten Manaroth. Chromie knew very well how terrifying an uninjured Manaroth was, and the bronze dragon was looking forward to the next scene. Leo looked at Manalos, who was like a big mountain blocking his way. There was no look on his face that he was facing a powerful enemy. Instead, there was a hint of joking in his eyes. Manaroth is indeed very powerful, and there are really not many opponents who can defeat him as a destroyer in his prime. But the question is, does Leo need to be afraid? Isn't it Manaroth the Destroyer? You and the Burning Legion have it. But don't I? Manalos didn't know what Leo was thinking. If he had known, he would have stabbed him with a spear. The reason why Manilos came here was not because Leo's noise alerted him. The demon guards were too weak and didn't know why Leo could make their companions kneel down. But Manaroth was different. The destroyers could feel the fleeting fluctuations of magic power on Leo's body. Guarding the Well of Eternity was a task given to him by Sardras. The master of the Burning Legion was determined to obtain the Well of Eternity, and could not tolerate any mistakes. Naturally, Manaroth did not dare to neglect the slightest. When he found out that there was a problem with Leo and his party, he rushed over, looking down at Leo, who was no bigger than one of his own toes. Manilos asked with murderous intent, "Boy, who are you?" With Manaroth's temper, he would have already killed anyone he suspected. But Leo exuded a strong demonic aura. This aura was very powerful, making Manoros feel a little afraid. The saboteur must find out the identity of the other party before taking action. It's really troublesome. Leo dug his ears with a look of impatience. His actions angered Manaroth, and murderous intent surged in the destroyer. However, Leo tilted his head, as if he didn't feel it. The bald man holding a spear behind him ordered, "Have fun with him, and don't let him bother me." Arrogant. Words of this level are far from describing Leo at this time. Facing Manaroth, the destroyer, one of the 3 giants of the Burning Legion, he didn't take him seriously. Chromie didn't dare at all. Believing it, the bronze dragon rubbed his eyes vigorously, and it took him a while to confirm that this was not an illusion. Except for the demon god Sardras. No one had ever given Manaroth such treatment. The destroyer had a bad temper, and Manaroth was so angry that he stabbed him with a spear. Ha! The fight started. Chromie, who was hiding in the dark, danced with joy. Leo, a human who didn't know how to live or die, became arrogant when he had some strength, and actually angered Manaroth. He was really asking for his own death. Manaroth's war spear thrust out, and the strong wind that cracked the human skin hit. What made the destroyer angry was that Leo seemed not to notice it at all, and walked towards the Well of Eternity with a calm face. Ignore it. Yes, just ignore it. Leo ignored Manaroth. As one of the 3 giants of the Burning Legion, the destroyer was completely ignored by him. Manaroth had never been so angry as he was today, and he swore that he would kill Leo. Driven by anger, Manaroth exerted force with both arms, and the spear that stabbed Leo sped up a little faster, and the tip of the spear made a sharp whistling sound as it rubbed against the air. Ding! A war spear suddenly shot out from the diagonal stab. The tip of the war spear stabbed Manaroth's war spear body hard, knocking Manaroth's attack away. Chung Yaojin appeared on the way and ruined his good deeds. Manilos felt as if he had been doused in a bucket of fire oil, and the fire of anger burned so fiercely. A bald man holding a double-headed war spear came into Manaroth's sight. When the latter looked over, the bald man's gaze also happened to be looking over. Their eyes met, and a strange look appeared on both their faces. Manilos was confused. He didn't understand why he felt so familiar when he saw the bald man. Looking at him, Manilos felt as if he was looking at himself. It's weird. What's going on? It stands to reason that Manaroth should be angry if his attack is destroyed. Under normal circumstances, he should use the war spear in his hand to stab the opponent to death, and then violently cut him into pieces. But for some reason, it seems that after seeing this bald man, Manaroth's anger disappeared in an instant. His raging anger was extinguished, and his fanatical fighting spirit also cooled down. Who is this guy? And why do I feel like I can't attack him? Manaroth shook his head vigorously, trying to get rid of the weird feeling in his heart through this action. But unfortunately his actions were in vain. Who is the bald man? He is Manaroth the Destroyer, one of the 3 titans of the Burning Legion. The reason why Leo ignored Manaroth was because he also had a saboteur under his command. Let the future Manaroth fight against the Manaroth in the Battle of the Well of Eternity. The 2 fat men stabbed each other with spears. Leo would never admit that this was his bad taste. Manaroth the Destroyer versus Manaroth the Destroyer, and letting the Abyss Lord fight himself. And both of them are at their peak. Can the winner be determined so easily? Even if you think about it with your toes, it's impossible. With his men blocking Manaroth, Leo naturally didn't have to worry. In fact, Leo would not have ignored him if Manaroth had not died in the battle at the Well of Eternity. Killing Manaroth the Destroyer would require a huge amount of upgrade energy. With Leo's temperament, how could he let him go? The general trend of history cannot be changed. Who allowed Manaroth to play such a large role in many subsequent events? If we kill him now, wouldn't many things not happen? Leo didn't want to fall out with the bronze dragon over this. He also wanted to use the eternal torrent of time to gain experience and quickly improve his strength. How does it feel to have a large ball of moving energy placed in front of you, but you can only look at it but not eat it? This is called depression. Manaroth couldn't be killed at this time. And he couldn't do anything when he saw this huge ball of upgraded energy. But it made Leo greedy. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. Leo decided to get Manaroth out of his sight, and not let this guy hang out in front of his eyes, lest he could not hold back and kill him, which would be bad. The atmosphere at the scene was very subtle. The two saboteurs Manaroth were staring at each other with big eyes and small eyes. The look of their eyes was so erotic that those who didn't know might have thought of somewhere. Leo led Ilsa and Talagamon toward the Well of Eternity. Without Manaroth's obstruction, the other demon guards couldn't even make him hesitate for a moment. Leo, who was depressed in his heart, would not know that there was a person. Oh, no. There was a dragon who was more depressed than him. Chromie was about to go berserk. The development of things was completely beyond his expectation. When the destroyer Manaroth appeared, he was still looking forward to it, wanting to see a good show between Leo and Manaroth. But he guessed it. I didn't know the ending from the beginning. Manaroth did take action against Leo. But this time the attack ended in an anticlimactic manner. One of Leo's servants blocked Manaroth's bloody double-headed spear. When he saw the scene, Chromie fully thought that Manaroth would continue to attack. Who would have thought that Manaroth would stop his attack? And even Leo ignored him as he approached Manaroth. The Well of Eternity. Chromie seeing this, he cursed in his heart. You are Manaroth the Destroyer, the tyrannical, bellicose, evil and cruel Lord of the Abyss. How can your attack fail to start? How can it be anticlimactic? If possible, Chromie really wanted to pull Manaroth's head and roar at the top of his voice. Manaroth, are you having a twitch? Didn't you see that damn human approaching the Well of Eternity? Get rid of him quickly. Unfortunately, this scene can only exist in imagination. Chromie has not yet been overwhelmed by anger. He knows that he cannot be exposed. Facing Leo head-on, Chromie now has no chance of winning. If he wants to kill Leo, he must make full use of his advantage of being invisible in the dark. Chromie calmed down the depression in his heart. He understood that if he wanted to succeed, he had to be patient. The more eager you are to get rid of a powerful enemy like Leo, the easier it is to fail. Anyway, the Torrent of Time is his home field as a bronze dragon, and he has plenty of opportunities. Leo had a feeling that the bronze dragon, who wanted to plot against him, was peeping at him from a corner. If this guy hadn't hidden himself so well, or if the bronze dragon's secret technique of hiding his body wasn't difficult to crack, Leo would have caught him long ago. Now, he can only be on guard at all times, and be on guard at all times in case the other party makes another dirty move. What makes Leo strange is that without Manaroth blocking him, he is about to arrive at the Well of Eternity. But the bronze dragon in the dark does not move at all. Has the other party given up? Or, Leo thought of a possibility. That is, Dragonakos told him that a bronze dragon can only cast the secret method of time once in a certain historical scene in the Torrent of Time. In other words, the bronze dragon hiding in the dark and trying to kill him was most likely acting alone. It's not that Leo is making random guesses, but the possibility is too great. He is now very close to the Well of Eternity. If there is another bronze dragon, the other party can use the secret method of time to induce the energy pressure of the Well of Eternity, and use thunder to how can Ao resist his previous performance. Since the other party wants to kill him, how can he miss this opportunity? At this time, the other party has not taken action yet. There is only one explanation, that there is only one bronze dragon that plots against him. Leo couldn't help but sneer in his heart. A mere bronze dragon wants my life. Do you think you are Nozdormu? While walking, a lake full of mysterious energy appeared less than 50 steps away from Leo, and the Well of Eternity was already in front of him. Chapter 1006, The Trapped Lion. Under Leo's demon enslavement spell, no one of the demons present dared to disobey Leo except Manilos. However, Manilos was restrained again, so there was a huge gap between Leo and the Well of Eternity. It's a smooth road. The Well of Eternity is a mysterious lake that continuously extracts dark energy from the universe and transforms it into a source of energy that nourishes the world. Leo is very curious about this mysterious lake. The invisible spiritual power penetrated into the Well of Eternity, trying to explore the secrets inside. At the same time, Leo quickened his pace and walked to the lakeside of the Well of Eternity. The surface of the lake, with not even a trace of microwave rising, is as calm as a smooth mirror. The clear water seems to be able to see the bottom at a glance. When you look carefully, you will find that no matter how hard you use your eyesight, You can't peek into the well of eternity. Even 1/10,000. Profound. This was the first impression that the well of eternity gave Leo. Because of its depth. The well of eternity can attract people unconsciously. Because they are attracted. They want to explore its mysteries. Because they want to explore its mysteries. They will naturally pay more attention to the well of eternity. However, even if they increase their attention, pay more attention and concentrate more energy, but you still can't find any information, the profound and mysterious feeling will firmly attract people, making people addicted to it unconsciously and unable to extricate themselves. This is what Leo encountered at this time. When his spiritual power penetrated into the well of eternity and tried to dig out the secrets of this mysterious lake, he was attracted by the well of eternity. Dark. Endless darkness. The surging dark energy suffocated Leo. In front of this dark energy, Leo felt like an ant facing a giant dragon. He was so small, so powerless, so trembling, and he felt like he had not experienced it for a long time. The feeling of weakness that emerged, the feeling of helplessness that he couldn't even control his own destiny, made Leo almost go crazy. In the face of the dark energy that was so powerful that it could easily crush him to pieces, Leo discovered for the first time that the power he was proud of was so ridiculous. His idea that he was powerful enough was so ignorant. What a haka. Momo. Gruel. All of them can only tremble like ants in front of this dark energy. Helpless. Is this the power of the well of eternity? How terrifying. A dark force so powerful that even the gods tremble. Is this the darkness in the universe? A flash of madness flashed in Leo's eyes. And he was wondering how powerful he would be if he absorbed the energy of the well of eternity. The desire for power gave Leo a terrible thought. Don't worry about destroying history or not. And take action quickly. As long as you are strong enough. Are you afraid that the bronze dragon will come to trouble you? Just do it. Leo has been dazzled by the tyrannical dark power. And his mind is slipping to the edge of madness. Just when Leo was about to take action, a thunderous roar exploded from his mind. A thunderbolt from the blue. A wake-up call. Words such as this are no longer enough to describe the feeling that the loud explosion in his mind gave Leo. He was caught off guard. And Thunder Ao Dang was immediately dizzy by the rolling sound waves. After a while, Leo finally came back to his senses and saw a look of astonishment on his face. What am I doing? What was I thinking just now? If you risk everything to gain power, what's the difference between you and Sargeras? Becoming a slave to power, driven by power, will only lead to the abyss of depravity and the end of betrayal. There were countless cars in front of him, and Leo immediately broke out in a cold sweat. What confuses him is why he, who has always claimed to be pure and clear, has developed uncontrollable greed. If Goldfinger hadn't roared at the critical moment and pulled him out at the last moment, he would have taken it out desperately. With the dark energy of the well of eternity, things would be extremely bad then. Could it be that the well of eternity has the power to confuse people? After waking up, Leo quickly got rid of the thought of risking everything for power. When his mind returned to clarity, he became suspicious and instinctively feared the dark energy in the well of eternity that wanted to crush everything into slag. This dark power is not simple. It first shows off its own muscles, making people feel insignificant in front of it, thus creating a desire for stronger power, and then tempting themselves to absorb it to increase their strength. It first shows people power, then seduces people for benefits, arouses the deepest fear in people's hearts, and then stimulates people's desire to become stronger. Finally, it gives people a big cake, and uses it repeatedly. Even Leo almost falls for it. With doubts in his heart, Leo's view of dark energy was completely different. He was no longer confused by its powerful appearance. Under his full control of his mental power, he abandoned all distracting thoughts, ignored all temptations, and went straight towards the dark energy. Go to the source of the flow. I would like to see what is hidden in the deepest part of the well of eternity. Almost being tricked, Leo felt a fire in his heart. If Goldfinger hadn't been so good, he would have really capsized this time. When he thought about the consequences of becoming a slave of power, when he thought of the consequences of being controlled by power, Leo couldn't help but shudder. Alsos had learned from the past, and he didn't want to become like that. He was a real loner, and he is a lonely person who is spurned by countless people. You can do something to a promising young man like me, but you are such a bastard. If I don't find you out today, I will take your surname. Leo, who was frightened, had a fire burning in his heart, a ball of monstrous anger. Using this anger as a driving force, he resisted the erosion of the dark power. His spiritual power continued to penetrate deeper into the well of eternity. getting closer and closer to the Well of Eternity. The deepest part of the well. Will the secret of the Well of Eternity be exposed to Leo? No. Of course not. Don't forget. Leo is not the only one in the Well of Eternity at this time. And get away. Just when Leo's spiritual power was about to penetrate into the core layer of the Well of Eternity, a warning spiritual power connected with him. Dare you call me an ant? The other party's tone made Leo unhappy to the extreme. What he hated most were these guys who were so arrogant that they would call others ants without even thinking about what they were in front of stronger people. Even if you are powerful and tyrannical, you can't be ungrateful and curse people when you meet them. Isn't this deliberately looking for trouble? Leo ignored the other party's warning and continued to deepen his mental power. His actions angered the other party. The mental power connected to him was full of anger and rushed towards him with boundless darkness. The mental confrontation was extremely dangerous, and one mistake could lead to death. The other party launched a mental attack without any hesitation, clearly intending to kill Leo. He doesn't even know Leo's identity before he kills him. If he doesn't get his way, he kills someone. It shows that the other person is really not a good person. Since you want to play, then I will play with you. Determined to test the opponent's strength, Leo did not dodge or dodge, and his scattered mental energy was instantly restrained, and he slammed into the unknown existence. The invisible mental powers collided together, and Leo felt a buzz in his head, and his entire consciousness became blurred. The unknown existence in the dark had such strong spiritual power that it made Leo feel like a fool who hit his head on an iron plate, causing a bloody head injury and a concussion. After finally recovering from the collision of mental powers, Leo was shocked. The guy hiding in the dark had such strong mental power. With his current mental power, even many gods may not be able to match it. But that's it. But his strength can't shake the opponent at all. How strong does that guy have to be? And I'm warning you one last time. The voice in the dark sounded again, still with the attitude of a superior looking down on the weak. Get out. Leo's face darkened. The opponent was infinitely stronger than him. What could he do in front of such a strong person? Just give up the exploration of the Well of Eternity and leave in despair. As the other party said, Leo was unwilling to give in. However, in the face of absolute strength, no amount of unwillingness will help matters at all. Do you really want to give in like this? The stubborn side of Leo's character showed up. He restrained his mental power and bumped into it again. The other party didn't expect that Leo would dare to take action after suffering a loss. He was quite stunned. Things that don't know whether to live or die. The secret existence cursed. Faced with the absolute strength gap, he was not afraid of Leo's attack at all. Buzz, as if someone had slapped him with a brick, and his mind was at a loss. Leo's second mental attack failed. The opponent's mental power is too strong. If Leo's mental power is a piece of iron, then the opponent's mental power is a piece of 100 refined steel. And it is 100 refined steel with Krypton gold added. With Leo's spirit, if you hit the opponent with all your strength, even if the opponent doesn't take precautions, you won't be able to cause even the slightest harm to the opponent. Leo sighed repeatedly. The difference in strength was too big. It would be easy for the opponent to defeat him. Wait a minute. An idea flashed in his mind, and Leo discovered a problem. Since the opponent is so strong that he cannot fight against him, given his previous performance and his contempt for himself, why not kill him directly? Would a strong lion allow a hyena to challenge its majesty again and again? The answer is, of course, impossible. Unless the lion is restricted in some way, and the hyena is outside the lion's attack range. With something in mind, Leo once again used his mental strength to hit him. This was the third time. Even though he was mentally prepared, the uncomfortable energy still made Leo feel dizzy. Ha ha. Leo laughed wildly, and his suspicion was confirmed. Although the opponent was strong, he could not escape from a certain range, and Leo was just outside the range of his mental attack. If the opponent is a lion, it is also a lion in a cage. Although Leo, a tourist, is a scum with only 5 combat power in front of the lion, he can still make a few snowballs and hit the lion for fun. Chapter 1007 Shortcut. Are lions scary? Certainly. The powerful body can knock down prey, and the sharp claws can easily tear open the body of prey. Such a beast is certainly terrifying. But if this lion is locked in an iron cage, is it still scary? The answer is no. Although the body is still strong and the claws are still sharp, the lion cannot attack people due to the iron cage. What is there to be afraid of such a beast? The strong man in the Well of Eternity is a trapped lion, although he looks very scary with his teeth and claws. As long as you don't walk into his attack range, He can't hurt you. Will Leo be foolish enough to walk into the opponent's attack range? This question seems to go without an answer. Leo's wild laughter made the other party angry. If it hadn't been restricted, the powerful being from the Well of Eternity would have torn Leo into pieces long ago. Sora had a lot of power, but was unable to kill his opponent because of the restricted range of his activities. When had a powerful being ever been so angry? He was so angry that he almost vomited 3 liters of blood. It is true that a dragon is trapped in the shallows and is teased by a shrimp. And a tiger is bullied by a dog when it falls on the plain. Amid Leo's wild laughter, the powerful existence in the Well of Eternity fell silent. There's a saying that goes well. If you don't perish in silence, you will explode in silence. Leo felt that the other party was brewing something. He stopped laughing and stopped stimulating this. He only heard him say, "Your Excellency Sargeras, when we first met, I couldn't help but be happy the next time. It's rude. You have to know. It's really a big surprise for me to be able to talk to such a powerful being like you." Sargeras? That's right. The powerful being in the Well of Eternity is the demon god Sargeras, the boss of the Burning Legion. The reason why the Burning Legion came to this world is because Sargeras was attracted by the Well of Eternity. In order to obtain the huge energy of the Well of Eternity, Sargeras seduced Zavis, who was deeply trusted by the Elf Queen Azhara at the time. After Xavius deceived Azhara and allowed the elves to take the initiative to establish a portal, the Burning Legion's army was able to enter this world. It is not the purpose for his men to enter this world through the portal. Sargeras has a completely different attitude towards the world with the Well of Eternity. He did not let his demons directly carry out a devastating blow to the world itself like he did with other worlds, but let them kill and destroy crazily, in order to achieve the purpose of driving out all the creatures in this world. The reason why Sargeras wants to do this has to start with the ability of the Well of Eternity. After the Well of Eternity absorbs the dark energy in the universe, it will convert it into energy that supports all living things in the world. Just imagine, if all other living things in this world are extinct, and only Sargeras is left, the Well of Eternity will extract it. Wouldn't Sargeras enjoy the energy alone? The crazy killing was just to better achieve the goal of annihilating all living things in the world and monopolizing the Well of Eternity. How could Sargeras let his men really destroy the world? But for the creatures living in this world, there is no difference between killing them and destroying the entire world at this time. For their home, for their lives, and for everything they want to protect. Of course, they have to shout the slogan of eradicating evil is to wage war against the Burning Legion and the forces close to the Burning Legion. To absorb the energy of the Well of Eternity, Sargeras must come to this world in person. If he wants to teleport this powerful Dark Titan, there is no other way but to use the energy of the Well of Eternity. At this time, Sargeras would not have thought that the powerful Burning Legion would return in vain in this world. And he certainly would not have the idea of giving up most of his power to hasten its arrival. Therefore, in order for Sargeras to come to this world, the Burning Legion and the High Elves who were bewitched by them created a portal in the Well of Eternity. Sargeras was moving along this portal bit by bit. Slowly and inexorably, obstacles carry out his coming. Leo wanted to explore the secret of the Well of Eternity. How could Sargeras, who already regarded the Well of Eternity as his private property, not stop him? After all, Sargeras has not come to this world. The most he can do is protect the core of the Well of Eternity with his powerful mental power, preventing outsiders from exploring the most critical secrets of the Well of Eternity. But he cannot go any further. Hearing Leo reveal his identity, Sargeras was surprised that someone in the world where the Well of Eternity was located would know his identity. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. Leo raised his index finger and shook it. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. What matters is what I do. Surprise? Surprise? Both surprise and joy. Leo was shocked before, but now it's his turn to be happy. After 3 consecutive collisions with Sargeras' mental power, Leo laughed wildly with joy, not only because he discovered that the opponent was a lion locked in a cage, but also because he found that his own mental power had increased. After a spiritual collision with a strong man like Sargeras, Leo had unexpected gains. How could he not be happy? Mental power is the foundation of a spellcaster. The strength of mental power largely determines the strength of a spellcaster. To maintain the existence of powerful subordinates, such as Sinisaria, Leo needs much more mental power than a spellcaster of the same level. Thinking that in order to summon more and stronger subordinates, Leo went to Zul'Tharic. Ever since he was promoted to demigod, it has become extremely difficult for Leo to increase his mental power. Now there is a way to quickly increase his mental power. How could he let it go? Hearing Leo speak like this, Sargeras had a bad premonition in his heart. The creature who was with him in the Well of Eternity showed no fear at all after learning his identity. This was enough to surprise Sargeras. And Leo was not only calm and composed, but also dared to make fun of himself. Sargeras was not surprised but confused. You ant-like thing. What do you want to do? Sargeras' roar of shock echoed in the Well of Eternity. It turned out that after speaking, Leo restrained his mental power again and crashed into it again. The other party didn't know his identity, so Sargeras wasn't that angry. But Leo knew who he was, Sargeras, and still dared to take action. How do you make Sargeras feel? Leo was clearly despising him, despising his majesty as the Dark Titan. This contempt was not concealed at all. Sargeras felt like he had been slapped in the face and then spit on his face. Then this kind of anger and humiliation almost burned away the last bit of his sanity. Sargeras' anger is easy to understand. But where does the humiliation begin? He who was still traveling through the portal was undoubtedly a beast trapped in a cage. Even though he was ferocious, even though he could easily tear Leo into pieces, he was trapped in the cage and could only roar in vain, without even a trace of the opponent. Can't be hurt either. Leo could feel the anger of Sargeras. He also knew that he was playing with fire, and would be burned to death if he was not careful. With his current strength, it would undoubtedly be extremely dangerous to anger Sargeras. But Leo knew better. Nothing in the world is without risk. As a demigod warlock, he must take risks if he wants to take a shortcut to quickly increase his spiritual power. Fortunately, Sargeras could not break through the constraints of time and space, and his mental power could not explore a certain range. As long as Leo remained vigilant enough, he would not take advantage of him. Accompanying the mental impact again and again was an increasingly severe dizziness. After dozens of consecutive impacts, Leo could no longer suppress the nausea inside, and he knew he had reached his limit. Don't hit it again. Otherwise it will damage your spiritual essence. Leo rubbed his temples, staggering on his feet, and his forehead was hit with bricks one after another. Even the demigod warlock couldn't resist it. Of course, after paying so much, the rewards will not be small. After dozens of mental collisions with Sargeras, Leo's mental power has increased significantly, according to his estimation. In these few minutes, his mental strength has increased by 1/10 compared to before. 1/10 doesn't sound like a lot. But is it really so? Leo is a demigod warlock, and he is also the best among demigod warlocks. His mental power is already strong, and if it increases by 1/10, under the terrifying base number, this 1/10 amount is very impressive. If 1/10 of this mental power is applied to a newborn baby, as long as the baby can withstand it, the baby will not be weaker than any legendary strong person in the field of mental power. Lord Sargeras, thank you very much for your generosity. You see, in just a few dozen breaths, my strength has improved significantly. These are all thanks to you. Words can no longer express my love for you. Of gratitude. The so-called getting a bargain and being obedient is nothing more than this. Whether Leo was praising Sargeras' generosity or irritating the Dark Titan, only he knew. Anyway, Sargeras was furious after hearing this. The Dark Titan gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Ant, even if I chase you to the end of the universe, even if the entire universe is destroyed, I will find you." Leo blinked, as if he didn't hear the bone-deep hatred in Sargeras' language. With a shy expression on his face, "Then why are you embarrassed? You have given me such a great benefit, and you still rush to give gifts. I really deserve it." Good man. Sargeras, you are such a good man. Leo didn't say this, but his tone and the expression on his face weren't obvious enough. Sargeras was so angry that one Buddha was born and 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven. He was good at asking him to use his muscles and violence, but he was not good at talking. With a chuckle, Leo waved his hand towards Sargeras. Although I don't know why you would rather bear my mental impact that opens even a trace of the core of the Well of Eternity. But I don't care. Sargeras. Mr. Glass? I'm leaving now. No need to send you off. I look forward to our next meeting. Chapter 1008 The Envious and Jealous Sargeras. There is a huge secret inside the Well of Eternity. These words are not alarmist, nor are they pretending to be shocking, but a conclusion that Leo came to after testing Sargeras many times. When Leo gathered his mental power to attack Sargeras, the Dark Titan would rather give up the chance to fight back and protect the core of the Well of Eternity, not giving Leo's mental power any chance to penetrate deeper. Leo knew that there was a secret in the Well of Eternity, a secret that even the Dark Titan Sargeras was trying to hide. If Sargeras is a lion, Leo is a provocateur. The lion will tear anyone who challenges his majesty into pieces. Even in a cage. Once given the opportunity to fight back, the lion will not let it go. Teasing Sargeras was playing with fire, as one careless move could put one's life in danger. Leo was also cautious at first. Even though he was so quick to attack, he actually had enough energy left. If there was real danger, he would retreat in an instant. However, after many trials, Leo discovered a strange thing. That is, Sargeras would rather passively defend and give up the opportunity to counterattack, rather than open even a single gap to the core of the Well of Eternity. This is something is wrong. Will the ferocious beast give up the opportunity to severely injure or even kill the provocateur? No, unless there is something worth holding on to. Sargeras' performance made Leo understand that there is a big secret in the Well of Eternity. The reason why the Dark Titan across the universe is attracted is definitely not only the huge energy contained in the Well of Eternity, but also other unknown and more important things. As reason, thinking about it carefully, Leo was not lying. After the first invasion of the Burning Legion, the Well of Eternity was destroyed in the big explosion. The world's originally connected continent was blown into two halves, east and west, and countless islands. The maelstrom of the Endless Sea was also here, generated when, after this big explosion, the energy of the Well of Eternity was consumed to a great extent. If Sargeras really came here for the energy, the world would have lost its attraction to him long ago, because the Well of Eternity has lost its previous energy value. But look what Sargeras did. In order to come to this world in person, just like the blood god hacker of Zul'Gurub, he gave up most of his power, and would rather put himself in a weak and dangerous state to enter this world. This fact does not explain the problem. Therefore, Leo is sure that Sargeras and his Burning Legion will take over this world at all costs. The reason behind it is not simple. There must be an earth-shattering secret inside. And this secret lies in the Well of Eternity. Leo didn't have the ability to explore the Well of Eternity with Sargeras watching over it. But what if there was no Well of Eternity guarded by Sargeras? Nothing could be done. Leo walked very neatly and gracefully. Anyway, as long as you can enter the eternal torrent of time, you won't be afraid of not finding the opportunity to explore the secrets of the Well of Eternity. Why hang yourself on a tree? Leaving Sargeras roaring behind him and ignoring him, Leo took back all his mental power. At the same time, standing by the Well of Eternity, he opened his eyes. Everything that happens in the Well of Eternity is purely spiritual. Leo's physical body does not dare to step into the Well of Eternity. This lake seems calm, but in fact there is a turbulent undercurrent inside. The energy contained in it is strong enough to turn Leo into the Well of Eternity, grind into powder. After all, it is something that can directly extract the dark energy in the universe to support the creatures of a world. The energy of the Well of Eternity is far beyond the power of demigod-level Leo. Not sure if it was his own illusion, but when Leo opened his eyes, he felt that there was a pair of eyes burning with anger staring at him under the calm lake. It was the Dark Titan Sargeras who was staring at him. When his mind returned from the Well of Eternity, Leo realized that the outside had become a mess. It turned out that just when he was using Sargeras to enhance his spiritual power, Tyrant, Aladdin and other people had already reunited, and the elves' counterattack against the demons began. Did the Great War break out that caused the Well of Eternity to explode? Looking at the two Manilos who were still looking at each other, Leo scratched his face, and a hint of joking flashed in his eyes. He had never seen that Manilos had narcissism before. The two Marnos played with each other for several minutes. The eyebrow flirting is actually not boring. To be honest, Leo would not disturb such an erotic scene between two people without Manarotha's obstruction. He took advantage of the time before Tyrant and others came to kill him to do something. Leo leaned down slightly, smiled proudly at Sargeras' eyes that were about to burst out of fire at the bottom of the lake, stretched out his hands to hold a handful of lake water, and drank it into his mouth with a slurp. The lake water in the Well of Eternity is not ordinary water. It is the dark energy of the universe that has been gathered and transformed through unknown methods. It is a highly concentrated energy essence. Think about future generations. An eternal water bottle will be enough to support the Sunwell of the High Elf clan. Shows how concentrated the energy of this lake is. After taking a sip of lake water, Leo's smile suddenly froze, and a hint of mockery flashed in Sargeras' angry eyes at the bottom of the lake. The ignorant ant, with his ability, dares to directly drink the essence of dark energy from the most original source in the universe. He is really looking for death. Sargeras was in a good mood, and Chromie, who was hiding in the dark, was even more excited than him. If he didn't want to expose himself, Chromie would have screamed to the sky to vent the ecstasy in his chest. The water of the Well of Eternity not only contains huge energy essence, but also contains the power of the mysterious laws of the universe. Even Chromie, a bronze dragon, does not know about such laws, and does not dare to touch them. In fact, if you think about it, it is true. Without the power of law, no matter how powerful the energy essence is, it will not be able to supply the nearly endless needs of the High Elves. If the water in the Well of Eternity does not have the ability to gather energy to produce magic power on its own, the Sunwell's endless supply of energy has long since been exhausted. Now, Leo drank a large mouthful of water from the Well of Eternity. This mouthful was quite a lot, at least worth 1/3 of the water from the Well of Eternity used by the High Elves to create the Well of the Sun. In other words, Leo, will he feel better after drinking 1/3 of the essence of the Sunwell in one gulp? After drinking the water from the Well of Eternity, Leo felt a fire burning in his chest and abdomen, and the crazy energy was about to burst out of his body. In just 1 or 2 seconds, Leo couldn't hold it back. The feeling of this energy. Maybe you would say you can't hold it down and release this energy. The question is, does Leo dare to release it? This energy was in his body. If he didn't suppress it, it would be Leo himself who was injured. If he really released it, it would be weird if Leo didn't burst to death. Therefore, it's not that Leo doesn't want to let go of the suppression of this energy, but that he doesn't dare to let go at all. Once he lets go, it's over. This outfit is too big. Leo felt a sense of regret in his heart. He had just teased Sardras, and his mental power had increased significantly. He was in a good mood and wanted to tease Sardras again. Unexpectedly, he was so happy that he became sad, which made him helpless. If you don't come out yet, I will die. While Leo was desperately suppressing the energy of the Well of Eternity water, he was calling out to Goldfinger crazily. The reason why he dared to drink the water from the Well of Eternity was because he had Goldfinger, a bottomless pit that ate energy. No matter how much energy fell into Goldfinger, fingers and hands, it doesn't matter. If you find unknown energy, do you want to absorb it? Leo's call was answered. Goldfinger was indeed Goldfinger. He couldn't speak without energy. When he had energy, he was always there. Why should you absorb it at this time? Aren't you talking nonsense? Leo rolled his eyes. If Goldfinger wasn't teasing him intentionally, what else could he be? Confirm energy absorption. Goldfinger's calm tone made Leo feel that this guy did it on purpose. Goldfinger rejoices in Schadenfreude. He will not hold back when he really absorbs energy. With this guy joining, Leo's pressure is immediately relieved. Goldfinger is a bottomless pit that cannot be filled. With him, Leo does not need to suppress it at all. The energy of the Eternal Well water was such that he felt that the amount of Eternal Well water he drank into his body was far from enough. As a result, under the shocked eyes of Sardras and Chromie, Leo no longer used his hands. He directly leaned down, pointed his mouth at the surface of the Well of Eternity, and drank heavily. Chromie couldn't believe his eyes. What did he see? A human being drinking water from the Well of Eternity? Just kidding. The bronze dragon shook his head vigorously. It must be an hallucination. Compared to Chromie's shock, Sardras was much calmer. The Dark Titan's knowledge was countless times more than that of the bronze dragon. Seeing that Leo was not exploded by the huge energy, he instead drank heavily from the Well of Eternity. As if drinking fine wine, Sardras's eyes changed when he looked at Leo. There is only one person who can be unafraid of the huge energy in the water of the Eternal Well and the power of the mysterious laws it carries. And that is a person with an endless dark constitution. The Well of Eternity can gather and condense the most original darkness in the universe. The energy essence absorbs and transforms the body of endless darkness. And this kind of physique is exactly what Sardras dreams of. A tiny ant that he could crush with just one finger was actually blessed with the endless darkness that he had always dreamed of. Sardras was so jealous that he almost went crazy. This is not fair. Why would a physique that even a powerful being like me don't have appear in an ant? This is not fair. I do not believe. I do not accept. I absolutely will not accept it. Sardras roared crazily. But unfortunately, his roar could not reach the Well of Eternity. And it did not hinder Leo in the slightest. Amid Chromie's disbelief and Sardra's envy and hatred, Leo had already drunk hundreds of wells of eternity water, and it looked like he was still far from satisfied. The mysterious laws contained in it are gradually accumulating in his body. Chapter 1009, The Elf Army Full of Talents. As the two Manaroths looked at each other lovingly, the destroyer in human form was the first to speak. If you don't command your troops, those elves will come and kill them. The situation at this time was very different from the historical battle of the Well of Eternity. Because of Leo's arrival, Paratharn and his men, who had been able to block the elves for a period of time, were burned to ashes by Manaroth. The elven army led by De Malfurion and others entered the palace without encountering many obstacles during the attack. When the elves attacked the Well of Eternity, Manaroth of the Burning Legion did not command the army, which made the elves' arduous battle much easier. If Manaroth had not commanded the army, the elves would have been able to fight a brutal and arduous war will turn into an easy defeat. Manaroth is not unaware of the current situation. But can he command the army with confidence now? Look where Leo is. He's right next to the Well of Eternity. Didn't Manaroth and the soldiers of the Burning Legion come to this world to occupy the Well of Eternity on the orders of Sargeras? Now a guy of unknown origin has come to the Well of Eternity, and Manaroth dare not leave. As if she knew what Manilos was worried about. Ilsa smiled coquettishly. The half-succubus touched her chest with her hands, and twisted her slender waist. She exuded endless temptation, and made the demon guards around her stunned and confused. It's a pity that her actions are destined to wink at the blind man. Manilos, a reckless man, doesn't know what coquettishness is, and has no interest in this succubus's flirting. Seeing that her actions had no effect on Manilos, Ilsa was not angry. Her purpose was just to attract Manilo's attention. If you are worried about what we will do to the Well of Eternity, then let me tell you, there is no need at all. The master just thinks that the water here is good, and he just came here to drink some water. Drink some water? You are lying. Manilos snorted heavily. He absolutely did not believe what Ilsa said. Manilos did not know the secret of the Well of Eternity, but he knew that this lake was not simple. Otherwise, the demon god Sargeras would not deliberately kill him. Send over. How can the Well of Eternity be so simple if Sargeras can be so solemn? Believe it or not, Manilos also knew that now was not the time for a stalemate with the opponent. No matter how much these guys of unknown origin said, they still had the aura of demons in their bodies and belonged to his kind. Especially the bald man holding a war spear. It gave Manilos an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Those elves are different. In the eyes of the devil, these elves are aliens, and they must be strictly guarded against and eradicated. In the current situation, it is imperative to deal with those creatures called elves first. Thinking of this, Manilos turned and left. An army under command and an army under command are completely different things. The addition of Manaroth immediately made the attacking elves feel the pressure. The momentum of the originally smooth advance was blocked by the organized demons, and the casualties of the elves began to increase. In Leo's eyes, the demon soldier sent to this world with Manaroth could be destroyed without a wave of his hand. But it was different for the elves. Whether it is the demon soldiers of the Burning Legion or the human Leo, they have experienced the baptism of war and killed countless enemies. Fighting and killing have long become their instincts. And the elves have ruled the world since they defeated the Troll Empire. For tens of thousands of years, the elves have not fought a single war in such a long period of time. The long-term peace has flattened the elves' fighting spirit, and their comfortable years have forgotten their fighting skills. Let me ask, how can such an elven army face such a war? What is the enemy of Manaroth's demonic army? As the battle progressed, under the crazy counterattack of the demons, who were not afraid of death, the elven army not only lost its previous advantage, but was even beaten back. I didn't expect that the demons under unified command would be so strong. It would be difficult to defeat them. An elf officer's face was full of sorrow. With the addition of Manaroth, the demon army changed the previous situation of fighting separately. With their skilled battle formation, the elf army was in a state of weakness. At this time, it was necessary to change when there is a possibility of victory through tactics. The current elf commanders have limited abilities, and do not know how to adapt. They still use the previous tactics. Seeing that the elf failure is imminent, how can the elf officers not worry? Just when he was worried about the situation of the battle, the elf officer suddenly noticed something. He suddenly looked up, and saw a group of demons flying over the head of his commander without knowing when. Get out of there! The elf officer was very anxious when he saw this, and quickly shouted at the commander. Garros, how do you behave like this? The elf commander is a nobleman, and he is extremely displeased with this kind of behavior of his subordinates. In the eyes of the elf commander, his subordinate has no respect and no aristocratic demeanor. Such disrespectful behavior makes him frown. Wrinkle. This is a battlefield. A battlefield of life and death battles with demons. What is important is killing and fighting. What is important is life and death. It is not a palace dance, let alone a time to show off. What else can the elf officer named Garros care about at this fatal moment? Not rude. He shouted to save the elf commander's life. But look at the elf commander's reaction. The expressions on his men's faces were so anxious. Anyone with a brain would know that the situation was not good. If it were Leo, he would just teleport away from the place without even thinking about it. The elf commander was lucky. Not only did he not leave the place at all, what he meant was that he wanted to reprimand his subordinates with a straight face. What does it mean when good intentions are treated like a donkey's liver and lungs? This is it. If God does evil, it can still be forgiven. If you do evil on your own, you will not live. The elf commander is seeking his own death and cannot blame others. A stream of hot lava fell from the sky and immediately submerged the elf commander. Poor guy didn't even have time to scream. Ah. No. He died. Enemy attack. Seeing that the commander died like this, the elven nobles were dumbfounded. Their eyes were full of confusion. Without the commander, how should they fight this battle? Others were stunned. But the commander named Garros did not. Although he was heartbroken by the death of the commander, he did not waste time to grieve, let alone be confused at this fatal moment. Under his command, the elven bows and arrows they drew their bows and arrows in time, and killed all the flying demons before they launched their second attack. Garros, you did a good job. Everyone, I think we should put the army under the command of Garros Shadowsong. The light of a spell flashed, and several elves appeared in the camp of the elven army. One of the male elves, with an antler headdress on his head, suggested. At this time, the elven nobles had just reacted. Most of them had ugly faces. They didn't even notice that the flying demon came over their heads. Looking at the miserable appearance of the commander, they didn't want to take a lava bath. Someone proposed that Garros Shadowsong be the commander. A group of elven nobles, who were at a loss because their commander was killed by a demon sneak attack, nodded repeatedly. If Garros hadn't reacted quickly just now, one of them would have died. Garros saved their lives, and many people knew that Garros was capable. So the elven nobles had no objection, with the majority of people agreeing. Even if a few people have objections, they dare not raise them at this time. Who makes the demon army commanded by Manaroth behave extremely powerfully? These dissenting elven nobles do not think they can command an army to defeat those creatures called demons. Garros Shadowsong. Even though Leo was immersed in drinking water from the well of eternity, you might think that he was deaf to what was happening outside the window. In fact, Leo was more concerned about the elven army counterattacking the Burning Legion than anyone else. Wearing an antler headdress, it was the famous Malfurion Storm Rage who proposed Garros as the elf commander. Among the several elves who came with him, Illidan Leo had met the other 3 elf magisters. Leo had just separated from them not long ago, so naturally he would not forget it. For the remaining 3 times, the male high elf Leo couldn't guess his identity, but the female elf Leo in the moon-white sacrificial robe dared to guarantee that there would be no one else but Tyrant. What? Why do you think Leo is so sure? Come on. Who else can Illidan peek at with admiring glances from time to time besides Tyrant the Wind Speaker? The last female elf standing quietly behind Tyrant, holding a long bow. Leo knew who Chandri's Yue was without even thinking. The elven army that counterattacked the Burning Legion was full of talents, including the future Archdruid Malfurion, the future overlord of Outland Illidan, the Shadowsong brother and sister Maev and Garros, the commanders of the Watchers, and the future guardsmen, Chandri's, Grand Commander of the Feathermoon Sentinels at Feathermoon Fortress. There are so many heroes in the elves. Who are there in Manaroth? It seems that there are no famous figures except Haka, the dog king with the same name as the blood god. Leo couldn't help but mourn for Manaroth. Poor Marnos. You were born to be a villain. You were surrounded by heroes who represented justice. You gain experience, reputation, and level. When you die, you have to be cut into pieces. Scorned. So, don't be a villain in anything you do. Especially the villain boss. Their life is like a big coffee table, and the only things on it are cups and cups. Leo knew very well that Manaroth was about to suffer a tragedy. Even though the Burning Legion was so powerful and overwhelming the elves, when Garros Shadowsong took over, the situation would be reversed. Even though it was Garros' first time commanding an army, he was very talented. When it came to the art of command, Moffat was no match for Garros. The defeat of the Burning Legion became a foregone conclusion the moment Garros became the elf commander. I wonder if Manaroth would regret sending someone to kill the original commander of the elf army. Chapter 1010 Goldfinger also has limits. The direction of the war did not deviate from the history that Leo knew. When the elf commander was replaced by Garros Shadowsong, the situation changed one after another with the instructions issued by this commander, who was extremely talented in war. The demons of the Burning Legion are still those demons. The Destroyer Manaroth is still the Destroyer Manaroth. And the Elven soldiers are still those Elven soldiers. What the demons can't figure out is why the battle is becoming more and more difficult. Are the demons not brave enough? No. Did Manaroth make a mistake? Neither. Have the elf soldiers become stronger? Not at all. Since it's not the case, why did the battle end up like this? The authorities are confused. But the bystanders are clear. The devil in the situation is unclear. But Leo, as a bystander, sees it very clearly. The combat power of the demons and elves did not change because Garros took over. The only reason why the demons became more and more difficult to fight was that the elves' tactics were adjusted. Through subtle tactical adjustments, Garros created small local battlefields while maintaining the same balance of power between the two sides. In these local battlefields, the elven soldiers could always defeat the smaller group with more and less casualties. A team of demons beat him to death. Although the number of demons annihilated in each small local battlefield is not large, when they are accumulated, it is a number that cannot be ignored. The number of demons is consumed in these local defeats. The comparison of the power of elves and demons is slowly changing. This is why the demons of the Burning Legion feel increasingly difficult to fight. Seeing that the balance of the war was gradually tilting towards the elves with Garros' commands, Leo couldn't help but admire him again and again. The Commander-in-Chief is the Commander-in-Chief. His sharp vision, secretive techniques, and veteran soldiers are better than those of Amaran and others. It was more than a step higher. And what was even more frightening was that this was the first time he had commanded an army in combat. The elven army was commanded by Garros. And Manaroth did not lose unjustly in this battle. If he hadn't been drinking the water from the Well of Eternity, Leo would have really wanted to ask Manaroth. As a bystander, he could once again witness the battle in the Well of Eternity, and clearly see how he was defeated. At this time, what do you think? From the beginning to now, Leo has drank more than 500 pieces of water from the Well of Eternity. If the water from the well was really water, his stomach would have burst. The Well of Eternity is a very large lake, and it has no effect on it at all until Leo drinks it. In fact, even if Leo drinks 100 times more, it will still be the same. Who allows the Well of Eternity to gather the dark energy in the universe and turn it into a lake? As for transformation, as long as there is darkness in the universe, the Well of Eternity will not dry up. Even if Leo could drink, how could he drink an entire universe? Even if Goldfinger can swallow energy, can he still swallow the stars and contain the universe? The well water of the Well of Eternity is the most original dark energy essence in the universe. To Leo, they are equivalent to experience potions when playing games. Drink a large amount of experience potions. If Leo uses them to upgrade, becoming a god will not be a problem at all. But, will Leo use them to level up? Won't. Of course Leo would not do that. Becoming a god is a great temptation for others. But not for Leo. Because he has the law of death that is more worthy of investment. And all the energy he gets is used to improve his understanding of the law of death. A large amount of energy was transformed. And a stream of messages emerged from Leo's mind. This was the message of the law of death given to him by Goldfinger. Leo did not dare to neglect it. He put down his attention to the battlefield, except for the fact that his body maintained the ability to drink water. In addition to movements, all the energy is used to receive these information flows. The elves and demons are fighting. The former is to take back the Well of Eternity, and the latter is to occupy the Well of Eternity. They would never have thought that just when they were fighting desperately for the Well of Eternity, being wounded and bleeding, and even losing their lives, there was that individuals are quietly reaping the benefits. Get rich. This time I really made a fortune. Someone yelled in a very vulgar way, as if he couldn't vent his excitement otherwise. Leo originally accepted Egwin's proposal to go to the Cave of Time to help the Bronze Dragon repair the timeline. Leo thought it was a thankless task. If it weren't for not falling out with the Bronze Dragon, Leo would never have agreed. Who would have thought this time? You really came to the right place. Stepping into the eternal torrent of time and entering various historical periods. Not only can you still get upgrade energy by killing enemies, but you can also drink the water from the Well of Eternity as an experience potion, which is a real surprise. Of course, Leo knows very well that there is no free lunch in this world. When you get something, you must give something. And the golden finger that benefits him is the one who needs to pay. Boy, stop drinking. This is the limit of how much I can protect you. Leo's eyes flashed, and he heard the word limit. It turns out that Goldfinger also has his limits. With a sigh, Leo looked regretful and reluctantly stopped drinking water. Why can't you keep drinking it? Goldfinger is so incompetent. As Goldfinger, he actually has limits. It's hard not to despise him. Looking at the big lake in front of him, Leo really had the urge to drink it up in one gulp. He even wondered whether he should imitate Illidan and get some eternal water bottles. Ideal is full. The reality is very skinny. Leo was about to turn his heartbeat into action. But Goldfinger poured a basin of cold water on him, drenching him to the core. Boy, don't even think about this. Do you really think that things in the torrent of time are so easy to get? You know how difficult it is to take items that belong to one world to another world that does not belong to it. Do you know what the price will be? In order to prevent Leo from making mistakes, Goldfinger quickly explained to him the power of it. If you really treat the torrent of time as a warehouse, you are totally wrong. Leo raised his eyebrows. He did have this question. If dragons like the bronze dragon that use the secret method of time could really turn the eternal torrent of time into their own treasure house, they would be invincible. Well, even if the bronze dragon is stubborn and doesn't use the brains of the torrent of time, then what about the endless dragons who have the same ability as them? Are those guys not tempted? Absolutely impossible. The only explanation is that there is a price to pay for taking something out of the eternal torrent of time and getting it into a world that does not belong to it. This price is so high that even the bronze dragon dare not use it easily. Do you know why the number of bronze dragons has always been the smallest among the 5 series of giant dragons? Do you really think that the fertility of bronze dragons is not good? There was a certain meaning in Goldfinger's voice. Demand for any of the eternal torrent of time. Every particle of dust must pay a price. And this price is a life of equal value, whether it is your own or someone else's. What do you mean? Leo didn't believe that bronze dragons would make fun of their lives casually. Even Leo, the most stubborn of the bronze dragons, the quicksand scale, didn't think they would be selfless enough to sacrifice their own lives. Goldfinger specifically added the last sentence. Wasn't it just a reminder? Leo, would a bronze dragon trade other people's lives for things? Don't be nervous. What the bronze dragon exchanges are not for the lives of other species. In fact, other species will not be recognized by the torrent of time. What they exchange for are the descendants of their bloodline. But these descendants have not hatched. Leo can guarantee that Goldfinger did it on purpose. He was deliberately trying to scare him. Leo thought that the bronze dragon looked just and sunny on the surface. But in his belly, he was a male thief and a female prostitute. The so-called unhatched offspring. What else could they be but dragon eggs? If it's a dragon egg, then it's okay. You have to know that not every dragon egg can hatch. And not every dragon egg that hatches is a real dragon. It may also be a dragon, beast, or dragon. There's a saying that goes well. Dragon nature is inherently licentious. Giant dragons are famous for their heavy taste. And they are also famous for their philanthropy. They are interested in having sex with any weird species. Otherwise, where did those subdragon species come from? Even the bronze dragon, who is proficient in the secret of time, has to pay a price to claim it from the torrent of time. But what about himself? Leo had to worry about this. What he had to pay for it. It wouldn't be his life. Upon hearing Leo's question, Goldfinger's answer was full of pride. With me protecting you. Do you still need to worry about these things? Of course. Just don't go too far. The first sentence sounded very domineering. But what was going on with the second sentence that was said in a very low volume? It seems that you are not that confident. Leo curled his lips, feeling nothing but contempt for Goldfinger's desperate act of saving face. What was rare was that Goldfinger chose to ignore it. However, no matter whether he despises or ignores it, it cannot change the fact that Leo has benefited greatly. After taking a sip of an experience potion called Eternal Well Water, his understanding of the law of death has not improved a little bit. And Leo even vaguely understands the law of death. There is a feeling that his understanding of the law of death is almost complete. And what is missing now is the last step. Don't count on me. I've told you a long time ago that I can't give you much help with the law of death. Since you have chosen another path, you have to rely on yourself if you want to go on. Goldfinger's words were getting louder and louder. And Leo's hearing was almost inaudible when he said the word himself. Leo understood that Goldfinger was telling him in this way that I was hiding. So don't come to me if you have anything to do. Even worse. This Hundan wipes his mouth and runs away after eating and drinking. It's really abominable. Leo was so angry that if he hadn't been unable to do anything with the golden finger, he would have pulled it out and dealt with it. The path he chose was Leo's own. The path he wanted to take was different from what Goldfinger arranged for him. He had to rely on himself for many things, and Leo was already prepared for this. He doesn't want to be a person who has everything planned. If he wants to go his own way and face difficulties, he must have the courage, let alone be intimidated by difficulties. Shouldn't I just perfect the law of death myself? Am I still afraid that it won't work? Chapter 10:11 Changes are brewing. A sharp arrow silently broke through the shackles of space. Suddenly appeared in front of Leo. And the arrow flashing with moon-white light quickly pierced Leo. Chandri's Feather Moon, the future commander of the Feather Moon Sentinels, found Leo standing by the Well of Eternity. And the elven archer immediately fired an arrow. The Well of Eternity is a sacred place in the hearts of the elves. It cannot be desecrated by outsiders. Otherwise the elves would not fight back with all their might. Seeing a foreigner standing next to the Well of Eternity, it was not surprising that Chandris had this reaction. Who made the elves fight against the alien race called demons? Who said Leo was a foreign race that the elves had never seen before? Who makes Leo exude the aura of devil? If not Chandis, who else could he shoot? Shooting indiscriminately. Chandis was so ruthless from the beginning. Wasn't she afraid of accidental injury? Her murderous intent was really strong. Leo curled his lips, stretched out his hand to grab it, and crushed the sharp arrow that was shot into pieces. The Chandris of this era is not the Chandris of Leo's era. She has not experienced the baptism of more wars. And she is still very young. After waving to the elves, Leo didn't care whether the other party could see or hear them, and shouted with a friendly face, "Hey," I said. "I'm just watching the fun. Please take it easy." Well, on the battlefield where the elves and demons were fighting, a foreigner exuding a demonic aura said to the elves that I was just passing by. "If you hit yourselves, don't hurt me." The onlooker. How do you think the elves will react? A female elf holding a sun blade responded to Leo. Her attitude was not friendly. "Aliens, get away from the Well of Eternity." What a bad attitude. Leo rolled his eyes. So he hated dealing with elves. And the pride that came from his bones made people uncomfortable. Chandis. Maev. Wait. Tyron spoke at this time. And she dissuaded her two companions. The top priority is to deal with the demon. The moon god told me that the alien standing next to the Well of Eternity and the devil is not a companion. Elune? The moon god? Even though Leo was far away from Tyrant and the others, you might think that he couldn't hear what the elves were saying. With his current mental strength, the distance didn't matter. He could tell what Tyrant was talking about if he concentrated a little. Leo heard a message from Tyrant's words. That is, the moon god is always paying attention to the Well of Eternity. Otherwise she would not know that she, who has the same aura as the devil, is not a member of the Burning Legion. Tyrant even brought out the moon goddess. So of course Maev and Chandis had to give him face. The two women gave Leo a cold look and ignored him. Tyrant, on the other hand, gave Leo a friendly smile, with a somewhat mysterious meaning in his smile. What the hell? Leo didn't dare to take this woman Tyrant lightly. Even though she was quite friendly now, she didn't seem to regard her as an enemy. Once the Burning Legion was defeated, and the elves lost the demon as their formidable enemy, what would she do then? It's hard to say. Is Leo afraid that the elf will fall out? If it were the world that Leo lived in, he would be a little worried when so many elf heroes gathered together. In this world, he really didn't have many worries. The battle at the Well of Eternity was the stage for the heroes of the Night Elves to emerge. At this time, they had not lost their youthfulness and were still a bit immature. Regardless of their combat experience or personal strength, they were far from Leo's opponents. How could Leo do that? I'm afraid of this group of elf heroes who haven't really grown up yet. Tyrant, this little girl, looks kind, like a pure white flower on the outside. But that's not the case on the inside. The statue of the saint has a sinister heart. Isn't it her? Thinking of this, Leo did not give the other party a good look. He looked at Tyrant expressionlessly, then simply raised his head and went to study the sky. When Illidan and Chandris saw his attitude, their faces immediately darkened. Tyrant expressed his kindness, but forget it if this alien doesn't appreciate it. What does he mean by looking so dismissive? Reaching out to hold Chandris and Illidan, Tyrant whispered, "It's important to deal with the demons. The most important thing for the elves right now is to defeat the Burning Legion, close the portal in the Well of Eternity, and prevent the arrival of the demon Sargeras. In the face of such major events, everything else can be put aside temporarily." She is really a woman who understands the general situation. For a city whose face was shaken by others without changing her expression, it is definitely not a fluke that this woman will achieve such great achievements in the future and hold such great power. Leo sighed in his heart. It was destined to be a tragedy for Illidan. An innocent young man, To fall in love with such a woman. At this moment, instead of caring about Illidan's love, Leo might as well care about himself. Taking the water from the Well of Eternity as an experience potion, Leo felt great when he drank it. After getting huge benefits, the sequelae followed. The Well of Eternity gathers the most original dark energy in the universe. These dark energies have been transformed in unknown ways, and finally become the source of energy that breathes all life in the world. The water in the Well of Eternity contains a kind of connection, the mysterious power that even bronze dragons dare not touch. It was the existence of this mysterious power that allowed the High Elves to successfully create the Sunwell. When building the Sunwell, the High Elves used a bottle of water from the Well of Eternity. Look at Leo. How much did he drink? How many times more water did he drink than was needed to build the Well of Eternity? No matter what, it has to be 200 to 300 times. In other words, Leo drank 200 to 300 Sunwells by himself. With so much energy, it is no wonder that his law of death has been improved so much. He is just one step away from completing it. There is a saying that a little adds up to a lot. The power of the mysterious laws contained in the water of an eternal well is pitifully small. But what about 10 or 100 people? If you count it in detail, the number is considerable. The piles of soil turned into mountains. The sand gathered into towers. The mysterious power in Leo's body gathered together. And the effect was by no means as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The accumulation of power was not a simple addition, but a multiplication. The reason why Goldfinger slipped away so fast was not only because he was lazy, but also because he didn't want Leo to slack off, because he thought he had something to rely on. External force is always an external force. It can help a person reach a higher point, but it cannot make a person stand at the pinnacle of the entire universe. Leo understood this truth a long time ago. Otherwise, he would not have worked so hard to learn combat skills from Fucusel. And he would not have read the magic notes that Passonia collected for him whenever he had free time. If you have a cheating device, you will think that you will definitely become a winner in life. And you will definitely stand at the top of the world. People who don't know that they work hard, even if they can be arrogant for a while, they will never be proud of themselves. In Leo's eyes, these people are completely puppets. Puppets of their so-called cheating machines. Their achievements are just the achievements of the cheating machines. They think they have won in life, but they don't know that it is the cheating machines that really win. Sad. Deplorable. Pitiful. Why didn't Leo just follow the path prepared by Goldfinger and choose a more difficult path? Just to get rid of this kind of life? It was with this idea that even if Leo still remembered what Goldfinger had said before, if it could help him improve the law of death to perfection, he still did not seek help from the latter. He was only one step away from understanding the law of death. Now that he can make up for it, what he thinks about is not relying on golden fingers, but using his own ability to break through. As Leo's strength increases, and as he becomes more confident, he becomes less and less dependent on Goldfinger. When he decides not to follow the path arranged by Goldfinger, he has truly matured, because he has gained the true heart of a strong man. The heart of a strong man who is fearless, strong and persistent. Leo could also feel the strangeness in his body. The power of mysterious laws contained in the water of the Well of Eternity gathered together in his body. These mysterious powers seemed to be brewing something, and they seemed to be changing something. Leo didn't know what kind of impact these powers would have on him, but he knew it was a good thing for him. Good thing? Yes, that's a good thing. Leo asked himself whether he felt wrong about his physical condition. The mysterious power in his body was transforming his body. Note that it was transformation, not enhancement. The former was far from comparable to the latter. This transformation is changing for the better. Leo can feel that with the transformation of the mysterious power, his body is undergoing earth-shaking changes. He has a premonition that once this transformation is completed, he will be completely transformed. It is not the same as before the transformation. Anticipation. Nervousness. This is Leo's current mood. As a spellcaster, he has not felt such emotions for a long time. A very strange scene appeared on the battlefield of the Well of Eternity. The elves and demons were slaughtered with blood and corpses everywhere. The battle affected almost every corner. However, right next to the Well of Eternity, which was the focus of the battle between the two sides, a quiet scene appeared. In this corner, both the elves commanded by Garros and the demons under Manaroth consciously avoided there. No one disturbed him, and Leo was happy to watch the show. He paid attention to the battle situation while keeping an eye on the mysterious power in his body. Time passed like this, minute by second. The number of Manaroth's troops continued to decrease. The demons that originally had the upper hand were killed by the elves commanded by Garros, and only 1/3 of them were left. The scale of the war had long been tilted. If no miracle occurs, the devil will definitely lose this battle. Does Manaroth seem like a man willing to accept defeat? Of course not. In order to turn the tide of the battle, the destroyer wielded his war spear and attacked Garros, hoping to use his tyrannical strength to decapitate the elves. When the soldiers are unable to open up the situation, they must rely on the commander's personal strength to reverse the situation. Manaroth was right to do so. But the opponents he encountered this time were too strong, including Brother Stormrage, Tyrant, Sean Tiz, Shadowsong brother and sister. Which one is easier to get along with? Even if these elf heroes are not strong enough. Don't forget that they also have a powerful backstage. The moon god Alun. Leo shook his head repeatedly when he saw this. Manaroth was destined to be a tragedy in this battle. Chapter 10-12 The Tragedy of Manaroth. Leo has no intention of paying attention to whether Manaroth will suffer a tragedy, because the mysterious power in his body has completed the brewing process and is now beginning to ferment. Because the power of the mysterious laws brought into Leo's body by the eternal well water exceeds a certain amount and reaches a certain critical point, they will change on their own even if no one pushes them. At this time, this change occurs in Leo's body. The mysterious law moves regularly. After all, it is the power of the law and has its own trajectory. Leo was surprised to find that, driven by this mysterious law, every bit of power in his body was affected and was affected by this mysterious power. Melted in. Swirl. An energy vortex is being generated in Leo's body. It is this vortex that is pulling Leo's power, pulling in all the power he can use. What the hell? Leo was really panicked at this moment. The energy vortex generated in his body pulled away all his strength. Now he couldn't even get a trace of strength out. And he didn't even have the strength to turn his eyes. At this moment, even a 3-year-old could kill him. In this chaotic battlefield, having no strength means being at the mercy of others. Can Leo not be panicked? Fortunately, the two warring parties did not notice anything strange about Leo, and Leo maintained his previous expression without showing anything strange on his face. Has my power just been lost? What's a good thing? Losing power. Even with Leo's state of mind, he would inevitably feel a little panicked, although he understood that this loss was probably only temporary. But without power, how could he protect himself in the battle that caused the explosion of the Well of Eternity? Now Leo only hopes for one thing, and that is for the elves and demons to fight for a longer time. It is best to wait until the energy change in his body is completed before a stronger battle breaks out. Will the development of things depend on Leo's will? Obviously, this is impossible. After discovering that the demon leader was coming to kill Malfurion, Illidan and others immediately rushed forward. Now everyone could see that the demon's defeat was inevitable under the command of Garros, and the demon leader was forced to do nothing. They can only fight out by themselves to implement the beheading tactic. They must never let the other party succeed. Just like what happened to all the big villain bosses, Manaroth was beaten by a group of people. What was more harmonious was that the strong elves did not shout slogans such as "For Justice" and "Destroy Evil." In its heyday, Manaroth was a powerful demon that could stand side by side with Archimonde and Kil'jaeden. Although the elves had a numerical advantage, they could not take advantage of Manaroth's tyrannical strength. They had no choice but to fight. They can only fight to delay time. Delay tactics will not work against Manaroth. After all, the Destroyer is a commander who has gone through countless battles and destroyed countless worlds with Sargeras. How can the elves hide this little idea from him? Relying on his thick skin and thick flesh, and relying on his strong strength, Manaroth did not stop and went straight towards Garros. Malfurion and others were very anxious upon seeing this. Once the Abyss Lord entangled Garros, the elves who lost this excellent war commander may not be able to win over the tyrannical demon. At this time, one person stood up. She was Tyrant. The future elf high priest was half kneeling on the ground, praying devoutly. The moon-white priest's robe moved automatically without wind. Below is the witness of the miracle. The sky turned dark at the moment Tyrant prayed, and the day instantly turned into night, as if the entire sky was covered with a thick black cloth. The sky suddenly changed, and the whole world fell into darkness at this moment due to Tyrant's prayer. In the night, a bright moon looked so noble and holy against the twinkling stars that people dared not look directly at it. Manaroth instinctively felt that something was wrong, so he changed his target, brandishing his war spear, and ran towards Tyrant. The moment Tyrant began to pray, the Destroyer sensed a fatal threat from this seemingly delicate female elf. If I don't kill that female elf quickly, I will die. Manaroth's heart was filled with fear. He had never thought that there would be creatures that could threaten his life in this world that he had never seen. As Tyrant prayed, a mysterious wave of power filled the air. In the entire world, Manaroth could swear that no one other than Sardras had ever given him this feeling. In order to save his own life, Manaroth went to great lengths. He rushed towards Tyrant at twice the speed of his peak speed. The Abyss Lord's huge body was like a mountain and crushed Tyrant. The comparison makes everyone's heart tremble. Being big and powerful can determine the outcome of a battle? Not necessarily. Manaroth, who was rushing towards Tyrant, did not see that the stars twinkling in the night sky were rapidly growing in size. At first, the twinkling stars were only the size of a grain of rice. When Manaroth was about to rush to Tyrant, when Rand was in front of them, they became like mountains. Of course, this was not because the stars in the sky had increased in size, but because the distance between them and the ground was shortening. The distance between the stars and the ground is shortening. Doesn't it mean they are falling? Yes, this is stars falling. The shining stars intercepted Manaroth the moment before he hit Tyrant. The destroyer's forward momentum was completely shattered by the successive bombardments of the stars. Not only that, Manaroth also he was knocked to the ground. And at this moment, the destroyer tasted a state of embarrassment that he had never tasted since he was born. To be able to defeat the tyrannical destroyer Manaroth in an instant, Tyrant did not rely on his own strength, but borrowed the power of the moon god Elun. In the face of the power of the true god, Manaroth is completely inadequate. The reason why Tyrant is famous throughout the native world, and the reason why the moon god priest can suppress the holy light priest, is because of nothing else, but because behind the moon temple stands the true god, moon god Elun. Manaroth fell to the ground, and Malfurion and the others would not stop because of his embarrassment. Several powerful elves rushed forward, and then gave the destroyer a chance to get up and beat him hard. The Abyss Lords are huge. The advantage is that such a large size can give them great strength and allow them to rely on their weight advantage to crush their opponents when facing them. The disadvantage is that once they fall to the ground, it is very difficult to get up. To be honest, the attacks from Malfurion and others are not a big threat to Manaroth. The most dangerous thing is the seemingly fragile Tyrant. This female elf, who can borrow divine power only poses a threat to him, is the most deadly. Manaroth's idea was soon confirmed. Tyrant, who knocked the Abyss Lord to the ground with the falling stars, did not stop. Under her prayers, the bright moon in the sky glowed more and more brightly. In the end, a moon-white light pillar formed and hit Manaroth with a bang. Ah, damn it! Manaroth let out a howl of pain, and the moon-white light beam caused him internal injuries in just one blow. What's worse is that the moonlight has a corrosive effect. The tough outer skin of the main body of the Abyss territory is so. After taking a photo, he actually softened. To put it simply, Manaroth's defenses were breached. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up, and his defense to resist harm was broken again. Is it possible for Manaroth not to get hurt? Seeing this, Illidan, Malfurion and others attacked even more ruthlessly. Even some elven nobles, who believed that they were not weak, rushed forward to join in. After turning into a drowned dog that could be beaten by others, Manaroth only felt that he was under siege. Their numbers increased several times. Anger, gnashing of teeth and hatred, all kinds of negative emotions are accumulating in Manaroth's heart. The destroyer's anger is accumulating. When they burst out, someone will be shattered to pieces. But, does Manaroth have a chance to break out? In other words, will Tyrant and the others give Manaroth a chance? The moonlight was gathering, and a crescent-shaped energy moon blade was being generated. The appearance of this moon blade made Manaroth's hair stand on end. Damn female elf. She wants me dead. When his life was threatened, Manaroth's potential suddenly burst out. He didn't care about his anger at this time, let alone seeking revenge from Tyrant. After standing up with a cry, the saboteur ran away out of instinct. Cherishing life is the instinct of every creature, even if it is warlike like Manaroth. Even if it is cruel like the Abyss Lord, it is no exception. Manaroth, one of the 3 giants of the Burning Legion, the most powerful Abyss Lord in the world of Anelin, and known as the Destroyer, escaped. This scene caught Tyrant and others' expectations, and even surprised the demons. Only Leo was not surprised. What Manaroth has to face now is not as simple as a few powerful elves, but the moon god Elun, in front of a true god who has existed for unknown tens of thousands of years, in front of an unknown existence that is far beyond what he can fight against. Manaroth's choice to escape to save his life is not so unacceptable. Want to run? Tyrant was stunned for a moment, and the mantras he prayed in his mouth became more urgent. The speed of the moonlight condensation became faster, and the breath emitted by the moon blade became more dangerous. Manaroth really shrugged now. He could feel that there was a pair of cold eyes staring at him in the night sky. The owner of these eyes was not something he could compete with. They belonged to the same class as the great demon god Sargeras. The presence? If there were no accidents, Manaroth would run to the portal of the Well of Eternity and escape into the universe after paying the price of serious injuries. Well, that was just the case without accidents, and it was the original trajectory of history. The most critical question is, after having Leo as an outsider, will history continue to follow its original trajectory? While running desperately, the Abyss Lord saw the bald man standing in front of Leo holding a war spear. Under the instinctive trend, Manilos ran towards him. Leo, who was onlookers, saw Manilos running towards his direction. He was startled at first, and then his expression changed drastically. How could he forget that he also has a Manaroth under his command? Didn't the affectionate look between the two saboteurs earlier reveal their sexual feelings? Bastard. Don't come over here. I'm not familiar with you. Don't drag me into this. Chapter 1013. Leo was shot while lying down. Leo really wanted to strangle Manaroth to death. You said you were going to run away for your life. So why are you running away from me? Do I know you very well? If he could, Leo would slap Manaroth over to prove his innocence. But the problem was that he couldn't do it now. The energy vortex generated in his body sucked away all his strength. Now he doesn't have the strength to move a finger. How can he defeat such a behemoth as the Abyss Lord? Seeing Manaroth fleeing to where Leo was, Maev, holding the sun blade, was furious. The alien standing by the Well of Eternity dared to say that he had nothing to do with the devil. If it really had nothing to do with him, why was Manaroth there? Will you turn to him for help in critical moments? They are in a group. Kill them! Maev shouted, and took the lead in chasing after her. When her companion made a move, Illidan and other powerful elves immediately followed. Leo was so angry that he vomited blood. You are all in the same group. Your whole family is in the same group. Tyron was a little hesitant, but when she saw that Leo did not stop Manaroth from asking for help, that hesitation was forgotten. If Leo and Manaroth were not on the same side, why didn't he stop the saboteur from asking for help? If Leo knew what Tyron was thinking, he would definitely be furious. It's not that I don't stop him, but I don't have the strength to stop him now. I will just watch the party and say, you guys are beating yourselves. Don't drag me down. Watching is risky, so be careful when joining the party. At this moment, Leo was possessed by the god of decline, and he, who was originally a theatergoer, was now forced to leave the stage, which made him very depressed. That bend in the sky made Minoros fearful, and the moon blade fell down. Its target was not only Minoros, but also Leo. Tyrant is not a merciful master. Once she is determined to be her enemy, she will not hold back. Damn it! Leo cursed in his heart. The energy vortex in his body had not yet been completed. At this time, he was still unable to take action. Talagaman and Ilsa alone could not block Tyrant's attack. Elves, you have angered me. Manilos, who was running towards Leo and the others, saw a scene that he couldn't believe. The bald man who made him feel inexplicably shouted loudly, and his body suddenly changed, turning into a two-headed warrior holding a bloody weapon. Pit Lord of the Spear. Where did this guy come from, and why have I never seen him before? Manaroth was greatly shocked. The Abyss Lord who suddenly appeared was on par with him in terms of strength. Even his appearance, weapons, and even aura were the same as him. Wrong. This guy is none other than me. If he is me, then who am I? Manaroth felt that his mind was in a mess. So messy that his mind, which he was unwilling to use, turned into a puddle of mush. Another Abyss Lord. The transformation of Leo's bald man made the elves more and more certain that the round-eared alien standing next to the Well of Eternity was the devil's accomplice. Cunning guy. He actually lied to us. Upon seeing this, the elves immediately classified Leo as the kind of guy who loves to play tricks and tricks. Their anger at being deceived made them want to skin Leo and cut his bones. The elves are different from Manaroth. They are not Abyss Lords, and they cannot tell the difference between Leo's men and Manilos, who commands the demons. In their eyes, the Abyss Lords all look the same. Lie down and shoot. He was shot even while lying down. Leo felt helpless. He knew that once Manaroth turned back into an Abyss Lord, he would be labeled a devil by the elves, and would no longer be able to stay away. But, can he be allowed to stay out of it now? Didn't you see that Tyron's moon blades were all chopped off? Manaroth, who had recovered his true form, swung his spear and stabbed the cut moon blade. The other Manaroth also roared and turned back to meet him. The two saboteurs from different time and space joined forces to kill him. The blow that defeated Tyron. Tyron's moon blade borrowed the power of the moon god Elun. Manaroth wanted to fight against a true god, but his strength was still not enough. The two bloody double-headed war spears failed to crush the moon blade as their master intended. The spears thrust towards the moon blade failed to stop the moon blade from falling, and were easily knocked away by it. The two destroyers, he was also knocked to the ground by this blow. The moon blade slashed down quickly without slowing down. Ilsa and Talagamon faced it bravely. Even the two saboteurs couldn't stop them. They would not die or be seriously injured if they went up. But what could they do? If Ao lets them go, they will go. Even if they know that they are being used as cannon fodder. As expected by the two demons, they were completely unable to block the falling moon blade. The moon blade, which had gathered the power of the moon god, regarded Taragamon's heavy armor as if it were nothing, and chopped the hungry man into pieces without even pausing. 2 paragraphs later, Talagamon disappeared after letting out an unwilling roar. Ilsa's condition was slightly better. She inherited the inheritance of Anariel, queen of anguish and torment, and her condition was much better than Talagamon's. The moon blade did not kill her, but only seriously injured her. His men were seriously injured, and Leo could only face the chopped-off moon blade alone. Although there was another black dragon prince, Nefarian. Not even Manaroth and Ilsa could withstand this blow, let alone Nefarian. Watching the fatal attack fall, could Leo just sit back and wait to be killed? Of course such a thing cannot happen. The moment Talagamon was killed by the moon blade, the energy vortex in Leo's body took shape, and his control over his own power was restored again. The moon blade fell, and Leo unexpectedly closed his eyes. Does he really want to die, or is he shamelessly pretending to be cheating? In fact, neither is true. Leo is sensing his own situation. The reason why the energy vortex makes him unable to move before it is formed is because it is transforming Leo's body. When it takes shape, it means that Leo's body has been transformed. At this time, Leo is very different from who he was before. From the outside, Leo was no different from before. But inside, he was completely different. If someone has the ability to see through, he will see that there is a terrifying whirlpool in Leo's body. This whirlpool is deep and dark. Looking at it is like looking at the most original darkness in the universe, which can swallow even light. A darkness that can be assimilated. Leo is really reborn this time, after drinking a lot of water from the well of eternity. There is a golden finger behind the scenes. In addition, Leo himself is a warlock who studies dark power, and his power attributes are exactly the same as those of the well of eternity. The transformed darkness was consistent with the original darkness of the universe. With the help of multiple layers, the mysterious power in Leo's body gathered and started to operate again in his body. The vortex in Leo's body can directly connect to the universe under the power of mysterious laws, continuously absorbing the most original dark energy in the universe, and continuously providing energy for Leo. Does it look familiar? Yes. It is the Well of Eternity model. The vortex generated in Leo's body is a small well of eternity. From now on, Leo no longer has to worry about magic power, because as long as the universe exists, there will be darkness. When there is darkness, the vortex in his body can collect energy, and the vortex provides it. The energy of Leo's magic power will not be lacking. Possessing nearly endless magic power is just one of the benefits of the whirlpool. Another benefit is that it strengthens Leo's body, giving him the possibility to become infinitely stronger. But don't underestimate the possibility of infinitely becoming stronger. You must know that manpower is sometimes limited, and even the most evil geniuses will have limits and encounter bottlenecks. Once they cannot break through, what awaits these geniuses is that they will not be able to move forward for the rest of their lives. Leo has encountered bottlenecks before. He deeply knows the pain of being stuck on the road to becoming strong. Now, because of the existence of the eternal vortex in his body, the bottleneck is gone. How can he not be overjoyed? To be honest, Leo likes the lack of bottlenecks more than the inexhaustible magic power. The third benefit is not bad either. Since the eternal vortex in the body can directly connect to the universe and gather the most original darkness in the universe, Leo can observe the nature of darkness in the universe anytime and anywhere, and understand it in a way that would make even gods envy and hate. Dark. It is conceivable that his strength will grow rapidly. Made money. Make a fortune. Leo's heart surged with the urge to look up to the sky and roar. And at this moment, The moon blade fell, facing the moon blade that both the destroyers couldn't resist together. Leo opened his eyes. His eyes were like the deep night sky. Even though it was dark, people would unconsciously admire it, appreciate it, and unknowingly indulge in it. Can't help myself. Little tricks. A big hand shrouded in black energy reached out and grabbed the falling moon blade. Tyrant's moon blade, which could seriously injure Manaroth and easily kill Taligaman, was firmly in his hand. The hand of a demigod. Ziz. The black energy lingering in the demigod's hand comes into contact with the moon blade. The moon-white power of the moon and the dark power in the demigod's hand erode each other, while the black energy surrounding the demigod's hand quickly becomes thinner. The size of the moon blade is also constantly shrinking. The master is indeed the master. He has become stronger again. And now I can't see through him more and more. Manaroth was amazed again and again. His belief in following Leo became more and more firm. As for the demon god Sargeras, he had long forgotten it. At this time, Manaroth had already determined that Leo, following this master, was definitely better than following Sargeras. Glass has a future. As the saying goes, people go to higher places, and water flows to lower places. It is the same as being a man and working part-time. People will choose more capable bosses and more promising companies. And the destroyer Manilos is not exempt from this rule. Manaroth was amazed. And the elves were shocked. Especially Tyrant. As a priest of the moon god, she knew the lethality of the moon blade all too well. This was a moon blade that gathered the power of the moon god. The round ears, it's incredible that such a foreign race can wrestle with the great moon god. Give me. Leo said one word coldly. Broken. The demigod's hand suddenly exerted force. Wow! With a sound as clear as glass being smashed, the moon blade was crushed to pieces. Chapter 1014 The Stars Fall. Awesomeness. Well, this is actually Leo's evaluation of himself. The excitement in his heart could not be vented. Leo, who had received great benefits from the Well of Eternity, chose to express his feelings in this way. The moon blade crushed by the hands of the demigods was the moon god gathered by Tyrant after praying, generated by divine power. It represents the power of the moon god. If Leo crushes it now, it will be in the face of the moon god. Well, then let him go. Provocative. Totally provocative. A rare look of anger appeared on Tyrant's face. She was a priest of the moon god and a believer of Elun. Seeing someone provoking the moon god made Tyrant even more angry than insulting her. Elves such as Maev are also full of anger, no matter what profession they belong to. They are all believers of the moon god. Their belief is the moon god Elun. How can the elves calm down when their beliefs are provoked? Leo saw the elf's anger and sneered in his heart. Is this angry? What will make you even more angry is yet to come. With a sneer on his face and cold eyes, Leo gave the elf a very bad impression at this time. But the elf had a good impression on Leo? Tyrant's moon blade really wanted to kill him. And Leo would never look good on anyone who wanted to kill him. Attack! Attack! Kill all those elves! Manaroth climbed up from the ground. The two Margods were indeed the same person. Although they belonged to different eras, their reactions were exactly the same. Seeing Leo taking the lead, the two of them danced their double-headed spears at the same time, leading the charge. Going up, under their leadership, the demon army that was sliding towards the edge of collapse roared and launched a counterattack. The demon's crazy counterattack brought a lot of trouble to the elves. The demon, thirsty for blood and battle, stared with a pair of bloodthirsty eyes, and attacked continuously without fear of death, which made some elven soldiers feel fear and even flinch during the battle, shrinking, not daring to step forward and fight. The elf soldiers were intimidated by the demon's desperate counterattack. Their fighting spirit was greatly reduced, and their combat effectiveness was greatly weakened. No matter how talented Garros is, and how strong his command and dispatching abilities are, he cannot solve this situation for a while. He can only do his best to maintain the situation on the battlefield and prevent the situation from deteriorating. The courage of blood can only last for a while, not for a lifetime. Garros knows this very well. The devil's counterattack can only be crazy for a moment, and cannot continue like this forever. As long as it survives this period, victory still belongs to the elves. Drag. That's what Garros is thinking now. The elven commanders are all resorting to procrastination. Can the battlefield still reach a stalemate? It's not that the demons didn't work hard, or that Manaroth didn't know that the longer the battle was, the worse it would be for him, but that the demons had suffered heavy losses in the previous battles. 7 of the 10 pavilions were lost, and they really didn't have enough manpower to break them. Deadlock. Amid Manarotha's unwillingness and anxiety, the situation on the battlefield was gradually moving towards the situation Garros hoped for. But, in this battlefield where strong men can determine the outcome of a war, is the efforts of soldiers really that important? It sounds sad, but the fact cannot be denied. Even if the soldiers who are desperately fighting against the enemy sacrifice their lives, drain the last drop of blood in their bodies, and burn all the remaining lives in their bodies, they still cannot determine the final outcome of the war. The strong, only the strong, and only the strong can decide the outcome of this war. Crushing the Moonblade, Leo snorted coldly as he looked at the powerful elves charging towards him with murderous intent and anger. If it were Tyrant, Malfurion and others in the future, Leo would still be afraid of 3 points. The strong elves of this era. It's not that Leo is arrogant. He really doesn't regard these people as opponents. Leo is not afraid of a group of elf heroes who have not yet shed their youthfulness, and a group of elf strongmen who are far less powerful than those of later generations. The direct friction between the index finger and the middle finger. Then a snap of the fingers. Several figures appeared on the battlefield. And Leo called okay again. There were a lot of strong men on the elf side, and Manaroth had already suffered a loss before relying on their numbers to carry out a siege. This move worked well for Manaroth, but it didn't work for Leo. There are more people than others. And when it comes to group fights, who is Leo afraid of? Tarragon the Hungry was killed, and Ilsa the demigod succubus was seriously injured. These two could no longer be included in the battle sequence. For other warlocks, this was an extremely painful loss, and would greatly damage their combat power. For Leo, it was nothing. Roar. The dragon's roar resounded throughout the battlefield. And Nefarian, Parashylon, Ectoraz and Valistaz, for powerful Dracolyx, appeared on the battlefield. The Dracolyx did not imitate the dragon form, but used the Dracolyc form directly. After all, in this counterattack against the Burning Legion at the Well of Eternity, there was a giant dragon among the figures standing behind the elves, which made the dragon like the demon mimicking the form of a giant dragon will definitely attract the attention of the dragon, and even make the dragon kings such as Isra, Alexa, and others who are invisible behind the scenes jump out directly. Leo does not want to cause trouble for himself. Dealing with the moon god AI Lyn was already giving him a hard time. Dealing with the moon goddess Lyn? You read that right. Dealing with the moon god Lyn. Leo used the hand of a demigod to crush Tyron's moon blade condensed with the power of the moon god. In front of many of the moon god's believers, he lost the face of the moon god Lyn. How could Lyn give up? It has nothing to do with face. In fact, with the indifference of the true gods, face is really not in their eyes. What they care about is actual benefits. Leo happened to hurt Lyn's actual interests. If she didn't take action, the elves' faith in her would no longer be so pious. Is it worth believing in a god who dares not fight back after being provoked? You don't need to think about it to know the answer to this question. Therefore, this is not a matter of faith, but a matter of belief about whether the gods are powerful. The moon god Lyn can't even think of taking action. While summoning Polition and other powerful Dracolyx, Leo also summoned Immortor, Malarak, and Haraz. He knew very well that the 4 Dracolyc alone could not withstand the impact of the powerful elves led by heroes such as Malfurion. Nefarian and the other 4 Dracolyc roared and rushed forward. The metal skeleton reflecting the cold light was intimidating in the astonished eyes of Malfurion and others. The 4 Dracolyc formed a wall with their huge bodies. The wall stood between the elf and Leo. What are these 4? Seeing the Dracolyc for the first time and feeling the power of the undead dragons emanating from them, even Malfurion's expression changed as calmly as he did. May of Shadowsong was the most impatient. She didn't care about Dracolyca's situation and didn't know clearly. She killed him in front of Valistraz with a flash attack. The sharp sun blade shone on Dracolyca's leg bone. Cut through. Kung! Gold and iron clashed, and sparks flew everywhere. A scene that surprised may have appeared. The extremely sharp sun blade was unable to break through the body of the Dracolyc. Malfurion's heart sank when he looked behind him. The hardness of the Dracolyca's body far exceeded his imagination. What is the origin of that rounded alien? With his joining, it will be more difficult to defeat the Burning Legion in this battle. Being attacked, Valistaz turned his head and sprayed out a breath of dragon's breath. Maeve did not dare to take the attack forcefully, so she had to retreat. Malfurion's heart skipped a beat. The dragon's breath sprayed by Valistraz looked familiar to him. It was clearly the same as those powerful creatures called dragons. Who was this person? Could it be a branch of the giant dragon? Feeling worried, Malfurion quickly reminded his companions, and the powerful elves suddenly became cautious. It's good to be cautious. Being cautious in battle means not being aggressive. The consequence of not being aggressive is that the battle will become stalemate. This is what Leo wants. The men blocked the strong elf, and Leo waved his hand to call Ilsa back. The seriously injured demigod succubus was of no use staying here, but was actually a burden. The bright moon in the sky emits bright moonlight. The moonlight is so bright that the entire earth is dyed moon white. If you look at it from the perspective of viewing, this is indeed a rare sight. Unfortunately, Leo is not in the mood to look at the moonlight right now. And the others on this battlefield are also in the same mood. The twinkling stars in the sky emitted a frightening light under the bright moonlight. Looking up at the sky, Leo found that the twinkling stars became brighter and brighter, until finally their light covered the entire night sky. The light of the stars replaced the moonlight? The twinkling stars cover the moon? No. This is actually just an illusion of the naked eye. The reason for such an illusion is that the stars are falling. When they fall at high speeds in your direction, they naturally become bigger and bigger in your eyes. And the shining light on them will naturally block your sight and occupy the space. Your field of vision gives you a visual error of the stars covering the moon. Stars fall. Not a smaller version of Tyrant, but the genuine article of Elun. Luna's counterattack has arrived. Facing the attack of a true god, Leo didn't feel any nervousness or fear. Instead, there was a look of excitement on his face. Challenge the moon god and see how far his own strength is compared with a true god. This is Leo's purpose of provoking Elun. Moon god Elun, you are the only true god in this world. For thousands of years, no one has dared to challenge your majesty. Let me see if you really have the strength to stand high and overlook all living beings. The demigod's hand filled with black energy greeted the falling stars and smacked them up. The open palm and the 5 fingers held in vain seemed to be grasping something. Leo's challenge to the moon god Elun is not just words. He will take practical actions. Facing the demigod's hand of falling stars is the beginning. I wonder if the falling stars in the sky can withstand my grasp carrying the law of death. Chapter 10:15 What kind of alien race is this? Stars fell all over the sky, and the light of the stars even overshadowed the moonlight, and the starlight filled the entire field of vision. At this moment, all creatures felt the strangeness in the sky, and punished the provocateur. The moon god Elun. Is divine punishment coming? Tyron suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness at this moment. She didn't know why. As a moon priest, she would have doubts about the almighty Elun. Don't get me wrong. This is not a wavering of faith. But Tyrant, I feel that the falling stars may not be able to kill Leo. A big hand filled with black energy grabbed the fallen star. Seeing this big hand that had crushed the moon blade, Tyrant's heart suddenly tightened. Won't Luna's stars fall be broken too? Tyrant was startled by the thoughts in her mind, and she realized that ever since the round-eared alien crushed the moon blade, she no longer dared to look down upon him. Countless stars fell down, and a big hand filled with layers of black energy stretched out its fingers and grabbed the falling stars. It looked like it was trying to catch all the falling stars in its hands. This scene surprised the elves, and even more make the elves angry. That round-eared alien not only provoked the moon god Elun, but also dared to resist when the moon god sent down divine punishment, openly defying the majesty of the gods. This alien was simply a blasphemer. At this time, the elves hated Leo more than the demons. Even Manarotha's hatred value was far less than that of Leo. If it weren't for the demons, they would have pounced on Leo and beat him up. Leo is not in the mood to pay attention to those elves now. Provoking the god seems very cheating, and it is also extremely domineering. But when you have done all this and face an angry god, you will know what suffering is. Bang 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 bang. The falling stars hit the demigod's hand one after another, and the impact of the falling stars again and again made the black air surrounding the demigod's hand become lighter and thinner. Even if the black energy carries the power of the law of death, it is still unstoppable. Leo didn't know what law the moon god Elun understood, but he knew that the law the moon god Elun understood was not as good as his own law of death in terms of quality. But it was huge. The moon god Elun became a god. Tens of millions of years is a huge advantage. Endless years bring profound power of law. How old is Leo, and can he compare to Elun? In the confrontation between the two laws, Leo has the advantage in quality, and Elun has the advantage in quantity. It is true that there is an eternal vortex in Leo's body. The current eternal vortex has just taken shape. What it can supplement Leo is magic power. Note, it is magic power, not the power of law. When Leo casts a spell, he has endless magic power from the well of eternity, so he doesn't have to worry about the consumption of magic power at all. The power of the law that can be used is different. The eternal vortex cannot yet replenish the power of the law for him. The limitation in quantity makes Leo destined to be unable to compete with the Lun, who has been a god for thousands of years. Leo is unwilling to accept this. It is clear that his own laws are far stronger than Alun's. But because the power of his own laws is far less than that of his opponent, he has to succumb to the disadvantage, which makes no one feel happy. Wasn't it just that he was born earlier than me? Wasn't he just that he was older? Wasn't he just that he accumulated more? Well, Leo admitted that living longer was also a huge advantage that could not be ignored. The banging sound was like a lit firecracker, and it didn't stop for a moment. Countless stars fell down. The power of the law of death carried by the demigod's hand finally failed to withstand the impact of the stars, and was completely consumed. As soon as Ruida came out, only the body of the demigod's hand was left to face Alun's falling stars. Boom, boom, boom. One star after another hit the demigod's hand, and each impact made the demigod's hand tremble. Leo frowned, and his right hand kept shaking with the falling stars. The injuries on the demigod's hand would be fed back to Leo's right hand, and even Leo couldn't ignore the pain. What's puzzling is that despite this, he has no intention of removing the demigod's hand, even though Alun's stars fell and bombarded the demigod's hand. Did Leo have other plans or other plans? No one knows this except Leo himself. No matter what Leo planned to do, it was a fact that the demigod's hand was about to lose its strength. The falling stars didn't give the demigod's hands any time to breathe. As soon as one hit, another one arrived. As the stars continued to fall, the starlight filling the field of vision gradually faded, and the night sky revealed its true colors. The bright moon hung high, still high above, overlooking all living beings on the earth. The demigod's hand was now covered in scars. The falling stars had hit it full of cracks. The wounds covering the entire arm looked like random graffiti by a child when playing pranks, or like the works of an abstract artist. Adding to the chaos, there is an indescribable sense of fragmentation and messiness. The demigod's hand is about to be smashed. Everyone who saw the hand of the demigod had this feeling. Even outsiders could see it. How could the Master Leo not know about it? However, he still didn't make any move, seeing the demigod's hand being smashed by Alun's falling stars. Is Leo really that vulnerable in front of the moon god? No. As a priest of the moon god, Tyron didn't believe it, because she saw a slight upward curve in the corner of Leo's mouth, which was the expression that people show when they are proud. What is the round-eared alien planning? It's not that he doesn't have the ability to stop the moon god's stars from falling, but he doesn't want to stop it at all. He just wants the moon god to smash that big hand into pieces. Tyron's heart suddenly tightened. He dared to play tricks in front of the moon god Alun. Is Leo really so confident, letting the falling stars shatter the demigod's hand? Is Tyron's guess true? That's right. Leo wanted the demigod's hand to be blown to pieces. Looking at his right hand, as the cracks on the demigod's hand increased and became larger, Leo's right hand had wounds that were deep enough to see the bones. When the demigod's hand was injured, his right arm was also injured. It's not easy. Does Leo have masochistic tendencies? Otherwise, why would he let Alun shatter the demigod's hand? No one can really guess it before the result is finally revealed. Tyron had been watching Leo, and when he saw his eyes turning to his right hand, the moon priest's eyes also moved accordingly. This move shocked Tyron. The wounds on Leo's hands did not frighten Tyron. What made Tyron's face change drastically was that these wounds did not shed even a trace of blood. Under the cracked skin, a layer of golden liquid was flowing, and the blood in Leo's body was the moment the blood was formed in the eternal vortex. After the eternal vortex completed the transformation of his body, it had been completely replaced by these golden liquids. Through the wound, Tyron saw the bones covered in golden liquid. These bones were like the most beautiful white jade, flawless and smooth. The moon god priest was inexplicably shocked at this moment. The golden liquid was like a white jade skeleton. Other elves might not know what was going on. The elves would even ignore it, thinking that the body of a foreign race was like that. Tyron wouldn't. As a priest of the moon god, Tyron knew more than most elves, especially her knowledge of gods. Elves who were not temple priests were even less able to match her. There is golden liquid flowing in the body, and the bones are as white as jade. If the classics I read in the temple are correct, this is not an alien race. It is clearly a god who shaped the body of a god. Goddess of the moon is above. The one standing by the well of eternity is a god. Tyron was not the only one who saw the scene. And Tyron was not the only one who could know some information about the gods. The three elves who first met Leo in the palace courtyard came with Tyron and others. The faces of the high elves all showed the same shock. Xi and Hui Jing opened his mouth wide. It seemed that he said something very interesting when he met Leo. He seemed to be saying that this round-eared alien was so short. How lucky I am to be safe from mocking the height of a god. After slapping his forehead violently, the elf mage felt very lucky and mocked the gods for surviving like no one. He should be the first one. A certain elf mage patted his chest and said to himself, "Goddess of the moon, my luck is really good today." After the joy, there was distress. They were now at war with a god. What was going on? Not everyone has the courage to challenge the gods with a mortal body. Everyone who knows the situation immediately feels a pressure that is so heavy that it can suffocate people. Jay Frost winked at his two companions, and the three of them quietly approached the high elf whose name Leo didn't know, and asked in a way that no outsider could hear, to Threma, "What should we do now? The other party is a god." The daring Leo could not understand how ordinary people felt about gods. Knowing that he was facing a superior god, the three elf magisters suddenly lost their fighting spirit. They did not think that they had the ability to kill gods. Dathramar. If Leo hears this name, he will know the identity of that high elf, the founder of the kingdom of Quel'Thalas, and the first master of the Sun Chaser court, Dathramar Sunstrider. Speaking of which, this high elf is still his best friend. No, he is the ancestor of his good friend Kael'thas. Dathrema's eyes flickered. He also knew the concerns of the three elven magisters. He made a secret gesture. Exion and the other three nodded knowingly. Unknowingly, the magister army composed of high elves, he distanced himself from Leo. Since the other party is a god, you have to be careful. The high elves headed by Dathramar only cooperate with Tyrant, Malfurion and others to expel demons, although both parties are of the same race. As there is always an invisible gap between the noble high elves and the common people night elves. It's not that Tyrant didn't notice Dathrema's little move, nor did she want to stop it, but the situation didn't allow her to do that. Under the bombardment of the falling stars, the demigod's hand finally shattered. What would Leo do next? The moon god priest opened his eyes wide, waiting. Chapter 10:16 Confrontation. Puff. At the moment when the demigod's hand was shattered by the falling stars, Leo's arm split completely. What's surprising is that Leo doesn't look at all in pain at this time, and instead looks a little relaxed, as if he has removed a hidden danger. Is the demigod's hand a hidden danger to Leo? This doesn't make sense anyway. He was Leo's trump card back then. It was through him that Leo could cast powerful shadow spells such as Legion's Grip. How could he become a hidden danger? However, if there was no problem with the demigod's hand, why would Leo let the moon god Olin blast him to pieces? And why would he give up on him? Without the condensed divine body, Leo's arm would explode the moment the demigod's hand was shattered, and the one-arm scene after the battle at Stromgard would reappear. A hypothesis is a hypothesis because it didn't happen. Tyrant and Dathramar guessed right. Leo has indeed condensed his body now. The transformation of his body by the eternal vortex has given him a divine body that can only be possessed by gods. No matter how powerful the demigod's hand is, it is only limited to the scope of the demigod. It has extremely little effect on Leo, who has a god's body. The fragmentation of the demigod's hand did not make Leo's right hand disappear, but only caused him to be slightly injured. Don't look at Leo's right hand, which is now scarred and frightening. It is just a skin injury, and the internal bones are completely intact. The golden liquid flows through it, but in just 3 to 5 seconds, his right hand returns to its original shape. After flexing his right hand, Leo nodded with satisfaction. The right hand restored with the help of someone else's arm is not as good as the arm that truly belongs to me. The feeling is completely different. Back in Stromgard, in order to prevent Argus's conspiracy from resurrecting from succeeding, Leo had no choice but to attack a demigod head-on, while successfully preventing the opponent from entering the world of humans through the portal. He lost his right arm. If the power of space cutting hadn't cut off one of the opponent's arms, Leo could only be a one-armed man. It was with the help of the left-right hand of the unknown demigod that Leo's arm was restored, and he had the hand of the demigod. Thanks to the blessing of the unknown demigod, Leo gained the ability to cast powerful spells such as Legion's Grip through his missing arm, when he was still a legendary warlock. This demigod's hand was a great help to him. Not big. After all, other people's arms belong to others. He can only help Leo at a certain stage. When this stage passes, not only will he not be helpful to Leo, but he will help Leo climb to a higher peak. A burden. When Leo was successfully promoted from a great warlock to a demigod, the demigod's hand became useless, which seriously hindered Leo's growth. It's not that Leo hasn't thought about solving this problem by strengthening the demigod's hand. And it's not that he hasn't worked hard to eliminate this drag. But when he used the water from the well of eternity to form an eternal vortex in his body, he used the most original power in the universe. After gathering his spiritual body, he suddenly realized that all he had done was a foolish act. What is not yours after all. No matter how well you strengthen it, no matter how hard you try to remove obstacles, you will never be able to use it as well as your own arms. After understanding this, Leo knew that he must destroy the demigod's hand. However, it is very painful to destroy the hand of a demigod. Leo asked himself if he was a masochist. He had the determination to destroy the hand of a demigod, but would not do it himself. Therefore, the moon god Elun was provoked by him to provoke the only true god in the world and use the hand of the moon god Elun to destroy the hand of the demigod. If it was just for this purpose, Leo would not be like this because he was not crazy. Letting Elun help him destroy the demigod's hand is just a purpose. But it is not Leo's main purpose. The demigod's hand was broken, and the falling stars did not stop. It was said that it would be better to chase the bandit bravely. But under the fierce pursuit of the falling stars, the broken demigod's hand was completely bombarded to pieces. The demigod's hand was completely destroyed now. In the past, Leo would have been heartbroken to death. But now, if it's ruined, let's just ruin it. Leo shrugged indifferently. Seeing the stars falling towards him after destroying the demigod's hand, he stretched out his right hand and shook the sky empty. Bang, bang, bang. The falling stars exploded without warning, and there seemed to be an invisible force in midair that crushed them to pieces in an instant. All the stars that can destroy the demigod will be destroyed. The moon god Elun's starfall has been broken. After moving his arms, Leo smiled proudly. His own arms were different. He could exert as much power as he had. Unlike other people's arms, they couldn't keep pace with the growth of his own strength. Compared with the former, the latter not only has great potential, but is also more convenient to use. With one blow, Elun's stars fell, and the only regret in Leo's heart about giving up the hand of the demigod disappeared. Looking up at the bright moon in the sky, his eyes were ignited with fighting spirit. Moon goddess Elun, the only true god of the native plane, can you help me achieve my goal? Tyrant, Dathramar and others, who were always watching Leo, were shocked. Even the attack of the moon god Elun was cracked by Leo. Now the elves no longer doubted his identity. Gods, powerful men who belong to the same class as the moon god Elun they believe in. The three elf mages even broke out in a cold sweat. When they were in the palace courtyard before, they were walking with a god without knowing it. Fortunately, they did not do anything to anger each other at that time. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Thinking of the situation in the palace courtyard, the three elf mages became confused again. If Leo was with the demons of the Burning Legion, why would he help them destroy the portal of the Burning Legion? Could it be that there is some misunderstanding here? The elf mages made eye contact with each other. They did not want to be enemies with a god, and Leo did not show any hostility towards them at first. Exion and the other three began to think about whether there was any way to resolve this matter peacefully. Even if it can't be solved, the elves must stay out of it. It's better for mortals like them not to get involved in the battle between gods. Leo didn't know what the three elf mages were thinking, and the moon god Elun didn't pay attention. They only had each other in their eyes. The falling stars couldn't do anything to Leo, and Elun took action again to keep the faith of the elves unwavering. The bright moon shot down a series of light beams, and the target of the light beams was Leo. Lunar eclipse? Leo raised his brows and faced him again without fear. Moon god Elun, you are so high and high, looking down on all living things. Even I have to look up to you. Leo's deep black pupils were burning with fighting spirit. The stars in this sky are shining because of you. The boundless sky obeys your will. If you want the night to fall, the night will fall. If you want the day to disappear, the sun will retreat. Okay, that's great. Without the sun god Ansha, you, the moon god Elun, can dominate the entire sky, and you are the master of the sky. Today, I am going to try to see if this sky is really dominated by you, and if you really have the power to dominate the sky. Ability. I'm going to catch the stars and the moon today, Leo roared, waving his hand to grab the falling moon-white light beam, and the power of death spurted out. Hand of death. The confrontation with the power of law caused all creatures in the world to lose all sense in an instant, and their minds became chaotic. A huge space black hole with a diameter of thousands of feet was formed. Through this huge space black hole, The twisted and chaotic endless void can be clearly seen. The power of one blow is so powerful. Tyrant looked at the sky silently. The black hole in space was a big mouth, silently accusing the atrocities of two powerful creatures. It was their confrontation that tore apart space and made the space barrier of this world very fragile. Injury. This is the power of gods. This is the power of gods that far surpasses all living beings in the mortal world. It's so terrifying. Many soldiers turned pale with fear. Even the bloodthirsty and violent demons were no exception. Unimaginable power. A strong man that cannot be resisted. In the face of such a being, even the devil would tremble. What a terrifying power. Is this guy the alien who walked with me in the palace courtyard? One day, I will also have that kind of strength. Aladdin clenched the crescent blade in his hand. The battle between Leo and Alun deeply shocked him, and Aladdin's desire for power was awakened in his heart. How can we defeat such a powerful force and such a tyrannical enemy? Unlike his brother, Malfurion Stormrage was thinking about how to end this war. If Leo and the moon god Alun were allowed to fight, the entire world would be destroyed. Leo took a few heavy breaths and tried his best to strike with Alun, but he was still able to equalize with Alun. This was because the other party didn't use all his strength, and he didn't even know how much force the other party used. Leo understood that the gap between himself and the moon god was indeed quite big now. If he really acted, he might be able to cause some trouble to Alun and make the moon god go through a lot of troubles. But there was no possibility of victory. Of course, that doesn't mean there's no glimmer of hope. The glimmer of hope is that the Goldfinger guy is willing to help. However, Leo was not happy to rely on outside help to defeat Alun. He fought against Alun in order to experience the strength of the stronger one. And relying on the power of others was contrary to his original intention. I didn't expect the gap to be so big. Leo curled his lips and raised his hands above his head. The endless breath of death was condensing, and a sharp blade formed by the power of death was generated. Alun, come again! Death sighed, gathering all the laws of death in Leo's body. This blow of the death scythe was no small matter. The gray blade tore through the moon-white light beam, breaking through layers of bombardment, and quickly slashed towards the bright moon hanging high in the night sky. In the dark night sky, a pair of cold eyes appeared. Chapter 1017. I will continue. There is no emotion in the cold eyes, and all that can be read from them is absolute reason. As Egwene told Leo, all emotions and desires of mortal creatures are eliminated. This is the condition for promotion from a mortal god to a true god. The moon god Alun is a true god. There were no emotions, no emotional fluctuations. Even though only a pair of eyes appeared, Leo could read a lot of information from them. Alun was not angry at Leo's provocation. In fact, the emotion of anger had not existed in Alun for a long time. If it were not to keep the elves' faith in her, Alun would not have appeared at all. The death sickle exudes a heart-stopping aura of death under the moon-white beam of light. A creepy gray-black luster flashes on the blade of the sickle. Every time the gray-black light on the blade flashes, there is a bombardment. The beam of light was sectioned. 1, 2, 3, 10, 50. In just 2 or 3 breaths, hundreds of light beams were cut through by the death scythe. The sharp moon-white light beam of the death scythe was completely unmatched. Tyrant's face turned pale. The scene before her eyes had a great impact on her. Was Leo's death scythe so powerful that even the moon god Alun was helpless? Obviously, this is just an illusion. Alun didn't pay attention to it before, and she didn't use any strength. Only then did Leo, who was weaker than her, defeat her attack with the force of breaking bamboo. The weaker party appears to have the upper hand, which naturally creates an illusion. Not only was Tyrant worried about the moon god Alun, but other elves were as well. Will the great moon god also encounter enemies that he cannot defeat? The faith in the hearts of the elves was shaking. How could Alun not feel it? In order to undo everything Leo had caused, Alun had to pay attention to Leo. A sharp arrow condensed by moonlight shot towards the death scythe. The arrow of the moon god, easily cutting through the moon-white beam of light. The death scythe and the moon god's arrow, which were about to break through the sky, collided. The gray-black luster failed to shine this time, because the moment the two collided with each other, the moon god's arrow crushed the death scythe. Compared with Alun, who has been a god for thousands of years, Leo's background is far from enough. His death scythe is qualitatively superior to Alun's arrow of the moon, but it is not as good as the opponent's quantity. First, the arrow of the moon god defeated the death scythe by virtue of its quantitative advantage in the power of the law. This old monster, Leo cursed in his heart. knowing that his own laws were far stronger than the others. Yet he lost because the others had accumulated more power by living longer. Anyone else would be depressed. Scolding for scolding. Depression for depression. Luna's arrow still has to be dealt with. After crushing the death scythe, the moon god's arrow shot straight towards Leo. The moon-white arrow looked beautiful, but contained a fatal danger inside. If Leo couldn't catch it, he would definitely die. And he would die without a complete body. A crystal round mirror was held in Leo's hand, and countless resentful souls flew out of the mirror. For a time, chirping ghost sounds filled the entire world. The beautiful well of eternity became like a ghost, making people shiver. Stop it! Leo pointed at the fallen moon god's arrow, and the resentful souls howled and rushed forward. The moon-white light pillars came into play at this time. Under their bombardment, the resentful souls dissipated in groups. Under the escort of the lunar eclipse, the arrows of the moon god were able to advance smoothly. However, the tigers could not hold back the wolves. The number of resentful souls seemed endless. If one died, two would be replaced immediately. The closer to Leo, the more the number of resentful souls. The greater the resistance encountered by lunar eclipse and Luna's arrow. At the end, less than 10 meters away from Leo's head, the moon-white light pillar finally stopped bombarding and was blocked by the resentful soul, leaving only the moon god's arrow to move forward alone. Seeing the moon god's arrow breaking through the layers of resentful souls, Leo did not show any panic on his face. He only saw that he flipped his wrist, and the mirror of the soul world looked at the falling moon god's arrow. Past. Now let me tell you what numerical advantage is. Before Leo finished speaking, overwhelming resentful souls rushed out from the mirror of the soul world, and their target was the arrow of the moon god. How can a small resentful soul withstand the arrows of the moon god condensed with the divine power of the moon god? Groups of resentful souls pounce on them, only to be scattered in groups by the moon god's arrows in an instant. If there is wisdom, when a creature sees this scene, it will definitely show fear and other emotions, so that it will shrink back. But the resentful soul will not. The resentful souls have no sanity. They are called resentful souls because they have a breath of resentment. The ferocity of the moon god's arrows not only did not scare them, but instead aroused their resentment. The chirping ghost sounds resounded throughout the world. From the mirror of the soul world, more resentful souls were thrown out, and the resentful souls rushed towards the moon god's arrow faster. The mirror of the soul world in Leo's hand seems to be only the size of a palm, but it can accommodate countless resentful souls. The number of resentful souls seems to be endless. The speed of the moon god's arrow drops sharply under the impact of countless resentful souls, and the moon-white arrow body changes. It is getting darker, and its size is constantly shrinking. When it hit Leo's head, it was no more than the size of a finger. Leo stretched out his hand and grabbed it in his hand. The power of death surged down, and the moon god's arrow disappeared without even scratching Leo's skin. There's a saying that goes well. It is too late to say it, but it will be sooner than later. Despite the complexity of the process of extinguishing the moon god's arrow, in fact everything happened in just 3 to 5 seconds. By the time Tyrant and the other elves reacted, the beautiful well of eternity had turned into a ghost. And Elun's moon was. The arrow of God was also caught by Leo. The well of eternity is a holy place in the hearts of elves. The elves tried their best to protect this lake and the surrounding areas of the lake, and tried their best to make it more beautiful. But now it has been turned into a ghost by Leo, and they see a group of resentful people. The soul turned the place into darkness, and the elves glared at Leo one after another. If the resentful spirits hadn't destroyed the surrounding environment and left the elves with some sense, they would have rushed to find Leo to fight for their lives. Leo, who blocked the moon god's arrow, did not feel relaxed. Instead, he looked at the sky with a depressed expression. The elves followed his gaze, and saw that hundreds of moon god's arrows had been condensed and ready to go. Just looking at them was shocking. Blocking an arrow from the moon god already made Leo feel strenuous. If hundreds of sharp arrows were shot down, he would not be sure he could catch them. If you can't block the attack of moon goddess Elun, then you just give up? Leo gritted his teeth and said no. No way. If you want me to admit defeat, your strength is not enough. Elun. The power of death surged in Leo's hands, and he summoned all the resentful souls in the mirror of the soul world, in the faces of the elves as black as the bottom of a pot. The beautiful well of eternity truly turned into a howling ghost. As a man, you have to be tough on yourself. Come on. I'll do it. Leo yelled at the moon. Elun's eyes did not waver at all. But the hundreds of lunar arrows hanging in the night sky had fallen. The true god who has given up on emotions has no mood swings. No one can read the thoughts of the moon goddess Elun from her eyes. Hundreds of arrows were fired in unison. Leo looked solemn. Elun's men were merciless. He would die if he couldn't catch them. Hold it all to me. As Leo shouted, countless resentful souls rushed into the sky like an angry wave. What greeted them were hundreds of Elun's arrows from the moon god. The elves and demons fighting on the ground had already stopped. The confrontation of forces that did not belong to mortal creatures made them fearful. And Garros was even more helpless. As the elf commander, Garros was very frustrated. Thanks to his efforts, the elves had clearly gained the upper hand. As long as he was given half a day, he could command his soldiers to defeat the demons of the Burning Legion and retake the Well of Eternity. Seeing that the fruits of victory were about to be obtained, unexpectedly a foreign god appeared who could rival the great Elun. And all his efforts were in vain. With the gods joining in, the outcome of the battle at the Well of Eternity was no longer decided by mortals like them. For the first time, Garros experienced the sorrow of not having enough strength. Not only Garros, but Illidan Stormrage and others also felt the same way. In the face of the power of the gods, their strength was ridiculously weak. The helplessness of facing a stronger person aroused the elves' desire for power. They longed to become stronger and to be able to control their own destiny. When this happens again, they must have enough power that no one can ignore. Strength. A seed of power took root and sprouted in the hearts of the elves. Chromie was shaking with anger. As a bronze dragon and a member of the Quicksand Scale, his mission is to safeguard history and prevent it from deviating from the correct track. The bronze dragons invited Leo to the Cave of Time to help him repair the timeline and prevent history from being deflected. See what Leo has done. This mortal who had killed 1,000 swords arbitrarily intervened in the battle at the Well of Eternity. The history of this battle was changed beyond recognition because of his participation. Leo is not here to help. He is here to cause trouble. The hatred in Chromie's heart. If he wasn't afraid of Leo's strength, he would really rush out and bite Leo to death. Leo can fight with the moon god Elun, and his strength is way ahead of Chromie. The bronze dragon hiding in the dark hates and fears Leo. If it weren't for the sense of mission in his heart that was driving him, Chromie would have given up long ago. Although bronze dragons are paranoid, they are not stupid. They also cherish their lives. When faced with enemies that can put their lives in danger, they will choose to retreat temporarily. Chromie prayed in his heart, hoping that the moon god Elun would kill this ungrateful human. Elun fires 100 arrows. Can Leo stop it? The angry wave of resentful souls struck with great force. In the death aura that filled the sky, hundreds of rays of light flickered. That was the light of the moon god's arrow. Hundreds of moon god's arrows were fired in volley. And the lethality was not as simple as 1+1. Their momentum was connected together, and the impact of the angry wave of resentful souls failed to stop them for even a moment. Instead, they were slashed by the angry wave. Make a gap. Just when the arrow of the moon god rushed into the center of the angry wave of resentful souls, Leo smiled evilly, tightened his fingers on the mirror of the soul world, and said the elegy of the soul. Chapter 1018. Being older is also an advantage. Boom! The angry wave of resentful souls exploded at the moment when Leo tightened his fingers on the mirror of the soul world. Tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of resentful souls self-destructed at the same time. Its power was so powerful that it could change the color of the world and make the sun and the moon disappear. Light. The space barrier was very injured, and Leo's soul elegy broke through it, creating a space black hole with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters. The expressions of Tyrant, Malfurion and others changed, and they shouted repeatedly, "Quickly retreat." There is no way to retreat. Even with the protection of the moon god Elun, the elves dare not stay under the huge black hole in space with a diameter of 10,000 meters. The black hole in space is said to be able to swallow everything. Even gods dare not touch it, let alone mortals like them. Even the true god Elun would not resist a space black hole unless necessary. Especially such a large space black hole. A ray of moonlight shone down, protecting the retreating elves inside. In order to protect his followers, the moon god Elun did not hesitate to expend her divine power to withstand the tearing force from the black hole in space. Buying time for the elves to retreat. The elves have the backstage moon god Elun, but the demons of the Burning Legion are in dire straits. Their backstage boss, the demon god Sardras, is still stuck in the portal of the Well of Eternity. Even if he wants to save them, there is no way to save them. Besides, Isaac with Glass's style of conduct, he may not save these men. The terror of the black hole in space emerged at this time. The endless suction ripped everything apart. The demons wailed and struggled one by one. They flew towards the black hole in space with a look of fear and unwillingness, and were eventually torn to pieces, and then helplessly disappeared. Under the force of resistance, it was crushed into the tiniest particles in the universe. Manilos tried his best to stabilize his body, not daring to leave the ground at all. He knew that once his feet left the ground, he would never fall down again. Originally, the destroyer's strength was not enough to fear such a black hole in space. However, he had been injured in a battle with the elves before, and his strength was not as good as when he was at his peak. For the sake of his own life, he naturally did not dare to be careless at all. Nefarian, Ektoz and others had already escaped into Leo's kingdom of God when Leo used Elegy of Souls. It was good to follow a master who owned the kingdom of God. If the situation went bad, they could hide inside, and as long as Leo is safe, they'll be fine. To Manilos and others, the black hole in space is a terrifying thing. To other gods, it is also a troublesome thing that can be ignored without touching it. What about Leo? Leo had never seen a space black hole before, but this was the first time he had seen such a large space black hole. Even after achieving a divine body, Leo could still feel its huge suction force tearing his body apart. Waves of pain accompanied by the tearing force attacked Leo's nerves. It hurts. Leo moved his body, and found that because of the tearing force of the black hole in space, his movements were greatly hindered. What he could usually do with just 1 point of effort now required 4 or 5 points. Even the magic power of the operation has also changed a lot. But the power of the law is not affected. Finding that the situation was not bad, Leo breathed a sigh of relief. He was now fighting the moon god Alun. Magic power and physical strength were not important, but the power of the law was important. In a battle at the level of gods, the competition is nothing but the power of laws. Only when the laws of both sides cannot help the other, other factors such as magic and physical strength will have a chance to affect the final outcome. Note that having a chance only means that it is possible, not necessarily. Using Soul Elegy to break Alun's rain of moon arrows, Leo stood there with his head held high, looking directly into Alun's eyes with a look of aloofness. I haven't fallen yet. Come again! Leo shouted loudly and flicked his fingers repeatedly, and gray-black waves spread toward the sky with him as the center. In each wave, the gray ones could feel the frightening aura of death, and the black ones the flame that wants to destroy everything. The deepest flame of H.L. Pure black flame without any impurities. The flame of destruction. Leo is no match for Alun with the law of death alone. So what about the dual laws of death and destruction? Ordinary gods can understand one of the laws of destruction or death, which is enough to make him look proud of his peers and become a strong one among the gods. Leo has combined death and destruction before he became a god, and his level of evil makes even the gods hate him. Combining the law of death and the law of destruction is something that even I can't do. Unfortunately, the time you have to master it is too short. A sigh sounded in Leo's ears. It was said to be a sigh, but in fact the tone was flat and cold. There was no emotion in it. You could only tell what she wanted to express from the content of her words. Leo knew that the words in his ears were spoken by Alun. This true god just wanted to tell him that the law that Leo mastered was strong. Unfortunately, it had quality, but not quantity. Among gods, it can only be said that it has the potential to be strong. Not even a truly powerful person among the gods. Being older is also an advantage. Leo curled his lips. Compared with those old monsters who have lived for tens of thousands of years, his age is only a fraction of the others. Now Alun wants to rely on the advantage of living a long time to suppress him. He felt helpless. It's just talk without practice. It's just a fake move. You have to defeat my move first. As soon as Leo finished speaking, a scene that surprised him appeared. The gray-black waves rushing toward the sky gradually subsided under the bright moonlight until they were completely silent, while the aura of death and flames of destruction contained in the waves did not weaken at all. Their lethality completely disappeared. You really cracked my attack. How did Alun do it? Leo was puzzled. How did Alun stop his attack without any collision of law power? Boy, no matter how advanced the law is, you must have enough control to be able to exert it. Why is it so much more threatening to Alun when you use the law of death alone than when you use the law of death and destruction at the same time? Think about it carefully. Goldfinger reminded Leo lazily, and then fell silent. Why is it more threatening when I use a single rule than when I use a double rule? Leo scratched his face. He was not an idiot. How could he not understand? Goldfinger was clearly telling him that he did not have enough control over the power of laws. There was nothing when using a single law. If he used multiple laws, because control is dispersed, the use of the power of the law will be weakened, and it is easy for the other party to take advantage of it. In a competition between strong men, it does not mean who can mobilize more energy will definitely win. The control of power is also an important factor in determining the outcome. Leo uses the twin laws of death and destruction at the same time. The power is enough, but the control is not. It has been reduced a lot, and Alun no longer fights head-on with him, and easily neutralizes Leo's attack with skill. When I lack strength, she uses strength to overwhelm others. When I increase my strength, she uses skill to win. Alun, this old monster, is really not easy to deal with at all. Not only was he unable to match Alun in terms of strength, but even his skills were far from her match. Leo felt depressed. He looked at the bright moon in the sky speechlessly, and couldn't help but think in his heart. In addition to the laws of perception, Alun, the moon god who has existed for countless thousands of years, is not stronger than himself in any aspect, and his overall strength is far behind. Let alone victory. Even a draw is a luxury. Do you want to stop fighting? Leo asked himself. He didn't want to. Nor was he willing. His goal had not been achieved. His fighting spirit had not been extinguished, and he still wanted to continue fighting. But what would he use to fight? Damn it! Leo waved his hands unwillingly, and was about to speak, but suddenly stopped. His eyes were fixed on the black hole in midair, with a thoughtful expression on his face. His expression was clearly inspired, and he was in a state of understanding power. The moon god Alun unexpectedly did not disturb Leo at this time. The bright moon cast a moon-white light curtain, trapping Leo inside and isolating him from the influence of the outside world. Alun was provoked by Leo and fought with him before, but in the blink of an eye, she was protecting Leo so that Leo could realize his power without being disturbed. Alun's behavior was incomprehensible. The elves who ran far away looked at each other in confusion. They couldn't understand the relationship between the moon god Alun and the alien god. They had been fighting each other to pieces before, so how could they suddenly become friendly? Tyron shook her head in confusion. Seeing her expression, Malfurion, Gyros, and the others had no choice but to look away. They were also planning to ask Tyron to answer their questions. Who would have thought that he would become the moon goddess? Tyron, the priest, didn't know either, so the elves had no choice but to give up. The relationship between gods is elusive. In the end, the elves had no choice but to come to the following conclusion. The elves were confused, and Manaroth was frightened. He never expected that Leo, who had helped him deal with the elves before, would get help from the gods believed by the elves. He even wondered whether the two had reached an agreement, and that Manilos would not be unknowingly involved. Was it sold? The more Minoros thought about it, the more likely it was, and the more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. The Abyss Lord, who had become a polished commander, twisted his thick body and slowly moved backwards. If it weren't for the black hole in space and midair that made him extremely afraid, he had already taken long strides and fled. Manarotha's terror was nothing compared to Chromie's terror and rage. Leo was able to fight the moon god Alun for several rounds, which shocked Chromie. Seeing that this human was about to lose, Chromie was waiting with joy for Alun to kill Leo, who provoked her, who with the situation in the stockyard suddenly changed. Leo actually entered a state of understanding power. As for Alun, instead of taking the opportunity to kill Leo, she protected him. This was too unexpected. Chromie immediately dumbfounded. Alun, what are you doing? You are the majestic moon god. An ant-like human provoked you and attacked you. Not only did you not kill him to protect your majesty as a god, but you also gave him a Pyrrhus. Are you like Sargeras? And your brain was caught by a door? Chromie was so shocked and angry that he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of hot blood. Damn it. Leo is getting stronger and stronger as this goes on. How can I kill him? Chapter 1019, the first act ends. No matter whether others are confused, frightened, or even shocked and angry, Leo has no time to pay attention to it. He is now immersed in a strange state. A black hole in space. To put it bluntly, is a black hole that can swallow up everything and crush and destroy everything, causing the death of all living beings absorbed by it. In the eyes of all living beings in the universe, including gods, black holes represent death and destroy. It is both death and destruction, which is consistent with the two strongest laws that Leo possesses. When he saw the black hole in space, an idea flashed in Leo's mind, and his thoughts involuntarily followed the movement of the black hole in space. On the road to pursuing power, There is a state that is extremely rare. And that is enlightenment. A sudden flash of inspiration in the mind. A sudden thought in the heart, etc. may make a person enter a state of enlightenment. In this state, the perception of power increases geometrically. Once the enlightenment ends successfully, the person who has the enlightenment will the strength must be qualitatively enhanced. The state of epiphany is the best way to improve your strength in a short period of time. Unfortunately, even for gods, epiphany is precious because it can be encountered but cannot be sought. Now, Leo has entered a state of enlightenment. What can he gain from observing the operation of black holes in space? For a long time, under the gaze of everyone, a smile appeared on Leo's face, and he breathed a long sigh of relief as if he had solved some problem. So that's it. I understand. Leo made a few gestures with his hand in the void, and the joy on his face faded slightly. It's not perfect yet. I have to continue to think about it. Judging from what Leo said, his epiphany did not achieve the desired effect this time, and there were still some areas that needed improvement. These improvements require time to be thought about carefully and practiced step by step. They cannot be solved in a moment. Could it be that Leo's epiphany didn't improve his strength? At least, it's not like improving after having an epiphany. He said that. But in actual actions, Leo was different. As he moved, the stagnant gray-black waves in midair rolled again, and the power of the twin laws of death and destruction, subdued by moon god Alin's skills, set off waves again. This shows what? This shows that Leo's control over the power of laws has reached a new level. He has been able to control the power of two laws at the same time under Alin's interference, and use the power of death and destruction to attack targets. The gray-black waves that Leo cast before were very neat, and the spacing between each wave was exactly the same. The layers of waves were like a small stone being thrown into a calm lake. The circles of microwaves rippled in a certain pattern of beauty. This time it was different. After observing the operation of the black hole in space and gaining insights from it, the gray-black wave that Leo activated again underwent a big change. There is no longer the meagerness of the waves, nor is there any pleasing beauty. The soft beauty of the microwave water has no lethality. There are only huge waves, only the wrath of the sea, and only the wild wrath can make people afraid. Will make people afraid, because it destroys everything that dares to block its progress. The gray-black waves set off waves several meters high, like the waves of the sea constantly washing against the rocks. One wave after another. One wave after another. The distance between each wave is different, and it changes continuously with the impact of the waves. It is impossible to understand the rules of their operation, and naturally it is impossible to use skills to destroy Leo's control over them. Alun, who was looking down at the earth from the night sky, still had cold eyes. She did not show the slightest anger or other emotional fluctuations, because Leo attacked her immediately after her epiphany. The bright moon-faced waves of gray and black waves. The impact was just streaks of moonlight. The moonlight was like a dam, blocking the incoming waves, preventing them from advancing any further. Outsiders could not see the mystery. But Leo, who was involved, was different. Although Alun could prevent his attacks from achieving even a tiny bit of results, that was not the case. From being easily eliminated by Alun in the past, to being able to counterattack the opponent and dragging the moon god Alun into a war of attrition to compete with the power of the law is undoubtedly a huge improvement. Although Leo is far from Alun's opponent in a war of attrition, he has always brought the two sides closer to control the power. No matter what, Alun can't deprive Leo of the law as easily as before. Control of power. Your progress surprised me. Moon goddess Alun first expressed her opinion on Leo's improvement in strength after his enlightenment. Yes, it was just an opinion, without the slightest emotion such as appreciation or admiration. Then the conversation changed. Are we going to keep fighting? Leo shook his head simply this time, after retracting his strength and stopping the attack. He replied, I can't fight, so I won't fight. After receiving Leo's answer, the cold eyes in the sky gradually faded and finally disappeared. The elves who were watching the battle from a distance looked at each other in confusion. The battle between the alien god and the moon god Alun seemed to be over. But what was the result? The elves didn't know. But they knew that the alien god was no match for the great Alun. The moon god is indeed powerful. Even if they are both gods, that alien race is no match for her. The elves' originally wavering faith became firm again, after seeing the power of the gods. Their faith was even firmer and more pious than before. Most of the elves knelt on the ground and murmured to the moon, as if praying for something. Seeing this scene, Leo couldn't help but whisper, True God will not do meaningless things. It is said that Alun is only interested in profit, and only does things that are beneficial to him. But Leo does not want to think about how much benefit he has gained from this battle. Just by raising his control over the power of law to a new level, he has already made a lot of money. Not to mention that Leo has other insights, and his strength can still improve. The benefits that this epiphany has brought to him are far more than what he is now. He would hit him if he said he would, and he wouldn't fight if he said he wouldn't. If he just let Leo go when he provoked him. Alun, the moon goddess, must be too tempered. The truth is unknown to outsiders. They can only make random guesses. As the person involved, Leo ignored these. In the battle at the Well of Eternity, his level of intrusion improved a lot. And the details in the battle also changed greatly. However, details are details after all. And Leo didn't care about it at all. Just keep the end result the same. Obviously, the moon god Alun will not stay to deal with the aftermath. The incident was changed due to Leo's participation. And of course, Leo has to handle the aftermath. When Leo turned his eyes, Manilosa's heart jumped loudly. And his intuition told Manilos that something was going to happen. The situation is not good. The unknown god has indeed reached an agreement with the moon god Alun. Run! Manaroth no longer cared about anything else. Turned around and ran away. The idea is good, but the approach is wrong. The Lord of the Abyss forgot one thing. And that was that under the suction of the black hole in space, his movements were far less fast than usual. And in Leo's eyes, they were as slow as a snail. If you want to run away in front of me at this speed, you look down on me too much. Leo curled his lips and flicked his fingers. And the gray-black angry wave that was originally rushing into the sky changed its direction and surged towards Manaroth. The destroyer screamed and ran towards the Well of Eternity desperately. If he was not injured, Manaroth might still try to block it. At this time, he was seriously injured. How could he dare to resist the attack of a god? Manaroth has only one thought in his mind. And that is, rush into the Well of Eternity. As long as I rush in, I will be safe. The demons of the Burning Legion all know that the great demon Sargeras is trying to come to this world through the portal established in the Well of Eternity. Although there are countless worlds separated from this world, Sargeras' power has limits. Extends from the portal. As long as you rush into the Well of Eternity, you will be protected by Sargeras. Manaroth firmly believes in this. And at this moment, he can only believe in this. Because this is his only hope of survival. Leo couldn't help laughing as he watched the Lord of the Abyss twist his fat body, and twist his big, but as he ran wildly. Funny. So funny. Funny. So funny. I didn't expect that Manaroth had such a talent for comedy. He would not forget to laugh. He couldn't be trying to laugh his enemies to death, so that he could escape smoothly. Leo was being naughty again. In fact, there was no need for Manaroth to be so panicked. In order to prevent history from changing, the outcome of the battle at the Well of Eternity could not change. Leo had no intention of killing him at all. He just wanted to treat him as history had. Stop once you hit him hard. Leo thought so. But Manaroth didn't know it. The destroyer worked hard to save his own life. And Kankan rushed to the Well of Eternity at the moment when the gray-black rage caught up with him. Without any hesitation, and without daring to pause, Manilos dove in headlong. The disadvantage of being large was revealed at this time. If it were a human or an elf, Leo's attack would be in vain. However, Manoros was huge, and his back half was even longer. His head, the front half, went in safely, but the back half didn't. The gray-black rage suddenly gathered at this moment, and a sickle representing death and destruction appeared. A gray-black light flashed on the blade, and a wound more than 10 meters long was cut out of the saboteur's body. From the wound, even the internal organs of the Pit Lord can be seen. Venom and flame spurted out from the wounds, polluting a large area of land. The elves exclaimed when they saw this. In order to protect the Well of Eternity, they no longer feared the black hole in space that was slowly closing in midair, and rushed forward with shouts. Leo was hesitating whether to take action, but his body gradually turned into a ghost, which was a sign that he was leaving this time and space. The Burning Legion has opened a portal in the Well of Eternity. Before he finished speaking, Leo's figure disappeared. Chapter 1020. Where is this? This is where? All he could see was the swamp. And Leo looked around blankly, not knowing where he was. When he was in the Well of Eternity, he was transported out by the eternal torrent of time before he could finish his words. He didn't know whether history would change because of his appearance, or whether the Well of Eternity would be like the history that happened. Big bang. A stench wafted over, making Leo feel nauseous. The smell of the swamp was not easy to deal with. The protective magic shield was cast, and the magic shield isolated the unpleasant air. Leo looked at the sky. It was all gray, and he didn't know whether it was evening or morning when he appeared. Speaking of the ability to identify the color of the sky, Leo was very poor. He looked for a long time, and couldn't figure out what time it was. He decided not to think about it so much. He looked around first to see if he could find a living person who could breathe. The eternal torrent of time is really unkind. If you want to teleport me here without saying low in advance, you can at least teleport me to a place with people. Who else would be happy with me now? Who has no place to live in and no stores? While Leo complained that the Well of Eternity was not kind, he did not think about whether he himself was kind enough. The details of the battle at the Well of Eternity changed dramatically, almost subverting the earth-shattering battle at the Well of Eternity. Leo clapped his hands and left, while poor Chromie stayed to deal with the aftermath. As the culprit who destroyed the historical details, Leo was the target that Chromie wanted to kill quickly. The Bronze Dragon thought that he could kill Leo because he had the home advantage in the eternal torrent of time. Who would have thought that Leo, this guy, was too evil? And he became stronger faster than the Bronze Dragon expected, causing Chromie to be in chaos. Being able to fight with the moon god alone for several rounds without getting hurt, Chromie asked himself that he couldn't do it. Not only he couldn't do it, but no Bronze Dragon could do it after several times of quicksand scales. The entire Bronze Dragon clan could do it, apart from the Bronze Dragon King Nozdormu. The only one who has achieved this level is the Bronze Dragon Queen Soradam. Leo is definitely no match for him if he hits him head-on, and his life will be in vain. Chromie was no longer confident in his own strength at this time. Even though the arrogance in the dragon's bones made him unwilling, he had to admit that he was far from Leo's enemy. If you can't defeat him, outsmart him. Anyway, the eternal torrent of time belongs to the Bronze Dragon's home court. As long as he is patient, he will always find an opportunity. While comforting himself, Chromie kept an eye on the situation in the Well of Eternity. As a Bronze Dragon and a member of the Quicksand Scale, it was his mission to safeguard history. In order to prevent history from being derailed, he had to press his heart. Being anxious, he stopped thinking about entering the time and space where Leo was, and stayed in the Well of Eternity to observe, ready to take action at any time to correct history. I obviously came to kill Leo, but now I am reduced to helping him clean up the mess. What is this? Chromie was filled with grief and anger. He felt that there was no Bronze Dragon in the world who was more miserable than him. The Bronze Dragon, who was affected by his emotions, did not notice that when Leo's body disappeared from this time and space, his fingers trembled slightly, and this tremor was accompanied by an extremely obscure power fluctuation. Knowing that someone was plotting against him, and that there was a Bronze Dragon hiding in the dark to cause trouble for him, how could Leo not take precautions? It is true that the eternal torrent of time is the home court of the Bronze Dragon, but this does not mean that no one except the Bronze Dragon can regard the eternal torrent of time as their home court. You want to plot against me, and see if I don't catch you out. If you want to use the eternal torrent of time as your home court, and if you want to crack the advantage of the Bronze Dragon, you must understand the secret method of time. For others, this is difficult to achieve, but for Leo, it is different. When he was wiping out the Beetle Men in the Akur Empire, Leo had killed an infinite dragon in the process of destroying the Tannerus hive. After Dragonakos' devouring ability, Leo also had a man under his command, a subordinate who is proficient in the secret of time. Now, he was going to let Dragonicus pull out the Bronze Dragon hiding in the darkness. Don't think that Leo provoked Alun just on a whim. How could this kid do anything without a purpose? Fighting against Alun and understanding how strong the moon god is one aspect. Using the pressure Alun puts on oneself to try to break through is the second aspect. And the third purpose is not to change the general trend of the Well of Eternity. Under the premise, try to destroy its historical details as much as possible, so that the Bronze Dragon has to stay in the Well of Eternity to correct history after he leaves. It's okay that the Bronze Dragon didn't move. If he moved, he would be discovered by Dragonakos, who was hiding in the dark. His advantage of being invisible in the dark was no longer an advantage, but a poison that killed him. If you want to assassinate me, you must be prepared to be killed by me. Even if you are a Bronze Dragon, no matter what your identity or race is when dealing with the enemy Leo, he will not show mercy at all. 2 flowers bloom, one on each side. Let's not talk about Chromie's situation for now. Let's take a look at Leo's situation. The endless swampland is covered with mud, and the air is filled with a nauseating stench from time to time, coupled with the gray sky and the occasional rotting bones that come into view. This situation is very sad. Leo, who was sitting on Nefarion's back, had been flying for a quarter of an hour, but still didn't see any human beings. He couldn't help but wonder whether humans had been born in the era he entered. This question did not bother Leo for too long, and a group of adventurers on the ground came into his sight. This team of adventurers includes humans, dwarves, and gnomes, an adventurer team composed entirely of alliance races. Leo was overjoyed. The elves looked at them like monkeys for a long time in the well of eternity. The round-eared aliens frowned for a long time. Leo had long been impatient. When he saw humans, he felt more friendly. It's not easy. Human beings were finally born in this world. And they were not just the kind of people who gathered around a piece of animal skin and held a stick. They had their own civilization and got along well with the dwarves and dwarfs. Maybe they could live in this world. Have a nice little time. With this thought in mind, Leo asked Nefarian to find a corner and land on the ground. Then ordered the Black Dragon Prince to hide in the dark. And he went towards the group of adventurers alone. Hey there. Pretending to encounter him by chance, Leo waved to the adventurers who saw him. It's a human. The dwarf walking at the front of the team shouted. He ran to a place 100 steps away from Leo and looked at Leo carefully. Then shouted at the top of his voice to his companion, who was one step behind. Look! I found something. A noble lord. Noble, sir? This was the first time that Leo heard someone call him that. He lowered his head and looked at it carefully. The robe from the tailor of the Arathor Palace. No matter the workmanship, clothing, or materials, all showed a luxurious atmosphere, which was consistent with there is a huge difference between the clothes of civilians and adventurers. And one can tell at a glance that he is not an ordinary person. Since helping Scarlet enter Stromgarde, Leo has come into contact with almost all aristocratic figures, such as Windsor, Varian, Jaina, Kaldats, etc., as well as adventurers and mercenaries. There is almost no time, so it is natural to ignore the details of clothing. Miscalculation. I unexpectedly ignored this detail. I originally wanted to get close to these adventurers, hang out with their team for a day or two, and wait for news from Dragonakos before deciding how to act. Now it seems that it is not okay. Leo shook his head, feeling a little regretful in his heart. Since coming to this chaotic world, except for the initial period, he has really not had much contact with ordinary civilians and adventurers, and his understanding of their situation only limited to the original teachings of Passonia and Fizzle, and what he saw and heard when he debuted. I wanted to take this opportunity to learn more, but I didn't expect that I failed in the details. It's a pity. Huh. Shut up. The human mage who was one step behind the dwarf rushed up and glared at the yelling companion. Doesn't this guy know that it is very rude to yell in front of a noble? This can easily arouse the other party's disgust. Not to mention this swamp. The land is full of dangers, and the cries of the dwarves will attract ferocious predators. After being glared at by his companion, the dwarf immediately stopped shouting. He was just too surprised. He didn't expect to meet a human nobleman in such a place. And this nobleman was still alone. Isn't he just a mage? Don't think that I'm afraid of you. I'll let you. As if he felt that he had lost his momentum by being obedient, the dwarf opened his closed mouth again. But this time he obviously lowered his voice. Look at my arms. Look at my chest. Look at my sexy beard. I'm not afraid of you. As he spoke, the dwarf took off his armor and struck several poses to show off his muscles. This living treasure. Seeing that this classmate began to show off his muscles that he thought were strong, several companions in the adventure team covered their faces, taking off his clothes and posing in front of a nobleman, and looking so coquettish, was so unsightly that it was such a small embarrassment. Stop the dwarf mercenary shouting ha woo. The human being is a mage. In Leo's eyes, he is just a little mage who can cast some low and intermediate level magic. To Leo, who is wrestling with gods, he is a little mage. But to most adventurers, he is a strong man that they dare not easily provoke. The human mage performed a standard mage salute to Leo, and introduced, Hello, sir. My name is Ari. This is my companion the dwarf warrior Hanu. And this is the stalker Confused. And this one. Leo listened patiently to Ari's introduction. He didn't know that what Ari was thinking now was that Hawu had lost such a big person to them. He absolutely couldn't tell the name of their residual blood mercenary group and just let them know. It would be better to use a long introduction to weaken the noble's patience. After talking for 5 or 6 minutes, Ari finished introducing his companions. Ari was secretly happy when he saw that Leo really didn't ask about the name of his mercenary group. Seeing that Leo didn't have the slightest hint of impatience on his face, he asked carefully. He said, My lord, I don't know what I can do for you. I am not boasting. We are very familiar with this swamp of sorrows. If you are looking for something, we may be able to help. This is the swamp of sorrows. When Leo heard this, his heart moved. He thought of a major event that happened in the swamp of sorrows. Could it be that he had entered an era before Medivh opened the dark portal?